The three exchanged thoughts mentally. Just showing our faces and setting a fire, we easily scooped up dozens of spirit stones. What a great haul. But will this not provoke the Sioux family too much? We will leave Uehu County immediately. Could the Sioux family truly have the power to cover the heavens and pursue us across the Great Way? That's right, if only a few servants died, not the core descendants of the Sioux family. Do you really think they would go to great lengths to retaliate against us? Just as the fire spells were about to explode in the crowd, a flash of lightning appeared as Su Mingwei leaped into the air, merely flicking his sleeve, unleashing a tremendous magical force that swept away the fireballs. The spells detonated in midair, bursting into brilliant fireworks. No one had expected Su Mingwei's speed to be so astonishing. Zhou Shaoan's pupils constricted. An ominous feeling arose in the heart of the Yuan family's patriarch. Does my Su family seem like a place you can come and go as you please? The voice echoed. The three turned to see their fire spells detonating in the air, their souls nearly fleeing in terror. What speed is this? How did he arrive in just a moment? Run! Su Mingwei already had the ink-scaled bow in hand. Zhou Shaoan's brow twitched as he remembered the day of the conflict between the Su and Zhou families, when Su Mingwei had shot down the Su family's patriarch Su Yuanjia. Why provoke the Su family? He sighed inwardly, but his eyes scanned the surroundings, sensing that the mastermind might be among the numerous cultivation families present. The Su family, known for their restraint and low profile, would never provoke loose cultivators. Once provoked, they would ensure no one survived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows echoed. 3 arrows flew simultaneously. In an instant, the 3 gray-cloaked figures were heavily wounded, unable to even fly with their tools, and fell from the sky. Bloody flowers sparkled with an eerie glow in the sunlight. Su Mingwei controlled his aim, well missing their hearts by an inch or two. While not fatal, it still inflicted significant injuries. Had the 3 used their magical powers recklessly, the backlash could have torn their wounds, potentially mortally wounding them. Su Mingwei stepped forward on his sword, using his magical power to bind the 3, and brought them to the altar, saying to the Yuan family patriarch, Patriarch Yuan, my Su family still needs to continue the ceremony, so I ask you to keep an eye on these 3 for a moment. Once the offerings to heaven and earth are complete, my father will still need to interrogate them. The Yuan family patriarch frowned slightly, wondering why me. Could the Su family know it was my Yuan family's doing? This is impossible. Since the Su family patriarch has said so, I will do it. However, given their severe injuries, they may not last long. No problem. Su Mingwei smirked derisively, turned, and returned to the group. Su Chuan said lightly, continue. The various families were not foolish. Upon reflection, they sensed deep implications. Zhou Shaoyuan also sneered. So it was the Yuan family. Indeed, only they would dare to have such boldness here. However, how did the Su family learn so quickly of the mastermind behind the 3? It seemed they were already aware. Could it be that there was an insider planted within the Yuan family? But they continued to listen as Gu Yiping recited. Tracing my clan's origins, our ancestor Su Yugong settled in the cave stream, diligently passing down the family teachings and instilling in the descendants a heart inclined towards the Tao, observing our clan's fortune until the Su family bore a son named Chuan, who fortuitously gained a chance at immortality and embarked on the path of cultivation. Observing our clan's virtue, aiding the disaster-stricken with alchemy, vanquishing evil to protect our homeland, though without great achievements, we have indeed contributed our share of good. Thus, Su Chuan and the core clan members arrived at the 33rd Staircase Plaza. Su family members kneel. The crowd knelt. First, I petition heaven and earth to witness my sincerity, not through techniques to seize fortune, but through virtue to match the fated chance of immortality. The Su family members bowed in unison. Second, I petition our ancestors to comfort your spirits. The humble clan now enters the ranks of the Immortal clan. May we smile in the afterlife. The second bow. Third, I petition the common people to witness my original intentions. Even if the Su family ascends to the clouds, we will never forget the murky waters of Qingjiang. The third bow. Ritual complete. After saying this, Su Chuan and the others rose. He stepped to the front of the crowd at the 33rd steps, looking down. His voice rose like rolling thunder, spreading outwards, echoing across the mountains and plains. I declare that from this day forth, my Su family officially becomes a family of cultivators in Uehu County. May all families bear witness. After saying this, Su Chuan felt the family tree in his mind tremble, enveloped in mist. Zhou Shaoyuan was the first to clasp his fists, saying, May the Su family pass down through the generations with blessings extending endlessly, enjoying longevity. May the Su family pass down through the generations with blessings extending endlessly, enjoying longevity. May the Su family pass down through the generations with blessings extending endlessly, enjoying longevity. The rest of the cultivation families and the martial arts families joined in, congratulating in unison. Their voices broke through clouds and soared to the skies. Moments later, Su Chuan smiled at the Yuan family patriarch, saying, Patriarch Yuan, are the three captured by my son, Ming Wei, still alive? The Yuan family patriarch certainly would not allow them to live. Unfortunately, they are already dead, otherwise Elder Su could have interrogated them further. I see, what a pity. Elder Su, do you recognize these three? They seem to be three loose cultivators. I once saw them in the market, an elder from a latest cultivation family noted. Loose cultivators. Su Chuan repeated and added, Patriarch Yuan, since these three died in your hands, their bodies shall be dealt with by you. They slandered my Su family in this important setting out of nowhere. Remember to turn them to ashes. The last four words were spoken with heavy emphasis. The Yuan family patriarch's gaze flickered, seemingly unconcerned, yet the elder beside him, who was in the know, felt a chill run down his spine. Of course, these three are not worth mourning. The Yuan family patriarch continued. The Su family wished to avoid causing too much trouble today. This move was also a warning to the Yuan family. Any further actions would result in the same fate as the three today. This also served to intimidate the other families. Let's not speak of this matter any longer. Everyone has come to celebrate my Su family, so let us enjoy ourselves. The martial arts competition will begin in a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Under the auspices of Gu Yiping, the martial arts competition commenced in the open area beneath the altar. Innate martial artists from the mid to late stages began to take the stage one after another. Before long, a master in his 30s appeared. The patriarchs of the martial arts families shook their heads and sighed. Their foundation could only nurture innate martial artists. Most master-level martial artists entered through their own talents. Some fifth-grade martial arts families might have ways to trade for master martial resources from cultivation families, yet most families had no such avenues. Li Ji soon took the stage. As the patriarch of the vassal Li family under the Su family, he naturally attracted the attention of various families. After defeating one opponent, his next challenger was Zhou Shaoqing. Zhou Sun stroked his beard and smiled lightly, saying, Elder Su, if the champion is taken by my Zhou family, do not feel heartache over your pills. Elder Zhou Sun, your grandson, is indeed impressive, but Li Ji has also been battle-tested. It's hard to say who will win. Haha, then let's wait and see. The crowd watched the two compete with great interest. Li Ji initially trained in the family's Flood Dragon Fist and switched to Innate Dragon Elephant technique after reaching the innate stage, having gained experience on the battlefield. In terms of battlefield judgment and adaptability, he was indeed more experienced than many young masters from other families. After dozens of exchanges, Zhou Shaoqing had exhausted many moves, seeming to enter a cycle. Seeing this, Li Ji no longer held back. Various mysterious techniques unfolded in his hands, continuously changing tactics, and Zhou Shaoqing soon fell into his trap. After a dozen moves, the sound of the dragon and elephant roared as Zhou Shaoqing was sent flying on the spot. Elder Zhou Sun, I told you the outcome was unpredictable, Su Chuan said with a faint smile. Zhou Sun could only shake his head helplessly. My grandson usually trains with the guards, but ultimately lacks real combat experience and life and death struggles. Li Ji was once conscripted into the army and participated in the battle against the Deliang over a decade ago. No wonder he's so seasoned with no fixed moves and can also be patient. Shaoqing didn't lose unjustly. Gu Yiping announced, in this battle Li Ji is the victor. Is there anyone else? If no one responds in 3 minutes, Li Ji will be declared the martial arts champion. Su Chuan's gaze turned solemn as he surveyed the various families. The early 30s seemed to be the limit for martial talents in the cultivation families, yet those with outstanding martial potential could still reach the mid-level of masters in their 30s under the cultivation family's training. However, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. He'll go. Moments later, a figure leaped forward, landing in front of Li Ji, cupping his fists and saying, Huang family, Huang Jinlong, please enlighten me. Upon the first exchange, Li Ji was pushed back several steps, his eyes revealing surprise. Mid-level master. Huang Jinlong said nothing, stepping forward with each strike infused with profound innate energy. Though slightly lacking in combat experience, with the might of his innate energy, he could overpower Li Ji. After several breaths, Li Ji's arms trembled slightly, and he immediately said, I concede. He then retreated into the crowd. Chen Daniyu stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying, What a pity, I didn't expect there would be a mid-level master in his 30s, otherwise the championship would have been yours. Li Ji smiled faintly and lowered his voice, saying, I was merely paving the way for others. After that, several more matches followed, all featuring mid-level master martial artists. I didn't expect that 5 or 6 families would have mid-level masters under 33. The other few families are likely similar, with at least 1 or 2 mid-level masters in their mid-30s. This accumulative foundation over generations is truly not to be underestimated. In the end, the Huang family seized 6 master martial pills. In a quarter of an hour, the Immortal Path competition will commence. This is far more intense than a martial arts competition, although 2 or 3 martial families are participating. However, among those of the appropriate age, the highest cultivation level is only the second or third layer of qi refinement. The other qi refinement families have cultivators at least at the fourth layer, with some even reaching the fifth or sixth layers. The Zhou family is indifferent to martial arts pills, but the mind pill is a must-have. Although the Yuan family and Huang family, as qi refinement families, are also envious, they ultimately lack the depth of the Zhou family. The Immortal Path champion was captured by an early-stage 6th layer qi refinement cultivator from the Zhou family. The other qi refinement families are still too shallow compared to the Zhou family's foundation. Su Chuan's gaze flickered with contemplation, revealing a thoughtful expression. It's difficult to say that the Zhou family has no latest-stage qi refinement cultivators under 33 years old. If they do, they must possess true spiritual root qualifications. However, it is somewhat surprising that the Yuan family has such a latest-stage 5th layer qi refinement cultivator at this age. No wonder they are the third in the Moon Lake County for 1,000 years. The Su family's ascension celebration has officially ended, and many families have departed, including the Zhou family, who did not linger. However, the Chang family and Yang family chose to stay. Su Mingyuan came to Su Chuan's study and said, "Father Chang Haowen and the grand elder of the Chang family wish to see you." "See me? Why?" They claim to congratulate the Su family on becoming a cultivating family and bring a precious treasure as a gift, which they describe as a significant treasure. Su Mingyuan opened a wooden box over 4 feet long in his hands. A flash of blue lightning suddenly sprang out, accompanied by a scorching aura. Su Chuan raised his hand. The wooden box arrived before him, and he examined it carefully before saying, "Go fetch Elder Mingsheng for me." "Yes, father." Soon Su Mingyuan and Wu Mingsheng arrived. "Elder Mingsheng, take a look at this item. Is it Thunderstrike wood?" Wu Mingsheng's eyes lit up. Thunderstrike wood is an excellent material for crafting thunder-attributed artifacts. If it has a long history, it can surely be refined into a high-quality artifact. He held it in his hands, and after a moment stroked his beard and smiled. "The Grand Elder has a good eye. It is indeed Thunderstrike wood, likely 1,000-year-old Thunderstrike peach wood. This material is sufficient to refine a high-quality thunder-attributed artifact, and the peach wood has the effect of warding off evil. After a thunder strike, its efficacy is even greater, making it perfect for those practicing sinister cultivation methods. It's a pity. What a pity. This is not peachwood heart, otherwise it could serve as top-tier artifact material." Su Chuan smiled gently. 1,000-year-old peachwood, still Thunderstrike peachwood heart, is something rare to encounter. This item is more precious than many materials I have collected. Oh, let's keep it here for now. When Elder Mingsheng is ready to refine a high-quality artifact and familiar with it, you can come to ask me for it. "Thank you, Grand Elder. If I were to receive it now, I fear I might not be able to resist refining it right away." Then Su Chuan looked at Su Mingyuan and said, "The Chang family offers this item. They must have some demands, so go invite them over." "Yes, father." "Grand Elder, I will take my leave now." Su Chuan nodded slightly. A moment later, the three arrived at Su Chuan's study, where Su Chuan smiled at Chang Haowen. "Chang family head, your family's gift is a bit extravagant. However, considering that you had some connections with my son Ming Yuan, I will make an exception and accept it this time. If you have anything to say, please speak frankly." Chang Haowen immediately cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Master Su. This is the Grand Elder of my Chang family. He suffered severe injuries in the battle against Su Zhou and has not improved despite taking healing pills. My Chang family still relies on the Grand Elder's deterrent power over other martial families, so I ask you to heal him." Su Mingyuan also said, "Father, the Chang family has also helped our Su family's businesses in the county city many times. In the future, if the Su family has any commands, my Chang family will not hesitate to go through fire and water." "Chang family head, if you say it like this, it means you are fully committing to my Su family. My Chang family wishes for this more than anything. A martial family that has dominated the county city for hundreds of years indeed carries significant weight. Of course, if they had true potential, they would have become a cultivating family long ago. Transitioning from martial to immortal is the pursuit of all martial families. The Chang family is like this, and so is the Yang family. Unfortunately, both have not succeeded for hundreds of years." Su Chuan nodded slightly, raised his index finger, and a green silk thread condensed out of thin air, instantly penetrating the chest of the Chang family's Grand Elder. His mana swiftly flowed through the Grand Elder's body along the silk thread. His brows furrowed slightly, and then he used his divine sense. "I see." Su Chuan withdrew the green silk thread and said calmly, "Your Chang family's Grand Elder has been struck by a spell from a qi refinement cultivator at the 7th or 8th layer who practices sinister methods. Although the external injuries have healed with pills, the sinister energy in his mana is eroding his flesh. This is not something ordinary healing pills can treat. Moreover, this strand of sinister energy is extremely faint and difficult for a qi refinement cultivator at the 8th or 9th layer to detect. So that is the case. No wonder our Chang family's latest qi refinement cultivators could not see any symptoms." Chang Haowen said, does Master Su have a way to cure it? The sinister energy is like a maggot attached to a bone. If it were in the early stages, any chi refinement cultivator at the 8th or 9th layer could forcibly remove it. However, now, only the exorcism pill can help. I do not have that pill either. After all, the sinister energy is rarely seen, and it is likely that searching in the market will be in vain. I will write down some spirit herb materials for you later. If your Chang family can gather 3 to 4 doses, I can refine it for you. If you cannot gather them, your Chang family's grand elder will surely perish within a year or 2 due to depletion of vital energy. Chang Haowen sighed inwardly and bowed, saying, thank you. Remember your Chang family's promise. You have dealt with my Su family and should know the consequences of betraying us. Chang certain will remember. Su Chuan wrote down the materials for the exorcism pill. There are 7 kinds, but only 4 are genuinely needed for the pill formula, while the other 3 are common spirit herbs. Additionally, Su Chuan has one more type that he did not write down, which the Su family possesses quite a few of. If the Chang family trades this formula with others, it may lead to great disaster. After Chang Haowen and the Chang family's grand elder left, Su Mingyuan hesitated and said, Father, did you just give them the pill formula? What do you think? Su Chuan smiled faintly. Su Mingyuan immediately understood and revealed a similar smile. The Chang family is after all a 5th-grade martial family and will be a good support. The child understands. Meanwhile, Yang Zhao, Yang Shichang, and others were guests at Su Mingwei's place. Mingwei, congratulations on your Su family becoming a cultivating family in Moon Lake County. After decades of hard work, it truly makes us martial families envious. Su Mingwei smiled faintly. You flatter me, father-in-law. The Yang family has also had opportunities in their hundreds of years of inheritance. It's getting late. Would you like to stay at my Su family for the night? Yang Shichang was about to say yes, but was stopped by a look from Yang Zhao, looking as aggrieved as a 40-year-old child. I want to stay at Dongxi not just to chat with you, Mingwei, but also to give a gift to the Su family. I hope that our 2 families can become true family friends. Yang Yin patted his storage bag and took out a jade box, placing it on the tea table beside Su Mingwei. When Su Mingwei opened it, he saw a nondescript silver ore. Master Su, this is sunken silver, or a 1st-grade spiritual mine that can be used to refine inferior-grade artifacts. However, what is truly precious is the creatures within the sunken silver ore. Moi. Su Mingwei furrowed his brow slightly. Master Su, do not use your divine sense to probe. The spiritual insects inside are extremely sensitive to divine sense and may wake up because of it. These insects can devour spiritual iron and spiritual mines and are attracted to divine sense, biting the flesh and blood of human cultivators. Only jade objects can trap them. Your Yang family has such a terrible creature. Su Mingwei understood the horror of these spiritual insects after the introduction. Please rest assured, Master Su. They should still only be larvae, and there are only a few dozen of them. Any mid-stage chi refinement cultivator can easily trap them. Otherwise, my Yang family's ancestors would not have been able to trap them in this jade box of sunken silver ore. Su Mingwei's expression grew serious as he lightly tapped the tea table with his fingers, making a thump-thump sound as he pondered. Yang Zhao said, the ancestors of my Yang family collected this item in the hope that future generations could one day figure out a way to control these insects and use them for our Yang family. However, due to the disloyalty of the later generations, the Yang family gradually declined from a once top-tier 5th-grade family to the current 6th-grade family. After the Battle of Suzhou, my Yang family suffered severe losses, with barely 1 in 10 of the family's experts remaining, relying only on a few to hold up the facade. Su Mingwei sensed something was off. Father-in-law, why are you saying this? Now that I have become the head of the Yang family, if the Su family can accept this gift, I hope you do not hold past grievances against us and protect my Yang family. From now on, my Yang family is willing to be the Su family's foot soldiers and will not hesitate to follow any orders. Su Mingwei's eyes showed surprise. After pondering for a moment, he closed the jade box and pushed it back in front of Yang Zhao. This is not a trivial matter. I still need to discuss it with my father. Then I will wait here. Seeing Yang Zhao's determined attitude, Su Mingwei sighed slightly and said, someone go invite the grand elder over. Yes, family head. The guard at the door immediately cupped his fist in response. Shortly after, Su Chuan arrived accompanied by Su Mingyuan. Su Mingwei conveyed the matter to the 2 of them through his divine sense. Su Chuan glanced at the jade box and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. First, the Chang family produced the 1,000-year thunderstrike peach wood, and now the Yang family has trapped unknown spiritual insects in a jade box. Even if they are merely martial families, these centuries-old families should not be underestimated. Su Chuan smiled at Yang Zhao. Brother Yang. Brother Su. Yang Zhao hesitated for a moment, but still called him that way, knowing Su Chuan's character. Since he addressed him this way, he would not mind such a title. Today I do not know what wind is blowing through my Su family. The Chang family wants to fully commit to my Su family, and Brother Yang, your Yang family does as well. The Chang family and them. Su Chuan smiled, but said no more. Spiritual insects are quite rare in a way my Sioux family could try to tame them. I will accept this gift. However, I must state beforehand that since they belong to my Sioux family, if my Sioux family has any orders, the Yang family must execute them unconditionally, even if it costs lives. If there are any signs of rebellion, the clan will be exterminated. Moreover, I need the Yang family to be united. I have no interest in a family that is fragmented. A month later, I will send Ming Yuan to visit the Yang family. I hope that by then the Yang family will have only one voice. Thank you, Brother Su. Yang Zhao cupped his hands and then left with them. Yang Shichang was puzzled and asked, Father, why did you decide this? The Su family has always had a good relationship with our family, right? Yang Zhao said, but that is only our family, not the entire Yang family. Do you want to be independent? The child does not dare to do so, Yang Shichang said, lowering his head. Now that my Yang family follows the Su family, I bet that the Su family can suppress the Zhou family in the future and become the top family in Dawei. At that time, my Yang, the family's hopes for hundreds of years may finally be realized. At that moment, many heads of qi refining families couldn't help but tremble. Su Mingwei was slightly puzzled. Given the current status and strength of the Su family, they had no need for such. They are not vassals, but merely followers, in other words, just enforcers. In the Battle of Suzhou, although both families suffered losses, each family also gained. No destruction, no establishment. This time the Yang family should be able to recover their vitality and advance further. Acquiring various messages will be much easier. If we encounter urgent matters, we can let the two families take the lead to delay time, buying time for the Su family's experts to arrive. Su Mingyuan saw Su Mingwei in deep thought and smiled, saying, Elder brother, the Su family currently has the capability to annihilate the Yang and Chang families, especially since for at least 10 years the Su family can develop without too many concerns. When the 5 of us siblings all reach the pinnacle of qi refinement with your archery skills, Yun Nu's array skills, and Shui Ji's beast taming skills, we should be able to contend with foundation establishment and perhaps even have the opportunity to kill. By then, even if the Zhou family wants to deal with our Su family, they will have to consider whether they still have the luck from the Suzhou conflict. If the Su family hadn't stood with the Zhou family back, then the situation in Yuehu County might have been entirely different. Fei Xian Academy. Su Mingxian and Zhou Zongni exchanged glances. After a moment, Su Mingxian said, although we are united through marriage, the Su family's ethos is pure. Since my father's time, we have never treated women harshly. You can rest assured regarding childbirth. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. Zhou Zongni's eyes were like autumn water shimmering with light, and when she raised the corners of her eyes, there was a hint of surprise. It is my duty to ensure the Su family's lineage continues. I will not resist. However, my heart seeks the Tao of immortality. I have heard my father say you seek the same. Su Mingxian smiled lightly. My father named me Xian, hoping I could approach immortality, not to become a so-called immortal teacher in the mouths of the common people, but to truly become a powerful cultivator. That's wonderful. Zhou Zongni smiled gracefully. You and I are indeed kindred spirits, but your talent should surpass mine significantly, allowing you to go further than I. Su Mingxian slightly raised the corners of his lips, not elaborating on talent, but said, I will not concern myself with the Su family's mundane affairs. I only need to cultivate. You may also cultivate peacefully in the Su family's back residence. Zhou Zongni nodded slightly and looked at Su Mingxian's face. It's getting late, husband, let us rest for the day. All right. The next day, the newlywed couple served tea. Father, please drink tea. Zhou Zongni knelt on the mat, receiving the tea cup handed by the maid and offering it to Su Chuan. Su Chuan accepted it, lifted the tea lid, took a sip, and then the maid took it away. Mother, please drink tea. Good, good, good. Bai Jing smiled broadly and also took a sip. Then with a flick of his hand, Su Chuan produced a porcelain bottle. Ordinary families give silver to the bride as a form of elder subsidy to juniors. In our cultivation families, the value of silver diminishes greatly, yet we cannot discard the customs. Zoni, you are now at the 4th level of qi refinement. This bottle contains mid-grade qi nourishing pills, a gift from me and your mother to you. Mid-grade qi nourishing pills. Zhou Zongni opened her mouth slightly, her autumn-like eyes sparkling, but she politely declined. Father, this gift is too precious. Zongni cannot accept it. As the legitimate daughter of the Zhou family, her status was noble. Although she only had pseudo-spiritual root talent, she still had the chance to obtain mid-grade qi nourishing pills. However, to bestow an entire bottle, the Zhou family could not be so generous. The Su family is different from the Zhou family. Your Zhou family has thrived for hundreds of years with a population that is 100 times greater than that of the Su family. Naturally, you reserve the best for the descendants of families with higher talent. This is most beneficial for the development of the family. I also agree with your Zhou family's practices, but the Su family has just established itself as a cultivation family, with abundant resources, yet few practitioners. Even if they are not direct descendants of the Su family, they can still receive an entire bottle of qi nourishing pills. Moreover, you are my daughter-in-law, so there is no need for formality, just accept it. Thank you, Father, Zhou Zongni said as she took the porcelain bottle with both hands, and then stood up. Your calm demeanor and determination to pursue the Tao of immortality align perfectly with Yin Nu. I hope you two can support each other and build a loving relationship. Yes, Father. Both of them clasped their fists and bowed. Take it easy today, get to know the others first. You can resume your cultivation tomorrow. Su Chuan said with a faint smile, why are you all waiting outside? Come in and meet your sisters-in-law and fifth aunt. The door opened. Su Mingwei's family, Su Mingjuan's family, Su Mingshuan's family, and Su Mingzhu herself, a group of people rushed in. Greetings, Father, Grandfather. Greetings, Mother, Grandmother. Su Chuan said lightly, Mingxian, everyone is waiting for your introduction. Su Mingxian took Zhou Zongni to Su Mingwei and said, this is my elder brother Su Mingwei, and this is my sister-in-law Yang Ronghua. Greetings, elder brother and sister-in-law. This is my elder brother's eldest son Su Daizhao, second son Su Du, and third son Su Daiju, and eldest daughter Su Deliang, and second daughter Su Dijin. Su Dezhao and the others all cupped their fists in greetings, fifth aunt. Next were Su Minjuan's family and Su Mingshuan's family. Finally, it was Su Mingzhu. This is my fourth sister who is still unmarried, Su Mingxian said. Su Mingzhu immediately frowned and said, was it necessary to mention the second half of that sentence? This is the truth. I am married to Zongni, so I must be honest. Su Mingxian smiled lightly. Mingxian, don't be ridiculous. Bai Jing smiled and then said, Mingzhu and Mingxian are fraternal twins, but Mingzhu was born half an hour earlier. Although the siblings have quarreled since childhood, their relationship is the best. The daughter-in-law can see that. Zhou Zongni covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Su Mingzhu huffed, considering Zongni's presence, I will not argue with you today. All right, let's all go out for a stroll. Oh, don't linger in the room. Yes, Father. A fortnight later, Chang Haowen personally led people to Dongxi. At this moment, Dongxi was once again covered by a misty array, making it not easy to intrude casually. Master Su, I have gathered all the materials you need for the formula. Please take a look. Su Chuan glanced at the several boxes, nodded slightly. Indeed, it is correct. To gather 4 sets of materials in such a short time, the Chang family really has considerable depth. Would you like to wait half a day, or shall I send someone to deliver them to your Chang residence after I am finished? Only half a day. Chang Haowen was quite surprised. Then I will wait for half a day and my grandfather can recover sooner. Is the elder of the Chang family your grandfather? Exactly. Su Chuan nodded, then changed the subject. However, even if your grandfather recovers, he will only have a lifespan of about 10 more years. I understand my grandfather is already very old, but our Chang family cannot afford to lose this master's overwhelming deterrence at this time. Chang Haowen lowered his brow and nodded. Having more than 10 years as a buffer is sufficient. Just keep that in mind, but your Chang family is not a vassal of my Su family. Only by serving my Su family can you receive resource rewards. Unless your Chang family is in a life and death crisis, my Su family will not intervene recklessly. However, I can inform you that the Yang family also intends to follow my Su family, so the two families must turn hostility into friendship and move forward together. If you do not listen and cause too much disturbance, it is tantamount to betrayal. My Su family will not show mercy to any family. I understand, Chang Haowen said, bowing his head. You can wait here in the hall. Yes. Su Chuan waved his hand, putting away the wooden boxes from the guards, then soared into the air and went to Bihan Pool. The Breaking Evil pill has a difficulty of refinement similar to that of the Gathering Chi pill. However, this is also the first time Su Chuan is refining this pill. He selected the materials needed for the pill formula from the wooden box, added the last ingredient, and began refining according to the recipe he remembered. The first batch had slight flaws, yielding 2 inferior pills and 5 medium-quality pills. According to the degree of demonic energy corruption on the Chang family's elder, at least medium-quality pills are needed, and they must be taken for at least 7 days. Su Chuan decided and began to refine the second batch. This time there were no inferior pills, with 2 superior pills, and the remaining 7 being medium quality. If Su Chuan had tasted various herbs in advance and sorted out the changes in their properties, the first batch could have achieved the same results as the second batch. Seeing that there was still time, Su Chuan directly threw in the remaining 2 sets of Breaking Evil pill materials to refine. After finishing, he returned to the Su family mansion. He handed 2 porcelain bottles to Chang Haowen, who looked at the bottles in slight daze. Master Su, this. Your grandfather has been severely corrupted by Yin Sha energy. He needs to take 7 Breaking Evil pills, each at noon, under the sun for 7 consecutive days, to completely eliminate the Yin Sha energy. As for the other bottle, it is a reward from me to the Chang family for following us, containing a superior revitalizing pill, which should be taken after your grandfather's Yin Sha energy is removed. This can help repair the organs affected by Yin Sha energy. As long as you do not overexert, you might live an extra year or 2. Superior pill. Chang Haowen knew the value of superior pills. The Chang family had only obtained medium-quality pills in recent years. As for the revitalizing pill, he knew that it was a healing pill more precious than the jade dew pill suitable for use when recovering from injuries in latest chi refinement. It is rarely available in cultivation families. No wonder you are a Dan Master Superior to Zhou Sun, and my decision was indeed correct. Thank you, Master Su. From now on, do not call me Master Su, just call me Elder Su or Grand Elder. Thank you, Grand Elder. I shall take my leave now. Su Chuan nodded slightly. Chang Haowen immediately led the Chang family's guards back to the county city at night. More than 10 days later, the Chang family's elder fully recovered. The next day, Chang Haowen and the elder visited the Yang residence. Yang Zhao and Yang Wenfeng received them. After chatting for about 15 minutes, Yang Zhao and Yang Wenfeng saw Chang Haowen and the others off. A few days later, it was announced that the Yang and Chang families, after more than 100 years, would once again unite through marriage. Yang Ruifeng married the legitimate daughter of Chang Haowen, while Yang Ruijiao was also promised to Chang Haowen's legitimate son. This left many families puzzled. The Yang and Chang families, who had been at odds for over 100 years, suddenly reconciling was indeed strange. The dynamics among the martial arts families in Yuehu County changed due to the conflict between the Chang and Yang clans. Numerous 5th and 6th tier martial arts families banded together, fearing that being isolated would make them targets. Families below the 6th tier formed a force known as the Yuzhen Alliance, comprising many innate martial artists and over a dozen masters. Though most of the masters were in their early stages, even the peak Chang family would have to concede some ground. Not to mention the 5th and 6th tier families had all suffered a significant decline in strength due to the Battle of Suzhou. One of the founding families of the Yuzhen Alliance was the Zhong family. With the cooperation of more than a dozen 7th tier families, they capitalized on the current chaos in Yuehu County, rallying numerous smaller families to form a considerable force. In Xinjiang Dongxi, Su Mingyuan received news from Yuehu County, a playful smile appearing at the corners of his lips. The Yuzhen Alliance and the Zhong family, along with other 7th tier families, are indeed bold to seize the opportunity. The last Battle of Suzhou left both the 5th and 6th tier martial arts families, as well as the Immortal Cultivation families, in a state of disarray that would take at least a decade to recover from. The Immortal Cultivation families generally ignored the martial arts families unless there was a major conflict, as they saw little value in the resources they provided, and forming alliances would require enticing benefits. Their own resources are barely enough, so how could they afford to generously support others? A force without top-tier experts will ultimately struggle to endure. However, the Yuzhen Alliance has reminded my Su family that no matter which county or city martial arts families remain the majority, only when the time for battle arrives will they attempt to rally support, and that will be out of coercion, not out of willingness. Su Mingyuan's gaze flickered as he then sought out Su Mingwei. Mingyuan, do you intend to establish a power similar to the Yuzhen Alliance? Su Mingwei asked, revealing a contemplative expression. Indeed. We will have the Chang and Yang families take the lead first to dismantle and eradicate the so-called Yuzhen Alliance, and then create the Yuehu Martial Alliance, making the entire alliance serve my Su family. Of course, most martial alliance families will not realize that my Su family is secretly in control. Through the martial alliance, the resources my Su family acquires in martial herbs and common spiritual herbs will multiply compared to before, and we might even obtain 1 or 2 decent immortal cultivation resources. For instance, the Chang and Yang families have rare items that we cannot even produce ourselves. My Su family will only need to offer a fraction of martial resources, perhaps not even a tenth of what they supply. Most importantly, if in the future we also find ourselves at odds with the Zhou family, as in the Suzhou scenario, this Yuehu Martial Alliance will not be swayed by anyone other than us. Of course, I also believe that the Zhou family will not be our Su family's match in the future. This is merely a precaution. After a moment, Su Mingwei looked at Su Mingyuan and said, all right, let's proceed as you suggested, but we must insert people from my Su family's secret department into the Martial Alliance. That is inevitable. However, initially we will need to get our father's assistance to produce a large quantity of martial pills. Relying solely on the 3rd younger sibling may not suffice. I will discuss this with my father shortly. Thank you for your help, big brother, Su Mingyuan said, cupping his fists, and soon left Su Mingwei's study. After about a cup of tea's time, Su Mingwei visited Bihan Pond. He wanted to inform Su Chuan about this matter and discuss Su Dezio's marriage. A couple of days ago, Su Dezio had stepped into the path of immortality. Su Mingwei followed Su Chuan's advice and ultimately did not insist on Su Dezio following the same path as him. Currently, resources for the path of immortality are not lacking. Directly transitioning into the path of immortality at the 5th stage of chi refining is possible, and with slight familiarity, he can break into the 6th stage using pills. With true spiritual root qualifications, his cultivation will not be slow, and the subsequent bottlenecks will not require the slow grinding that ordinary cultivators endure. He can push through to complete chi refining. Mingyuan's idea is good. Just tell me how many martial pills you need when the time comes. You can also manage Dezio's matter. Yes, father. A few days later, news spread from Dongxi that Su Dezhou would hold his wedding in 2 months. Aside from the Su family's vassal families, only a few others were invited. It's not a marriage between families, it's just the younger generation getting married. If they had to broadly invite many families in Yuehu County every time, they would just be seen as a joke. As for inviting the Chong and Yang families, there is naturally a hidden intention to discuss the matters of the Yuehu martial alliance with them, as well as the soul imprisonment. Su Chuan had already achieved great success, and after some trials found it posed little danger to people. This time, he could take advantage of the wedding to set up restrictions, as everyone came to congratulate. The Su family sealed off the entire Dongxi with a mist formation and continued to develop discreetly. After Su dealing broke through to the 6th stage of Qi refining, Su Dezhou also became a 6th-stage Immortal cultivator. Time flew by. Before long, it was the day of Su Dezhou's wedding. The entire Dongxi seemed to have turned into a bustling sea of joy, filled with laughter and cheer. "Big brother, congratulations on your marriage to Sister Qingyi." Su Dehang cupped his fists. Su Dezhou nodded slightly. "Thank you, Dehang. You and Wu Tao will be soon, right? I heard from my second uncle that you will marry Wu Tao when you turn 18. Upon saying this, he glanced at Wu Tao. At this moment, Wu Tao had broken through to the 4th stage of Qi refining and felt somewhat flustered under Su Dezhou's unusual gaze. As for his feelings for Shin Qingyi, he had long since let go. They were indeed a match made in heaven, so why force himself into a situation that would only hurt him? Glancing at Su Dehang, he felt a sweetness in his heart. He already had a good girl by his side, why would he let that go? Su Dehang's face turned shy at his words with a hint of red at his ears, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "I won't speak with you anymore." As he spoke, he tugged at Wu Tao's sleeve and walked away. Wu Tao smiled faintly and also cupped his fists in congratulations before leaving. "It seems Dehang has taken a liking to Wu Tao." "Indeed," Shin Qingyi replied with a gentle smile. "Wu Tao, like me, has been nurtured by the Su family since childhood. He is indeed a good match." After a raucous group entered the wedding chamber, was soon left with just the two of them. Outside the chamber, a Zetan-wood table held a dragon and phoenix candle supported by a golden candlestick, with the left candle resembling a dragon spitting pearls, and the right one a phoenix holding flowers capable of burning until dawn, symbolizing everlasting brightness. It could also fight until dawn. The entire room was dominated by a bright red theme, with curtains, bedding, and window flowers, all featuring the 5 bats bestowing longevity embroidery, glowing with coral light under the candle. Red silk adorned the beams and golden hooks hung from the curtains, filling the room with a festive rosy hue. The bed was dressed with a mandarin duck playfully splashing water quilt, with shoe embroidery of phoenixes intertwined on the crimson satin surface, the corners embellished with pearl tassels that tumbled off at the slightest touch. Above the bed, a crimson gauze curtain hung with entwined floral designs embroidered along its edge. Incense balls hung at each corner of the bed, releasing a lingering fragrance of water incense and suha incense. Puff the candlelight suddenly crackled, sending ripples through their hearts. "My lady, shall we rest?" At this moment, Shin Qingyi's face flushed crimson, extending to her ears. She bowed her head, her voice barely a whisper. They spent an entire night in silence. Night turned to dawn, summer faded into winter, and in the blink of an eye, half a year passed. The once dominant Yuzhen alliance in Yuehu County crumbled. The first to fall were the top 3 families, including the Zhong family. The majority of the martial arts families that were once part of the Yuzhen alliance turned to join the Yuehu martial alliance, led by the Chong and Yang families. However, after the establishment of the Yuehu martial alliance, it seemed they had no intention of swallowing up the remaining families, laying low and developing discreetly. Nevertheless, the other families that banded together remained cautious. Should any disturbances arise, they would unite with other family forces to attack the Yuehu martial alliance. Yet the Yuehu martial alliance never gave them a chance. The county welcomed a period of relative peace. Unbeknownst to them, Su Chuan's 60th birthday approached. Though he had no intentions of holding a grand celebration, they simply had a family feast and accepted the blessings of their children and younger generations. More than a year later, Su Dezhou had a son named Su Chonghui. The I Ching states, "A gentleman governs the masses using obscurity to shine." Hui sounds like wisdom, representing the thought of hiding great intelligence within apparent foolishness. At the time of Su Chonghui's birth, Su Chuan noticed unusual activity in the family tree. A sweep of his divine sense revealed that a 4th page had suddenly appeared without the previous requirement of blood to record it. Now Su Chonghui's information appeared directly on the 4th page. Could it be that the Su family's ascension to an immortal cultivation family brought about a change in fortune, leading to the family tree's enhancement? Su Chonghui, 4th generation of the Su family, age 1, spiritual root, all 5 elements present, mixed spiritual root, qualification talent, none, bloodline top tier 9th grade, pseudo, fire virtue bloodline realm, none top tier 9th grade. Is it just a step away from becoming the fire virtue bloodline? Chuan pondered for a moment. It must be due to the blood qi refining furnace that the bloodline of Detsio's descendants hasn't thinned out, but has actually improved. Mixed spiritual root qualifications are also quite good. Once the innate 5 elements creation art is perfected, he can step into the path of immortality like Mingxian without needing to wait for spiritual root purification. Moreover, with such a top-tier martial bloodline, his martial cultivation speed will not be much slower than Detsio's. Soon the destiny and talents of the 4th generation were born. This was also what Chuan paid the most attention to. Bronze skin, iron bones, moon cold flowers, and shade, withering and flourishing life, and death. 100 refinements were their only 4 talents this time. Chuan pondered deeply, unable to control the birth of the family tree's destiny and talents. Moments later, just as he was about to examine carefully, Su Detsio brought Chonghui over, and Su Mingwei and Bai Jing also approached. "Grandfather, you should also hold Chonghui." Chuan smiled, gently nodding, as he took Su Chonghui into his arms and examined him closely. After crying and fussing, he was now sleeping soundly. "Little Hui go." Chuan teased a bit, smiling as he praised. He is indeed fortunate, and his qualifications are also quite good. He looked at Su Detsio, joking, "Your grandfather has 5 children, and your father also has 5 siblings. Let's see if you can continue this tradition." "Grandfather, you're making it difficult for me. Having children isn't something you can just wish for, and it's even harder for cultivators to give birth than for ordinary folks." Su Detsio smiled wryly. Everyone looked at Su Mingxian and his wife at this moment. At this time, Zhou Zoni suddenly said, "A few days ago, I sensed a life aura. I just didn't mention it to anyone planning to wait over a month." Good. Bai Jing said with a beaming smile. "Mingxian will also have descendants. You will have to take on the responsibility of a father in the future." "Yes, mother." Su Mingxian cupped his hands, and then took Zhou Zongni's hand, stroking it gently, softly, saying, "How come I didn't hear about this? I just recently noticed it, and my husband doesn't know yet either." The two exchanged smiles. Congratulations to the 5th brother. Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, and others congratulated Su Mingxian. Recently, it has truly been a series of joyful events. In 2 months, Jinger will also marry Wu Tao. My husband and I have discussed it and set the date for the 10th of May. Chuan calculated with his fingers and smiled. That's a good day. After the lively gathering, each family returned to their own courtyards. Chuan returned to his chamber and began to examine the various destinies and talents of the 4th generation. Bronze skin, iron bones. When martial arts reach the transformation stage, it can withstand the power of spells and even magical artifacts while possessing unparalleled strength. Moon cold flowers and shade. Women with this talent will have a physique leaning towards coldness. Practicing yin or cold attribute techniques will progress at an astonishing rate. Withering and flourishing life and death can control the life force of plants in the vicinity, promoting growth or inducing withering, allowing oneself to wither or rejuvenate, whether becoming youthful again or retaining one's youthful appearance. 100 refinements enhances the talent for artifact crafting, improving as one's proficiency in crafting increases. Bronze skin, iron bones. A talent in martial body refinement. Its power is beyond doubt. Moon cold flowers and shade improves cultivation attributes, and it should eventually form a special bloodline physique. Since it is most suitable for women, I should find someone among the 3rd or 4th generation. Withering and flourishing not only controls the life force of plants, but also governs the life and death of beings, likely a divine talent. If one can use it to create a spell, its power would undoubtedly be astonishing, potentially even affecting lifespan. Chuan did not hesitate much and decided to empower himself. Of course, this destiny and talent cannot be observed in effects overnight. Chuan would need to study it himself, and mastering the range of plant life also required his own efforts. 100 refinements is undoubtedly a crafting talent, improving with proficiency in crafting. Could it be a low-tier version of a permanent certification? Chuan furrowed his brows. Simply put, once his crafting skill reaches the level of producing low-grade magical artifacts, future attempts at crafting low-grade magical artifacts will see improvements in speed, success rate, and quality. However, it is impossible to achieve a 100% crafting success rate solely based on this talent. Ultimately, it still relies on one's own crafting proficiency. Additionally, it cannot reach the level of crafting above one's ability, but if one's crafting skill rises to the level of high-grade or top-tier magical artifacts, then one could craft excellent pieces among high-grade and top-tier magical artifacts. The further one goes, the greater the enhancement in artifact crafting. For the other talents, Chuan may need to wait or consider before bestowing them upon others. However, for this destiny talent, Chuan immediately decided on the candidate, Su Dealing. The true strongest genius of the Su family, and now she was learning artifact crafting under Wu Mingxing. After nearly 3 years, she had already stabilized her ability to craft low-grade magical artifacts. Her success rate was higher than that of Wu Mingxing's 3 apprentices. She was steady and did not rush to learn crafting of medium-grade artifacts, but continued to delve into low-grade artifacts and learn the crafting of other types. This approach even impressed Wu Mingxing, who stated that her future crafting skills would definitely surpass his own. The low-grade magical artifacts crafted by Su Dealing had gradually made their way onto the shelves of the 100 Refinement Workshop for sale. After all, the Su family had few immortal cultivators and did not require a large number of low-grade magical artifacts. Only magical robes, defensive artifacts, or special items would be brought into their treasury. Of course, Su Mingxian had not yet crafted any. Su Dealing faced significant challenges in mastering the crafting of various low-grade artifacts in a short time. With this 100 refinements destiny talent, the enhancement to her abilities will be immense, and it will benefit the Su family as well. What is making you smile, my husband? Are you happy for Detsio and the Su family? Bai Jing asked in surprise. Su Chuan looked over upon hearing this, smiling lightly of course. The next day he called for Su Dealing. The Baihan Pond. At Su Chuan's bamboo house. Master, you called for me. Su Deling settled cross-legged on the futon opposite Su Chuan. You are in the early stage of Qi refinement level 7. Su Chuan smiled faintly approvingly, saying, very good, you have lived up to my expectations. Thank you, master. Su Deling, now 16, had gradually matured. Her brows and eyes resembled sharpened frost blades, her pupils dark as lacquer with a hint of sharpness at the corners of her eyes. Her nose was like a hanging gallbladder, her lips thin and pale, exuding an innate elegance without any makeup. Dressed in a narrow-sleeved crimson robe embroidered with golden branches, her hair was tied up high in a ponytail bound by a deep red silk ribbon. At her waist hung a low-tier storage bag of dark gold. Her appearance was similar to that of her aunt Su Mingshu. It was no wonder, as she had mostly followed Su Mingshu since childhood and was naturally influenced by her. However, her features were slightly sharper, like the edge of a knife, more akin to Su Mingwei. Overall, her features resembled Yang Rong Hua, possessing an unparalleled beauty, graceful and unmatched. Did master call me to discuss marriage for yourself? Su Deling suddenly asked. Why would you think that? Su Chuan chuckled with a smile. Sister Jing probably also discussed marriage around this time. Then do you have someone in mind? Su Chuan asked, following her lead. Seeing her silence, Su Chuan realized with some understanding that this girl likely had someone she fancied. Su Deling had few interactions with men outside her family, and Wu Mingsheng's disciples were older. Linger lacked paternal affection and had no need to seek out men significantly older than herself. Could it be Wu Shunin? He was only a year older than Su Deling, and his appearance was quite outstanding with remarkable talent, but unfortunately, he lacked the aptitude for cultivation. Is it that rascal Wu Shunin? Su Chuan feigned anger, saying, how dare he provoke the pearl of my Su family? Truly bold. I shall have Elder Mingsheng break his legs right away. Master, no. Su Deling's expression changed, and she blurted out. But seeing Su Chuan's expression, knowing there was no real anger, she realized she had fallen for his trick, and blushed slightly, saying, Master, you are too mischievous. It truly is hard to keep a girl at home. Do you truly like Elder Mingsheng's grandson? Su Deling seemed to have made a decision, her expression resolute, as she nodded, saying, yes, master. Su Chuan sighed. You have truly caught me off guard. With your talent and the importance you hold for my Su family, your future can be entirely your own decision. Like your aunt, marriage is free. Who would have thought that I would inadvertently invite a wolf into the house? That rascal Wu Shun and is indeed not bad. It's only natural for a young girl like you to have feelings. Master, can I have the freedom to choose my own marriage? Otherwise, Su Chuan replied, in our Su clan, if someone with your talent is not valued, who else could be? A family of nobility will have favorites. My Su family prides itself on being more open-minded than many other noble families in the county city, yet we cannot allow every family member to act according to their whims. This would only bring ruin to the family. Su Deling nodded slightly at these words. Aristocratic children are naturally born with pride due to their lineage, and if not restrained, corruption is inevitable. Master, our Su family is already 10 or 100 times better than other noble families, all thanks to your efforts. Stop flattering me. Do you think this will persuade me? That's not enough. Master, did you not say I could make my own choices? It is so, but there is one condition: you can only take a husband, not marry out. If you can convince Wu Shun and or Elder Mingsheng, I will support it. If you cannot, your father will not agree either. But Elder Mingsheng only has one grandson. Would this not cut off the Wu family's lineage? Su Deling's expression slightly changed. Linger, when we aristocratic families develop, the primary consideration is our own interests. Only by safeguarding our own benefits can we consider others. Su Chuan said lightly. If you cannot understand this, then you have truly wasted the teachings of your father and aunt over the years. Su Deling immediately realized she had misspoken, bowing her head and saying, I'm sorry, master. Linger was inconsiderate. As the one with the strongest cultivation aptitude in the Su family, how could they allow her to marry out? Any aristocratic family would not allow it. Seeing her expression, Chuan sighed. Fine, if you can persuade those two, I can convince your father to allow you to have one child with Wu Shun and to inherit the Wu family. However, I still advise you to wait until your feelings with Wu Shun and are very stable before bringing it up. It's not that easy to have him marry in. Su Ling immediately smiled, lifting her head to look at Chuan. Thank you, master. Linger understands now. From now on, I will prioritize the Su family in everything. If I truly cannot be with Brother Shun, and I will not engage in childish entanglements. Good, this is the attitude that my Su family children should have. Chuan nodded slightly. I called you here for another matter. Recite this prayer for me. Su Ling immediately complied. Chuan subsequently empowered her with the 1,000 forgings. How is your learning of weapon refining going? Are there any difficulties? Is it just to recite it once? Su Ling was somewhat taken aback, thinking Chuan had some important instructions. However, she replied, I have nearly a 4,050 success rate in refining attack weapons and ordinary defensive tools, and I am currently learning to refine low-quality robes from my master. As for other things, Elder Ming Sheng did not know too much either. Linger planned to learn how to refine robes, then proceed to study mid-tier weapons. No hurry. Chuan shook his head slightly. The firmer your foundation, the further you can go in the future. The materials for low-quality artifacts can still be afforded by the Su family, and currently the clan does not require too many mid to upper quality artifacts. Therefore, what you need to do is to settle down and establish a solid foundation in weaponry. The Daozong building is not yet fully completed, but you can go find your father and say it's my order to have him copy all the weaponry texts collected by our Su family for you. Will that not take a long time? Su Ling was somewhat puzzled. Don't worry, the Su family should remain relatively stable for the next decade or so you can focus on your research. As for cultivation, I will prioritize providing you with high-quality qi gathering pills to ensure your cultivation speed does not slow down. Su Ling pondered for a moment, then no longer declined, cupping her hands and saying, Linger will strictly follow master's words. That's enough for now. Oh, just go find your father. Yes, master. Su Ling left the bamboo house unaware that from this moment on she possessed a talent for weapon refining that many could only dream of. Later she thought she was just accumulating strength until she realized her uniqueness while refining mid and upper quality artifacts. When Su Ling came to request weapon refining texts, Su Mingwei naturally would not refuse even without Chuan's instructions. In the blink of an eye, it was the 10th day of the 5th month. Su Jing married Wu Tao. The Wu family also had great joy in these days, although it was not as significant as the daughter of the Shun family. Marrying Su Zhao, Su Jing was still the eldest daughter of the Su family, and the minor detail of marrying in was naturally overlooked. After all, the Wu family did not need Wu Tao to inherit the family business. In recent years, even a couple of nephews had been born, and the younger siblings added 2 more, making the family quite prosperous. Su Mingyuan, as the father-in-law, naturally would not treat the Wu family poorly, selecting 2 with decent potential to join the Su family's training program. In August, Su Mingxian and Zhou Zong and I gave birth to a daughter named Su Diyu. Yue, meaning the bright moon of the same month, embodies the essence of the serene cold of the moon. Su Diyu, 3 generations of the Su family. Age 1. Spiritual root, all 5 elements, pseudo-spiritual root. Talent none. Bloodline 9th grade, bloodline pseudo can water bloodline. Realm none. Can water bloodline. Indeed, long-standing families often have special bloodlines, and can water belongs to the Yin aspect, which suits the moon cold flower Yin talent. Chuan pondered, temporarily listing Su Diyu as the top candidate for this destiny talent. Coincidentally, the Su family's Daozong also includes a foundational method for qi refinement called Tai Yin Yu Hua Ju, which is a top-tier Yin cold attribute method. From its name, it appears to be an ancient cultivation method. I estimate it was discovered by the Su family from some ancient cultivation cave. With the Su family's Daozong, the Su family's foundation has greatly strengthened. If relying solely on their own collection, it would likely take decades or even centuries to accumulate, like the Su family. Other qi refinement families only know that the Su family obtained 30% of the Su family's foundation, but they are unaware that the Su family has copies of all the Su family's Daozong. This is even more precious than 30% of the foundation. After all, Daozong can be passed down through generations, while resources will deplete if not managed, lasting at most 20 or 30 years. With the Su family's Daozong, the Su family members can greatly increase their learning of spells. In the past 2 years, Chuan has mastered several top-tier spells and has also dabbled in various mid to low-tier elemental spells. Relying on Heaven's Tao rewards diligence, and his powerful divine sense, even top-tier spells pose no challenge, and he can achieve mastery in 1 or 2 months at most. Others choose spells that resonate most with them to learn. The banquet for Su Diyu's full moon was also held, and the Su family invited the Zhou family as relatives. However, the Zhou family only sent a little over 10 people, such as Zhou Zong's parents, her brother and sister, and Zhou Sun. Zhou Sun stayed at the Su family for half a month after arriving before returning to the Zhou family. During this period, he sought Su Chuan's guidance on alchemy. With Zhou Sun's obsession with alchemy, he still hopes to stabilize the refinement of second-tier pills. After all, it is impossible for the resources for the cultivation of his family's ancestor to be entirely controlled by the Su family. This is not what the Zhou family desires. Su Chuan also understood this point. Moreover, with the resources he traded with the Zhou family, it is likely that they will not meet the needs of their ancestor, Zhou Qingfang. The accumulation of magical power is secondary. For Zhou Qingfang, the sooner he reaches the peak of the early foundation establishment stage, the sooner he can seek ways to break through bottlenecks. Originally, according to his own cultivation, it would take him over 30 years to reach the peak of the early foundation establishment stage. If he cannot break through the bottleneck, then his achievements will stop there. With Su Chuan providing him with true essence pills, the time needed to accumulate magical power can be shortened to under 20 years. After all, the Zhou family also needs considerable time to gather pill formula materials. Of course, Su Chuan only instructed them to gather materials. As for the actual pill formulas, he would not disclose them to the Zhou family. They would have to rely solely on the materials to figure out the real formulas. However, this is not what the Zhou family desires, is it? How about we make a trade between our two families? Zhou Sun frowned slightly upon hearing this. What kind of trade, Zhou Sun asked. Su Chuan smiled. Elder Zhou Sun, why pretend to be unaware? I know that your Zhou family must have some complaints about my control over your ancestors' cultivation. Any prominent family would eventually feel displeased with such a situation. Yet they are compelled to comply due to their limited alchemical skills. Moreover, Elder Zhou Sun should have the formula for the true essence pill right. Zhou Sun smiled as he stroked his beard. Su Daoyu, your insight is sharp and your mind meticulous. I admire you. Indeed, under the request of my ancestor, I attempted to deduce the pill formula based on the materials you had me collect for the Zhou family, but none were successful. Without knowing the correct proportions of the materials, it is likely that I will need a vast quantity of true essence pill materials to research the correct formula. Unfortunately, this is merely a vain hope for my Zhou family. Su Chuan replied indifferently. The formula for the true essence pill is indeed precious. Probably only the families above third rank in the imperial city have collections of it, and not every family has an alchemist capable of refining the true essence pill. Zhou Sun remained silent, listening quietly. The pill hall is backed by the Great Wei royal family, and naturally has various common pill formulas. But Su Daoyu, you must have made a vow of Dao heart. When learning such formulas, would you dare to break your oath and teach me? That would be impossible. Su Chuan smiled gently and continued. However, I unexpectedly discovered a formula similar to the true essence pill, which has about 60 to 70% of its efficacy, yet each formula requires only a third of the materials needed for the true essence pill. Elder Zhou Sun should understand what this implies. Su Chuan had already thought out this step when making a deal with the Zhou family earlier. After all, everyone has their ambitions. The Zhou family's ancestor lacks the pills for foundation establishment to enhance their cultivation, so they will surely agree to the trade with the Su family. However, as time passes, the insatiable desire will emerge and thoughts of insufficient progress in cultivation will arise. Controlling the resources for the ancestors' training is merely the first step. For Su Chuan, his true goal is the foundation establishment expert. What does Su Daoyu wish to obtain? Zhou Sun's expression turned serious. The proposition presented by Su Chuan was indeed tempting, compelling one to think further. A promise from your Zhou family's ancestor and some of your family's Dao scriptures. What kind of promise? Which Dao scriptures? I want the Zhou family's ancestor to promise that during his lifetime, unless my Su family actively invades the Zhou family, he shall not take action against my Su family and shall pledge to protect us. Aside from the ancestral heritage of your Zhou family, my Su family should be able to select some of the required Dao scriptures. After all, my Su family is just starting out, and our accumulation in this aspect is quite weak. Even if we acquire the Dao scriptures from the Su family, it is still better to have more. Though we may not use them often, in a few decades, or even 100 years, they may come in handy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sun fell silent again. Although the ancestor had said to treat the Su family with respect unless there was a life and death grudge, the world is unpredictable. Changes can occur in just a decade or two. Now, with the Su family demanding a vow from the ancestor once made, unless the ancestor abandons his own path, he cannot violate it. As for the Dao scriptures, the Su family has acquired hundreds of years' worth from the Su family and still desires the Zhou family scriptures. This demonstrates their farsightedness, as they have already set their sights on the future. Dao scriptures represent heritage and tradition. Although not all are useful, as Su Chuan said, one never knows when they might become useful. For instance, in the arts of weaponry, talismans, or even special cultivation techniques. If a related genius were to emerge within the clan, it could lead to an additional lineage of inheritance for the Zhou family. Just like him who has made significant achievements in alchemy growing up focused not only on his own alchemical studies, but also on vigorously training the Zhou family's own alchemists, ensuring that the knowledge can be passed down through generations. In the future, the Zhou family could even be known as an alchemical family. Su Chuan's training of Zhang Wanqing is part of this plan. This matter is significant, I cannot decide alone, but I will convey your thoughts to the ancestor. For my part, I hope our Zhou family can work together with your Su family for mutual benefit and support as we move forward together. I feel the same way. Su Chuan clasped his fists in respect. After speaking, Zhou Sun soared into the air, arriving at the cave stream boundary stone, and guided by the patrolling guards, exited the fog formation. Afterward, he flew with his sword, transforming into a streak of dark green light, heading towards the distant sky. Su Chuan dared to propose this trade because he had gauged the Zhou family's current attitude towards the Su family. The Su family is wary of the Zhou family, and it seems the Zhou family feels the same way, as their actions are filled with courtesy, as if intentionally fostering goodwill and investment. This is the mark of a wise individual. Everywhere there is a sense of plunder and slaughter, growth is ultimately limited. Today, if you covet the opportunities of another family and forcibly seize them, or even annihilate them, tomorrow when you are weak, you will surely be besieged. The Su family is a stark example. Even if they shone for a century or two in Moon Lake County, what good is it? In the end, they were still annihilated, and it is uncertain whether any of their bloodline remains. Everyone carries their own scale in their hearts, whether they are common folk or cultivators. If they maintain good relations with families that have benefited them, even if conflicts arise over the Tao, they are unlikely to be ruthless and annihilate all their bloodline. Because the world is unpredictable, they also hope that no one will treat them in such a manner in the future. Cultivation is a fight against fate and against others. It is a path against the heavens, yet it must also leave some leeway. With a probability of 60 to 70% if successful, the Su family will have no further worries in Moon Lake County for the next 100 years and can gradually shift their focus beyond Moon Lake County. With the back and stabilized, the Su family's development can proceed smoothly. Su Chuan's vision encompasses all the counties of Great Wei. Moon Lake County. Zhou family. Upon returning, Zhou Sun sought out Zhou Xiaoyuan, who smiled faintly and said, "Elder Zhou Sun, did you gain anything from the Su family this time?" "Indeed there is. Su Daoyu's alchemical skills are profound. 5 or 6 years ago, I could still glimpse his back, but now he gives me an unfathomable feeling. The deeper his alchemy, the more beneficial it is for our Zhou family. It is a pity that he is not an alchemist of our Zhou family. If our Zhou family had someone like him, we could aspire to be a third-rank family, or even a second-rank one." Zhou Sun nodded slightly. "Family head, let us go find the ancestor together. I have important matters to discuss." "Important matters?" "Concerning the future of our Su and Zhou families, as well as the situation in Moon Lake County." Seeing Zhou Sun's solemn expression, Zhou Xiaoyuan fell into contemplation, believing that Elder Zhou Sun would not speak lightly of such matters. After a moment, he raised his head and said seriously, "All right, I will go with you. The ancestor of the Zhou family is in seclusion." Upon hearing the voice, Zhou Qingfang woke from his meditation and looked towards the door of the quiet room, his eyes slightly pondering. He then waved his sleeve, sending a ray of light into the barrier of the quiet room. After a moment, the barrier dissipated and the door slowly opened. After Zhou Sun and Zhou Xiaoyuan entered, the door closed again and the barrier reactivated. "Ancestor." Both Zhou Xiaoyuan and Zhou Sun bowed to Zhou Qingfang. "No need for such formalities. Please sit." 2 cushions appeared on the ground, and the two did not hesitate to thank him before sitting cross-legged. "What business do you have with this old ancestor?" Zhou Qingfang looked at Zhou Xiaoyuan, thinking that he was the family head who had come to seek him. However, Zhou Xiaoyuan turned his gaze to Zhou Sun. Zhou Qingfang looked at Zhou Sun in surprise. "Is it you who has something to say?" After a moment, Zhou Sun sighed and said, "Su Chuan has proposed another trade." "Another trade?" Zhou Xiaoyuan's expression turned serious, his brows furrowing, seemingly dissatisfied. "Does he have excessive demands?" "Not at all." Zhou Sun replied. "What does he covet from our Zhou family?" Zhou Qingfang pondered. How dare Su Chuan be so audacious? Does he think he can fill the chasm?" Zhou Xiaoyuan immediately became angry. How long has it been since then, and he already wants to make excessive demands? "Xiaoyuan, do not be hasty. Let Zhou Sun finish his words." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyuan realized he had been impulsive. He immediately clasped his fists towards Zhou Qingfang, saying, "Ancestor, please forgive me." Xiaoyuan was rude. Then he fell silent. Zhou Sun took a deep breath and then looked directly at Zhou Qingfang, saying, "He has set his sights on you, ancestor, and on our Zhou family's Tao scriptures." Zhou Qingfang's pupils constricted, revealing a look of doubt as he pondered. Such actions do not seem to align with his usual style. After a pause, he added, "What gives Su Chuan the audacity to make such a request?" You also know that the formula for the true essence pill comes from the pill hall and cannot be taught to others without permission, yet he possesses a formula similar to the true essence pill, although only with 60 to 70% efficacy, requiring merely a third of the materials needed for the true essence pill. Though I have not seen it, I suspect the difficulty of refining it would be lower than that of the true essence pill, making it particularly suitable for our Zhou family's current situation. If we agree, our Zhou family could allow Su Chuan to teach us this formula, even quickly instructing me on how to refine this pill. In the future, I could also serve the ancestors' cultivation without being constrained by the Su family. Zhou Shaoan's eyes lit up. Zhou Qingfang serves as the Zhou family's protective umbrella. The larger this umbrella, the further the Zhou family can go. The Su family possesses such a formula, ancestor we. Zhou Qingfang interrupted Zhou Xiaoyuan from continuing, instead addressing Zhou Sun, saying please elaborate on what he desires. He wants your protection for the Su family during your lifetime, and unless the Su family actively invades the Zhou family, he must not take action against the Su family. Regarding the Tao scriptures aside from our Zhou family's ancestral heritage, he wants to select one or two from the rest. Upon hearing these terms, both Zhou Xiaoyuan and Zhou Qingfang fell into deep thought. They were not only considering the assistance this condition would provide to the Zhou family, but also weighing the benefits the Su family might gain from these, as well as the potential losses if the Zhou family used this formula to act against the Su family. In the quiet room, a full incense stick's worth of time passed. Zhou Shaoan's expression fluctuated, while Zhou Qingfang occasionally furrowed his brow, then relaxed. Zhou Sun, what is your opinion? Zhou Qingfang suddenly asked. I observe that Su Chuan's actions are intended to temporarily bind our Zhou family with them. He likely wants to develop the Su family without reservations. The Su family has Su Mingwei and Su Mingxin, two exceptionally talented individuals, and Su Chuan himself should not be underestimated. If we exclude the ancestor, our Zhou family merely has a numerical advantage, which cannot create a crushing force. Once the invisible pressure from the ancestor is gone, the Su family will have no further worries in Moon Lake County. Of course, if our Zhou family gains this formula, the ancestor may also reach the mid-foundation establishment stage within 20 to 30 years, and the stronger the ancestor becomes, the more beneficial it is for the growth of the Zhou family. Su Chuan must have considered many factors before proposing this mutually beneficial trade. Indeed, you are cautious at every step, Zhou Xiaoyuan sighed and said. If the ancestor truly agrees, the Su family would become a quasi-foundation establishment family, allowing them to act recklessly in Yuehu County. Zhou Qingfang pondered for a moment and suddenly laughed. Haha, I see now, Su family truly has great ambition. Zhou Xiaoyuan and Zhou Sun both looked over in surprise. Ancestor, have you perhaps seen through the true purpose behind the Su family's transaction? Zhou Qingfang's eyes sparkled as he looked at Zhou Xiaoyuan and said, you are not wrong. With my protection, the Su family would be equivalent to half a foundation establishment family in Yuehu County, free from worries. Thus, their true goal was never to compete with us families in Yuehu County. They have their sights set on surrounding counties and even the entire Great Way. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyuan gasped this. With Su Chuan's alchemy supplying the Su family is more than sufficient, they indeed have the resources to extend their ambitions to other counties. Zhou Sun pondered. And if they do not compete with other families and have the protection of our Zhou family, then on the surface no one would dare to trouble the Su family. Yuehu County is ultimately the Su family's stronghold. With such limited resources, competition among them would inevitably lead to mutual conflict. And Su Daoyu's move clearly indicates a desire to step out of the game of Yuehu County and stand alongside our Zhou family as equal players. Our Zhou family has already established itself as a foundation establishment family. If we only focus on Yuehu County, the resources we can gain will ultimately be limited. Therefore, they have long since disregarded the various qi practicing families in Yuehu County and have similarly turned their gaze towards the surrounding counties. Alchemy is their greatest strength, and it must be said that the Su family possesses the potential and ambition to divide Yuehu County with our Zhou family. Zhou Qingfang said, at this moment our Zhou family might be able to severely damage the Su family, but comparatively speaking, dominating Yuehu County alone is far less beneficial than sharing the world with the Su family. Otherwise, the ancestor of the Su family would not still be at the early stage of foundation establishment, even as his lifespan is nearing its end. If that is the case, then let us agree. A promise along with the freely reproducible Tao texts means that our Zhou family actually incurs no loss, and the same goes for the Su family. However, the impact it brings is profoundly significant. If the Su family had this kind of insight and demeanor, our Zhou family could only submit to them. Zhou Shaoan's eyes widened as he hesitated, saying, can we not attempt to swallow the Su family? Xiaoyan, you are being narrow-minded. Zhou Qingfang shook his head, his eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. Sitting at the position of the dominant family in Yuehu County, the praise from the heads of other families and the flattery from the elders in the clan has left you dizzy, hasn't it? If you cannot reflect properly, I may need to consider replacing the family head. Zhou Xiaoyuan felt a chill in his heart, and his body trembled slightly. Zhou Xinyu explained to him why this cannot be done. Once attempted, both sides will have no room left. Our Zhou family is not like the Yuan family. I dare say that the Yuan family is certainly no match for the Su family. The last time during the Ascension celebration, the Su family did not make a move because they did not wish to affect the current situation in Yuehu County and their own development. Simply put, they have not regarded them as a threat. And our Zhou family indeed has the possibility to severely injure or even eliminate the Su family. That is why the Su family would resort to 2 back-to-back transactions, gradually pulling our Zhou family closer and even assisting us. If our Zhou family had known from the beginning that the Su family possessed such a pill formula, we might have truly entertained the idea of swallowing them, but now it is perhaps not so easy. To attempt to swallow them regardless of the action, the Su family's shrewdness will surely mean they know the stakes. No matter what, our 2 families, Su and Zhou, cannot escape the curse of the Suzhou War. Only one family will remain in Yuehu County. Family head: the Su family is not just a newly promoted Qi practicing family in Yuehu County. Do not underestimate the connections of an alchemy master. If he is willing, he can even make many foundation establishment families lend their support. What does our Zhou family gain from eliminating the Su family? We cannot obtain the pill formula, and aside from the heavy losses among our family's disciples, we may even face encirclement by other families. The most valuable thing about the Su family has never been the 30% resources obtained from the Su family, the Tao texts, or the top-grade artifacts, but rather the people of the Su family, a top-tier alchemist in the Great Way, and 2 gifted cultivators. This foundation is already enough for the Su family to reach the level of our Zhou family. Therefore, it is best for our Zhou family to treat the Su family as a foundation establishment family to cultivate a good relationship. If we truly do as the Su family did to our Zhou family back then. Zhou's son reached this point and said no more. Zhou Xiaoyuan felt deeply regretful and then clasped his hands to the 2, saying, "Thank you, Elder Zhou's son, for your guidance. Thank you, Ancestor, for your teachings. I Xiaoyuan will remember these words and also inform the next family head of the Zhou family to ensure they maintain a good relationship with the Su family. There is no need to go overboard. Just treat them normally. The Su family does not need our Zhou family to interfere. They have their own pace. Our Zhou family only needs to focus on ourselves. Understood, Ancestor. Zhou's son, in a few days you should invite someone from the Su family to visit." Zhou's son clasped his hands and said, "Zhou's son understands." 2 days later, Su Chuan received Zhou Sen's reply and felt relieved. Thus, the Su family's plans could proceed as scheduled. As for who would go to the Zhou family, Su Chuan had already decided that he would go alone. Su Mingwei had now reached the 9th level of Qi practicing, yet he only revealed the 8th level to the outside world. However, this breath control technique could not be hidden from foundation establishment cultivators with divine sense. Several days later, Su Chuan arrived at the Zhou family, a sort of nostalgic visit. Zhou's son and Zhou Xiaoyuan personally came out to greet him, demonstrating the importance they placed on the Su family. Zhou family head Elder Zhou's son, Su Chuan, clasped his fists and said, "Elder Su, it has not been long since we last met." Zhou Xiaoyuan smiled slightly. "Haha, does the Zhou family not welcome me as a relative? How could that be? Even if we are not relatives, an alchemy master like Elder Su would be treated with respect in any foundation establishment family." Zhou's son stroked his beard and said, "Su Daoyo, let us go. The ancestor is already waiting for you." "I would not dare to keep the elder waiting." Su Chuan nodded respectfully, showing no hint of arrogance. After a while, Su Chuan followed the 2 through a circular archway where bamboo shadows slanted and revealed a glimpse of dark tiles and pink walls. This place was elegant and secluded, with many green bamboos planted. When the breeze passed, the leaves whispered to each other. A small bamboo house quietly stood there, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Its door bore a wooden plaque inscribed with Jingyuan, the characters bearing the elegance of Jin, lightly covered in moss, with carved wooden windows on either side adorned with ice cracks covered in plain silk. Sunlight filtered through the windows, sifting down like fragments of gold. Under the eaves hung a bronze bell. When the wind blew, the bell rang, and the sound lightened as it traveled over the bamboo treetops. "Elder Zhou's son and I will wait here. Elder Su may go in alone." Su Chuan clasped his hands and walked towards the bamboo house. Standing in front of the door, he bowed and said, "I, Su Chuan, have come to pay my respects." After a moment, a voice came from within the bamboo house. "Su Daoyo, please come in." Su Chuan pushed the door open and entered. He saw an old man with a frost-covered face and youthful appearance sitting cross-legged at a desk with an antique purple clay teapot and a 3-legged bronze incense burner placed upon it. The incense wafted gently, and the smoke curled upon reaching the beams, dispersing like light clouds. Beneath the west window lay a pearwood couch covered with a plain silk quilt. In the southern corner stood an antique shelf displaying ancient jade, old porcelain, and rare stones, each bearing the marks of time. Aside from that, there were no other furnishings in the room. "Please have a seat." Su Chuan sat cross-legged opposite Zhou Qingfang. Su Daoyu is truly dedicated to planning for the Su family. It impresses the old man greatly. Zhou Qingfang suddenly sighed. "Elder, you flatter me. How could our Su family compare to the Zhou family, which has become a foundation establishment family? Let us skip the pleasantries." Zhou Qingfang shook his head and chuckled. "Although I am not fully aware of the Su family's foundation, I can see that your sights have not been set on Yuehu County. Or rather, the Su family intends to focus their main efforts on other counties, while hoping our Zhou family serves as your protective umbrella. Am I right?" "You cannot hide this from the elder," Su Chuan admitted candidly. "This kind of boldness our Zhou family has never had. Though I do not know what confidence you possess, the foundation establishment families in each county are not easy to deal with." "I understand," Su Chuan nodded. "If foundation establishment cultivators take action against your Su family, I can intercede. However, if they intend to destroy your Su family, the old man will not put his life on the line for you." Su Chuan nodded again. "In that case today, I can establish a vow of Dao heart in your presence." Zhou Qingfang's eyes sparkled. "However, I also need you to make this vow in your lifetime. Unless our Zhou family actively schemes against and violates your Su family, you cannot take the initiative against our Zhou family. Can you agree?" Upon Zhou Qingfang's words, he had already regarded Su Chuan as an equal and viewed the Su family as a power on par with the Zhou family. Su Chuan worried about the Zhou family taking action against the Su family for decades, while Zhou Qingfang feared that after 100 years the Su family would no longer tolerate the Zhou family. "Then let us establish a non-aggression pact and offer mutual assistance as much as we can." "Good." The two parties immediately established a pact. Should either violate this vow, their own paths would be severed, suffering daily from inner demons. Zhou Qingfang sighed slightly. If only the Su family had been willing to do this back, then our two families would not have reached this point. I hope that in the future our two families will not end up like this. The Su family is not ungrateful. We will surely remember the elder's protective grace. Who protects whom, it remains to be seen. Zhou Qingfang revealed a meaningful smile. "I see that you young friends Su are still quite young. There may yet be opportunities for you to establish a foundation. Not everyone possesses the fortune of an elder. Simply relying on millennium spiritual herbs to break through the foundation establishment bottleneck has a very low probability. Are you seeking a foundation establishment pill? Does the elder have any connections?" Now that the Zhou family was no longer a shadow over the Su family, Su Chuan dared to express his desire for foundation establishment. In the past, our Zhou family could not access it, but now there is an opportunity to compete for it. Zhou Qingfang's eyes flickered. The threshold is too high. Only the disciples of foundation establishment families can participate, or perhaps a recommendation from a first or second-rate family. A first or second-rate family. Su Chuan pondered in his heart. Every 60 years there is a law conference where all foundation establishment families and forces send latest-stage Qi practicing cultivators to participate, primarily for combat. The top 100 can represent the Great Way in the competition for the Wuhua Secret Realm. The Wuhua Secret Realm is located at the junction of the Great Way, Great Liang, and Great Jin, and the three kingdoms have fought over it endlessly before agreeing to a ceasefire whereby every 60 years each can send 100 people inside to compete for resources. It is said that most of the foundation establishment pills in the three kingdoms come from here. Su Chuan frowned slightly and pondered. Then isn't this secret realm a meat grinder? That is also fitting. I have inquired, and our Great Way has never had more than 30 people come out of the secret realm. Sometimes it has been as few as 10. But even so, every 60 years each family will still send many of their clan's children to fight for it. At the very least, those who emerge with resources and rank among the top 10 in enemy kills can each receive a foundation establishment pill. The top 3 receive 3 foundation establishment pills each, and the top 5 receive 2 each. Only with a foundation establishment cultivator overseeing them can they avoid falling from the foundation establishment family status. But very few can actually achieve this, especially for a newly established foundation establishment family like ours. Many fell from their status after the loss of foundation establishment cultivators, and without backup their decline may be faster than ordinary Qi practicing families. Su Chuan nodded slightly. Wealth does not match status. Precisely. It is indeed wealth that does not match status. A foundation establishment family with a foundation built over centuries without a foundation establishment cultivator to protect the family will only become the prey of others. After becoming a foundation establishment family, the path becomes several times more arduous and perilous compared to Qi practicing families. Zhou Qingfang looked at Su Chuan and said calmly, If your Su family wishes to develop quickly, you will similarly face this kind of encounter. Su Chuan pondered for a moment upon hearing this, and asked, the Wuhua secret realm is said to be a place where foundation establishment pills grow. It must be a place rich in spiritual energy. One can imagine it is extraordinary. Zhou Qingfang was rather surprised, not expecting Su Chuan to think of this layer. No wonder you are an alchemy master. Zhou Qingfang smiled faintly. As for the origins of the Wuhua secret realm, I am not sure, but it is said that the environment inside is indeed different from the outside and still retains some ancient remnants. The secret realm is rich in spiritual energy. With millennium spiritual herbs to assist, it can even increase the chances of breaking through foundation establishment by 1 or 2%. It is rumored that there are family disciples who specifically carry millennium spiritual herbs to enter and attempt to break through foundation establishment. Moreover, someone has indeed succeeded. They even secured one of the top 3 spots in that Wuhua trial, significantly boosting their family's foundation, rising from a newly established 4th-rate family to a 3rd-rate family in just 2 to 3 decades. Of course, the success rate is extremely low. To date, only 1 or 2 have succeeded. May I ask, Elder, when will the next law conference begin? Zhou Qingfang smiled lightly and replied without reservation, in 23 years. The Wuhua Law Conference cannot assist the Su family. To gain qualifications, either the Su family must be promoted to 4th rate during this time, or they must obtain a recommendation from a 1st or 2nd-rate family. Thank you, Elder. Su Chuan clasped his hands in gratitude. As for selecting the Dao text, just let Xiaoyuan and Zhou Sun take you there. Su Chuan nodded slightly. Let us stop here for today. I take my leave. Su Chuan stood up, performed a bow, and then left the bamboo house. After coming out, he passed through the semicircular archway, where Zhou Sun and Zhou Xiaoyuan were still waiting. Su Daoyou, how was your conversation with the ancestor? It was quite fruitful. In that case, let us go to the library. Our Zhou family has already categorized everything. Zhou Xiaoyuan said. Since Su Chuan could walk out of the bamboo house, it certainly meant that he had signed a non-aggression pact with their ancestor. With this pact in place, the Su and Zhou families could develop independently, offering assistance as much as possible with essentially no competition between them. Thus, Zhou Xiaoyuan felt a sense of relief. As long as it wasn't the family's heritage, sending some Dao texts to the Su family would not be a problem. Moreover, he guessed that Su Chuan would not choose too many. After all, his Su family had also received Dao texts from the Su family. The Zhou family might have some differences, but the differences would not be too great. Both of them stayed close to Su Chuan's side, and he did not mind choosing 2 or 3 relatively rare ice techniques and some unique cultivation techniques. Aside from the miscellaneous discussions of cultivation in the Great Way, he chose nothing else. This is not as common as the 5 elements techniques. Not every family would keep it in their collection. Zhou Xiaoyuan smiled and said, in that case, my Zhou family's promise to your Su family ends here. The rest depends on the sincerity of the Su family. That is only natural, Su Chuan replied calmly. This is a pill recipe. As he spoke, he waved his right hand over the storage bag, and a pill recipe flew out, landing in Zhou Sen's hand. Elder Zhou Sun can study it at his leisure. If there are any questions, feel free to come to Dongxi to consult me, Su. Of course, do remember to bring some materials for the pill recipe. If guidance is needed, it is indeed more intuitive and convenient to refine pills directly. Furthermore, regarding the transaction of Jinyuan pills, if the Zhou family wants to continue, they can send someone after gathering the materials. This will remain valid for a long time. Zhou Sun nodded in acknowledgement after finishing reading. Zhou Xiaoyuan smiled and said, Elder Su has helped my Zhou family greatly. We will remember this kindness. Would you like to take a stroll around my Zhou family? Thank you for your hospitality, Zhou family head. Su Chuan shook his head and said, there are matters in the clan that require my attention, so I cannot stay long. Then let me see you off, Elder Su. Su Chuan did not decline. It was only after Su Chuan left the Zhou family flying away on his sword that Zhou Xiaoyuan asked, Elder Zhou Sun, how is that pill recipe? The efficacy cannot be verified yet, but judging by the value of its materials, it is indeed about 1/3 cheaper than the Jinyuan materials we previously collected. Even lower, as some of the materials are also grown in our Zhou family's medicinal garden. That is good. The ancestors and you value the Su family quite highly. It is indeed the best outcome for my Zhou family to get along with them like this. Zhou Sun nodded with a smile, stroking his beard. What the family head said is exactly right. Back at the Su family, life returned to tranquility for Su Chuan. He began cultivating spirit rice, researching new pill recipes, taking time to guide Zhang Wanqing in pill refining, and practicing spells and secret arts. Spells were generally not challenging for Su Chuan. His main focus was on the 9 flames technique. Since reaching the 7th flame level, he had not made much significant progress for a long time. This secret method was far more difficult than any spell or secret arts Su Chuan had studied. In addition, he researched the fate talent of withering and flourishing. He had already gained some insights. The successful cultivation of medium-grade spirit rice and crystal rice was largely thanks to this special talent. Initially, he had requested all grades of spirit rice seeds from the Immortal supervisor. The Huangliang rice was obtained earlier from the Su family, and the cultivation difficulty was not high. The blood rice was also a low-grade spirit rice successfully cultivated in about a month or two. As for the crystal rice, it was only after Su Chuan initially mastered withering and flourishing that he was able to cultivate it properly. Only the dragon tooth rice seemed to require not just vitality, but also a certain concentration of spiritual energy along with the essence or blood of a flood dragon. Due to the high difficulty in cultivation, Su Chuan could only temporarily set it aside. Currently, the Su family had 100 acres of Huangliang rice fields, 300 acres of blood rice, and 10 acres of crystal rice fields. The reason so much blood rice could be cultivated was mainly that it requires less spiritual energy compared to Huangliang rice and crystal rice, and it benefits more from vitality. This also provided Su Chuan's withering and flourishing talent with greater potential. Furthermore, this spirit rice greatly benefits martial artists' cultivation, and since the Su family currently has many martial artists, it is only natural to plant more blood rice. The other two types of spirit rice were not due to Su Chuan's unwillingness to plant more nor a lack of ability, but rather due to the limitations of spiritual energy concentration. The 3 spirit fields were currently covered by spirit gathering formations. As time passed, the concentration of spiritual energy around the spirit fields would rise again, allowing for the reclamation of several acres. At that point, there would still be nearly 10 months until the Su family submits the spirit rice tax for the first time. As for the spirit rice, the Su family had naturally prepared well in advance. Even without cultivating spirit fields, the amount obtained from the Su family would be enough to pay the spirit rice tax for over a decade. Of course, Su Chuan was unsure if Chuan rice would suffice, so he planned to prepare for both scenarios. Submitting spirit rice would not involve going to the imperial city, but rather gathering at the foundation establishment families, at which time the imperial city's spirit tax envoys would come to collect. The same applies to other county towns. Half a month later, the Su family convened a clan meeting. All cultivators were present. Elder Mingsheng, how is your research on high-quality magical weapons going? Su Chuan asked calmly. It's going well. In another year or so, I should achieve the level of crafting high-quality magical weapons, but to meet your original requirements, it may still be insufficient. Su Chuan understood that Wu Mingxing was referring to the most common type of high-quality magical weapon, the flying sword, while he originally wanted a high-quality bow that suited Su Mingwei. At that time, Wu Mingxing's success rate in crafting such sets of bows was low. He only succeeded once in crafting medium-grade ones. Now, crafting a high-quality set of bows would likely require familiarity with high-quality magical weapons to a certain extent. Seeing Su Chuan remain silent, Wu Mingxing clasped his fists and said, I feel ashamed for not fulfilling the elder's request. Cultivating in various arts is not easily improved. Elder Mingxing, your ability to reach this point through your own exploration shows considerable talent. After a pause, he continued, Elder Mingsheng, you may continue your research, but do not attempt it lightly, without at least 70 or 80% confidence. Although this elder does not craft weapons, alchemy and weapon crafting share common ground, the firmer the foundation, the easier it will be to learn higher-level weapon crafting. Wu Mingxing seemed to ponder this, and after a moment of silence, he clasped his fists and said, I have been taught, I will certainly go back and review the basics of weapon crafting thoroughly. Su Chuan nodded slightly and turned to Wu De and the others, saying, How is the operation of the weapon shop? Without the master overseeing, we only sell low-grade magical weapons, so we can barely manage. Su Chuan frowned slightly and said, You 3 should spend more time on cultivation and researching magical weapons. If it truly does not work out, then change paths. There is no need to stubbornly stick to weapon crafting. Please guide me, Great Elder, Wu De asked with clasped fists. One must at least have a stable ability to craft medium-grade magical weapons. If there is no confidence, it is better to give up early. My Su family has other places to utilize talents. We understand. Su Chuan's gaze swept over Zhang Wanqing, lingering for a moment before moving to another person. He often guided her, so he was naturally aware of Zhang Wanqing's level in alchemy. Currently, the Qi induction pill and innate martial pill can maintain a pill formation rate of over 50%, and she has begun to refine the master martial pill. However, the master martial pill presents a significantly higher difficulty compared to other pills, and improving the pill formation rate is not something that can be accomplished in a month or two. As for matters related to Su Mingzhu controlling spirit insects and Su Mingyuan cultivating the dark forces, they were not suitable to discuss openly. After a moment, Su Chuan asked, How is the family reconstruction going? This matter is being handled by me and my third brother. The Dao scripture building has been completed and has been set up with formations. Only those with special tokens can enter and exit, but we are still lacking a person to oversee it. I think fifth brother can take on this role temporarily. I second the elder brother's opinion, Su Mingyuan said. I agree as well. Su Chuan looked at Su Mingxian and said, then you will oversee it for now, we can replace you with a more suitable candidate later. Yes, great elder. Su Mingxian nodded. The other paths, the mountain road, and the new residence on the mountain are nearing completion. The new medicinal garden has also been completed, divided into 2 areas: mundane medicinal materials and cultivation spiritual medicines. In about 3 months, the cultivators of the Su family and their parents and children will be able to move to the mountain. From then on, the immortal and mundane will be separated. Su Chuan nodded slightly and added, how is the discipline hall's disciplinary team? The disciplinary team originated from the family's guard team, Su Mingyuan said slowly. We selected and transferred its elite members to form 2 disciplinary teams, one led by a master with members all at the mid to late stage of innate responsible for patrolling and inspecting the mountain. The other team is led by an innate with all members at the peak of the acquired stage responsible for patrolling and inspecting down the mountain. In the future, as the number of cultivators increases, the mountain's disciplinary team can be led by cultivators, but they must reach at least the 4th layer of qi refinement. For now, let it be this way. Su Chuan glanced around and said calmly, are there any other matters to discuss? Su Mingwei said, regarding the matters of the Elder Hall, I suggest that only those at the 9th layer of qi refinement can be nominated as elders. If over 70% pass, they can enter the Elder Hall and receive the Elder's token. In addition, fully realized masters can also be nominated. Of course, whether they are fully realized martial artists or qi refinement practitioners at the 9th layer, it depends on their character and their contributions to the family. Wu Mingxing and a few others looked surprised. Cultivators are held in high regard. They had never heard of any family granting martial artists equal opportunities as themselves. Su Chuan looked at the others and asked, what do you all think? Su Mingyuan said, I second that. Su Mingxuan, Su Mingzhu, and Su Mingxian all expressed agreement. Elder Mingxing, what is your opinion? You all have united in your opinion. What more can I say? This is a good thing. Those above the innate level are also a considerable force. Wu Mingsheng replied with a faint smile. Then this matter is settled. Su Chuan continued, in 3 months all halls must be completed. The Elder Hall and Immortal Arts Hall will be established on the mountain, while the Disciplinary Hall, Task Hall, and Battle Hall need to be established both on and off the mountain. Mingwei, Mingxuan, do you have any issues? No issues, the 2 replied in unison. In 3 months, all halls will officially recruit personnel. Martial artists at the peak of the acquired stage and cultivators at the mid-stage of qi refinement can apply to join. Those below these 2 realms will receive a certain amount of cultivation resources monthly based on their qualifications and progress. As for those who have not joined any halls, they will need to take on tasks to accumulate family contribution points, which can be exchanged for cultivation resources. The tasks of the task hall can also be issued by any elder, and the rewards can be provided by themselves. In addition to family contribution points, task rewards can also include pills, spirit stones, spiritual medicines, magical weapons, techniques, and so on. Mingwei, you need to communicate frequently with Mingxian about the family's various resources. Whatever is in short supply can be released as family tasks in the task hall. Currently, these are all preliminary creations. The elders of each hall should observe closely. If there are any unsuitable aspects or better suggestions, they can be brought up in the elder meetings. Disciples of each hall should report suggestions to the hall masters or a certain elder. Any disciple whose suggestion is adopted will receive appropriate contribution points or resources from the family. This move is indeed brilliant. Wu Mingxing secretly marveled. Gathering everyone's strength to improve the system also provides a pathway for some family disciples to obtain resources. He could clearly sense the Su family's vibrant energy, and their future was limitless. From now on, the elder meetings will be held once a month. If busy, the elders may not attend. Before the annual festival, participation in the Grand Assembly is mandatory to summarize the year's affairs. If one tries to evade, I will consider removing them from the Elder Hall. Yes, Grand Elder. This council meeting is concluded. De Ling and Ming Shu, you 2 stay, the rest may disperse. Once the others left, Su Mingshu curiously asked, Father, why did you keep me and linger here? Su De Ling also looked at Su Chuan with curiosity. Su Chuan smiled gently and said, I wanted to ask about your progress. Linger, how have you been with your weapon forging? So it was about this. Su De Ling smiled brightly. It's strange, grandfather. Over the past year, I seem to have had an epiphany. My failure rate in forging low-grade magical tools used to be around 40 to 50%, but recently my success rate has exceeded 80 to 90%. 80 to 90%. Su Mingshu gasped. Little Linger, is this true? Even if it's a low-grade magical tool, this is quite impressive. If you were a seasoned master at forging, it might be normal. Su De Ling raised her delicate face. Andy, how could I speak falsely in front of grandfather? Su Chuan was not surprised. He smiled and nodded. Indeed, aside from your father and a few uncles, this matter should not be spoken of to others. You won't need to forge in large quantities by focus on the research of various low-grade magical tools. You may even expand your imagination to create special magical tools such as those that integrate offense and defense, restraining and sealing spiritual power, heavy as 1,000 pounds yet light as a feather for the user. As members of the Su family, we need not be bound by what is recorded in ancient texts. As the saying goes, the ancestors are not to be relied upon, and the heavenly path is not to be feared. In this current era, our forging skills may not be inferior to those of ancient practitioners. Su Deling's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Su Chuan's words seemed to open a door to a new world for her. Your fifth uncle is researching formations and also wishes to carve out his own unique battle formation path. Father, what is a battle formation? Su Mingshu asked in surprise. A thought can form a formation of formations, can trap, defend, attack, or conceal. This requires simplifying various formations, allowing one's heart to move with intention. This. Su Mingshu was shocked and didn't know how to respond. Fifth uncle truly has great ambition. Linger must learn from him. Su Chuan nodded slightly and then looked at Su Mingshu. What about you? Can you tame the spiritual insects from the heavy silver or sent by the Yang family? Upon mentioning herself, Su Mingshu became spirited and proudly replied, of course. Even without the half copy of the insect control scripture, I am confident in taming them. The intelligence of spiritual insects seems to be lower than that of ordinary spiritual beasts or monsters. But can you set up restrictions? Yes, Su Mingshu nodded, including for Xiao Bai and the others. According to the insect control scripture, those spiritual insects should belong to the ancient rare iron-eating flying ants. These ants have only one pair of wings in their juvenile stage and can only grow by consuming various spiritual iron ores. In adulthood, they can have 2 pairs of wings. A pair of iron-eating flying ants can grow to a level comparable to the peak of chi refinement. To become stronger, they must evolve to develop a 3rd pair of wings. Achieving this is not easy, if it requires a large amount of second-tier spiritual or spiritual iron and even 3rd-tier ones. Auntie is nurturing these spiritual insects, so resource-intensive. Su Mingshu smiled as she looked at Su Deling. Ordinary spiritual insects shouldn't be this costly, but iron-eating flying ants are indeed ancient rare insects. Spiritual insects are not known for their individual strength, but for their swarm tactics. Linger, imagine if these spiritual insects reach the dual-wing stage, and there are thousands of them. Even the weakest iron-eating flying ant would possess the strength of chi refinement at levels 5 or 6, while the strongest could reach the peak of chi refinement. Moreover, these spiritual insects have sturdy bodies. Even as larvae, after consuming considerable amounts of spiritual iron, they can withstand attacks from magical tools. I estimate that the dual wings can be cultivated to the limit, and they should be able to withstand high-grade magical tools. If your ant commands this swarm of flying insects, those at the early to mid stages of foundation establishment would probably have to flee. Su Deling envisioned this scene in her mind, and the sight of it made her tremble slightly. Indeed, that's terrifying. The Su family currently lacks such resources. You must control the reproduction of the iron-eating flying ants. Father, the reproduction of iron-eating flying ants is not as simple as you think. Su Mingshu said with a bitter smile. The insect control scripture also doesn't mention this. I suspect it requires some special items, or that they will reproduce on their own after reaching a certain growth stage. In any case, we need to experiment gradually. I see now. Su Chuan suddenly felt it made sense. If ancient rare insects could easily be cultivated to thousands, even if they were all larvae, they would be nearly invincible during the chi refinement stage. Just manage it as you see fit. Currently, no one in the clan can assist you with this. Daughter understands. You can have your 3rd brother issue a long-term family task to collect various iron ores and spiritual iron. This will all be used for nurturing the iron-eating flying ants, and you can also raise a head ant. Spiritual insects generally operate under a head ant controlling the swarm, similar to the relationship between a queen bee and worker bees. Su Mingshu seemed to ponder this and nodded again. What father said makes sense. Su Deling's eyes sparkled with admiration and respect. She felt that Su Chuan seemed to know everything, and even if he wasn't skilled in forging or insect control, he could still guide her and her aunt. By the way, father, have you recently researched pills for spiritual beasts? Xiao Bai and the others are not like the iron-eating flying ants. They also need pills to grow quickly. Whether it be the Qi Jintong White Tiger or the Qinghua Eagle Trio, Su Mingshu regarded them as family and naturally did not want to see them treated poorly. Spiritual beasts can consume spiritual herbs to grow rapidly, similar to us cultivators, but our Su family lacks such resources. Let's provide them with a monthly allowance instead. There should also be a task to patrol the Broken Tooth Mountain range. If there are traces of spiritual herbs or monsters, report back. Staying idle for too long will foster laziness. Thank you, father. Now Xiao Bai and the others would also have a secure living. Whether it's your progress in weaponry, Linger, or your progress in insect control, Mingshu, this must not be disclosed completely to outsiders. Only Ming Wei and a few others, including me, may know. Understood. Yes, father, grandfather. All right, you may leave now. After the two departed, Su Chuan also returned to the bamboo house by the Baihan Pond. Su Chuan could be said to be the busiest in the Su family. He is currently in charge of the spiritual fields and spiritual rice, as well as the planting of spiritual medicines. Research on new pill formulas, his own cultivation of spells and secret techniques, along with resources for those above the 7th level of Qi refinement, all rely on him. Among them, once he cultivates the insights from spiritual rice planting, he can find someone to take over. The same goes for spiritual medicine planting, but all require time. The Su family is in its early stages, and core members like Su Chuan, Su Ming Wei, and Su Ming Yuan each hold multiple responsibilities. During this council meeting, news spread throughout Dongxi and even to the vassal families in various counties. The Su family also issued a public announcement. In 3 months, the separation between immortals and mortals will occur. Practitioners will relocate to the mountains, and their parents and children may also relocate if they wish. The family halls will officially be in use, and there will be a battle hall, a discipline hall, and a task hall at the foot of the mountain for warriors to join and select tasks. This announcement caused a stir in Dongxi village and among various vassal families. They understood that the phase of free cultivation was over and the subsequent resources would be obtained through family contributions. The stronger the family, the more resources they would acquire. However, for families with outstanding qualifications, every 3 years they may select 1 or 2 individuals to send to Dongxi for cultivation until they reach the innate stage. Given the capabilities of the vassal families, they could currently cultivate on their own. However, the remaining family members would inevitably face resource shortages, which would hinder family development. Of course, this matter is entirely voluntary for each family. Over the past decade of cultivation, nearly every vassal family has produced 1 or 2 innate practitioners. The Li family in particular has produced a master warrior like Li Ji. The Su family has also laid a solid foundation for them, fulfilling their obligations to the utmost. The future rise or fall of the family will depend on their own development. Time flows on. 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. A grand formation was established, isolating the areas above and below the mountain. The mountain refers not to a single peak, but to several mountains surrounding the Baihan Pond. As the control core of the grand formation, only Su Chuan, Su Ming Xian, and the head of the Su family may enter thereafter. No one else has the authority to intrude. A stone path leads upwards along the staircase. There are 3 forks, one of which leads to the Baihan Pond. One leads to the new residence of the Su family and the living quarters for other practitioners, while future expansions will also occur in this vicinity. The last path leads to 5 halls: the Elder Hall, Discipline Hall, Battle Hall, Task Hall, and Immortal Arts Hall. Each occupies a small hill and is covered by formations. Aside from the personnel of each hall, only elders have the authority to pass through the formation barriers freely. At the entrance of the formation, there are 2 innate warriors on guard. At this moment, individuals from the vassal families are rushing towards the task hall to receive tasks. Currently, there are 5 long-term tasks at the task hall. The first is to find various ores, including spiritual ores. The second is to collect spiritual herbs. The third is to gather immortal path classics and secret techniques. The fourth is to collect materials from monsters. And the fifth is to recruit practitioners. If any vassal family produces disciples with cultivation qualifications and sends them to the Su family, they can receive resource rewards. The entry requirement for the battle hall is the lowest. One only needs to be at the innate level or above the 4th level of Qi refinement. It primarily cultivates talents in combat and also accepts patrols, guards, and various combat-related tasks. Next is the task hall, which mainly updates daily tasks and checks task completion. The tasks are easy but have a limit on the number of recruits. Currently, only 10 people are being accepted. The discipline hall requires passing an assessment and mostly consists of loyal members of the Su family, individuals with calm personalities and strict law enforcers. The Immortal Arts Hall is basically unrelated to ordinary martial artists. On the stone staircase, the younger generation of the Su family is grouped in 2s and 3s heading towards the various halls. Eldest brother, which hall do you plan to join? Su Dowen looked curiously at Su Dezhao. I should join the battle hall. That makes sense, after all, father is the master of the battle hall. Su Dowen nodded. It's not just that, it's about whether one is suited for it. The others are the same. Su Dezhao explained to his younger siblings. If you want an easy time, you can join the task hall, where you basically won't leave the family. If you're keen on fighting and combat, you can join the battle hall. If you wish to uphold the family's laws and punish those who are corrupt, you can join the discipline hall. It's not just because your father is the head of a hall that you should join that hall. The halls are not all of one lineage. The establishment of hall leaders by grandfather was merely due to our Su family's initial shortage of personnel. What my elder brother imparts is true, Su Deheng suddenly said. Everyone should contemplate what they wish to do in the future rather than whimsically joining in just for fun. This is no joke. Even you, if you so casually disregard the family rules, will face severe punishment, and your parents will also be shamed. After getting married, Su Deheng has matured considerably. Su Duan pondered for a moment, and said, then I shall join the discipline hall. I have long been arranged by grandfather to enter the Immortal Arts Hall. Su Delying spread her hands, feigning helplessness, and said, third sister, if I had talent in cultivation, I would gladly join the Immortal Arts Hall. Su Dejuan spoke up. Currently, he is only at the peak of a second-rate martial artist, unable to join any of the halls. Most others are in similar situations, having come here out of curiosity to explore the halls. As direct descendants of the Su family, they naturally have this qualification. Those truly selecting their halls are only Su Dezhao and his wife, Su Duan, Su Delying, Su Deheng, and a few others. Su Deheng just reached the peak of a postnatal martial artist a couple of months ago. With his well-rounded talent, it won't take long, and with the help of Qi induction pills, he will soon step into the innate realm. Elder sister-in-law, which hall do you plan to enter? Su Delying curiously looked at Shun Qingyi, who was beside Su Dezhao. I wish to learn alchemy from the elder and third aunt, but I fear I lack the talent for it. It's a good choice. Grandfather is very skilled at teaching, and elder sister-in-law, you will surely become an alchemist. And you, Wu Tao? Su Delying looked at Wu Tao again. My cultivation talent is relatively low, so in preparing to join the Immortal Arts Hall first to see if I have any talent for alchemy, artifact forging, or formations. If not, I will join the discipline hall. Then Sister Jing will definitely join the discipline hall. You little girl, you're cunning, and you've guessed it right. Su Deheng laughed and scolded. Deheng, it's your turn now. I've thought about it for a long time, and my disposition is more suited for the task hall. Su Dezhao nodded slightly upon hearing this. As long as you've decided we're approaching a fork in the road, I will head to the battle hall first. Su Duan and Su Deheng went towards the discipline hall. Su Deheng headed towards the task hall. Shen Qingyi, Wu Tao, and Su Delying walked towards the Immortal Arts Hall. The others randomly chose to explore. At the Immortal Arts Hall, Su Chuan, Su Mingxian, Su Mingshu, Zhang Wanqing, and Wu Mingxing along with his 3 disciples were all present. Greetings, Elder. Vice Hall Masters. Su Delying and the others bowed in greeting. No need for excessive formality. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Linger, you are already a person of the Immortal Arts Hall's Alchemy Pavilion. Go sit next to your master. Oh, Su Delying obediently complied. Su Chuan then looked at Shun Qingyi and Wu Tao, asking, what type of immortal arts do you both wish to learn? Qingyi wishes to learn alchemy. Please support her, Elder. Su Chuan nodded. Then stand next to Wanqing and start learning the basics of alchemy. I will teach you when I have time. Understood, Elder. Shen Qingyi walked over to Zhang Wanqing, greeted her, and said, third aunt. Zhang Wanqing smiled gently. And you, Wu Tao? Returning to the elder, am not too sure if I have the talent for learning various immortal arts, but I'd like to give them a try. Am unsure if that's acceptable. Su Chuan laughed. Then follow Elder Mingxian for half a month to learn formations, then learn artifact forging, and finally learn alchemy. After 2 months, you can truly decide your direction. Thank you, Elder. Then Su Chuan turned to Wu De and the others, saying, what about you 3? Wu De clasped his fists and said, I have been learning artifact forging under my master since childhood. Although my talent is not as good as Miss Delling's, I do not wish to abandon this path. Me too, Wu Er and Wu San agreed. Since we've made our choice, let's stick to the path of artifact forging. Thank you, Elder. Additionally, if you 3 are willing, you may take root and procreate in my Dongshi cave. We are willing. With such a promising cultivation family, like the Su family, to protect them, the 3 were naturally eager. Battle hall. They've arrived. Seeing Su Dezhao, Su Mingwei was not surprised. He simply spoke calmly. Yes, father. According to your grandfather, it won't take half a month before the Su family trading company is established, carrying magical artifacts and pills to various counties. You will be one of them. The trading company will definitely include second uncle. He has always managed the family finances. Su Mingwei nodded slightly, along with Linger, your third uncle, aunt, and me. So many people. Su Dezhao was somewhat shocked. But father, don't you all have your own affairs? Each hall is newly established, and the Su family does not have a large number of personnel to fill into this. Chaos will stabilize in a few days. As for the tasks, most will be long-term patrol or guarding tasks. There is no need for your third uncle to oversee everything. The discipline hall is similar. At this moment, the Su family is united and striving upward, and there are very few who dare to violate family rules. Your aunt will have even more leisure time. In terms of affairs, your grandfather and fifth uncle can manage it. However, we are merely laying the groundwork. Once we establish stable trade with the various county powers, we will gradually withdraw and leave it to you all. I understand, father. Discipline hall. Duan, are you preparing to enter the discipline hall? Su Mingyuan smiled and asked. Yes, second uncle. You have high talent and suitability, so second uncle cannot treat you unfairly. You shall serve as the vice hall master. Vice hall master. Su Duan immediately waved his hand, saying, Second uncle, I came to be a disciple of Vice Home Master is too much for a junior like me. What of being a junior? Your father and I began assisting your grandfather with family affairs long ago. Now that you have reached the pinnacle of the innate with your talent, the master bottleneck will not hold you back. You can break through to the master realm in half a year to a year. The Su family has very few master martial artists. How can you not take this Vice Home Master position? Seeing Su Mingjiwan's beaming smile, he was momentarily at a loss for how to refute. It is said that second uncle is very shrewd and adept at understanding people's hearts. This is indeed true. In business and communication, others can only follow his rhythm and do so willingly. With such praise, he even used himself and father as examples. Su Duan sighed inwardly. How could he refuse further? Moreover, his elder brother Su Dezhao is highly valued in the family, yet he has not been. Now he has just arrived at the discipline hall and is bestowed with the heavy responsibility of Vice Hall Master, and Su Duan suddenly felt a sense of fulfillment. Is this what it feels like to be valued? Su Duan immediately bowed and said, "Thank you for your appreciation, second uncle. I will surely fulfill my duties as Vice Hall Master and not let you down." Su Deheng secretly scoffed, "Oh, another one misled by father." However, father truly values Duan. He is probably the first in our generation to hold the position of Vice Hall Master right. During these days, second uncle will teach you well, so you can familiarize yourself quickly. Yes, second uncle. His eyes were fervent, seemingly saying, "Second uncle, I am ready, whip me, as you please, do not hold back your little whip." Su Mingyuan smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction. "Task Hall. Deheng, you are here." Su Mingxian was not surprised to see Su Deheng come here. He had earlier asked about Su Deheng's thoughts. "Yes, father. You are quite similar to me in disposition. I am your son. Oh, how could I resemble anyone else?" The father and son exchanged smiles. After a moment, Su Mingxian said, "In a few days I will be going out with your uncles and aunt for several months. During this time the task hall will be temporarily managed by you." Several months away. That's quite a long time. The family's business strategy necessitates it. Our Su family does not focus solely on Yuehu County like other qi refining families, but intends to establish cooperation with certain powers in the surrounding counties to form stable trade channels. With your grandfather's alchemical skills, no matter which family we trade with, we will only profit and not incur losses. A profit and not incur losses. Father, your wording is quite apt. Su Mingxian laughed heartily. Do not mind such details. As long as we succeed in establishing connections, the more families we trade with, the richer the resources accumulated by our Su family over the next decade or two will be. Previously, our cultivation relied on your grandfather, and now it is time for us to contribute to the Su family. But this will be difficult, Su Deheng pondered. He was no longer at an inexperienced age. He appeared moderate among the third-generation family members, but his intellect and strategies were truly remarkable. He simply did not show off his skills usually. What do you think is difficult? Su Mingxian smiled slightly, as if he were testing him. Firstly, the cultivation families in each county will surely be exclusionary, otherwise the various families in Yuehu County, except for the foundation establishment families, would not be competing and pushing each other in one place. Secondly, if our Su family becomes too prominent, it might attract siege and plundering, which could lead to losing both men and resources. Lastly, father, you along with your two uncles and aunt are the pillars of the Su family. If anything happens to any of you, it will deal a significant blow to the current momentum of the Su family. Su Mingxian was quite surprised, his eyes flashing with approval as he patted his shoulder. My son is indeed outstanding. Rest assured, your grandfather cares even more about us siblings. If there were no trump cards, would we dare to act? There may be danger, but the issue of survival is not a big problem. I was overly concerned, wasn't I? Su Deheng clasped his hands. Su Mingxian shook his head. It's not overthinking. The issues you raised do indeed exist, but do not worry. Your elder uncle, second uncle, and I, as well as your aunt, are not easy to deal with. It's just a pity your strength is a bit lacking. Otherwise, you could join Su Dezhao and Su Delying in exploring. Su Deheng was also tempted. However, this journey is bound to be dangerous. If he went, he would undoubtedly become the only weak link. As for Su Dezhao and Su Delying, he was unsure of their current strength. But being able to follow along clearly indicates that they have reached a level where they can stand shoulder to shoulder with their parents. As for surpassing them, he did not dare to think. Half a month later, at the entrance of the Su family's new residence, Su Chuan by Jing and others were all there to send off Su Mingwei and the others. Husband returned safely, Yang Ronghua said softly. Wu Russian said the same. Zhang Wanqing leaned over to Su Mingxuan's ear and whispered, and upon hearing this, Su Mingxuan's expression instantly lit up. Another one. Su Mingwei and the others looked at each other in surprise. Su Chuan asked, is Wanqing pregnant? Zhang Wanqing nodded slightly, saying, yes, father. Should we not let Mingxian go then? Bai Jing came forward with a smile, her face full of joy. Su Mingxian said, Mother, we will only be out for a few months. We will make it back in time for the child's birth. Then it's fine. You all travel safely. Act according to your capabilities, Chuan said. Su Mingwei is responsible for protection, Su Mingyuan for negotiations, Su Mingxian for auspiciousness, and Su Mingshu for communication and surveillance, along with Su Daijiao and Su Deliang, two formidable fighters. With such a team, unless they provoke the Foundation Establishment families with Foundation Establishment experts leading many Qi refining stage pursuers, they are unlikely to encounter danger. Su Mingyuan was the first to understand the deep meaning behind Su Chuan's words, nodding and saying, I understand, Father, we will. All right, let's set off. After bowing to each other, they all stepped on their swords and flew away quickly, leaving the range of Dongxi. Meanwhile, two eagle cries echoed in the sky, transforming into two streaks of azure light that followed closely behind. Elder brother, where shall we go first? Su Mingshu asked, first excited about traveling away from home. Since her birth, she had never even been to the county city. Let's go to Guangling County first. Su Mingwei pondered for a moment and then looked at Su Mingyan. Second brother, what do you think? Then let's go to Guangling County. Initially, we need not stray too far from Yuehu County. If time allows, we can visit farther places like Tongshan County later. In the 22 counties of Dawei, with our Su family currently being able to achieve stable cooperation with 4 or 5 families is already the limit. Moreover, looking at the previous overlord, the Su family in Yuehu County 1 can tell that the other Foundation Establishment families are not easy to deal with. Not every family is as easy to negotiate with as the Zhou family. Guangling County. Su Mingxian repeated a couple of times and suddenly raised his voice. I just remembered I have an old comrade in Guangling County. He was my direct lieutenant when I enlisted. He was not yet 30, but already had laid innate strength. He must come from a prominent family in Guangling County. What is his name? If you do know someone well, we can use that as a starting point. Su Mingyuan smiled lightly, his eyes sparkling. Everyone who knows him understands he must have many plans in mind at this moment. Gu Xianhong. Then let us inquire about the Gu family situation in Guangling County and determine our next steps. Then let's proceed as second brother suggests. You will lead this journey. Su Mingwei smiled faintly. If I remember correctly, the county city should be in the northwest direction. The group immediately followed Su Mingwei's lead, heading towards Guangling County City. After more than 2 hours passed, we should be only 200 to 300 miles from the county city, Su Mingwei reminded. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from ahead several miles away. Su Mingwei looked in that direction and saw people engaged in battle. There were quite a few of them, both martial artists and cultivators, and several bodies lay in pools of blood on the ground. Elder brother, can you see what happened? Su Mingyuan asked. There is a family dispute involving master-level martial artists and cultivators. We should not meddle. Wait a moment, Su Mingxian suddenly said. I think we should go take a look. Su Deliang looked at Su Mingxian in surprise and asked, Third uncle, why interfere in this kind of trivial matter? Intuition. Su Mingxian smiled slightly. All right. Su Mingwei responded, his magical power converging in his eyes, which suddenly burst forth with a golden brilliance, transforming his pupils into golden eagle eyes. Though he could see roughly before, certain subtle details were not very clear. Under the golden eagle eyes, everything happening on the battlefield, including the faces of the fallen, was reflected in his sight. After a moment, he noticed a character, Gu, carved on the side of the scattered weapons on the ground. Is the Gu family the one being besieged? The crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. Just moments ago, they had mentioned the Gu family, and now they found themselves facing members of the Gu family, who were also in danger. Third brother, I must say your intuition is truly remarkable, Su Mingyuan said with a faint smile. The ones besieging are 6 cultivators, just enough for one each. Su Mingwei looked at Su Daijiao and Su Deliang and said, Zhao Linger, remember not to hold back. We must strike swiftly and decisively. Their highest level of power should only be at the 7th layer of Qi refining. Eldest brother, how do you know? Su Mingzhu asked in surprise. At such a distance, it shouldn't be possible to sense them, right? Intuition. Su Mingwei replied indifferently. Eldest brother, is your intuition also so accurate? Su Mingzhu asked again. Su Mingyuan shook his head and laughed. Fourth sister, eldest brother is pulling your leg. By observing their battle, one can naturally make a rough judgment of their levels. Su Mingzhu wanted to retort, but Su Mingwei immediately interrupted her, saying, I will go first. Su Mingwei then stopped, took out a storage bag, and the Mo Jiao Bao appeared in his hands, its form seemingly different from before. The bow and arrows both exhibited a dark golden color with much more intricate patterns. This was the new Mo Jiao Bao that Su Chuan had helped upgrade. The quality of the precious bow had already reached the top grade, and although there were still 9 arrows, all were mid-grade artifacts. When the entire set of artifacts appeared, the pressure they emitted was already close to that of some fine-grade artifacts. Additionally, the pure strength of the precious bow had increased again. The new Mo Jiao Bao probably required a mid-stage master and the use of innate true qi to fully draw it. Even a perfected master could only draw it a few times. However, for Su Mingwei, it was just right. His innate divine strength had not diminished because he walked the path of immortality. His strength still increased, albeit not as much as when he was on the martial path. Seeing this, the few of them immediately rushed forward with all their might. A distance of over 10 miles was not too far, and they could reach it in a short while. Su Mingwei smiled faintly, deliberately waiting for them for a moment. Who goes there? Su Mingyuan and the others rushed forward without hesitation, their presence naturally not escaping the notice of the cultivators. An old man in a gray robe with graying hair suddenly furrowed his brows. With his Taoist hairstyle and peachwood hairpin, he turned to look and saw that 5 people had already rushed nearby. Who dares to obstruct the affairs of the Zhu family? We are from the Gu family of Guangling County, we ask for assistance. Both spoke almost simultaneously, but before they could finish, a bolt of black lightning flashed by, piercing through the old man's brow in an instant. Boom! The ground erupted with a roar, and the old man in gray was directly pinned into a massive pit in the ground. The sudden change left the Zhu and Gu families no time to react before the 5 had already rushed into the battlefield. Su Mingxian suddenly unleashed a shadow from his sleeve, piercing the heart of a Zhu family cultivator. Before anyone could clearly see what the shadow was, it darted back into his sleeve. Su Mingzhu and Su Mingyuan acted more normally, directly manipulating their flying swords, using their 7th layer of qi refining power to forcefully crush their opponent, killing one in just 7 or 8 moves. However, by the time the 2 had finished killing, Su Dezhao also quickly dispatched one, not giving them a chance to speak. Su Daling was even faster. A gray rope silently bound one person, then with a flick of his sleeve, 2 scissor-shaped sword lights struck, killing that person in one blow. This artifact was indeed a pair of scissors, but they were cleverly combined from 2 artifacts. With a single cut, its power was comparable to a mid-grade artifact. In just a few breaths, all the Zhu family cultivators were wiped out. The remaining 6 members of the Gu family stared blankly, their weapons held in the air, not lowering them for a long time. Are you Su Mingxian? Upon hearing this, Su Mingxian turned around to see a bearded man with multiple wounds on his chest, his tattered robes stained with blood, staring wide-eyed at him. Somewhat familiar. It's me, Gu Xuanhong, your former superior as a military officer. Gu officer. Su Mingxian suddenly grinned and said, with that full beard I can barely recognize you. What happened to make you look like this? I remember you were as handsome as I was. Gu Xuanhong's lips twitched slightly. You haven't changed much, just a bit more mature. Of course, I'm now a father of 2. Gu Xianhong smiled slightly, then turned to the others and said, everyone put away your weapons. This is a brother I knew in the military. Only then did the others relax. Su Mingyuan scanned the living members of the Gu family and noted 4 masters, one at the 5th layer of qi refining and one at the 6th layer. One of them exhaled deeply and said, I thought we were doomed this time. I didn't expect the Zhu family to send so many people, as if they already knew that the things we were carrying were of great value. Are you saying there is a traitor in the clan? Don't say too much. I haven't dared to ask if you are loose cultivators or from a certain family. At that moment, a black shadow flew over, and it was Su Mingwei. He waved his hand, and the arrows on the ground flew back to him, being stored in his storage bag. We come from Yuehu County, the Su family. Su Mingwei said lightly. They all restrained their levels. Except for Su Dezhao, the others had refined the breath-restraining technique to perfection, allowing them to conceal 3 layers of minor levels. Su Dezhao could conceal 2 layers. Therefore, in the eyes of the Gu family cultivators, Su Dezhao was at the 5th layer of qi refining, and Su Daling was at the 4th layer. Su Mingyuan and the others, being elders, only concealed 1 layer of minor levels, placing them at the 6th layer of qi refining. Su Mingwei, however, displayed the 7th layer of qi refining. The middle-aged cultivator from the Gu family at the 6th layer of qi refining was immediately surprised and said, the Su family from Yuehu County, it is indeed the new rising cultivating family after the fall of the Su family. Oh, have you heard of my Su family? I have heard a little. Yuehu County is right next to Guangling County. The 2 major foundation establishment families must pay attention to such matters. He had heard about it from the elders in the clan beforehand. The Su family seemed to be developing rapidly. In less than 100 years, they had grown from an ordinary county family to a 5th-grade cultivating family. It is rumored that the Su family developed so rapidly due to the birth of 2 geniuses. The middle-aged cultivator from the Gu family scrutinized them closely, and judging by their levels and ages, he felt that they should not be the so-called prodigies of the Su family. This is my 3rd uncle Gu Yanfeng. These are all members of my Gu family's 3rd line. Gu Xianhong smiled at Su Mingxian and then asked, who are they? They are all my clansmen. We came out together to travel. Su Mingyuan said, we were just about to go to Guangling County when we saw injustice, so we drew our swords to help. Helping by slaying everyone, right? Gu Xianhong thought to himself, but his gratitude for their assistance was genuine. Without them, they likely would not have survived. Better them than us. The Zhu family cultivators dying was certainly better than them dying. I heard my third brother say that your Gu family is a great family in Guangling County. I wonder if you can accommodate us for a bit. That is only proper. Even if strangers save our lives, we must repay them. Moreover, traveling with a few of you is much safer for us. Saying this, Gu Xianhong looked at Gu Yanfeng, who nodded slightly in agreement. The injured ones took pills, and after Gu Yanfeng sorted through the belongings of the deceased and stored their bodies in his storage bag, the group set off towards the county city. Most of the deceased were guards of Gu Yanfeng, and the others showed little sorrow in their eyes. As long as it wasn't their closest relatives who died, it was generally so. It was like watching someone else being beaten, or it seemed painful, but how painful it truly was couldn't be understood unless it happened to oneself. Seeing Su Mingxian again made Gu Xianhong quite happy. After all, Su Mingxian had saved his life on the battlefield back then, and the two had even sworn brotherhood. Su Laodi, why have you suddenly become a cultivator? I remember you were clearly a martial artist. Gu Xianhong asked curiously. It's a long story. At that time, my Su family had not yet interacted with cultivators and did not know I had the talent for cultivation. My third uncle just said that your Su family only became a cultivating family in the last 2 years. Precisely, my Su family barely qualifies as a 5th-grade cultivating family. How about you, Gu brother? Your Gu family should not be weak in Guangling County, right? Haha, I won't hide it from you. You can inquire a little in the county city. My Gu family is second only to the 2 major foundation establishment families in Guangling County. Our strength may fluctuate, but we can basically rank in the top 4. As he spoke, Gu Zuinhong's eyes were filled with pride. So strong. How could you still be ambushed? This is a long story related to the situation in Guangling County. The Wei and Feng, 2 major foundation establishment families, are in conflict. We Qi refining families have to choose sides, or we will face attacks from both sides. My Gu family is allied with the Wei family, while those who besieged us are the Zhu family, who are allied with the other side. In terms of overall strength, the Zhu family is no match for my Gu family, but we are merely one of the 4 lines of the Gu family. With the Feng family around, no matter how furious my Gu family gets, we cannot carry out a genocide against the Zhu family, and vice versa. Thus, friction often occurs between the 2 major power factions, and the strength of various Qi refining families tends to fluctuate every 20 to 30 years. Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, and the others fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. Although the situation seemed clear, it was more complex than that of Yuehu County. Gu Yanfeng suddenly said, "What is the current situation in Yuehu County? I heard that the Su family was destroyed and the Zhou family monopolized. It must not be easy for you." Su Mingxian replied with a faint smile, "Uncle Gu, you are mistaken." "Uncle." Gu Xianhong laughed heartily. "Uncle Mingxian saved my life. We swore brotherhood as brothers of different surnames." "I see." Gu Yanfeng no longer dwelt on the title, but to those who were unaware, one might assume that the 2 families are related due to the situation. What kind of misunderstanding is this? Although the Zhou family monopolizes, their actions have been fair. At least for the past 2 years, there have been no reports of them oppressing other Qi training families. Each family in Yuehu County develops independently, but when encountering each other in the deep mountains and forest, conflicts are inevitable, deepening mutual animosity. If the hatred becomes too profound to reconcile, it may escalate to a life-and-death struggle. Does the Zhou family not care? Gu Yanfeng asked in surprise. Why should they care? Su Mingxian was equally puzzled. Gu Yanfeng sighed. It is common for cultivation families to fight over resources, but if it escalates to the point of extermination, one family is bound to suffer a downfall. This is not good for the overall strength of the county. After all, the emergence and development of cultivation families must be considered over a century. It is no wonder that Yuehu County ranks at the bottom among the 22 counties of Dawei. With such chaos, the number of cultivation families cannot compare to those in other counties. Your Guangling County cannot be much better, can it? Su Mingxian thought to himself. With such continuous bloodshed, it is no surprise that Qi training families find it difficult to advance. If one day the number of resources and cultivators cannot keep up, the family will inevitably weaken over time. Uncle Gu, has Guangling County's foundation establishment families always been the Wei and Feng families? It seems that has indeed been the case for the past 300 years. Su Mingyuan frowned slightly. A foundation establishment family that has lasted for 300 years must have deeper roots than the former Su family. Half a day later, several people arrived at the Gu family's ancestral land. Isn't the Gu family located in the county city? Su Mingxian asked. Gu Xianhong smiled and said, a true great Qi training clan seeks to find spiritual energy nodes around the county city as their ancestral land. The concentration of spiritual energy there cannot be compared to that in the county city. Only Qi training families with shallower foundations, because the spiritual energy nodes were occupied early, can only occupy a piece of land in the county city. However, it is said that spiritual energy nodes are not fixed every 100 or even several hundred years if there are changes in the earth veins. New spiritual energy nodes may appear, and previously established nodes may also shift. That is when Guangling County has the fiercest battles. To compete for a prime location rich in spiritual energy, families will exhaust their foundations. I can understand that a locations rich in spiritual energy are indeed crucial for cultivators. Su Mingxian nodded slightly. The Su family is also constrained by the concentration of spiritual energy. As a newly established Qi training family, your Su family must have already lost the opportunity for spiritual energy nodes in Yuehu County, right? Who says not? Su Mingxian followed along with the implication. In fact, he was not too clear about this matter. The affairs regarding spiritual energy are primarily handled by Su Chuan and Su Mingxian. Moreover, at least for now, their Su family is quite comfortable in Dongxi. What the future holds is hard to say. Gu Xianhong and Gu Yanfeng asked them to wait in the main hall. They need to report what had occurred to the family head first. Su Mingyuan sent a sound transmission. Big brother, it seems the Gu family has each branch developing independently, competing with each other, and probably only collaborate when facing external threats or significant events. This can also be seen as a direction for the family, Su Mingwei replied. Actually, our Su family may also evolve to this point after 400 to 500 years of existence. After all, we cannot decide how future generations think and act, unless we can all live on. 400 to 500 years. We need to reach Golden Core for that. It seems too distant, and whether we can even reach foundation establishment now is uncertain. Indeed, Su Deling curiously surveyed the hall. The hall had an ancient feel to it. The stone steps at the entrance had been worn down by time, each mark seeming to record the traces of Gu family disciples coming and going. On the wall directly facing the entrance of the hall hung a black wood plaque inscribed with Duanxiu Lufang. In the center of the floor there was a vividly carved Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish. The gilded dragon patterns on the 8 front coiling dragon pillars had faded somewhat, appearing to have signs of repair. The bronze bell hanging between the beams was inscribed with a dust-avoiding chant, and when it rang without wind it emitted a hoarse sound like an old man's sigh. On the eastern side, an antique display rack held various antique porcelain, bronze, 3-legged small cauldrons, coral jade artifacts, and so on. Each piece had a history of hundreds of years and would be worth hundreds or thousands of taels in the secular world, but in the eyes of cultivation families they were merely decorative items. Big brother, this Gu family has considerable depth. Su De Zhao sent a sound transmission. Su De Zhao replied with a smile. In Guangling County they are second only to foundation establishment families. How shallow can their depth be? They are probably not much worse than the Zhou family before they became a foundation establishment family. So does that mean the Gu family just needs a foundation establishment powerhouse to become a foundation establishment family? Well, that's not entirely true. Any family that produces a foundation establishment powerhouse can become a foundation establishment family, including my Su family. If either my grandfather or father or my 5th uncle could advance, it would alleviate many concerns for my Su family, and we would not need to be overly cautious in trades with other counties. True. Su Deling nodded slightly. A moment later a maid came in serving tea along with a person dressed as a steward. Esteemed guests, please wait in the main hall. Lord Xianhong and Lord Yanfeng will return shortly. That is to be expected, Su Mingxian said. Gu family head study. Father, the situation is as follows, Gu Xianhong said, looking at an old man in a black robe with gray hair, cupping his hands. This man is the head of the 3 branches of the Gu family, Gu Yanhua. He is also a latest-stage Qi training cultivator at the 9th level. Second brother, if the Zhu family only has a few martial artists or low-level cultivators guarding that road, that would be normal. But this time 6 cultivators were dispatched, and one was a 7th-level elder of the Zhu family. This matter is by no means coincidental. Even the Wei and Feng families could not afford to waste latest-stage Qi training cultivators on such tasks. Gu Yanhua sighed slightly. This matter is interconnected. We can only investigate discreetly. However, your safe return is a great fortune. If you had died out there, the strength of our 3 branches would have surely declined. Gu Yanfeng smiled lightly. At Gu Xuanhong, you're fortunate to have made good friends, but the Su family is merely a newly established cultivation family. Their intentions in Guangling County are unclear. Typically, besides foundation establishment families, there are rarely Qi training families extending their hands into other counties for resources. Third uncle, whether Mingxian and the others came to Guangling County to contend for cultivation resources, is still uncertain. Don't jump to conclusions. This is a necessary vigilance, Gu Yanhua said lightly. Even those of the same lineage will compete with each other for resources, let alone a foreign family from another county. I understand, Gu Xianhong said with cupped fists. However, since they are your saviors, our Gu family cannot treat them poorly. Let's go meet them, and perhaps give some pills as a token of gratitude. The 3 of them immediately went to the main hall. Gu Xianhong introduced, this is my father, the head of our 3 branches. Su Mingxian and the others all stood up and cupped their fists, saying, we have met the head of the Gu family. You all are my sons and third brother saviors. There is no need for formality. Please have a seat. At this moment, Gu Yanhua wore a smile, appearing very amiable in stark contrast to his earlier indifference in the study. Bring it out. As soon as he finished speaking, the previous steward entered holding a purple sandalwood tray and approached Gu Yanhua. Gu Yanhua picked up a porcelain bottle and smiled. To repay the life-saving grace, I have no other way. Since you are all cultivators, my Gu family offers this bottle of pills as a token of gratitude. Su Mingyuan immediately stood up, wanting to reach out and take it with a hint of a smile on his lips, saying, head of the Gu family is truly polite. A bottle of high-grade qi gathering pills is indeed quite valuable. It seems you truly value the offspring of the family, but surely the resources that Yin Feng and the others brought back are not simple, otherwise you wouldn't present such a generous gift as a return. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanhua's hand abruptly halted, freezing midair. The smile on his face suddenly stiffened, while Su Mingyuan's smile remained unchanged. The entire scene seemed to freeze. Su Mingxian and the others tried hard to suppress their laughter. Even a foundation establishment family would not easily part with a bottle of high-grade qi gathering pills as a reward. After all, refining high-grade pills is no easy task. It requires profound alchemical skills. Aside from his Su family, it is estimated that the entire Dawei could count on one hand the number of families that could bestow bottles of high-grade qi gathering pills to their clan disciples for cultivation. Second uncle is too ruthless. Su De Zhao and Su De Ling exchanged glances, both thinking the same thought. Gu Xianhong and Gu Yanfeng both twitched at the corners of their mouths. What kind of people are the Su family coming to our Gu family to take advantage? I have yet to consume a qi gathering pill throughout my cultivation, let alone a high-grade one. Qi gathering pills are suitable for latest-stage qi training cultivators. Generally, qi training families would only give them to latest-stage qi training cultivators. Most of the time, they still rely on self-cultivation. Thus, for them, possessing a territory with a spiritual energy node is extremely important. Brother Su, you seem to have misunderstood. Gu Xianhong immediately tried to smooth things over. It is not easy for my Gu family to gather a bottle of high-grade qi gathering pills. You may not know that high-grade qi gathering pills in the county city, especially in our lower-ranked county, are considered rare items. That's true. Gu Yanhua also said, I heard that the Zhou family in Yuehu County has an alchemy master who can refine high-grade qi gathering pills, but they should be scarce in the market. I see I misunderstood, Su Mingyuan said in surprise, but continued to dig deeper, saying high-grade qi gathering pills are good enough. Most of us here could use them. Gu Yanhua sighed, slightly retracting the hand holding the porcelain bottle. When did a bottle of low-grade qi gathering pills become something one could hardly show off? What happened, head of the Gu family? I have thought it over. With the life-saving grace and your assistance in safely bringing back resources for my Gu family, a bottle of high-grade qi gathering pills indeed seems a bit cheap. Let me think of a more suitable way to repay everyone. Head of the Gu family, there is no need to be polite. I am sworn brothers with Chuan Hong, and I do not seek rewards for my actions. High-grade qi gathering pills are sufficient. Su Mingxian emphasized the point of high-grade qi gathering pills, stabbing another knife into the chest of the head of the Gu family. Gu Xianhong naturally understood his family's situation. Unless one is among the most core descendants of the clan, they might receive high-grade qi gathering pills for cultivation at the 5th or 6th level of qi training. Otherwise, it's already good to get low-grade ones. Mingxian, you should listen to my father's arrangements. My Gu family is also a prominent clan. How can we be stingy in such matters? Wouldn't that invite ridicule from other families? Xie Mingyuan smiled faintly, saying, Brother Xianhong speaks wisely. It is indeed trouble for the head of the Gu family to consider this. Gu Yanhua smiled lightly, casually putting it into his storage bag. By the way, what brings you all to Yuehu County? Is it merely for sightseeing? Xie Mingyuan returned to his seat and said, these two are younger generations of our clan, and they have some talent. I brought them out to see the world and perhaps discover some opportunities along the way. For example, the ancestor of the Zhou family in Yuehu County is said to have discovered an ancient cultivation cave during his travels and gained numerous opportunities. An ancient cultivation cave is not something so easily encountered. Gu Yanhua thought to himself, in the entire Guangling County, only a handful of people have obtained opportunities in hundreds of years. It truly is a newly established kaya-refining family with a narrow perspective. For a cultivation family to develop, it relies on constant accumulation and the cultivation of generations of outstanding descendants as the true path to growth. Gu Xianhong interjected, saying, be careful when seeking opportunities outside. Some rogue cultivators have ulterior motives and may encounter people from established families. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Xianhong. We will be cautious, Xie Mingyuan said with a smile, then continued, by the way, Brother Xuanhong, where is the cultivation market in Guangling County? We intend to buy some spiritual herbs and trade for some pills. Gu Yanfeng twirled his short beard and said, are you planning to purchase cultivation pills? However, high-grade pills are not always available for sale. Xie Diling, receiving a message from Xieming Yuan, smiled lightly and said, "We don't lack in cultivation pills. Rather, we have some high-grade pills we plan to trade for other resources, such as spiritual herbs, magical tools, and talismans." "Linger, do not speak too much," Xie Mingwei reprimanded lightly. "Out in the world is not the same as at home. Being overly candid is not a good habit." Xie Diling nodded and replied, "I understand, father." Gu Yanhua looked surprised, and after exchanging glances with Gu Yanfeng said, "Your daughter is still young. There's no need for you to scold her. With more experience, she will grow." "Let's hope so," Xie Mingwei said lightly. "I heard that you have some extra cultivation pills?" Gu Yanhua asked with a smile. Xie Mingyuan replied, "Our Xie family is a newly established cultivation family. We do not have many cultivators, and coincidentally someone in our clan can refine pills, so we occasionally have surplus." "To be able to refine high-grade pills, you must be a master alchemist," Gu Yanfeng remarked. "No wonder your Xie family can rise so quickly. My Gu family, although we also have our own alchemist, has never produced a master alchemist. Is there truly no master alchemist in all of Guangling County?" "That is not the case. The Wei family once had their own master alchemist, but he passed away several years ago. The Feng family has recruited a wandering master alchemist. If this continues, won't the Wei family be at a disadvantage and possibly be swallowed by the Feng family?" "Not necessarily," Gu Yanhua said. "While they may be at a disadvantage now, the future is uncertain. A few years ago, there was a rumor that a distant branch of the Wei family had a disciple taken in by a master alchemist to the imperial city. Their family members were brought to the main family to enjoy the treatment of direct descendants. However, I am not quite clear on the details." The Wei family, Wei Dao. Xie Mingyuan recalled that Su Chuan had mentioned the Dan Hall's Yun Changzi had taken in a direct disciple with the same last name Wei. "Is there such a coincidence? What is so coincidental?" Gu Yanhua, hearing Xie Mingyuan murmur, asked curiously. Xie Mingyuan smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. I wonder when the head of the Gu family will send someone to take us to Guangling County's market." "Chuan Hong, you are significantly injured. A first recuperate at home. Third brother, you can take the friends from the Xie family to the market." "Yes, head of the family." Gu Yanfeng cupped his fists. Then the head of the Gu family turned and left. Xie Mingyuan's gaze flickered slightly as he thought the Feng family may know that someone from the Wei family has been taken in as a disciple by a master alchemist, but they certainly do not realize that this person is likely to become the chief of the Dan Hall in the future. If this news were to reach them, the Feng family would either seek to curry favor with the Wei family or take preemptive action. Having remained safe and sound for so many years, the overall strength of the Wei and Feng families is undoubtedly not significantly different. To dominate a county and divide the world with others, any person would choose the former. They do not wish to swallow each other. Rather, they fear that excessive casualties would attract the attention of others. If a member of the Wei family becomes the chief of the Dan Hall in the future, even if the Dan Hall does not participate in the disputes among families, as long as Wei Dao is willing to make a promise, many foundation establishment families would be willing to assist the Wei family. The Wei family is expected to become a third-grade or even a second-grade family in the future. If our Xie family can lend a helping hand in times of crisis, our future trade relations with Guangling County will be secure. Xie Mingyuan immediately made a decision in his heart. Regardless of whether the means are despicable, as long as the Xie family can gain maximum benefits, that is sufficient. Just like the rogue cultivators, whether they are from established families or fellow practitioners, anything beneficial to one's cultivation can be seized. Moreover, the Wei and Feng families have been long-time rivals. What Xie Mingyuan intends to do is merely ignite this fuse. As for aiding the Zhou family in their destruction of the Su family, that does not apply in Guangling County. The camps of both sides in Guangling County have formed over 100 years, and all refining families have taken sides with the Wei and Feng families, sharing both glory and loss. Even if both sides erupt in a full-scale war, it will undoubtedly be a long-term conflict. It is unlikely that either side can completely annihilate the other camp at present, but they can heavily damage their elite or promising descendants. As this hatred deepens, one day, there will only be one family left in Guangling County. Additionally, Xie Mingyuan also intends to let everyone except for Xie Mingwei gain some experience. Half an hour later, Guangling County Market. Gu Yanfeng acted like a guide, introducing the situation of the market to the members of the Xie family. Outsider cultivators have no foundation in the market and can only set up stalls like rogue cultivators. He then smiled lightly and said, "Of course, if you do not mind, you can put your pills in my Gu family's pill shop. Considering the friendship between Ming Xian and Chuan Hong, we will only charge a small rent." "Thank you, Brother Gu. We won't trouble the Gu family with this matter, but if the Gu family is interested in trading pills with my Xie family, that can be discussed. This matter cannot be decided by me. I need to consult my elder brother first." Xie Mingyuan slightly nodded and said, "Thank you for your hospitality. We will take our leave now." Gu Yanfeng watched as they left, his gaze flickering, not knowing what he was pondering. Xie Zhao and Xie Diling were quite curious about their surroundings, and without the presence of the Gu family members they became lively. Xie Mingzhu also accompanied the two of them. Xie Mingyuan then communicated with Xie Mingwei about the matters regarding the Wei and Feng families, the Dan Hall, and his own plans. Xie Mingwei contemplated for a moment and agreed with his approach. Not to mention that the Wei and Feng families already had grudges. Even if they did not, they could create some. Of course, creating them out of thin air is not only troublesome, but also easily discovered, leading to both families targeting them, which would be counterproductive. After a moment, Xie Mingyuan said, "Third brother, you will set up a stall with me to sell pills, and fourth brother, you will sell magical tools with the Zhao and linger experiencing what it's like to be a rogue cultivator." "What about the elder brother?" Xie Mingxian asked curiously. "The elder brother has his own matters to attend to." The group immediately took their separate actions. "Second brother, how do you plan to sell these pills?" Xie Mingxian was quite curious. Xie Mingyuan smiled lightly at him, saying, "You will know shortly." The two sat down on the ground. A gray cloth was laid out beside them, on which 3 porcelain bottles were placed. Soon a wooden sign was brought out, and Xie Mingyuan wrote 2 lines on it. The first line in large letters: "Trade for medium-grade qi nourishing pills. To obtain high-grade pills, leave once sold out." The second line in smaller letters: "Whole bottles for 30 spirit stones or equivalent spiritual herbs, magical techniques, and secret methods. E2 high-grade pills will be randomly included as a bonus." This is still the second brother. Once this gimmick was announced, indeed the number of passing cultivators increased. Many people inquired about the price of the loose sale. 2 spirit stones, each quite standard, but no high-grade pills were included as a bonus. Many were weighing which option was more cost-effective. Soon a qi refining cultivator at the 7th level bought a bottle and randomly picked up a high-grade healing pill and a high-grade qi nourishing pill. The high-grade qi nourishing pill is quite good. He left satisfied. In less than half a stick of incense, all 3 bottles of medium-grade qi nourishing pills were sold out, netting a total of 60 spirit stones, 100 years spiritual herb, and over 20 several decades of spiritual herbs. The two immediately packed up and went to another side of the market to continue setting up their stall, sold out, and moved to a new spot. After 3 rounds, Xie Mingxian and Xie Mingyuan no longer set up a stall. "Second brother, you are truly impressive, having earned over 120 spirit stones in the blink of an eye, as well as 200 years spiritual herbs, and several dozens of spiritual herbs ranging from 10 to 40 years, along with a high-grade wind-type magical technique, Xianfeng barrier." Xie Mingyuan waved his hand and said, "This is but a trivial matter. Let's see where Mingzhu de Zhao and the others are." A moment later, the two found Xie Mingzhu, Xie de Zhao, and Xie Dilling at their stall. "How is the harvest?" Xie Mingxian asked. Xie Dilling sighed and said, "Second uncle, being a rogue cultivator is too difficult. We haven't sold a single low-grade magical tool," and the elder brother's voice is almost hoarse from shouting. In the end, someone finally came, but they insisted on bargaining, wanting to buy it for 8 spirit stones. "It's absolutely a dream." "Second brother, third brother, how did you fare?" Xie Mingzhu asked. "Hee, we sold 9 bottles, traded for over 100 spirit stones, 100 years spiritual herb, and a high-grade wind-type magical technique." As the second brother mentioned, sometimes it is better to hold back. "We may not need to sell pills for the next few days. Is there even an hour past?" Xie Dilling asked in confusion, looking at Xie de Zhao. Xie Mingxian looked up at the sky and said it should be about time. As expected of the second brother, Xie Mingzhu exclaimed, "No, today I must sell something." Xie Dilling seemed to have gotten her spirit back. "Little Linger, your aunt supports you." Xie Mingzhu looked at Xie Mingyuan and said, "Second brother, help Linger think of a way." Xie Mingyuan smiled slightly and said, "Introduce your magical tools to second uncle." Xie Dilling immediately spoke about 3 magical tools. One was a pair of snake-shaped scissors, a small scissor-like magical tool with snake patterns on its surface. Hearing that this low-grade magical tool can nearly match the power of a medium-grade magical tool when fully activated, Xie Mingyuan and Xie Mingxian looked at Xie Dilling with newfound respect for her refining abilities. The other 2 were a brooch, an automatic low-grade defensive magical tool, and a hairpin, a stealth-type low-grade magical tool, which made very little noise even when powered by spiritual energy. These are all good magical tools, but they seem a bit unique. They could be kept in the clan for future younger generations, or given as rewards to recruited rogue cultivators at the early stage of qi refinement. "Don't worry, second uncle, Linger is confident in replicating these magical tools." "Then do as you wish. However, these magical tools are your proud creations, Linger. You must not sell them too cheaply. Just watch what second uncle does." Xie Mingyuan immediately put up another wooden sign stating new works by a certain master craftsman, only 3 remaining sell until gone. Indeed, it wasn't long before someone stopped by to inquire due to the master craftsman gimmick. "Master craftsman's work." "Which master craftsman?" the wandering cultivator asked. Xie Mingyuan smiled faintly and said the master does not allow the name to be revealed, as this is merely a practice piece, not one of their renowned works. The wandering cultivator seemed skeptical. Friend, these are all low-grade magical tools, making it hard to believe. I see that you are at the 5th level of chi refinement, which is just right for this pair of snake-shaped scissors. Although they are low-grade, their maximum power can approach that of a medium-grade tool. If they weren't so low in grade, do you think the master would be willing to sell them like this? Approaching medium grade, Xie Mingyuan activated the scissors and 2 beams of sword light shot out, forming a scissor shape, greatly increasing their power, clearly exceeding the capabilities of ordinary low-grade magical tools. This commotion attracted the surrounding people. What do you think? I have yet to refine it completely, and I can already unleash this level of power. If fully refined, its power could naturally be enhanced further. How many spirit stones? The wandering cultivator immediately asked. 32 spirit stones, no bargaining, or equivalent spiritual herbs, magical techniques, and secret methods. Whoever pays first gets it. Before the wandering cultivator could respond, 32 spirit stones flew over and landed on the stall cloth. They'll take this. The snake-shaped scissors immediately flew up and landed in their hand. Everyone looked and found a woman approaching. She wore a luxurious wide-sleeved dress with a smoky pattern, her eyebrows hinting at spring, her eyes adorned with just the right amount of rouge, neither too gaudy nor too plain. The waist-hugging jade belt accentuated an enchanting curve. As she lightly stepped on the blue bricks, it was as if a feather dipped in vermilion brushed against the hearts of the crowd. The delicate pink peach blossom on her brow was the finishing touch, making her every movement brim with a charming demeanor, captivating hearts. Feng Yuzhen, someone shouted, and the surrounding people stepped back, not daring to approach. Feng Yuzhen walked to the stall and glanced around, smiling playfully. How rare. All magical tools are for women. What is the function of this brooch? When attacked, it can automatically deploy a defensive barrier. If attacked by someone at the 5th level of chi refinement or above, the barrier will shatter and cannot be activated again for a short time. 36 spirit stones, no bargaining. And what about this jade hairpin? Xie Mingyuan smiled faintly and infused it with spiritual energy, causing the hairpin to float in the air with only a faint ripple. Feng Yuzhen immediately understood and nodded. Not bad. The hairpin is 28 spirit stones, no bargaining. I don't have that many spirit stones on me. Could you perhaps lower the price a bit? Her voice was like a bewitching melody that entered Xie Mingyuan's ears, yet apart from a slight ripple in his heart upon first seeing her, his eyes remained calm, like a still deep abyss. This fairy, if you lack spirit stones, you may exchange for spiritual herbs, or secret methods, or spells. Su Mingyuan smiled lightly. This playful tone made many male cultivators around swallow their saliva. Yet none dared to approach her, for she was the daughter of the head of the Feng family in Guangling County, rumored to possess a naturally enchanting physique and true spiritual root qualifications for cultivation. Her future was nearly predetermined. 3 pieces of crystal blue diamonds, 1 blood soul stone, and a 150-year-old pure heart flower. Feng Yuzhen gazed quietly into Su Mingyuan's eyes, and after a moment said, "You truly are a boring man." She then lightly brushed her slender fingers over her storage bag, leaving behind the items she had mentioned earlier, and collected the brooch and jade hairpin before swaying away. Feng Yuzhen, in her 30s with profound cultivation, naturally had no need for these magical tools. She bought them merely to gift to her favored niece. Seeing that the excitement had dissipated, everyone began to disperse. Su Mingyuan turned to Su Juling and said, "Uncle, take the spiritual herbs, and you can keep the refining materials and spirit stones." "Thank you, uncle," Su Mingzhu exclaimed. As expected of my second brother, 3 low-grade magical tools sold for nearly 100 spirit stones. These 3 magical tools are quite decent, especially since they are women's tools, and just happened to encounter a wealthy patron. Otherwise selling for 60 to 70 spirit stones would have been quite good. Su Mingyuan explained with a smile, then added, "All right, let's find an end to stay." However, not long after, Su Mingzhu sensed someone following them and transmitted a message to Su Mingyuan. "Have your spiritual insect keep watch and see who is following us. They shouldn't dare to act recklessly in the market." Understood, second brother. The group settled at the Floating Life Inn, and soon after Su Mingwei also arrived. Shortly, Su Mingzhu gathered everyone in a room and activated the room's restrictions, saying, "The ones who have set their sights on us are a group of scattered cultivators. It seems that my act of selling pills has drawn attention," Su Mingyuan said indifferently. "According to the divine sense attached to my spiritual insect, there are a total of 5 individuals, all above the 7th layer of chi refinement. I can't gauge the highest, but they are either at the 8th or 9th layer. Not weak." Su Mingxian commented lightly, showing no concern for them, then asked eldest brother, "Second brother, what shall we do?" "Let's test the methods of scattered cultivators." Su Mingyuan looked at Su Mingwei and said, "Eldest brother, you deal with the one with the highest cultivation, and after killing him, lead the way for us. It's rare to encounter someone of similar strength. It will help us gain some experience in combat." "No problem." Su Mingwei nodded and said, "But you must not be careless. Release your attack and defense magical tools as soon as the battle begins." You all have cultivated the 9 flames technique, reaching the second level of the unified thought stage, allowing you to perfectly control 2 magical tools. In this regard, you still have an advantage. Su Mingzhu nodded and said, indeed, my father's secret method is extraordinary. The method of honing divine sense is likely unheard of by many cultivators. My father once said that the 9 flames technique can be mastered through hard work at the 3rd thought level, but starting from the 4th thought level, some understanding is required. Cherish it well. With my father's personal experience to guide, it can accelerate the speed of cultivating this secret method. Yes, eldest brother, father. Second brother, you come up with the plan. Meanwhile, a message reached the Feng family in the market regarding Wei Dao, the chief disciple of the Pill Hall. At the time, Su Mingwei was wearing a hood revealing his 9th layer of Qi refinement cultivation, inadvertently mentioning matters of the Imperial City in the Feng family's pill shop. It was not unusual for a scattered cultivator of his level to have visited the Imperial City, and the mere mention of the chief disciple of the Pill Hall and the name Wei Dao was enough to spark many thoughts in the Feng family. After all, their old rivals were the Wei family. At this time, the head of the Feng family and a few elders were gathered together discussing matters regarding Wei Dao. We should still send someone to the Imperial City. If that Wei Dao is indeed from the Wei family, we must make a decision early. The influence of the future chief of the Pill Hall is difficult to predict. As the head of the Feng family pondered, another person said, then I will personally go. If the second elder is willing to go, that would be best. With your perfected Qi refinement strength, you shouldn't encounter too many risks. Rest assured, head, I will surely investigate thoroughly. If not, the heart of our Feng family cannot be at ease. The great elder also said, indeed, seeing the Pill Hall master of the Wei family fall, our Feng family has been able to suppress the Wei family for dozens or even hundreds of years, yet now such a change has occurred. This was no longer about mutual suppression, but a question of whether our Feng family could have a foothold in Guangling County in the future. After the second elder and others left, only the head of the Feng family and the great elder remained in the study. Go find the ancestors, said the head of the Feng family. The great elder of the Feng family nodded slightly. In the Feng family's ancestral land, there was a green jade peak towering about 500 or 600 zhang high. It rose from the ground like a giant green jade hairpin piercing the sky, with mist enveloping it from halfway up. The foot of the mountain was mostly covered with oil pines and camphor trees, while at the waist were interspersed with nan bamboo and fir trees, layers of new leaves and old branches creating waves of green when the wind blew. Most remarkable were the ancient banyan trees that emerged from the rock crevices, their roots resembling golden snakes entwined around stones, while their canopies spread out like a jade covering of half an acre, with scarlet ibises occasionally landing among them like floating red gemstones. The northern side of the peak was exposed with large gray-white rock walls weathered by wind and rain over the years, forming flat rock layers standing like unsheathed swords. There were also whole blocks of reddish-brown boulders slanted into the mountain, their surfaces covered with honeycomb-like holes emitting a soft, mournful sound during the new moon. This place was the forbidden area of the Feng family, with only a few qualified individuals allowed to ascend the peak freely. Other disciples of the Feng family, unless summoned, were not allowed to trespass this peak. The head of the Feng family and the great elder arrived at the entrance of the main hall at the peak of the Green Jade Mountain. Inside the main hall, there was an old man with white hair and youthful features, along with a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on a mat. The spiritual energy of this peak was exceptionally rich, ranking as the most abundant in all of Guangling County. Ancestor wanted to seek an audience. Come in. Though the doors of the main hall were open, the two did not dare to enter directly without the ancestor's permission. Thank you, ancestor. The head of the Feng family and the great elder entered the main hall and immediately bowed respectfully to the two. What matters do you have? Speak directly. The old man with white hair spoke calmly. Today our Feng family received a rumor that someone from the Wei family has joined the sect of a certain pill master in the Imperial City. This news is from 2 years ago, right? Yes, but the news we received today is much more specific. That disciple from the Wei family might be the chief disciple of the Imperial City's Pill Hall under Yun Zhongzi. Upon hearing this, another building foundation cultivator resembling a middle-aged man instantly opened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Is this true? We have dispatched elders from the family to the Imperial City to verify. I believe we will have news in 7 or 8 days. Could it be that the Wei family is deliberately creating confusion and spreading rumors?" The head of the Feng family shook his head and said it should not be. If it were the Wei family spreading rumors, then most people in Guangling County would probably know. This information came from a scattered cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement who learned it in the Imperial City, even mentioning the name of that Wei family disciple, Wei Dao. Wei Dao? Could it be that he is not a direct descendant of the Wei family, but rather a distant branch? The building foundation elder questioned. It does sound like it could be true. If so, even if he is just a side branch, he is still a disciple of the Wei family. The middle-aged building foundation cultivator said, I remember that Elder Yun Zhongzi is quite old, and he should be accepting disciples as personal students now. What kind of terrifying alchemy talent would that Wei Dao possess? The hall fell silent, a heavy atmosphere enveloping the air. Let's wait for news. The building foundation elder said quietly. What if the news is true? The middle-aged building foundation cultivator seemed to show a hint of anxiety. Xiao Yuan, you have lived for over 100 years. Why do you still possess such a sense of impatience in times like this? Hearing this, the middle-aged building foundation cultivator seemed somewhat ashamed and immediately calmed down, clasping his fists and saying, Ancestor, I was too anxious. Even if the news is true, what of it? It will take at least 60 or 70 years for Wei Dao to grow, while Yun Zhongzi may not have that much lifespan to teach him, at most just over 40 years. 40 years with Yun Zhongzi's guidance would be enough for him to reach the level of impacting the building foundation. Indeed, but do not forget that Yun Zhongzi seeks an heir in alchemy. To reach Yun Zhongzi's level of alchemy in 40 years is likely a vain hope. Therefore, the position of chief of the Pill Hall does not necessarily belong to that boy, or rather it will not belong to him in the short term. Not to mention whether he has a sense of belonging to the Wei family. Even if he does, our Feng family is not afraid of the Wei family. Once the news is confirmed, I will visit the Wei family and force them to swear not to use Wei Dao to influence the conflict between the two families. If they refuse, I will do everything I can to ensure that the young building foundation members of the Wei family perish alongside us, or take action to eliminate the younger generation of the Wei family, cutting off their inheritance. Ancestor, this. Both the head of the Feng family and the great elder looked shocked. My lifespan is already limited to just over 10 years. If I can exchange it for long-lasting peace for the Feng family, it is certainly not a loss. Of course, this is also the last resort of mutual destruction. After saying this, he looked at the middle-aged building foundation cultivator and smiled lightly, saying, Xiao Yuan, while the path of the great families is indeed difficult, it is not solely a path of struggle and mutual devouring. You must remember, unless it is the last moment, do not engage in a desperate struggle with the Wei family. If one day the fate of our Feng family is sealed, we must preserve our family's strength and withdraw from Guangling County. As long as we manage well, our Feng family can rise once, then we can rise again. Xiao Yuan will remember the ancestors' teachings and will never forget it for life. Su Yuan stood up and bowed to him. The Feng family ancestor looked at the head of the Feng family and said, Wanda, you all may leave now. Wait until there is news before reporting back, and remember not to act rashly or leak any information. Yes, ancestor. Feng Wanda clasped his hands in salute and then exited the main hall, with the great elder returning on their flying swords. Great elder, you understand the ancestors' meaning. Those who know about this matter must not speak of it outside, or the family will impose severe penalties. Yes, head. The next day, Su Mingwei and his group pretended to leave the Guangling County market, heading deep into the nearby mountains. As prey, how could the hunter allow them to escape from their grasp? Almost immediately, 5 people followed closely behind. The sheep alone are estimated to be worth 200 to 300 spirit stones, not to mention the other trading materials and spiritual herbs, which might even be enough for a top-grade magic weapon. A stout man with thick eyebrows and big eyes grinned widely. Friend, I understand what you mean. You want a larger share to gather the spirit stones needed for a top-grade magic weapon. I cannot decide this alone. I must consult with the other friends first. A middle-aged female cultivator calmly said, the distribution should be based on merit. I think whoever kills should take it. Before anyone was seen, they began discussing how to divide the loot. The main point is a single word: poor. They had initially planned to check another county city for potential gains, but the arrival of Su Mingwei and others brightened their outlook. Loose cultivators have little to gain. Unless they are at the 8th or 9th level of chi refining, there might be some chance they possess top-grade magic weapons. However, fights at this level are mostly perilous. As for the scions of noble families traveling abroad, their highest companion is usually an elder at the 7th level of chi refining, which makes them their favorite targets. Stop arguing. Let's deal with that group of noble family members first. Then we will listen to Daoist Qinghe. Daoist Qinghe had the highest cultivation level among them at the peak of the 8th level of chi refining, and he had collaborated with them multiple times, thus obtaining the most resources. Thus, he already possessed a top-grade magic weapon. His strength was further enhanced. For loose cultivators to grow, they cannot rely on connections, but must depend on opportunities. Without opportunities, they can only resort to plunder. If they do not choose, they can only rely on noble families or sects. Their figures moved like fleeting shadows through the dense forest, and soon they caught up with Su Mingwei and his group. The bald man holding a mid-grade magic weapon saber smiled and approached, saying, Friends, you are also leaving Guangling County. How about we travel together? Different paths, no collaboration, Su Mingshu coldly replied. The middle-aged female cultivator raised her hand, shooting a streak of red light straight at Su Mingshu's heart. Clang, a small and exquisite shield suddenly appeared, instantly expanding to block the red light. The red light retreated, revealing a short sword. The Xian iron shield was impacted, causing Su Mingshu to stumble back several meters. The rapid activation of her defensive magic weapon suggested that she was prepared. A mid-grade defensive magic weapon, no wonder it could block my attack. But you are merely at the early stage of the 6th level of Qi refining. I want to see how long you can withstand me. Daoist Qinghe frowned slightly, a warning sign rising in his heart, yet he maintained a calm demeanor and said, "It seems they are well prepared. Leave the one at the 7th level of Qi refining to me. Quickly deal with the others to avoid any unexpected outcomes. Leave the 2 young ones at the 4th and 5th levels of Qi refining to me," said a slender middle-aged man. "Such vibrant lives, I enjoy slaughtering the talented children of noble families." Su Daijiao and Su Delying revealed disgust, in their eyes a hint of red light flickering from their depths. The remaining 2 also approached Su Mingyuan and Su Mingxian. However, just as the battle began, Daoist Qinghe suddenly vanished, his feet in a pair of magic boots, making his speed akin to that of someone using a teleportation talisman, leaving only a blurred shadow behind. Daoist Qinghe. The middle-aged female cultivator and others were taken aback, while Su Mingshu and the others quickly took out their top-grade magic weapons and rushed forward. They had witnessed the might of top-grade magic weapons multiple times and immediately recognized them. Top-grade magic weapons. All of them. Are you perhaps from a 2nd or 3rd-rate noble family in the imperial city? But no one responded to them. Among Su Mingshu's group, only Su Delying had been cultivating since childhood, while the others had taken the martial path, relying on the advantages of their magic weapons to gain the upper hand in close combat. "Everyone be cautious, do not be careless. I will pursue that Daoist," said Su Mingwei, and without hesitation his figure shot forward like a black lightning bolt through the forest. In just a moment he reached Daoist King's side. Seeing this, Daoist King's pupils constricted slightly, and he took out a talisman from his storage bag. He activated it instantly, and a blue light enveloped him, making him as light as a swallow. If Daoist Qinghe appeared like a gentle breeze at that moment, Su Mingwei was akin to a bolt of lightning. His speed was even greater. In the blink of an eye he overtook him. "How is this possible? I didn't see you use a teleportation talisman or any wind-based magic. How could your speed be this fast?" "Daoist, just as the battle begins you wish to escape amidst the chaos. That would be most unethical. Ethics. A dead friend is not as important as my own life. Being cautious is the reason I, Daoist Qinghe, have survived in the cultivation world until now." He carefully observed Su Mingwei and saw that he was indeed only at the early stage of the 7th level of Qi refining. He took out a flying sword and a brown shield from his storage bag, suspending them in front of him. With a flick of his hand holding the dust whisk, he said fiercely, "Since you will not let me leave, then I have no choice but to kill you." In the face of the threatening words, Su Mingwei remained unfazed. Without further ado, the Mo Jiao Bao, and arrows flew out from his storage bag. 9 arrows spread out in a fan shape hovering behind him. His fingers pulled the bowstring akin to a golden eagle, seizing a rabbit, firmly grasping the Mo Jiao Bao. In that instant, his entire aura resembled a sharp arrow, its tip aimed directly at Daoist King's brow. A sense of impending death surged in Daoist King's heart. The essence of the treasure bow and arrows merged perfectly, startling him into exclaiming, "A top-grade magic weapon set." 1 arrow was knocked on the bowstring. "Go!" The arrow exploded with a loud roar, shooting forth. Daoist Qinghe hurriedly controlled the top-grade flying sword to stab at it, but its power could not compare to the arrow which sent him flying. Next came the brown magic shield. Clang cracked. The spot where the shield was struck cracked and violently hit Daoist King's chest. The force felt as if a small mountain had collided, causing his internal organs to almost shatter. Poof! Did it not penetrate? As expected, I must use spiritual power to reach the attack power of a fine magic weapon, but... Su Mingwei formed a hand seal, his index and middle fingers pointing like a sword, gently swirling. The arrow, blocked by the shield and weakened, seemed to gain sentience, suddenly slicing past the shield and piercing Daoist King's skull. Daoist King's eyes widened in disbelief. As a peak cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining, possessing a top-grade magic weapon, a mid-grade shield, enhanced speed from magic boots, and a teleportation talisman, he couldn't withstand an attack from someone at the 7th level. What a monstrous talent. In an instant his world faded into darkness. Su Mingwei pondered for a moment, then controlled the arrow to shoot into his heart for good measure, seeing him unresponsive before approaching to inspect the corpse. The dust whisk was also a mid-grade magic weapon, and the 3,000 silver threads seemed to have binding capabilities. The shield had cracks almost penetrated, but with Su Delying among them, it should be reparable. In addition, there was a top-grade flying sword and a pair of low-grade magic boots. The storage bag also contained a teleportation talisman, a red flame talisman, over 20 spirit stones, and 3 magic incantations. The control object technique, wind manipulation technique, and divine wood technique. The first two are quite good, and we lack them in the clan, while Divine Wood technique should be a cultivation technique. This type is not currently lacking in the Su family, but it can be added to the Dao collection tower. Su Mingwei saw that the corpse had no other items and directly formed a hand seal to cast a fireball technique, incinerating the body to ashes before darting back to the battlefield. When he returned, he announced that the slender, middle-aged man who was supposed to deal with Su Dezhao and Su Delying was already a corpse on the ground. After all, among the Su family present, Su Delying had the highest cultivation level, just a little accumulation away from reaching the peak of the 7th level of Qi refining and then breaking into the 8th level. At 17 years old, being at the early stage of the 8th level of Qi refining is considered top tier, even in the Imperial City. It is enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the royal family and the elites of the three major, first-rate noble families. With Su Dezhao and Su Delying supporting, the remaining 3 loose cultivators were also quickly dealt with. When Su Mingwei returned, the 5 were encircling and dealing with the middle-aged female cultivator. She was at the peak of the 7th level of Qi refining and possessed a decent mid-grade defensive magic weapon, which allowed her to hold out until now. However, facing the 5-man siege with 5 top-grade magic weapons unleashing their power, the middle-aged female cultivator could only hold on for a moment before she fell unwillingly. "Father, you're back." Su Delying was the first to notice Su Mingwei. Su Mingwei nodded slightly. Then the group began to clean the battlefield, inspect corpses, burn bodies, and tally their gains. Combined, the 5 loose cultivators had over 100 spirit stones, 7 mid-grade magic weapons, and 1 top-grade magic weapon with several magic incantations. The most useful to the Su family were the control object technique and wind manipulation technique. Delying, this control object technique should be very useful to you. You can try cultivating it. "Thank you, Father. And this damaged magic weapon, see if you can repair it. If not, take it back to Elder Wu." Su Delying immediately took the brown shield from Daoist Qing'e. The mid-grade magic weapon was almost penetrated by an arrow. "Father, your attack is truly unmatched." Su Delying exclaimed in astonishment, examining it before adding, "It's okay, no major issues. I should be able to repair it. Then I'll leave it to you." Su Mingwei smiled and nodded, looking around before continuing, "Let's return to Guangling County." For several consecutive days, everyone quietly cultivated in the inn or occasionally went out to stroll through the market. Su Mingyuan no longer engaged in trading pills or magic weapons. Su Delying rented the Feng family's workshop in the market, spending over half a day to repair the brown shield. Everyone lacked for magic weapons, each possessing both top-grade offensive magic weapons and mid-grade defensive magic weapons. During this expedition, with Su Mingyuan as the leader, most of the items obtained from killing and plundering loose cultivators were in his storage bag for easier arrangement. As for the low-grade wind boots, they were given to Su Dezhao, but were borrowed by Su Delying for study, including the mid-grade dust whisk as well. The rest were all standard magic weapons. Even top-grade ones were not valued by Su Delying. Time passed swiftly. The second elder of the Feng family returned from the Imperial City. He appeared hurried and went directly to find the head of the Feng family. "Second elder, you have returned. How was the trip?" asked the head of the Feng family. He looked serious and said, "What the loose cultivators said is true. Several years ago, Yun Zhongzi returned from traveling and brought back a boy named Wei Dao. It is rumored that he not only possesses genuine spiritual root qualifications, but also has a wood spirit bloodline, making him an excellent candidate for the alchemy path. Unfortunately, the alchemy hall hardly allows him to meet members of noble families, and I have also been unable to see him or communicate with him, so I do not know how he feels about the Wei family." "Thank you, Elder Second. I am already aware of this matter, and will discuss how to deal with the Wei family with the ancestors." Elder Second clasped his fists and said, "The Wei family should still be unaware that my Feng family knows about this. If we attack now, we can catch them off guard and severely injure some of their members." Feng Wander glanced at him and waved his hand to stop him, saying, "Elder Second, there is no need for more words. The ancestors will make their own decisions. You should return and rest." Elder Second's eyes shimmered slightly as he bowed slightly and left the study. After a short while, Feng Wander took to the skies on his sword and went to Qingyu Peak. The ancestors of the Feng family had also learned of this news. "It is indeed true," Feng Xuan sighed softly, turning his gaze to the ancestor of the Feng family. The ancestor of the Feng family paused for a moment before saying, "Our Guangling County is fundamentally different from Yuehu County. Their families are fiercely competitive, but we have not had a family extermination incident in nearly 200 years. I will go to the Wei family and confront Old Wei. If he refuses, then our Feng family will ensure that the entire Guangling County will not have peace starting tomorrow." His words carried an air of ruthlessness and determination. "Ancestor, I will accompany you," Feng Xuan said, nodding slightly after some thought. "Then let us go together." Feng Wander immediately cupped his hands in salute, saying, "I bid farewell to the ancestor." Then they soared into the air, disappearing into the faint mist. There is an ancient saying those who successfully establish their foundation can circulate qi through 12 layers of building, allowing them to soar like a rainbow without reliance on external objects to traverse the vastness. In this realm, their qi resonates with heaven and earth, allowing them to ride the winds freely and wander unhindered without relying on magical tools. Of course, if aided by magical tools, their speed could be further enhanced. Above the Wei family estate, the ancestor of the Feng family and Feng Xian stood in midair looking down. Old Wei, an old friend, has come to visit. Why not come out to see me? His voice boomed, echoing throughout the Wei family estate. Moments later, two streaks of light shot out from somewhere in the Wei estate, swiftly appearing before them. Some disciples looked up, but could only see their figures, unable to hear their words. That is the ancestor of the Feng family. Why have they suddenly come to our Wei family? Do they intend to attack us? The Wei family head pondered for a moment and immediately ordered someone to activate the protective array. Though this array was merely a low-grade second-tier defense formation, it could temporarily stop those at the foundation establishment stage without much issue. Seeing the array activated, the ancestor of the Feng family waved his hand lightly, showing little concern. The Wei family ancestor furrowed his brows and said, "Old Wei, what brings you to my Wei family? And you brought a junior along, as surely you are not here to be a guest." The ancestor of the Feng family chuckled, "I am here to congratulate you on the emergence of another genius with true spiritual root qualifications in the Wei family." Another middle-aged foundation establishment member from the Wei family with guarded eyes said, "Whether or not my Wei family has such a genius is none of your Feng family's concern, right?" The ancestor of the Feng family smiled and replied, "It is indeed none of my concern. However, if this child enters the Dan Hall and becomes the chief disciple there, then it will be related to my Feng family." Upon hearing this, the two foundation establishment members of the Wei family immediately narrowed their eyes. "You Feng family have learned of this," the Wei family ancestor said. "Indeed, there is no secret in this world. My Wei family does have a distant branch from a border county that was accepted as a direct disciple by Yun Zhongzi. But they have no real ties to my Wei family. Old Wei, you are worrying too much. Is that so?" The ancestor of the Feng family said, "Then how about we swear an oath today? Our two families shall compete based on our own abilities without interference from other foundation establishment forces. Otherwise, the path to cultivation will be severed and our souls will be tormented by inner demons, never to achieve a good end." The middle-aged foundation establishment member of the Wei family said, "On what grounds do you say we must swear an oath? Do you think my Wei family is your Feng family's vassal? Wei Changkong, my ancestor, is discussing matters with your ancestor. You have no place to interrupt. If you wish to fight, let us go to another place. I Feng Shuyuan will gladly meet you there." Seeing his stubbornness, Wei Changkong's face turned pale with anger. "Changkong, calm down." The Wei family ancestor raised his hand and said, "Yes, ancestor." The Wei family ancestor looked at the face of the ancestor of the Feng family, his eyes seemingly filled with resolve. After pondering for a while, he said, "Brother Feng, why must it be this way? Aren't both our families currently in peace? In the past 200 years, my Wei family has indeed once overshadowed your Feng family. Your Feng family has also overshadowed us. Though there have been conflicts, we have never truly fought. Indeed, this is also to suppress others to prevent another foundation establishment family from emerging in Guangling County. After all, the resources in Guangling County are still not enough for 3 families to share equally. However, now it is different. What kind of power is the Dan Hall? We both know very well. While it may appear neutral, behind it lies the Chao family of the Great Wei royal family. I have heard that Wei Dao is extraordinarily talented and has great potential in alchemy. I fear that he will eventually become the new chief of the Dan Hall, or even reach the foundation establishment stage. A single promise from him could compel many foundation establishment families to work for him. How can this not cause my Feng family to worry? Brother Feng, you truly overthink things." The ancestor of the Wei family said, "Wei Dao was born in a remote branch of a border county and has no deep ties to my Wei family. Yet you have brought his relatives into the clan to care for him, as if he were of direct descent." The ancestor of the Feng family said, "Even if Wei Dao is as you say, your care for his relatives is merely to create a debt of gratitude for him to repay. Brother Wei, for the peace of our 2 clans in the future, you must swear this oath today. Otherwise, prepare for an all-out war. My Feng family must severely injure your Wei family before Wei Dao grows up, or even annihilate you, so that we can have peace of mind. A decade should be enough for our 2 families to determine the victor." The Wei family ancestor furrowed his brows, tightly filled with anger. "Brother Feng, are you truly so insistent? Or perhaps you want Wei Dao to swear an oath to never interfere in the matters of Guangling County." The 4 of them released their auras, colliding with one another and refusing to back down. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, eerily quiet, as if a storm were about to arrive. After a while, the Wei family ancestor sighed and said, Very well, our two families shall compete based on our own abilities without interference from other foundation establishment forces. If this oath is violated, our paths to cultivation shall be severed, and we will be tormented by inner demons every day. The ancestor of the Feng family smiled faintly, saying, Brother Wei, this is the best choice for both of our families. The 4 foundation establishment members swore the oath. Afterward, the ancestor of the Feng family and Feng Shuyuan left, returning to Qingyu Peak. Wei Chongkong gritted his teeth in frustration, saying, Ancestor, this is too suffocating. What does it matter how suffocating it is? The old ghost of the Feng family has already resolved to die. If we do not agree, our Wei family will struggle to withstand the upcoming all-out war. Even if we were to win by chance, one of us would surely perish, or perhaps all of us would die. If my Wei family with its vast foundation does not have a foundation establishment to suppress it, do you think it would not be devoured cleanly like the Su family of Yuehu County next door? The Wei family ancestor sighed and said, Our Wei family and the Feng family are not far apart in strength. While we indeed have the intention to leverage Wei Dao's power, he is yet to grow, and it will take at least a few decades. But this is also good. Maintaining the status quo will not bring too much danger to my Wei family. One must give to gain. In the end, Wei Chongkong had no choice but to accept this outcome, but he still felt unsatisfied. This matter should be kept confidential, and very few know of it. I must find out how the Feng family learned of our plans, and that person must pay with their life. The ancestor of the Wei family shook his head helplessly, but since this was a minor issue, he allowed Wei Chongkong to pursue it. Another 4 or 5 days passed. Su Mingyuan was walking through the market, but felt no signs of impending war. He looked up at the sky and silently said, It seems I have failed. The Feng family has forcibly reached some agreement with the Wei family. It truly is a wise choice. In the end, I still understand too little and was too eager. If I had let Su Mingyuan plan for 3 to 5 years, this scheme might have succeeded. Not long after returning to the inn, Su Mingwei arrived at his room. The activity in the market could not escape his notice. Elder brother. Is elder brother not worried that I would be unwilling? Su Mingyuan smiled and said, Though the provocation did not succeed, it still reveals the actions of both families prioritizing caution. The Wei family has been forcefully pressured by the Feng family, and they must be unwilling in their hearts. However, lacking a master alchemist, their industry will surely be affected, and they cannot compete with the Feng family. Thus, the weakened Wei family remains our target for cooperation. Of course, they are unaware of what we are secretly doing in advance. Additionally, the Feng family and the Ge family are also options. Su Mingwei looked at Su Mingyuan with bright eyes and asked, Which family do you plan to contact first? Su Mingyuan nodded, saying, Steady and measured, let's start with the Ge family. Their foundational strength is indeed not weak, and they must harbor ambitions to compete with both the Wei and Feng families. That is a good choice, Su Mingwei said with a faint smile. Let's proceed as you say, but if any risks arise, we will leave Guangling County immediately. I understand, Su Mingyuan replied. The next day, Su Mingyuan and the others again made their way to the Ge family's 3 branches. In the main hall, only Ge Yanhua and Ge Xianhong were present this time. Ge Yanfeng was out on business. I heard several of you have matters to discuss with my Ge family, Ge Yanhua said lightly, but in his heart, he wondered if this was related to the reward for saving their lives last time. Rest assured, family head Ge, the last time I saved your life was merely an effort of my hand. My Su family does not truly seek a reward, so you need not take it to heart. Su Mingyuan seemed to see through his thoughts. This time I came to inquire if the Wei family is recruiting exceptional alchemists. That is indeed the case. Are you looking to recommend someone? Ge Yanhua breathed a sigh of relief. No, rather, I want to see if we can conduct a transaction for pills with the Wei family. Pill transactions. Upon hearing this, Ge Yanhua fell silent. After a moment, he said, The Wei family has produced 2 alchemists in the past, so it would be quite impossible to conduct pill transactions with them. But how can we know if we do not try? Su Mingyuan said, Of course, if the Ge family is willing to trade with us, that is also fine. But I fear that if the news leaks, your Ge family may be wary of the Wei family. Su Mingyuan retreated while advancing. Ge Yanhua pondered, stroking his short beard, and said, My Ge family is not far from being a foundation establishment family, and we have long since been on guard. Otherwise, how could the previous incident have occurred? There is no need for you to worry about this matter. However, what pills can your Su family offer for trade? If you only have 1 or 2 bottles, you might as well sell them in the market. Moreover, my Ge family also has alchemists, and we are not particularly lacking in low-grade pills. Su Mingyuan smiled faintly and said, We have detoxification pills, Yulu pills, spirit-gathering pills, recovery pills, gathering chi pills, and yuan recovery pills. All of these common pills are of good quality. Additionally, we have barrier-breaking pills, though those are relatively rare. You have upper-grade barrier-breaking pills, too. Su Mingyuan smiled as he took out a porcelain bottle from his storage bag and waved it casually, sending it to Ge Yanhua. Ge Yanhua opened the bottle and saw 3 round and full pills inside. These were indeed upper-grade barrier-breaking pills. Among first-tier pills, those for breaking through bottlenecks are among the most difficult to refine, far more so than spirit-gathering pills. Of course, those rare first-tier extraordinary pills do not count. Gu Yanhua was greatly surprised, sealing the bottle and returning it. Your Su family's alchemists truly have remarkable skills. To produce 3 upper-grade barrier-breaking pills at once, I have heard that even the previous alchemist of the Wei family could only occasionally produce a few batches that contained upper-grade barrier-breaking pills. There are rumors that an alchemist capable of refining upper-grade barrier-breaking pills has already reached the level to refine second-tier pills. He looked deeply at Su Mingyuan and the others. No wonder you dare to propose trading with the Wei family. Your Su family's prospects are limitless. After a pause, Gu Yanhua said, I will take these 3 barrier-breaking pills. Upper-grade barrier-breaking pills are rare and can help those at the peak of Qi cultivation break through bottlenecks, significantly relieving years of hard training. Of course, there are many cultivators stuck at bottlenecks for many years. Some have not broken through even after decades, or even a lifetime. The trade can involve equivalent spirit stones, spirit herbs, materials from magical beasts, or secret techniques, upper-grade spells, or even magical beast eggs and young beasts. Gu Yanhua's eyes lit up. Simply speaking, the Gu family might not have many spirit stones, as some reserves are still needed to activate the Great Formation. However, upon thinking it over carefully, he understood. The Su family is a newly emerging cultivation family with a shallow foundation. If it were not for the fortunate emergence of an alchemist, they would likely not have been able to become a cultivation family at all. Even if they could, it would take centuries of planning and accumulation. Moreover, the situation in Yuehu County is not friendly to newly emerging cultivation families. Without strong allies backing them, they would likely be completely devoured. No problem, let's set a price of 30 spirit stones per pill. How does that sound? Before Su Mingyuan set out, Su Chuan had discussed the general value of these pills with him. However, different counties will have variations in pricing. Upper-grade barrier-breaking pills in a top-ranked county like Tangshan County would be priced at around 24 spirit stones per pill, but in Guangling County, very few people can refine them, and even fewer reach the market. Therefore, 30 spirit stones per pill is not surprising. This pill is precious, but my third brother often says that brother Xianhong has taken good care of him in the military, so let's go with the price of 30 spirit stones. Gu Yanhua smiled slightly and sent someone to fetch some magical beast materials, some ores, and some spirit herbs to complete the transaction. Nephew, you have upper-grade barrier-breaking pills in your hands, so I assume you also have upper-grade spirit-gathering pills. I do have some, but they are rare, as there are practitioners in my clan at the peak of Qi cultivation who need upper-grade spirit-gathering pills to advance their cultivation. Most of what I have are middle-grade pills. How many do you have? I will take them all. As for whether we will establish formal stable trade with the Su family in the future, I still need to consult with the other family heads of my Gu family branches before making a decision. Of course, Su Mingyuan had not expected everything to be settled in one go. If the Gu family were truly this carefree, they would likely not have survived to this day. After that, Su Mingyuan took out 6 upper-grade spirit-gathering pills to trade with the Gu family. Gu Yanhua also checked them, finding their quality to be even better than the upper-grade spirit-gathering pills he had seen before. The Gathering Qi pill is a relatively common elixir, and its price is quite reasonable. A bottle of top-grade Gathering Qi pills costs about 70 spirit stones, with 6 pills making up half a bottle, which totals 35 spirit stones. However, this is merely the quantity of pills produced by Su Chuan's furnace. Excluding the compensation for his alchemical services, the Su family netted over 30 spirit stones from this transaction. With 6 top-grade Gathering Qi pills in hand, the Gu family was quite satisfied, and Su Mingyuan was even more pleased. Among their group, only he and Su Mingwei were aware of the profits involved, while Su Mingxian and Su Mingshu were less informed. Another individual among the Su family who was quite happy was Su Deliang. This time they had traded for quite a bit of refining materials from the Gu family. Previously, she had made some progress in researching the long boots and the whisk artifact, and she intended to experiment with crafting. She then sent a message to Su Mingyuan. Su Mingyuan immediately expressed his desire to borrow the Gu family's refining room. Gu Yanhua was not surprised. Every cultivation family would cultivate their own alchemists, refiners, formation masters, and talisman makers. However, very few individuals could truly reach a level where they could bring benefits to their families. After all, learning the arts of immortality requires a certain amount of talent. If that is the case, you may as well stay at my Gu family for now. Regarding the transaction with the Su family, I also need time to communicate with the other branches. I hope you do not mind, my dear nephew. Gu Yanhua had already noticed that among the Su family, several were centered around Su Mingyuan. Naturally, we shall await good news from you, senior. Xuanhong, take good care of them. Do not neglect them. Gu Xianhong patted his chest and smiled. Mingxian and I are close friends, so I certainly will not neglect his relatives. Gu Yanhua nodded and then left the hall. Mingxuan, you and the others come with me. On the way, Gu Xianhong asked, "By the way, I still don't know how to address your relatives Mingxian." Su Mingxian seemed hesitant, but upon receiving a message from Su Mingyuan stating it was fine, he smiled and said, "I was being foolish. This is my elder brother Su Mingwei, this is my second brother Su Mingyuan, and this is my fourth sister Su Mingshu. Both young ones are my elder brother's offspring. So they are your biological relatives, nephews, and nieces?" Gu Xianhong asked in surprise. Su Mingxian nodded slightly. "I thought you were just ordinary relatives. Do I have been disrespectful?" Gu Xianhong immediately laughed and apologized. Su Mingwei smiled lightly and said, "You took great care of Mingxian back then, and the Su family is also grateful. This ceramic bottle contains 3 master-level pills. They are quite effective. Since you are practicing martial arts, Xuanhong, take it." "How can I accept this? It was Mingxian who saved my life back then." Su Mingxian smiled and pressed the ceramic bottle into Gu Zuanhong's hands. "Go, elder brother, why are you being so polite? Don't forget what your father traded with us earlier. Even the top-grade barrier-breaking pills could be provided by my Su family, let alone martial arts pills. However, this master-level martial pill was personally researched by the master alchemist of my Su family, making it unique to us. I do not know how it compares to those of your Gu family, so please do not disdain it." "How could I?" Gu Xianhong did not push back any further and accepted it, clasping his hands in thanks. "Thank you, brother Mingwei." Su Mingwei nodded slightly. Gu Xianhong also regarded the Su family members, feeling each had their own traits. Su Mingwei was stable but reticent, Su Mingyuan was sociable, and although Su Mingxian was much steadier, traces of her former personality could still be seen. Su Mingshu was lively, and her attire gave a heroic impression, leaving a striking impression. The 2 younger generations were not very old, full of vigor, and their eyes shone with a confident demeanor. They were likely the little geniuses that the Su family focused on nurturing. Thus he made a judgment in his heart. Although the Su family was young, their future was bright. After settling in the Su family members, Su Mingyuan accompanied Su Delying to the Gu family's refining room. "Our 3 branches do not have any outstanding refiners, thus we merely constructed a simple room for our disciples to practice refining," Gu Xianhong said as they walked. "Uncle Gu, I feel that your Gu family branches seem to be quite independent and do not interact much with each other. Little niece is truly perceptive. Our Gu family has developed independently for over 100 years. Each branch bears its own profits and losses. Generally, we only communicate during family competitions or when events of significant impact occur in the Gu family. It feels like we are clearly one family, but are as estranged as 4 separate families. What about your Su family?" "My Su family is naturally loving and united." Su Delying smiled, her cheeks showing 2 dimples and a small tiger tooth peeking out, making her very endearing. Su Mingyuan explained, "My Su family does not have many members. If we experience the changes that the Gu family has endured over 100 or 200 years, who knows what we would develop into why. Indeed, a family develops over generations and cannot always follow the founder's ideas. Moreover, different times and experiences will also lead to the rise and fall of families, forcing them to seek better paths." Not long after, upon arriving at the refining room, Su Delying entered. Gu Xianhong arranged for a servant to wait outside for her to lead her back once she came out, while he returned to his residence with Su Mingyuan. Su Delying borrowed the refining room and stayed for 2 to 3 days. Using beast hide armor as the main material and adding some other auxiliary materials, she refined a pair of firewind boots. The wind aided the fire's might, causing its explosive speed to be 7 to 8 times faster than the windwalking boots obtained from Elder Qinghe, almost reaching the level of mid-grade magical boots. Not bad at all. Since my elder brother already has windwalking boots, I shall give these to father. Su Delying muttered to herself, and with a delicate gesture, she stored them in her storage bag and immediately opened the restriction to walk out. Miss Su, you are finally out. Lord Xianhong has sent someone to inquire several times. Su Delying seemed a bit embarrassed. This refining took longer than I expected. Please lead the way for me. Miss Su, you are too polite. It is my duty. The servant immediately led Su Delying to the guest room. However, they encountered a young gentleman on the way who was heading towards the refining room. 7th young master. Upon seeing the person approaching, the servant immediately stopped and bowed respectfully. Su Delying glanced at him. The young man looked to be around 20, wearing a flowing snow-white silk robe that danced in the wind, with a jade belt adorned with dragon patterns reflecting the light of the sky, and a hanging jade pendant softly tapping with his steps. As his wide sleeves fell like flowing clouds, his entire demeanor resembled a piece of fine jade from Kunshan. However, she only took a glance and then followed the servant away. Wait a moment. What does the 7th young master require? The servant asked with a bow. Who is this girl? I have not seen her before. Replying to the 7th young master, this young lady is from the Su family, a relative of Lord Xuanhong's friend, and is currently visiting the family. The 7th young master looked at Su Delying with curiosity, but did not act rudely. Instead, he nodded and said, You may go. After they left, the seventh young master turned to gaze at the receding red figure, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Su Deliang curiously asked, "Who was that person just now?" "He is the eldest son of the family head, born of Lord Xuanta's third wife, ranking seventh among his siblings," the servant answered. "I see. He seems quite extraordinary and appears to be a cultivator as well." The servant nodded. "I do not know about that, but among Lord Xuanta's 10 or so children, the seventh young master stands out the most, possessing remarkable charm." Su Deliang nodded, and the two continued on, soon arriving at the guest room. The servant bowed and left. After refining for 3 days, little Ling seems to have gained quite a lot this time. "And you truly understand me?" Su Deliang smiled broadly, her dimples appearing again. With a wave of her hand, a pair of long boots with a white base and black body adorned with red patterns flew out from her storage bag. "Magical boots!" Su Mingshu exclaimed in surprise. "Little Ling, you really managed to create magical boots after just a few days of research." "In fact, I had already been studying various low-grade magical artifacts in the family, but magical boots and robes are quite rare, and the family did not have any. This time, with a reference object, the crafting became much simpler. Moreover, little Ling also made some improvements, allowing them to harness both wind and fire. The combination of wind and fire enhanced their speed to be 7 to 8 times faster than the wind-walking boots." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. "So, little Ling, who do you plan to give them to?" Su Mingshu asked, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, smiling. "What do you think of how your aunt treats you?" "Aunt treats me very well, so I plan to give these firewind boots to father." "Shouldn't they be given to me, your aunt?" Su Mingshu exclaimed in shock. "Little Ling, you have learned to deceive me now. And these are clearly men's boots. You don't mind, do you?" "I almost forgot. Then let's give them to your elder brother." "Little Ling, remember to craft something better for your aunt." "I promise, aunt." "No problem, third uncle." Su Deliang promised. Su Mingxian said, "Fourth sister, you have said everything. I have nothing left to say." "Little Ling, I also want a pair." "No more fussing around." Su Mingwei shook his head with a smile, then patted Su Deliang's head. "Little Ling, your father appreciates your intentions. However, for your father to be of assistance, he at least needs a pair of top-grade magical boots, so let's give these firewind boots to your second uncle." "For me, eh?" Su Mingyuan was taken aback. "Who told you that you are the weakest here?" Su Mingwei replied lightly. Su Mingyuan had no rebuttal and said, "Then thank you, little Ling." "Yuqing, why have you come to see your third uncle today?" Gu Xianhong looked at the graceful young man before him, astonished. He had no aptitude for cultivation, focusing instead on martial arts, while Gu Yuqing was the most talented among his brothers, born of Gu Xuanwei's third wife. He was also one of the 2 true spiritual root cultivators among the Yu clan. Martial arts has always been looked down upon by the path of immortality. Even the younger generation with inferior spiritual root qualifications seldom visited him, let alone this talented cultivator from the clan. "Your third uncle is my elder, so it is only right for Yuqing to visit you." Gu Xianhong stroked his chin, feeling quite pleased with this remark. Yet he also understood that there was much more to be said. Without any formalities, he smiled lightly and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. You are the genius of the family, and if my third uncle can help you in any way, he will certainly do so. Then let me speak frankly. Today I saw a woman in red near the refining room, rumored to be a relative of my third uncle's friend, and I would like to ask for my third uncle's help in making an introduction." Near the refining room, Gu Xianhong pondered for a moment and said, "You must have seen Su Deliang, the daughter of the Su family from Yuehu County, and also my friend's niece. Her father is currently staying at our residence." "Is she from the Cultivation family in the neighboring Yuehu County?" "That's right, they are a newly emerged Cultivation family. I heard that no new Cultivation family has emerged in Yuehu County for over 100 years. The Su family is quite remarkable to have stood out amidst such chaos. Are you interested in that girl?" Gu Xianhong laughed. "It's just that she caught my eye at first sight. By the way, third uncle, is Su Deliang also a refining master, since she appeared near the refining room?" "Not sure, as she might not be one yet, just studying the art of refining," Gu Xianhong replied lightly. "Moreover, she looks a few years younger than me. If she becomes a refining master, then wouldn't I have wasted several years of learning? Yuchang, work hard. You are a rare cultivation genius in our lineage with some talent for refining. If you can become a master in refining, our 3 branches may surpass the main branch's status. Even the family may have a chance to be promoted to a foundation establishment family." Gu Yuchan nodded with a faint smile and said, "Yuchan will not disappoint you, third uncle, father, or grandfather, nor the family." Then about Su Deliang, "I will help you find out more indirectly. If the girl is already promised to someone, you should give up." "Thank you, third uncle." Gu Yuchan immediately left, and shortly after, Gu Xianhong went to the guest room where Su Mingxian was staying. At that moment, Su Mingwei and the others had returned to their rooms for meditation and quiet cultivation. "Mingxuan, it's me. Good big brother. Come in," Su Mingxian said lightly. The guest rooms had no restrictions, and Gu Xianhong pushed the door open to enter. "Are you meditating? It seems I am interrupting." "Not at all. Is there news from the head of the Gu family?" I expect my father will have a reply in the next couple of days. Please be patient for another 2 days, Gu Xianhong said. Su Mingxian nodded in response. I heard your niece Delying has come out of seclusion. Big brother Gu, you are quite well informed. A servant reported it to me, and I rushed over. Is she resting in her room? Yes, she should be in meditation. Gu Xianhong nodded, and asked again, by the way, I noticed that De Zhao and De Ling are both of age. Have they married yet? Su Mingxian felt a doubt arise in his heart. Is the Gu family considering a marriage alliance with the Su family? It's rare for families from different counties to marry, especially foundation establishment families, as it doesn't significantly strengthen one's own power, let alone qi refining families. After pondering for a moment, he smiled, and said De Zhao is already married and has children. As for De Ling, she hasn't married yet, but she is not my daughter, so the marriage will not be decided by me. Thus, whether my elder brother will promise her to someone, I am not very clear, and need to ask him. The arrangement of parents and matchmakers is a natural principle. Gu Xianhong nodded, and said, by the way, my elder brother has a son with exceptional talent, who is quite outstanding. He will be of age next year, and he matches well with De Ling. Your elder brother's son. That's right. He also has the qualifications for cultivation with outstanding talent, and is one of the potential heirs of our 3 branches. Future heir, then his talent must be quite remarkable. Indeed. He is also at the marrying age. I find De Ling very good, and since she is your niece, if she is not yet promised to anyone, it would be a good match. What do you think, Brother Su? Let me consult with my elder brother before replying to you, Brother Go. Gu Xianhong clasped his hands and nodded with a smile. Then I will trouble you with this matter. He did not linger for long and soon left. Su Mingxian pondered for a moment and then went to Su Mingwei's room, using his spiritual sense to communicate and call the others over. Then he informed them of what Gu Xianhong had just mentioned. The others found it puzzling, but Su Delying suddenly remembered the extraordinary young man she had encountered not long ago and frowned. Gu family's 7th young master. Linger, do you know him? Su Mingzhu asked in surprise. I met him by chance after finishing my refining work. I heard from the servants that he is the son of the head of the Gu family, ranking 7th among his father's more than a dozen sons born of the 3rd madam. The 3rd madam, and more than a dozen sons. TSK. Su Mingzhu shot a glance at Su Mingxuan, who was clicking his tongue. What are you, envious 3rd brother? 4th sister, don't say such things casually. I doubt you dare, otherwise I'll tell Sister Wanqing when I get back. Su Mingyuan chuckled and said, 4th sister, don't be so surprised. Your cousin Bai Hui has already married the wife from the 9th house. It's unlikely that the descendants of the Su family will truly follow a one-husband, one-wife tradition. It's just that we have all been influenced by our father to some extent, and we are mostly busy with family or cultivation. Otherwise, for the sake of expanding the family, marrying multiple wives and concubines would be the better choice. The more children mean a higher chance of producing cultivators. If other families were like us, they probably wouldn't have reached this point. Su Mingzhu was left speechless, not knowing how to refute. 2nd brother, you speak like father. Your words are always hard to argue against. Su Mingzhu sighed in frustration. Big brother, what about Linger's marriage? Su Mingxian looked at Su Mingwei and said, according to brother Guga Yuchan, should be one of the true spiritual roots of the Gu family's 3rd branch in this generation. As long as he doesn't fall, he is likely to be the future head of the 3 branches. 3rd brother, what do you think? It is impossible for the Gu family to seek to marry our little Linger, so we can only use the excuse of her being promised to someone. Su Mingwei nodded slightly. Su de Zhao teased, could it be that this is a tradition of our Su family where every generation has a woman who remains single? Zhaoer, I think you're just itching for trouble, Su Mingzhu said. Su Delying thought for a moment, but still did not mention her matter with Wu Shunan. If she could convince Wu Shunan and Wu Mingxing, Su Chuan would take charge of the arrangements, and Su Mingwei would not say much. But if she couldn't, she would probably end up like Su Mingzhu, leaving it to fate. With her talent, she only had 2 choices: to marry into another family or to remain unmarried. This was the maximum freedom the Su family could provide. Su Delying was also clear about this. As a member of the Su family, the family was the most important. Personal feelings must yield to family interests. The next day, when Su Mingxian met Gu Xuanhong, he told him about this matter. He only sighed slightly, feeling regret, and said no more. In the afternoon, Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, and Su Mingxian were called to the main hall by the servants of the Gu family. In addition to Gu Yanhua, there were 3 other elderly men of similar age, 2 of whom had reached the 9th level of qi refining, while another was at the mid-9th level. There were not many cultivators from the Gu family who had reached the 9th level of qi refining, and judging by their demeanor, Su Mingyuan and the others guessed their identities. They must be the heads of the other 3 branches of the Gu family. Soon they heard Gu Yanhua introduce, this is the head of my Gu family, Gu Yansong. This is the head of the 2nd branch, Gu Yanlin, and this is the head of the 4th branch, Gu Yang. Su Mingwei and the others saluted and said, greetings, esteemed seniors. Gu Yansong glanced at Su Mingwei and the others and said lightly, a qi refining family dares to trade with a county family. Your Su family is quite bold. Aren't you afraid of being devoured by others for these trade goods? Su Mingyuan said, Senior, Yinsong need not worry about this matter. If we didn't have some confidence, how would we dare? You have come to us today, or it should be to give my Su family a reply. And if not, the head of the second branch, Gu Yinlin, asked. Having stayed at the Gu family for many days, we should take our leave, Su Mingyuan replied, neither humble nor arrogant, carefully observing the expressions of the four heads of the Gu family. Even the slightest change in breath or the dilation of skin pores could not escape Su Mingyuan's notice. His observational skills were not merely about reading people, they extended to environmental changes and more. This was a change Su Mingyuan gradually discovered later, but the main aspect was still judging human hearts. After all, he was the head of the Su family's discipline hall, also in charge of the dark department, supervising many affiliated families and the Dongxi family. Seeing that Su Mingyuan and others had an attitude of being indifferent to whether the Gu family's trade succeeded or failed, Gu Yinsong frowned slightly and said, if the trade with my Gu family fails, do you really intend to trade with the Wei family? I understand what Senior Yinsong means. It's nothing more than a saying that one should not seek out a tiger's skin. However, whether it can be successful still needs to be tested, doesn't it? Such a bold claim. Gu Yinlin snorted lightly. Su Mingyuan was unfazed and looked towards Gu Yinhua. It seems the Gu family is unwilling, so my Su family will not force it. Please wait, esteemed nephew. It's not that we are unwilling, but the recent situation is too tense. The Wei family is in a rage for some reason, not only investigating their own camp's family cultivators, but also looking into the Feng family. And the Feng family seems to be letting it be. If we trade with other qi refining families in different counties at this moment, my Gu family might be in danger, which would also drag down your Su family. Su Mingyuan and Su Mingwei exchanged glances and communicated with their spiritual senses. It seems that Guangling County is not a place to stay for long. Although it's unlikely they will trace it back to us, we should still leave as soon as possible. As you say, Su Mingwei responded. If that's the case, it's truly regrettable, Su Mingyuan sighed. Gu Yanhua said, esteemed nephew, why not wait until this storm passes, and then my Gu family will send someone to Yuehu County to trade with your Su family. Such an arrangement poses a considerable risk to my Su family. If the members of the Yuehu County cultivation families detect this, they will suspect that my Su family is colluding with their county's forces and will want to harm them. Su Mingyuan paused for a moment and then smiled and said, unless the Gu family is willing to offer a price exceeding the market rate by 20% for this trade, then this transaction is still feasible. Over the market price by 20%. Gu Yinsong and the heads of the four branches of the Gu family frowned at these words. Su Mingyuan said, if the Gu family wants low to mid-grade elixirs, that would be a normal transaction. However, if the Gu family's alchemists suddenly improve their alchemical skills and can consistently produce high-grade elixirs, then this matter will remain unspoken today. We plan to leave Guangling County by the end of the third watch, and you seniors still have time to consider. So soon? Gu Yanhua asked in surprise, are you planning to return to Yuehu County afterward? Su Mingyuan shook his head. We have only been out for a few days. While I cannot say we will travel throughout the entire Great Way, we certainly plan to explore the surrounding counties. This is self-evident. The other counties' cultivation families are also targets of the Su family's transactions. Moreover, even a master alchemist, no matter how high their skills, ultimately operates alone, and their production of elixirs is limited. If the Gu family does not engage in this transaction, even if they wish to later on, they will likely not be able to produce high-grade elixirs for trade. Additionally, the four family heads are well aware of this. The Su family, having just ascended to a cultivation family, has a small number of cultivators, which is why they have surplus elixirs. This transaction will not last long. At most, it will last another 10 or 20 years, and as time goes on, the number of high-grade elixirs available for trade will decrease. The four family heads exchanged glances, their eyes communicating silently. After a moment, Gu Yanhua smiled and said, this price is actually reasonable. After all, even the Wei and Feng families do not have all their important descendants able to consume high-grade elixirs to enhance their cultivation or break through bottlenecks. Su Xianzi, the Gu family, agrees to this transaction, but should there be a need, we will send our clan members to Yuehu County to find your Su family. At that time, do not say the elixirs are insufficient. Su Mingyuan smiled faintly. Rest assured, my Su family has built our business on integrity. The Gu family is my Su family's first trading partner, naturally prioritized. By the way, you seniors might not know, my Su family is not located in the county city, but in a remote county called Qingjiang County. Once you arrive there, it will be easy to inquire about the location of my Su family's ancestral grounds. Your Su family has ascended to a cultivation family and still resides in a county. Gu Yingguang asked in surprise. There are not many places rich in spiritual energy nodes around Yuehu County, and they have long been occupied. My Su family has no choice. Rather than compete with other families in the county city, it is better to wait for an opportunity in the county. That is a wise choice. Gu Yinsong stroked his beard and said thus the transaction can be conducted as discreetly as possible. What Elder Yinsong said is indeed correct. Su Mingyuan continued furthermore, when the Gu family trades with my Su family, the primary trading resources will be spiritual herbs and elixir formulas, followed by materials for refining weapons, materials from demon beasts, and lastly spirit stones, magical artifacts, secret techniques, and spells. How will the pricing for secret techniques and spells be determined? Gu Yanhua asked. There will be someone in the clan to set the prices. You seniors may allow someone to copy down some of the secret techniques or spells from various categories during the first transaction. If you find the prices unsatisfactory, there is no loss in not trading. After all, these are merely copies and will not harm the clan's foundation. Moreover, there are times when my Su family will specify certain materials for the next transaction. If the Gu family can indeed gather them, the price for that transaction can be reduced by 20%. Gu Yinsong scrutinized Su Mingyuan deeply, his gaze tightening slightly. Your Su family truly excels in business. This transaction has been clearly arranged by you for the Gu family. Su Mingyuan's lips curved slightly into a smile. Elder, you jest. My Su family's transactions have always been mutually beneficial, and we never compel others. As my father would say, as long as the chips are sufficient, anyone in the world can trade without worrying about the gains and losses of a single family. The four all looked at each other in astonishment. Gu Yinsong pondered for a moment, a cold glint appearing in his eyes, as he said, anyone in the world can trade. Does your Su family not fear being targeted for possessing treasures and facing robbery? Su Mingyuan smiled faintly, unperturbed by the imposing aura. Robbers will ultimately be robbed by others. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? Until the end, who can know? The atmosphere in the hall was heavy for a moment, until suddenly Gu Yinsong burst into hearty laughter. No wonder you are the talented scion of the Su family. With your words, my Gu family can feel much more at ease about trading with your Su family. Su Mingyuan's words pointed out the Su family's way of doing things, as well as their confidence and strategies for dealing with dangers. Although the Gu family is divided into 4 branches, the main branch has always been the strongest. Thus, Gu Yinsong's opinion is of utmost importance and often sways the actions of the other 3 branches. By the way, I have observed that the internal situation of the Gu family seems somewhat unstable. If news of the transaction is known to your Gu family's rivals, it might lead to deviations in the trade. I hope you seniors are prepared. The others exchanged glances, all revealing solemn expressions. The external team from the 3 branches was accurately ambushed, and had it not been for encountering the Su family, they would have suffered significant losses, indicating clear internal issues. However, finding the source of the issue is not easy. Gu Yanhua said, thank you for the reminder, Xianzi. My Gu family will send trustworthy individuals to handle the transaction. Su Mingyuan stopped speaking further. With the transaction settled, they had no reason to linger. Within half an hour they departed. The 4 family heads also discussed the matter again, and all felt that although the Su family was a newly ascended cultivation family, their potential was extraordinary, and they should establish good relations. Gu Yuqin received a reply from Gu Xianhong, and learned that Su Deliang had already left the Gu family, feeling a sense of loss. Yuqin, there are many good women among the daughters of the families in Guangling County. Marrying off to other counties is rare. You should not take it to heart. Indeed, there are many women from the families in Guangling County, but the one who captivates my nephew's heart at first glance is currently only her. Gu Yuqin paused for a moment and continued, but rest assured, uncle, I will not obsess over romantic entanglements. I merely feel a bit regretful. In life, most things do not go as one wishes. Gu Xianhong patted his shoulder side softly and walked past him. Some people are destined to be unforgettable after a fleeting glance. Su Deliang, I hope we can meet again someday. In the outskirts of Guangling County, Su Mingwei and the others traveled on swords. They could not afford to trek to other counties, as that would take too much time. Their purpose in traveling was to broaden their horizons, but more importantly to achieve transactions with the cultivation families of other counties. Su Mingyuan asked, sister, has the message you were to send back been delivered by the Qinghua Eagle? Second brother, I understand the importance. Su Mingzhu smiled and added, I have already sent it back with the message. That's good. Second uncle, where shall we go next? Su Deliang suddenly turned her head to look. Continue on for several dozen miles, and we will reach the territory of Longjiang County. Su Mingxuan's eyes lit up. I have heard that Longjiang County has a black river that winds for thousands of miles with waters that can be swift or gentle, and both banks are dotted with strange rocks and many unique peaks. Moreover, the Xiangua from Qingjiang County previously came from Longjiang County, right? That's right. Previously, I inquired with my father, due to the abundance of water veins in Longjiang County, many cultivation families have established their clan lands along both banks of the river. Although there is only one major foundation establishment family, their overall foundation is significantly stronger than that of Guangling County. Is the foundation establishment family in Longjiang County very strong? Su Dezhao asked curiously. Su Mingyuan smiled as he looked at him. The Qingba Lu family occupies the entire area of the Qingba Lake, with clear waters and misty waves. They also raise spiritual fish and aquatic products in the lake, as well as vast spiritual fields spanning hundreds of acres. The central island of the lake is the ancestral land of the Lu family, and the cultivation market is located on the southeastern edge of Qingba Lake, close to the Black River. The Lu family has 3 foundation establishment experts, 1 in mid-foundation establishment and 2 in early foundation establishment. They are dominant in all of Longjiang County. What about the Shao family? How is their strength and foundation? Su Mingxian asked. They are one of the top 5 qi refining families, but I am not certain. They should not be inferior to the Gu family of Guangling County. Second brother, are you planning to make contact with the Shao family? Su Mingyuan said most families are exclusionary. If there is no good entry point, it is difficult to establish stable transactions with them. However, after passing through Guangling County, I plan to divide us into 2 groups to wander around Longjiang County in the guise of loose cultivators to gather more detailed information. After summarizing and analyzing, we will decide which family to choose or whether to go to other counties. Su Mingwei smiled, slightly fully agreeing with Su Mingyuan's perspective. Regarding matters in Guangling County, Su Mingyuan's methods were not lacking. He just had not truly understood the Wei and Feng families or met their heads. If it were the mentality of some qi refining families in Yuehu County, they would have likely already schemed, secretly applying pressure both overtly and covertly rather than maintaining this forced balance. One can only say that the local environment breeds specific affairs and people. I agree with second brother's idea. Eldest brother, since both second brother and I have said, so we naturally have no objections. But how shall we divide into groups? Su Mingxian finished speaking, and the others exchanged glances. Su Mingyuan lowered his brow in contemplation, and after a moment said, since we are posing as loose cultivators, then, as before, I will set up a stall to sell elixirs, while Linger will sell magical artifacts. Next he looked at Su Mingwei. Eldest brother, you will be in a group with Zhaoer and Linger. With your strength you can forcibly break through even if you encounter danger. I also have Mingxian with me so I can sense risks and avoid them. That sounds excellent. Furthermore, this time we do not need to focus too much on how many items we sell. We should mainly focus on gathering intelligence while setting up stalls. You all heard your second uncle's words. Remember not to act recklessly when encountering situations. Su Mingwei advised his 2 children. Yes, father. The 2 smiled and clasped their fists. After 2 or 3 hours they arrived near the county city of Longjiang County. Eldest brother, the third brother, and I along with sister Linger will first stroll around the county city. You take Zhaoer and Linger to the vicinity of the Black River and the cultivation market, and we will meet up at the market in a few days. Su Mingwei nodded and then departed with Su Daizhao and Su Delying. Su Mingyuan and the others all dressed like ordinary young masters and young ladies of families. If it were not for the probing spiritual sense of cultivators, it would be hard to guess their identities as cultivators. A few miles outside the east city gate they walked forward. It was currently the hour of the rooster. The golden crow sank in the west, and the evening glow painted the sky. The shadows of people and horse-drawn carts were stretched long in the sunset. Suddenly several voices called out, "Get out of the way," and 5 or 6 martial artists protected 2 young men in brocade as they returned through the dusk wielding their whips, without any regard for whether there were others on the official road. Upon hearing this, a merchant team hurriedly moved their carts aside to avoid collision and trouble. After all, who would dare to rampantly charge on the official road except for the scions of families in the county city? Yet an old fisherman with grayish-white hair and wearing a coarse hemp vest rolled up his pants and seemed not to have heard. He bowed his head and continued pushing his cart along the edge of the official road. His cart carried 4 brown wooden barrels, and faint sounds of water could be heard from inside, like the gentle tapping of liquid sloshing. When he finally noticed something unusual and looked up, a group of people was passing by side by side. The outermost guard looked at him disdainfully and casually flicked his whip, knocking him down to the ground, while muttering, "Blind old fool, are you deaf? Get out of the way." Afterward, the group hurried into the city. Someone from the merchant team glanced at the old fisherman and sighed slightly, but did not approach to help. Instead, they quickly entered the city while it was still light and before the gates closed. The old fisherman felt a red line form on his face, burning with pain, but he paid it no mind and hurriedly righted the barrels, putting back the bouncing big blue fish, yellow fish carp, and other aquatic products into the barrels. Seeing that the fish were unharmed, he revealed a slightly relieved expression. After a moment, he finally felt the pain on his face, gritting his teeth as he looked at his hand, not daring to wipe it due to the dirt, fearing inflammation. He then reloaded the barrels onto the cart and continued along the edge of the official road. These young scions of the families are really cold-hearted, and those guards clearly lack manners, just a bunch of sycophants relying on their power. Su Mingzhu, witnessing this scene, felt anger rise within her. Had it not been for her concerns about Su Mingyuan and the matters of this journey, she would have likely taken action against them. Su Mingyuan looked at the old fisherman, and the big blue fish reminded him of Su Chuan from his childhood memories. Time flies, he was now nearing his middle age, and by the time this journey concluded he would likely be seen as an elder. Su Mingyuan understood that the common people generally lived difficult lives. However, encountering this scene stirred memories within him, making him sigh. If his father were not a capable person, would he also be in a situation like that old fisherman? Su Mingyuan silently approached the old fisherman. The old fisherman sensed a presence approaching and instinctively trembled, bending his body. Upon raising his head, he saw a middle-aged man in brocade and hurriedly set down his cart, bowing respectfully. The old man pays his respects to you, esteemed sir. May I ask if you have any instructions? He suddenly remembered something, and while turning sideways said to Su Mingyuan, the old man is deaf in his right ear and has also been injured in his left ear, so I cannot hear clearly. Please forgive me, esteemed sir. Esteemed sir, please give your instructions. Su Mingyuan then understood why the old fisherman had not had time to evade like others. With a slight sigh in his heart, he directly transmitted his voice to the old man's ear. Old man, I see that your fish seem quite good. Are you willing to sell them to me? Of course I am willing. The old fisherman blurted out, but after a moment he asked, esteemed sir, are you truly going to buy my fish? These are just ordinary fish. For someone of your status, spiritual fish would be more suitable. What a simple and kind-hearted person. Just moments ago he had been struck by the Scion's attendant, and now he was forcing himself to think of others despite his own desires. If he were in Xinjiang, he would surely be accepted as a resident of Dongxi. Such people may number in the millions in the Great Way, yet, while the Su family possesses benevolence, they can only ensure their own safety and protect the people under their banner, allowing them to live in peace. Su Mingxian and Su Mingshu walked to Su Mingyuan's side, quietly observing without interjecting. The Su family holds the principle of centering on immortals while prioritizing humanity, so they naturally harbor no prejudice against the common folk. Their targets are merely those who harbor malice towards the Su family. The simplicity of the old fisherman also astonished the two of them. It was clear that selling these fish could possibly provide food for their family for half a month or even a month. His first reaction was genuine excitement, but soon he considered the customer and began to decline. Su Mingyuan immediately noticed his concerns and smiled lightly, saying, you fear that I will buy your fish only to regret it later and trouble you, right? The old fisherman was taken aback, raising his head to meet Su Mingyuan's gaze. His pitch-black pupils resembled luminous obsidian containing the profound depth of the heavens, and as his eyes shifted one could sense a current of hidden emotions. Attracted by Su Mingyuan's insight, the old fisherman couldn't help but look for 2 or 3 breaths longer before hurriedly bowing his head to respond, Your Excellency, you see through everything, yet this old man harbors such thoughts. How much for all of them? Su Mingyuan asked. 10 won for a big blue fish, 20 won for a big yellow fish, 15 won for a carp, and the golden-scaled fish is pricier at 100 won. 500 won in total will suffice. With a sweep of his divine sense, Su Mingyuan knew there was no price increase. In fact, the old fisherman had even rounded down by 21. He rummaged through his storage bag and indeed found half a tael of broken silver. Such a find was truly rare. Su Mingyuan accepted the fish, and the old fisherman repeatedly bowed in gratitude, a genuine smile of hope lighting up his face as he pushed his cart home. The evening glow seemed to lift his spirit significantly. Once he had walked far away, Su Mingshu spoke up, Second brother, it's rare to see such a humane side of you. It certainly makes me look at you in a new light. It was merely a moment of compassion, nothing more. Su Mingyuan turned to look at her teasingly, exclaiming, how is it that I still appear cold-blooded and heartless in your eyes? You said it yourself. Oh, I never claimed it. Su Mingshu said proudly. Su Mingyuan shook his head with a smile, feeling quite helpless. Su Mingxian asked, Second brother, I too am curious. This isn't like you. Perhaps I saw a shadow of father in him. Su Mingxian and Su Mingshu exchanged wide-eyed glances. They looked at the old fisherman nearly disappearing at the end of the official road and compared him to their own father, who had an ethereal presence. Is there really any comparison? Could it be that second brother was blinded by the wind and sand during the journey, causing his eyes to fail him? The two exchanged glances. Don't overthink it. Su Mingyuan smiled, gently recalling our family was once common folk. Mingxian wasn't even born yet. On several occasions, father would dress like this, carrying a hoe and a big blue fish, stepping into their home amidst the evening glow. Sometimes being too close to the influential families of the county city wasn't a good thing. If father were just an ordinary person, perhaps this old fisherman might represent his future. Su Mingshu still found it hard to imagine that the omnipotent Su Chuan in her eyes could have such a different future. Not long after Mingxian was born, the family's circumstances visibly improved, and Yu and Mingxian essentially enjoyed a life of luxury from a young age. I see now. Su Mingshu, suddenly enlightened, then looking at the fish in his hands, asked, What will we do with these? Actually eat them. We will find a pond or something in the city to release them. Soon after, the group headed towards the city gate. The city guards, seeing the numerous fish in Su Mingyuan's hands, frowned and prepared to stop him, demanding an entry fee. Su Mingyuan merely glanced at him. The soldier felt an intense fear descend upon him, causing him to lose control and collapse on the ground. The others immediately understood and hastily clasped their fists, bowing, saying, "Forgive us, esteemed immortal teacher. We are blind to the mountain's greatness. Please enter, please enter." None of the three dared to raise their heads. Only after Su Mingyuan and his companions entered the city did they exhale a long breath, turning to look at their trembling colleague. "It's your bad luck. Hurry and find a place to change clothes." "Thank you, Brother Xiao Xiao." Another person remarked, "Indeed, immortal teachers have peculiar personalities. They greet that old fisherman with smiles, but are icy towards us. Brother Xiao Xiao truly has seen the world. No wonder he hails from the Xiao's family." The other two immediately flattered him, clasping their fists in praise. "It's not like that. I'm just an insignificant side branch of the Xiao's family." He waved his hand repeatedly, though there was a trace of pride in his eyes. In this world, one's background is of utmost importance, much like everyone has an aura of identity above their heads. Most treat others based on this aura. They speak the language of men to men and the language of ghosts to ghosts. After releasing the fish, the three of them found an inn to stay and then walked through the bustling night market to see if there were any special news. The county city of Longjiang was extremely prosperous and lively. The night market was also crowded with people. Su Mingyuan and his companions spent some silver in a restaurant and easily gathered a lot of information. For instance, among the strongest martial arts families in the county city, two of them were vassals of the Qingba Lu family. It was heard that the Lu family had many vassal families in its early years, but those that could survive until now, maintaining their foundation, were few, leaving only 2 or 3. In addition, there were also some 6th-grade cultivation families in the county city. They were nearly at the bottom of the strength ranking among cultivation families in Longjiang County, similar to the situation in Xiyu County, as there were no cultivation families below 6th grade in this county. Throughout Longjiang County, the Qingba Lake Lu family held absolute power. The cultivation families surrounding the Heilong River looked down upon those in the county city, while the cultivation families in the county city also scorned the 5th and 6th grade martial arts families within. This layered hierarchy formed a complete disdain chain. Su Mingyuan also learned that the largest gambling house in the county city, Cheng's Gambling House, was a property of the Chung family, a cultivation family, and often saw descendants of the Chung family appearing. Tomorrow he planned to take a look. Returning to the inn, all three took superior qi gathering pills and entered meditation for cultivation, especially Su Mingshu, who was already close to the peak of the 7th layer of qi training. Once she reached that point, it wouldn't take long before she could consume superior breakthrough pills and advance to the 8th layer of qi training. The other two, Su Mingxian, was at the mid-stage of the 7th layer, while Su Mingyuan was at the early stage. They all possessed true spiritual roots, so the gap wasn't too great. It was merely a matter of how long they had remained at the martial arts stage. The next day, Cheng's Gambling House. It was the first time for all three to visit this place. Since the Su family's businesses did not involve these trades, Su Chuan's words were family rules, and no one dared to disobey. Second brother, third brother, this place is filled with smoke and filth. Indeed, what father said is true. Su Mingshu transmitted to the two. Su Mingxian also said, each of their eyes is bloodshot. They are already addicted. It has nothing to do with us. Su Mingyuan also tried gambling a few times with mixed results. He then continued gambling and relying on his divine sense one time and again, which immediately attracted the manager to come personally. However, he had tampered with the dice cup, ensuring that whether Su Mingyuan bet high or low, the outcome would always be unfavorable. Su Mingyuan saw through it, smiled lightly, and remained unbothered. Subsequently, he continued to win consecutively. The manager was drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Su Mingyuan's calm demeanor, he immediately thought of the immortal teacher. But he did not dare to openly admit to cheating. Amidst his panic and confusion, a voice came from an upper room. Why bother bullying these common folk? Why not come up for a chat? My master requests your presence. The manager immediately bowed and gestured for them to enter, showing utmost respect. Su Mingyuan smiled slightly, then went upstairs to meet this so-called master. Indeed, he was a cultivator at the 4th layer of qi training, appearing to be past the age of understanding. I rarely come here. I didn't expect to meet 3 fellow Taoists today. Oh, it's truly fortunate. May I ask what brings you to my Cheng's Gambling House? It wouldn't just be to earn some secular silver, would it? Perhaps it is just so. We scattered cultivators out here do not necessarily need to carry the label of I am a cultivator. Blending into the secular world and acting on our own wishes is also a form of cultivation. Your cultivation is remarkable. I, Chang, am impressed. Afterwards, Su Mingyuan gradually guided the conversation towards the cultivators around the Heilong River and the Qingba Lu family. As a scattered cultivator, inquiring about the great families was quite normal. Many scattered cultivators would rely on great families for their cultivation. In just a brief tea time, Su Mingyuan gained a wealth of information. Afterward, he planned to take his leave. The cultivator from the Chung family invited Su Mingyuan and his companions, saying that joining the Chung family could aid them in breaking through the 7th layer of Qi training. Su Mingyuan naturally declined. Just a few steps away from the gambling house, they saw a downcast, middle-aged man being thrown out by the gambling house guards. He weighed the half-tael of silver in his hand and exclaimed, "What a thing! Wait until you repay your gambling debts before coming back to gamble. This silver shall be considered a part payment of your debt. Let me gamble one more time." This half-tael of silver, according to my old man, is a gift from the immortal teacher said to bring good fortune. With it, I'll surely win back my capital and interest. Su Mingyuan paused, turning to look back. However, no matter how much the downcast middle-aged man bowed and pleaded, the gambling house guards remained unmoved, even kicking and punching him until he gave up. He cried out in pain, "I will definitely pay you back. I'll sell the spirit fish my old man raised for a good price, and I'll surely be able to repay it then." Ha ha. Several guards from the gambling house laughed loudly at those words. "Spirit fish. You mud-legged folk can raise spirit fish. Even if we give you fish fry, you won't be able to grow them. Second brother, could that old fisherman be the one you bought fish from yesterday?" Su Mingyuan frowned slightly and walked back. The guards, upon seeing them, quickly bowed and greeted, saying, "I have met the esteemed immortal teacher. Might you have left something behind?" Su Mingyuan ignored them and looked at the downcast, middle-aged man. "Your father is deaf in his right ear and has poor hearing in his left ear as well." The downcast, middle-aged man felt a storm of emotions rise within him. He looked up and stammered, "Who are you?" One of the guards said, "Just as you said, sir, I heard that his old father was injured in his left ear after being beaten. Show me the silver in your hand." The guard respectfully presented it with both hands. Half a tael of silver looked about right, yet Su Mingyuan instantly recognized it as the money he had used to purchase the fish yesterday. "How is your father?" Su Mingyuan's voice was somewhat cold and indifferent. Is he dead?" The downcast middle-aged man immediately kowtowed repeatedly. "My father has not been in good health. I just accidentally pushed him a bit while I was struggling for the money. Truly, it was an accident. People like you deserve to die." Su Mingzhu raised her eyebrows coldly, her voice frosty. With a flick of her finger, a wisp of magical light condensed and instantly pierced through his head. "Here is your silver back. Since it is a possession of a noble, I dare not take it. Do you know where he lives?" "Noble, I know. He lives in a large fishing village near the county town where there are many fishermen and farmers." "Lead the way." "Yes, noble." Su Mingyuan sighed slightly in his heart. His moment of kindness had led to the old fisherman dying at the hands of his own son. He even wondered if he had ignored it, would the old fisherman have lived a few more years. Su Mingxian transmitted his thoughts. "Second brother, this is not your fault. With a son addicted to gambling like that, the old fisherman would eventually meet his demise at the hands of his son. At least your kindness yesterday gave him a glimmer of hope for survival. If a person lives like a walking corpse, numb and indifferent, it would be worse than death." "Perhaps you are right. The world is unpredictable, and how often do we not drift in this life?" They arrived at the large fishing village and soon found the old fisherman's home. The old fisherman still had blood on his head, lying on a wooden bed. Beside him was a young boy of about 11 or 12 who had cried himself to sleep, clutching his hand tightly. The boy was thin and frail, with a waxy yellow complexion clinging to his cheekbones. His sunken eyes were filled with unshed tears, and the pale corner of his mouth resembled a plum petal gnawed by the cold winter. "This one tael is your fare. You may return now." "Thank you, immortal master." The guard from the gambling den expressed his thanks and left cheerfully, disregarding the deceased fisherman and the frail boy as if they were nothing. Hearing the noise, the frail boy suddenly opened his eyes, leaping up and glaring at Su Mingyuan and the others. "Who are you? Why are you at my home?" "My grandfather has already died. Can't you leave us alone?" Su Mingxian and Su Mingzhu exchanged glances. "I am the one who bought your grandfather's fish yesterday," Su Mingyuan said lightly, knowing the other party would surely understand. "It was you?" The frail boy exclaimed in surprise, then immediately kowtowed. "Grandfather told me that you gave our family hope yesterday, and that if I ever encountered you, I must repay this kindness." Upon saying this, he attempted to kneel and kowtow. Su Mingyuan gently waved his hand, and no matter how hard the frail boy tried, he could not kneel down. "I do not deserve this kindness. There is no need for you to kneel to me." The frail boy's eyes brightened. "Grandfather said you might be an immortal master. I didn't expect it to be true. It seems your grandfather was quite wise." "Indeed, when my grandfather was young, he was quite skilled at fishing and raising fish in our large fishing village. Unfortunately," the frail boy did not elaborate, turning to look at the old fisherman, his eyes dimming with sadness, mist rising in them. "Your grandfather was killed by your father. Oh, do you hate him?" "What do you mean, immortal master? That gambler is not my father. My father and mother had an accident when they went out. He is my uncle." I see. Su Mingzhu nodded. Though your uncle is your close kin, his behavior is truly despicable. I killed him, you won't blame me, will you? Thank you for the great kindness, Immortal Master. How could I dare to blame you? The frail boy said, if I can grow up, I will not let him go in the future. What a clear-headed little fellow. Su Mingzhu smiled brightly. Suddenly the boy's body trembled, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. It's due to his frail body and lack of food for a long time. Mingxuan, I have a foundational nurturing martial pill here. Take it, and have him consume it along with using your magical power to refine it to adjust his body. All right, second brother. Su Mingxian followed the instructions, then suddenly his eyes brightened. This boy actually has the potential for cultivation. I feel he is not weak. Su Mingyuan and Su Mingzhu were also surprised. Use the spirit stone to test his cultivation potential. Su Mingyuan carried a testing spirit stone with him. But the next moment, a dazzling red light illuminated the entire room like a volcanic eruption, leaving the three of them dumbfounded. Earth's spiritual root cultivation potential. Su Mingzhu slightly parted her lips. Third brother, is this what you meant by not bad? This is the first time I've seen a cultivator with Earth's spiritual root potential. My intuition tells me it's not bad. I don't know if there are any heaven spiritual root cultivators in the entire Great Way, but Earth's spiritual root cultivation potential is probably rare as well. Su Mingzhu looked at Su Mingyan. Second brother, could this be fate, that even in a sip and a peck there is a predetermined outcome? We will take him with us, right? Let's wait for him to wake up and ask for his opinion. If he can enter our Su family with our support, he will likely become a foundation establishment cultivator in the future. But if he is unwilling, forcing someone with ill intentions into our family will only bring harm to us. Su Mingzhu nodded. You still consider things thoroughly, second brother. Half a tea's time later, the frail boy slowly woke up. Esteemed Immortal Masters, did you save me? You just fainted due to your weak body, excessive sorrow, and lack of food. Su Mingyuan said. Even so, without the esteemed Immortal Masters, I fear whether I would have woken up is a question. Su Mingyuan slightly nodded and asked, is your body feeling better now? The frail boy then felt a warm sensation in his body, as if he had boundless energy. He immediately showed a joyful expression and bowed. Thank you, Immortal Master. Young man, what is your name? My nickname is Shuawazi, and my given name, as my parents named me, is Rin Xiaoyao, wishing for a carefree life in this world. What are your plans for the future? Rin Xiaoyao lowered his head and pondered for a while, then immediately knelt and kowtowed to Su Mingyan, saying, Please, Immortal Master, help me bury my grandfather. I am willing to be your servant, following you closely. After saying this, he hesitated to raise his head, feeling anxious. He now had no relatives and knew that his chances of living alone were exceedingly slim. The three esteemed Immortal Masters were willing to help his grandfather so readily, and he felt it was unfair for his grandfather to die at the hands of his uncle, who had always treated him like an enemy. Thus he gambled that they would show him mercy. Su Mingzhu and Su Mingxian exchanged surprised glances. Before they could speak, the boy had taken the initiative to seek their support. This boy is clever. He truly has exceptional talent, perhaps due to my second brother's previous act of kindness. Su Mingxian transmitted to Su Mingzhu. Su Mingzhu nodded in agreement. You have no more family. Yes. Su Mingyuan pondered for a moment and softly said, Your grandfather's death ultimately has a portion of my karma, and your last close bloodkin also died because of me. Do you not resent this? My grandfather often told me that doing good deeds will bring about good rewards. If the esteemed Immortal Master feels guilt due to kindness, my grandfather would not find peace even in the underworld. I hold no resentment in my heart towards the Immortal Master. If I were to harbor resentment towards you because of this matter, it would surely bring about my own misfortune. As for my uncle, I have never regarded him as my kin. My grandfather was killed by him, and he never liked me, treating me with beatings and scolding. If you had not arrived, I fear I would have died at his hands in a few days. In that case, I can accept you as my disciple. Are you willing? Rin Xiaoyao suddenly raised his head, looking at Su Mingyuan in disbelief, and after a moment said, Accept me as a disciple. Su Mingxian smiled and said, Earlier, when my second brother had you take the foundational nurturing pill and helped you refine its effects, I noticed you have the potential to step onto the path of immortality. I can cultivate. Kid, why are you dazed? Hurry and bow to your teacher. Rin Xiaoyao came to his senses and immediately kowtowed 3 times respectfully, saying, Disciple pays respects to master. Su Mingyuan smiled, a wave of magical energy lifting him up, and said softly, I am surnamed Su, called Su Mingyuan, and these two are my younger siblings. You may call them third uncle and fourth uncle. Third uncle, fourth uncle. Rin Xiaoyao immediately cupped his hands in salute. We come from the Su family of Yuehu County, a family of cultivators. Now that you have entered our Su family, you are one of us. We will do our utmost to cultivate you. However, if you dare to betray, disciple would never dare betray master or the Su family, otherwise I would suffer a miserable fate, being torn apart or burned alive or struck by lightning. In short, I would not die a good death. You are quite harsh on yourself. Su Mingxian chuckled and said, Xiaoyao, remember, once you become a cultivator, your vows must not be made lightly, or else the heavens will take notice and make you pay for it. Thank you, third uncle, for your teachings. Xiaoyao will surely keep it in mind. Third uncle sounds a bit strange. If you don't mind, you can simply call me third uncle along with Dezhao. Also, master is like a half-father, and being my second brother's disciple makes us family. Indeed, you can also call me Aunt or Aunt Mingzhu. Third uncle Aunt Mingzhu. Ren Xiaoyao felt a wave of emotion rise within him. His blood relative uncle treated him as an enemy, while the immortal masters he met by chance treated him like family. First, let's bury your grandfather. Yes, master. Su Mingyuan and the others buried the old fisherman next to Ren Ziweo's parents. Before leaving, Ren Xiaoyao ran to the aunt who had cared for him and told her that his house was left for her family. Su Mingyuan also gave her some silver, asking her to help look after the graves of Ren Ziweo's parents and grandfather. Ren Xiaoyao was puzzled. In the future, when you achieve success, you can come here to move your parents' and grandfather's graves to my Dongxi. It is a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters and simple folk. I believe your parents and grandfather would like it there. Thank you, master. Ren Ziweo's eyes brimmed with tears. By the way, Xiaoyao, I heard from your bastard uncle that your grandfather once successfully raised spirit fish. How did he do it? Su Mingxian asked curiously. Third uncle, actually the spirit fish was not raised by my grandfather, but by me. You raised it? Su Mingzhu looked at Ren Xiaoyao in astonishment. You have such a skill. How did you raise it? I fed it with my own blood. Ren Xiaoyao said, but later my grandfather found out, and I was forbidden to do it. I suppose my second uncle overheard the mention of the spiritual fish during that time, thinking that my grandfather had successfully raised the spiritual fish. It is rumored that cultivators with Earth's spiritual root qualifications usually possess special physiques. I think your blood contains spirituality, which is why you could nurture the spiritual fish and help it grow. Su Mingyuan pondered, Earth's spiritual root qualifications. Let me enlighten you on some common knowledge about the cultivation world. The group chatted as they walked towards the county city. After browsing the county city, they bought several sets of clothes for Ren Xiaoyao and ordered food at the inn at noon. 3 days in a row. Thanks to the effect of the foundational strengthening elixir, Ren Xiaoyao finally looked like a normal 12-year-old boy. His appearance wasn't exceptionally outstanding, but he was considered quite handsome. Due to his previous blood feeding of the fish, he had injured some roots and needed a month or two to recover before being suitable to begin cultivating. Days passed. Relying on the bloodline attraction, they soon found the inn where Su Mingwei and the others were staying. Who is this young man? Su Mingwei looked at the unfamiliar boy in Su Mingjuan's group in surprise. Su Mingzhu proudly said, This is my second brother's newly accepted disciple Ren Xiaoyao. He possesses Earth's spiritual root qualifications. Xiaoyao, meet your uncle, and this is your uncle Dezhang and Aunt Deliang. Ren Xiaoyao obediently performed his greetings. Upon hearing about the Earth's spiritual root, everyone's eyes lit up as if they had discovered a treasure. Ren Xiaoyao himself was a rare opportunity for foundation establishment. As long as any Qi cultivation family had one, if he grew up, he would surely become a foundation establishment family. Now, among the 5 major second-tier families of the Great Way, 3 of the founding ancestors are all of Earth's spiritual root qualifications. Congratulations, Ming Yuan, on accepting such a good disciple. Your father will surely be very pleased when you return. Su Mingyuan nodded slightly, and then asked Su Daizhao and Su Deliang to take Ren Xiaoyao out for a walk. The remaining few stayed in the room to exchange information. The situation in Longjiang County seemed to be more complex, with the Liu family firmly in control and unshakable. Apart from the mid-foundation establishment ancestor, who had about 20 or 30 years of lifespan left, the other 2 foundation establishment cultivators were both just over 150 years old. The young foundation establishment cultivator was just over 120. With the resources controlled by the Liu family, it was unlikely there would be any significant changes in the next 200 or 300 years. If more outstanding family disciples could emerge, there might even be hopes for further advancement. However, the transition from 3rd tier to 2nd tier was extremely difficult. At least since the establishment of the Great Way, no county city had ever produced a 2nd-tier foundation cultivation family. It is uncertain whether it was due to various restrictions or if the Great Way had intentionally limited it. Therefore, after hearing this, Su Mingyuan directly gave up on trading with the Liu family, as their vigorous momentum and stable position meant they did not need assistance from a small family like the Su family. As for the several Qi cultivation families forming alliances privately, there were occasional disputes, but it was generally stable. It seems Longjiang County is not suitable. Su Mingxian asked in surprise, Isn't the Shao family suitable? Su Mingyuan shook his head, saying, Not suitable. The Shao family has its allies, and their strength and foundation are not lacking. With the Liu family as a long-standing stable hegemon, no one in Longjiang County dares to rise. Unless they have family members successfully advancing to foundation establishment, the situation in Longjiang County may change. The odds of that happening are too low. Su Mingzhu said, if it weren't for the fact that the ancestor of the Zhou family succeeded due to a millennium spirit herb, I would feel that for cultivators with true spiritual root qualifications, this is simply a dead end. Su Mingzhuan's gaze rippled as he replied, is it true that everyone spreads the word? It must be a fact. The truth of the matter is known only to the ancestor of the Zhou family. My father never gets bogged down by these rumors, and he once speculated that the Zhou family's ancestors' qualifications might not be as simple as just a true spiritual root. Of course, this is merely speculation, and our Su family need not delve into it deeply. Su Mingxian and Su Mingzhu seemed to contemplate. Su Mingwei, however, remained indifferent as he was aware of Su Chuan's speculation. For our Su family, we must explore the path of millennium spirit herbs and seek the path of foundation establishment pills. If there are other methods to improve the chances of foundation establishment, we must also gather them. Su Mingyuan continued, since there is no profit to be gained in Longjiang County, should we still linger here? Su Mingxian asked. While Su Mingyuan was contemplating, Su Mingwei said, the spiritual fish in Longjiang County are very famous. We could bring back some fish fry. Additionally, the elixir formula for nurturing spiritual fish could be brought back for my father to improve and popularize for spiritual beasts. That's a good idea. Su Ming's eyes brightened. In addition, Linger discovered a special magical tool called Fish Basket here, which has varying sizes of space similar to a storage bag and can hold a significant amount of water for the spiritual fish to survive in. She planned to study it to see if she could refine it, which would also facilitate sending some back early with the Qinghua eagle for the family to raise. Su Mingyuan looked at his elder brother and smiled faintly. In that case, we will stay in Longjiang for half a month or a month. Su Mingwei nodded slightly. Su Dezhao and Su Delying took Ren Xiaoyao to walk along the street. Ren Xiaoyao curiously looked around and asked, Brother Dezhao, Sister Delying, are all the people here cultivators? Most of them are. Su Dezhao smiled. Xiaoyao, how did you meet my second uncle? If we talk about encounters, it was not me, but my grandfather. I was fortunate enough to meet my master thanks to him. Then Ren Xiaoyao did not hold back and shared everything he knew. After hearing this, Su Delying angrily declared that she would whip Ren Xiaoyao's second uncle. The suffering in the world is as numerous as the hairs on cattle, and meeting each other is fate. Xiaoyao, when you reach Dongxi, you will love it there. The people there are hard-working and simple, filled with hope for the future, just like your grandfather. Upon hearing about Dongxi again, Ren Xiaoyao couldn't help but anticipate what kind of paradise it would be. After a brief stroll, the three returned to the inn. Su Delying also began to close herself off to study the Fish Basket magical tool. This magical tool was indeed not cheap. The smallest space could only hold over 100 spiritual fish fry and required more than 30 spirit stones. However, such a special magical tool is difficult to master in a short time without proper guidance. After half a month, Su Delying had only grasped a hint. After several attempts, she unfortunately ended in failure. Ultimately, 2 days later, they left Longjiang County and went to a remote area where Su Mingzhu released the Qinghua eagle from the spirit beast bag to send the fish basket and a letter back. Whether it is the white tiger or the Qinghua eagle, they have a spiritual connection, with Su Mingzhu allowing them to find her even at great distances. Cousin Mingzhu, do you have a spirit beast? Do you want to ride? Ren Xiaoyao nodded, eagerly showing excitement. Yes. Soon Su Mingzhu and Ren Xiaoyao shared a ride on the Qinghua eagle while Asan carried the items back. After all, last time it was Ada who delivered the message. This time it was Asan's turn. Yuehu County, Xinjiang. Dongxi Su family. Caught. The Qinghua eagle, Asan's piercing cry split the sky and resounded through Dongxi. Near the Shini Hall, suddenly another eagle cry echoed and a blue shadow shot out. Air and Asan flapped their wings in the air, seemingly greeting each other. At this time, Su Chuan was teaching a class at Shini Hall. Of course, there were only Zhang Wanqing and Shen Qingyi listening. After nearly 2 months of study, Shen Qingyi also began to touch the path of alchemy. However, her talent in alchemy was even worse than that of Zhang Wanqing, and she could only rely on diligence to study and improve bit by bit. Having an additional alchemist was ultimately beneficial for the Su family. Su Chuan also accepted Shen Qingyi's path in alchemy. As for Wu Tao, after rotating through formations refining tools in alchemy, he realized that he was indeed not suited for cultivating the immortal arts, so he shifted to the disciplinary hall, working in harmony with Su Deheng. Of course, his cultivation was at the late stage of the 4th layer of Qi cultivation, and as a cultivator, he also became one of the deputy hall masters of the disciplinary hall. After undergoing tempering, Su Dajuan gradually developed an aura of a higher status, becoming more adept at handling affairs. Upon hearing the eagle's cry, Su Chuan looked out the window and then smiled faintly at the two women. Let's stop here for today. After you return, think about it well. If you have any questions in half a month, come and ask me, and I will answer them one by one. Thank you, Elder. Zhang Wanqing and Shun Qingyi stood up, packed up the alchemy furnace, and left the room. Su Chuan also followed closely behind, going to the open space, whistling to attract the attention of the Qinghua eagle. The two Qinghua eagles immediately flew towards him and landed in front of him. Su Chuan glanced at the package tied to A San's claws, which was a gray package bulging. With a flick of his hand, the package was immediately untied and flew to him. Inside was an item similar to a fish basket along with a small bamboo tube containing a letter. After reading it, Su Chuan took the fish basket into his hand, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he indeed found 70 to 80 spiritual fish fry inside. It is indeed good to let them go out and venture. If we can raise the spiritual fish, it would also count as an additional trading resource. The boy with Earth's spiritual root qualifications, Ming Yuan, has good fortune. His lineage will not be lacking in the future. While smiling faintly, the Qinghua eagle A San tilted its head and chirped, its eagle eyes fixed on Su Chuan, seemingly urging him. I understand. Truly, the kind of master raises the kind of spirit beast. Su Chuan waved his hand over the storage bag, and a porcelain bottle flew out. His fingers formed a sword gesture, and with a gentle flick, a pill flew out. A San's eagle eyes sparkled with a green light as it swallowed it in one bite, revealing a satisfied expression. Moments later, it spread its wings and soared into the sky, bidding farewell to its brother before heading towards the distant sky. The final item in the package was a porcelain bottle containing the spiritual pills for nurturing the spiritual fish, with at least 20 to 30 pills inside. Su Chuan held it in his hand, shaking his head and laughing. Then he saw that he lightly pinched the formula, and the letter spontaneously ignited, turning into ashes that scattered in the air, after which he returned inside with the fish basket. This spiritual fish pill is a very ordinary pill made of common herbs infused with spiritual energy, worth even less than the qi induction pill. However, one of the ingredients is a type of water grass commonly found by the river, which should promote the spiritual fish's appetite. Although the water resources of Xinjiang are not as good as those of Heilongjiang, they can still be occasionally seen. Su Chuan instructed people to bring them back to Dongxi for large-scale cultivation and breeding. The other three ingredients are also common. A deceptive item, even minor alchemy, can produce something. Su Chuan smiled faintly, and just after 5 or 6 days he completed the upgrade, allowing it to truly enter the first-tier pill level. Although the price increased, it was still at a mundane price comparable to the innate martial pill. This pill greatly promotes the growth of spiritual fish. According to the previous spiritual fish pills, the spiritual fish needed 2 to 3 years to mature. However, after Su Chuan improved the spiritual fish pills and cultivation methods, they could mature in just 7 to 8 months. The Qi cultivation families, or main families in Longjiang County, would never use such inferior spiritual fish pills to cultivate their own spiritual fish. This was merely to fool outsiders. They only bully those who do not understand alchemy. The spirit beast pill should be ready in half a month. With the increase of spiritual herbs in the Su family, Su Chuan finally discovered several combinations of spiritual herbs and demon fruits that could greatly promote spirit beasts. Currently, the white tiger is at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation, while the 3 Qinghua eagles Ada and Aer are at the peak of the 5th layer, and Asan seems to be slightly more talented, having already entered the 6th layer. If the spirit beast pill can succeed, their future could at least reach the peak of a first-tier demon beast. As for further advancement, the Su family would need to obtain specialized methods for cultivating spirit beasts. The lake they had dug earlier was just right for raising spiritual fish, and they sent people to specifically watch over and feed them. Su Chuan's numerous alchemies resulted in enough high-quality spiritual fish pills within 2 to 3 days, and their growth-promoting effect was even stronger. After more than half a month, the formula for the spirit beast pill was finally perfected. Su Chuan refined a batch, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he found the red gold-eyed white tiger and walked up to it. The white tiger raised its head to take a look, then yawned and resumed lying down. However, suddenly a peculiar fragrance made its eyes widen in surprise. It turned to see Su Chuan holding out a pill interwoven with red patterns. The fragrance produced was far more enticing than any pill it had ever eaten, and its instincts told it that consuming it would bring great benefits. Ow! The white tiger did not dare to snatch it and tentatively inquired. Su Chuan, of course, could not understand, but seeing its anthropomorphic eyes and expressions, he guessed the general idea and chuckled, nodding. It's for you. He gently tossed it, and it accurately landed in the white tiger's mouth. The pill transformed into a current of warmth flowing through its entire body, making it excitedly roar towards the sky like the sound of thunder. Cultivate it well. I will give you another one in a few days. Thus, the white tiger became a test subject for Su Chuan's spirit beast pill. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half passed. Blood rice and yellow rice, as well as crystal rice, grew well, and they should be able to harvest a wave before October. The stalks of spiritual rice are tough. If ordinary people tried to cut them, they would likely be unable to sever even one. Warriors also need to expend considerable effort and have tools in hand. However, cultivators using magical tools would take less than half a cup of tea to harvest hundreds of acres of spiritual rice. The spiritual fish in the lake grew well. Moreover, there were many small fish and shrimps. Numerous aquatic plants also rapidly multiplied, making the lake no longer monotonous, as if the water had become clearer. Every 2 or 3 days, the white tiger consumed a low-grade spirit beast pill, then medium-grade, and later high-grade. It had no significant adverse effects. However, it seemed that frequent feeding of pills had caused it to gain excessive vitality, leading the white tiger to bring back a female tiger from somewhere to relieve its overabundance of energy. Accidentally, it resulted in a tiger offspring. Of course, thanks to this experiment, the white tiger showed signs of breaking through to the mid-stage of the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. Chuan, inspired by a sudden insight, decided to feed the female tiger some blood and flesh of demon beasts, as well as spiritual herbs and pills to see if he could help enhance the lineage of the white tiger's offspring, ensuring they would be spiritual beasts from birth. The white tiger, after each release, would simply flick its tail and leave seemingly indifferent, like a rogue man who casually walks away after putting on his pants. However, after the female tiger became pregnant, it seemed to change, aware that it was nurturing its offspring. It often brought delicious food to the female tiger. Chuan shook his head with a smile, thinking, I never expected the world of spiritual beasts to be so pragmatic. He began to experiment with his ideas. However, since the female tiger was an ordinary beast, it might not be able to digest quickly, so Chuan often took matters into his own hands, assisting with his magical power. Pregnant wild beasts are usually very irritable, yet under Chuan's imposing aura, it did not dare to move. At this rate, its gestation period will likely exceed that of an ordinary female tiger. It seems it will indeed produce excellent offspring, though whether it will be one or several is uncertain. If the offspring are strong but the mother is weak, it usually results in congenital developmental issues for the newborns. They must be well cared for. If they die due to negligence, it would be a great loss. After contemplating, Chuan specifically assigned guards to watch over the female tiger and report any abnormalities promptly. Time passed swiftly. The leaves turned yellow, autumn waned, and winter approached. On the 8th day of the 11th month, Su Mingwei and the others returned to Dongxi. During this time, they also had the Qinghua Eagle return to relay news that they had established cooperation with another esteemed family in a county city and had sent back some collected spiritual herbs and herb seeds. After that, there was no further news until today's return. Xiaoyao, this is my Su family of Dongxi. Passing through the fog array, the Qinghua Eagles Ada and Asan chirped excitedly. Having grown up here, they regarded it as their home. The eagle cries echoed continuously. The people living in Dongxi looked up to see 2 Qinghua eagles flying over with a group of people, and someone shouted loudly, "It's the master and his party." Immediately, Dongxi became lively. Ren Xiaoyao looked down from Asan's back, just in time for the late rice harvesting season, where farmers were extremely busy. It was a scene of golden waves rolling through the fields, sickles stirring the atmosphere of awakening. Thousands of acres of rice paddies, a clear lake, houses lined up in an orderly manner, spacious streets, and crowds of smiling people. Not far away, several mountains were adorned with palaces and buildings surrounded by green stone. There was a faint light curtain that appeared and disappeared. The Qinghua eagles, along with Su Mingwei and the others, flew through without being affected and landed in front of a large residence. Hearing the commotion, the direct descendants of the Su family in each hall all headed towards the new Su residence. Bai Jingyang, Ronghua Wu Russian, and a group of younger juniors stepped out of the new residence. Chuan and the other cultivators naturally arrived first. Soon after, Su Mingwei and his group landed at the entrance of the new residence, followed by Su Duan and several younger martial artists. Father, grandfather. Su Mingwei and the others all bowed to Chuan. Ren Xiaoyao glanced at Chuan and quickly followed suit. Then they greeted Bai Jing. Afterwards, Su Mingwei and his children greeted their father. After a while, Chuan smiled gently and said, "Let's all go inside and chat." The new hall was more than double the size of the old one, with 5 bays in width and 3 in depth. The Nanmu beams spanned 36 feet, taking the number Tian Gang, while the ground was paved with 900 square bricks, fitting the number Disha. On the walls of the main hall hung a large painting of pine and crane for longevity, flanked by couplets made of Nanmu that read, "Immortals stroke my head, granting me longevity." The beams and pillars were all coated with vermilion lacquer with golden powder outlining entwined lotus patterns, and the tops of the pillars decorated with gilded dugong brackets. In the southern window stood a bronze juke lamp tree with 12 branches capable of holding 100 candles. The northern window featured a 4-sided jade lamp screen with coiling dragons, allowing light to filter through to create a landscape. Due to the limited seating in the hall, excluding the main seat, there were only 12 spots available. Thus, the younger generation stood. "Zhao, why don't you talk about the gains from this trip?" "Yes, grandfather. Su de Zhao began, this journey has been fruitful. I witnessed many families beyond Yuahu County, some domineering, some cautious, and even among the loose cultivators there were those who were low-key and others who were treacherous and sinister. One must think carefully before conversing with them. Each county has its own characteristics which can impact the local familial dynamics. Su Daijiao spoke eloquently, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Su Deliang also shared that he had seen many novel magical tools and social customs broadening his horizons. Finally, there was this young man, Ren Xiaoyao, who piqued everyone's curiosity. He stood behind Su Mingyuan, next to Su Deheng and his wife, Su Deri, and Su Derong with a hint of awkwardness in his eyes. Su Chuan glanced at him and said to Su Mingyuan, since Xiaoyao is your disciple, he is now one of our Su family members. You may introduce him to everyone. Of course. Su Mingyuan smiled faintly and added, Xiaoyao, come to the center. Yes, master. The heads of the hall are my father and mother. My father is also the grand elder of the Su family, so you can refer to him as the grand elder and the old madam. Xiaoyao pays respects to the grand elder and the old madam. Yes, he's quite a handsome child. Bai Jing smiled slightly. This is my elder brother, third brother, and fourth sister. You are already familiar with them. And this is my fifth brother. I've met fifth uncle. Su Mingxian nodded slightly. Then he also greeted the wives of Su Mingwei and the others as they were all elders and deserved respect. I want to introduce the younger generation one by one. Later, let Dezhao and Deliang show you around. Su Dezhao smiled and said, leave it to me, second uncle. Moreover, Su Mingyuan briefly mentioned Ren Zaiweo's background, which made Bai Jing tear up. He is a child with a difficult fate. She looked around at the younger generation and said, this child Xiaoyao has had a tough time. Since he has entered our Su family, he is now one of us. If I find out that anyone bullies him, don't blame me for using family rules on you. Ren Xiaoyao felt her sincerity, which deeply moved him. Su Mingyuan did not discuss Ren Zaiweo's qualifications. It can be said that the Su family rarely talks about the specific talents of the younger generation. Only Su Chuan and a few others, including Su Mingwei, were aware of these. After a while, everyone dispersed. Ren Xiaoyao was pulled by Su Daijiao, exchanging pleasantries among peers. Yang Ronghua assisted Bai Jing back to the rear courtyard while the others busied themselves with their own affairs. Su Chuan went to the study with his 5 children. The others only knew they had traveled, but very few were aware of the dealings with the families. In the past 6 months, successfully reaching agreements with 2 families is quite good. For now, we will keep it that way. The expansion of the Su family, while we haven't achieved foundation establishment, must be gradual. Su Mingwei nodded, saying father's words are reasonable. For the next few years, we should focus on improving our cultivation and enhancing the family's foundation. Our Su family lacks top-tier Qi refinement cultivators, but our foundational depth is not as strong as some 6th-grade Qi refinement families. However, we must not rush this matter and must also pay attention to the character of our descendants and guardians. Character is the root of a person. If the root is rotten, then even if they grow up, they will only be a tumor of the Su family. Su Mingyuan, Su Mingxuan, Su Mingshu, and Su Mingxian all clasped their hands to Su Mingwei and said, understood, elder brother. After a while, Su Chuan said, the Zhou family notified us a few days ago that on the 21st of November, all Qi refinement families in Yuehu County must gather at the Zhou family, as a representative from the imperial city will arrive. Our Su family's spiritual rice has matured and been harvested this year, and along with the previous foundation of the Su family, we have a considerable amount, so we need not worry. However, we must discuss who will go to the Zhou family. Su Mingyuan inquired, father, what concerns do you have? Collecting taxes is not a small matter. The Chao family will likely send 1 or 2 foundation establishment cultivators to accompany us. Father is worried that if we go, our cultivation levels may be exposed, leading the other families in Yuehu County to speculate whether the rest of our Su family is also hiding their realms, which could cause them to be wary. Indeed. After pondering, Su Chuan decided I should go myself and bring Wu Tao along. Thank you for your hard work, father. Su Mingwei clasped his fists. Su Chuan smiled lightly, waving his hand. It's no trouble. Our Su family currently has spiritual rice, spiritual fish, and spiritual herbs. We can also purchase demon beast corpses. I believe we can establish a cultivation restaurant in Yuho Market. At the same time, we can set up the Su family business selling and purchasing cultivation manuals, techniques, magical tools, spiritual herbs, pills, and materials from demon beasts. The county, city, and various counties can also establish branches to trade with martial families. Previously in Yuehu County, all Qi refinement families intended to control resources to prevent them from flowing to martial families, resulting in no cultivation family being born for over 100 years. The same goes for the county city. Our Su family will muddle these waters and bring them to life. Of course, in the county city, the main focus of the business will be on martial arts techniques and resources with a small amount of cultivation resources, but they must be exchanged for cultivation resources. Su Mingwei and the others were still pondering Su Chuan's intentions when Su Mingyuan's eyes lit up. Father, are you planning to enhance the entire Yuehu County's foundation with your own strength? This is a grand strategy. It seems father has set his sights on the entire Yuehu County. Indeed, our Su family will eventually be like the Liu family of Qingba Lake, dominating a county. Once the Su family business thoroughly integrates into the hearts of the people of Yuehu County, in the future expanding the family will primarily involve trading with our Su family business. Father is reforming Yuehu County with his own strength, but he also aims to use the power of an entire county to rapidly enhance our Su family's foundation. Mingyuan understands me well. Su Chuan smiled faintly. We will take things step by step. If we say we want to look at the entire Dawei now, it would be empty talk, but dominating Yuehu County is not too far off. Within 10 years, Mingxian and Mingwei should be able to take turns attempting foundation establishment, and with Ren Xiaoyao, whose talent is outstanding, our Su family will surely have another foundation establishment cultivator within 20 years. It can be clearly seen. Therefore, the child intends to have him marry into the Su family. So Su Mingyuan clasped his fists and said, I would like to ask my father for a favor. Speak. Allow Renjir to cultivate our Su family's inherited techniques. Su Chuan pondered for a moment, lightly tapping the Zetan wood table with his fingers, and after a brief reflection, said, very well. Thank you, father. If the Earth's spiritual roots qualification merely merges with ordinary qualifications, it would be too regrettable. Since we are allowing Xiaoyao to marry and let Renjir also pursue the path of immortality. Pausing for a moment, Su Chuan said, I have an idea. From now on, all male members of the clan below the true spiritual root qualification will initially cultivate the inherited techniques. Su Mingwei was about to say something, but was stopped by Su Chuan raising his hand. Continue to listen to what I have to say. Su Mingwei fell silent. As for whether their future lies in the path of immortality or martial arts, that will be decided by you. Those who follow the path of immortality will pass down the secret arts of converting spiritual energy, while those who walk the path of martial arts will break through to master once they possess a true spiritual root. Although the path of immortality is stronger than that of martial arts, even with true spiritual roots, our Su family cannot ensure that every cultivator with true spiritual root qualifications will break through to foundation establishment. As for the women, once they reach the innate stage, they should be at least 16 years old. You may inquire about their opinions. If they choose to marry in the future, they may cultivate the inherited techniques. In the future, our family's inherited techniques and cultivation methods will be separate, and the cultivation methods must not mention any terms related to immortality. Su Mingwei and the others understood. Father wants to increase the number of descendants with spiritual qualifications, but want this raise suspicions. Su Chuan smiled lightly. In the past, our vision was too narrow. For safety, we naturally sought to avoid drawing attention. However, now we have made considerable progress in researching formations to block divine sense probing, and we may succeed within a few years. At that time, all members of the Su family will wear this formation device, and even those at foundation establishment will not know whether they are on the path of martial arts or immortality. Moreover, I just mentioned that cultivating inherited techniques is a matter of cultivation, and following the path of immortality is another. The decision lies in the hands of you direct line elders. I believe you know how to make your choices. You should also understand that the family's development cannot rely on one person's efforts. You choose the path of immortality, who I will decide for you. However, I cannot decide the future lives of your children and grandchildren. Also, I will set another rule. Women in our Su family with true spiritual roots cannot marry out, but in special circumstances adjustments must be made, such as when facing forces that our Su family cannot offend. Everything is for the survival of the Su family. If we do not want to endure, we must endure. If we do not want to part, we must part. Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, Su Mingxuan, and Su Mingxian fell silent in contemplation. Su Mingshu initially felt relaxed, but as the discussion progressed, her expression turned serious. During their travels, they had seen families of Qi practitioners being oppressed by foundation establishment families, nearly driven to desperation. This was due to the previous refusal of the legitimate daughter to be given as a concubine to a foundation establishment family. I will diligently follow my father's teachings. After a moment, the group bowed solemnly. The Su family is developing rapidly and constantly changing, so everything cannot be rigidly adhered to. After a while, Su Chuan said, Mingyuan, do you still have the energy to manage the affairs of the Su family business? Su Mingyuan pondered for a moment and said, the duties of the discipline hall are not too heavy, and with Dao Wenjinger and Wu Tao helping me, there should be no problem, but I cannot handle everything personally. No need to handle everything personally. A competent superior should excel in managing subordinates. I believe you'll do better in this regard than your brothers and sisters. Second brother, when it comes to the business, who else but you? However, this is a major matter for the Su family, so if necessary, just instruct us. For fighting and spells, find the elder brother and the battle hall. If manpower is needed, I can issue tasks and mobilize the entire Su family. For spiritual beasts to send messages, find Mingzhu. For formation arrangements, find Mingxian. Speaking of which, we each have our strengths, but if we combine our efforts, we will be equal to most other Chi practitioners' families. By the way, we also have our little genius, the future master of weapon refining Little Linger. The Su family is flourishing with limitless potential, and smiles appeared on everyone's faces. I will not disappoint my father and the hopes of the entire family, and I will make the Su family business spread throughout the entire Yuehu County. Su Minjiwan's eyes brimmed with confidence. In the blink of an eye, it was November 21st. Su Chuan and Wu Tao went to the Zhou family's territory. Qinghua platform. The Zhou family built a massive platform specifically to welcome the imperial city envoys gathered from various families. This platform is 300 steps in diameter, symbolizing heaven is round and the earth is square. The platform is divided into 9 tiers, each tier consisting of 7 levels totaling 9 supremes. The entire structure is made of northern mountain cold jade rock with a bluish-white stone texture that appears like frost covering the ground from a distance, while closer inspection reveals subtle ice cracks. 64 dragon-patterned pillars encircle the edge of the platform, each standing 5 zhang and 4 chi tall, with maps of territories intricately engraved on their surfaces. At the center of Qinghua platform, a Taiji yin-yang fish is embedded with the yang side, made of Kunshan white jade, and the yin side crafted from Yunjian blackstone, each fish eye set with a luminous pearl. The outer edge is adorned with a relief of mountains and rivers 3 zhang and 6 chi wide, presenting the shapes of the 5 mountains and 4 rivers from east to west. A bronze dragon head drainage system consisting of 360 features releases water in a curtain whenever it rains. When Su Chuan arrived, he was also somewhat shocked, as it was evident how much the Zhou family valued the imperial city envoys. At this time, many seats were already set up on the platform, with most already occupied. On the tables were placed spiritual fruits, spiritual wine, and jade cups, while individuals from nearby families engaged in conversation. Su Chuan, accompanied by Wu Tao, landed and walked towards the center, clasping his fists and smiling. Everyone, Su has arrived late. The main seat was unoccupied. The Zhou family head Zhou Xiaoyuan was seated in the leftmost position, while the head of the Yuan family sat to his right. The seats below the Zhou family were conspicuously empty, clearly reserved for someone. Upon seeing Su Chuan arrive, Zhou Xiaoyuan waved with a smile. Brother Su, as long as you arrive before the envoy, it is not late. Come sit here, we have reserved a seat for your Su family. Thank you. Su Chuan and Wu Tao took their seats, and Zhou Xiaoyuan turned to him, saying, I didn't expect the great elder of the Su family to come in person today. It should have been my responsibility to host the imperial city envoy. If the younger generation were to neglect the envoy, it would bring our Su family a great deal of trouble. Zhou Xiaoyuan nodded slightly, and then looked at Wu Tao. This young friend seems somewhat familiar. He is Wu Tao, the husband of Deheng from Minjiwan's lineage. Quickly greet the head of the Zhou family. Wu Tao hurriedly stood and cupped his hands in greeting, showing proper etiquette. No need for such formality, sit down. Only then did Wu Tao take his seat. By the way, Brother Zhou, this is our Su family's first tax payment. Do you have any advice, such as what kind of person the imperial city envoy is, and whether we need to prepare gifts for the meeting? Zhou Xiaoyuan shook his head and said, I don't know much either. The imperial city envoys who arrive each year are not the same individuals, but they all tend to stay for a while. Some will exchange pleasantries with our families in the county for a bit before collecting taxes, while others will start tallying up directly. It varies by individual. I see. Then the envoy's cultivation level. Zhou Xiaoyuan switched to sound transmission communication. He is at the peak of Qi cultivation, but there will definitely be a foundation establishment cultivator accompanying him. That foundation establishment elder is likely a guest elder of the Chao family. After saying this, he fell silent, picked up a jade cup, and took a small sip. Soon the remaining Qi practitioner families also arrived. The last to arrive was the head of a 5-grade Qi practitioner's family. Su Chuan recognized him as belonging to the Lu family. His expression was hurried and full of anxiety. Someone joked, Lu family head, you're the last one. If you delay any longer until the envoy arrives, you might be punished. There are major matters within the clan that need urgent attention. What could be more important than welcoming the envoy? After taking his seat, the Lu family head sighed slightly. I don't know if my Lu family is simply unfortunate, but the spiritual fields have suffered pest damage. The spiritual rice we just planted 2 to 3 months ago is about to be lost by more than half. Pest damage. The Yuan family head responded in surprise. I recall that this disaster hasn't been seen for decades. Could it be that your Lu family has offended someone, and this is deliberate retaliation? In the arts of cultivation, there are also methods to control pests and beasts. That shouldn't be the case, but what about your family's spiritual fields? Are they all safe? The Lu family head asked with doubt. Safe. The heads of the various families shook their heads. It seems this could indeed be a sign that my Lu family has been targeted by some rogue. If I find out who it is, I will definitely skin him alive. The Lu family head wore a face full of gritted teeth. Su Chuan sensed the underlying meaning, but kept it to himself. If it were just a slight issue or coincidence, it might not matter, But if a single family's spiritual fields are suffering extensively from pest damage, it could indicate an impending large-scale pest invasion. Other Qi practitioner families are not extravagant enough to set up formations for each piece of spiritual field. Although the spiritual fields are within the protection of the family's grand formation, it is not possible to activate it unless under attack. Of course, Chuan did not believe that those family heads were truly ignorant to such an extent. They merely chose not to show it on the surface. He estimated that once they returned, they would strengthen their defenses. After all, if a pest infestation were to occur and the spiritual rice were insufficient, the family would have to compensate with spirit stones and other resources, leading to their eventual decline. About half an hour later, suddenly as the sky split open, a dark blue flying boat pierced through the clouds. Initially observed from 10 miles away in the flowing clouds, it quickly approached Qinghua platform, moving so fast that it left behind 9 condensed afterimages that had yet to disperse, resembling the feathers shed by a soaring Qinghuan. After a moment, a flying boat over 10 zhang long and 3 zhang wide with a dragon head devouring clouds carved at the bow stopped above Qinghua platform. Chuan looked up and saw a delicate pavilion on the boat adorned with flying eaves and brackets, quite exquisite. Moreover, on the deck of the flying boat stood a dozen guards exuding an extraordinary aura, at least Qi practitioners at the late stage. Moments later, a young man dressed in a high-grade moonlight robe appeared from the pavilion, wearing a glass crown and a green jade hairpin, his demeanor elegant and approachable. In his hand, he lightly waved a feather fan, which was also not an ordinary item. Following him was an old man in a red robe with white hair, accompanied by 2 men in black armor who descended from the flying boat alongside the young man and the old man. On Qinghua platform, everyone had already risen. Upon seeing them land, they all bowed in unison. Zhou family head was the first to speak. The Zhou family, leading the Qi practitioners of Yuehu County, welcomes the envoy's arrival. We welcome the envoy. Chuan and the other family heads echoed in unison. The elegant young man remained silent and walked straight to the main seat of the banquet at Qinghua Terrace. With a wave of his moonlight robe, he sat down and smiled gently, saying, "Dear friends, please be seated." The old man in the red robe sat in a secondary seat. 2 men in armor stood expressionless on either side. "Thank you, esteemed messenger." But the next moment, the elegant young man silently asked, "Which one among you is from the Su family?" "I am the one representing the Su family to pay taxes this time," Chuan said, his body slightly trembling as he stood up, cupping his hands and bowing his head. The elegant young man scrutinized Chuan and nodded slightly, saying, "Is Sanshu Daorin one of your Su family members?" Finding himself, Chuan's eyes revealed a look of surprise, but he also felt it made sense. "Indeed, I am Su, and Sanshu Daorin is the name I used during my travels in my early years." The elegant young man's eyes brightened, and he smiled, saying, "So you are he. I am currently studying alchemy, but I have many questions. I have heard that your mastery of alchemy is profound. May I ask for your guidance?" "Please, esteemed messenger, ask away." "When refining pills with Yangzi, how does its medicinal property change, and how should it blend with other spiritual medicines to achieve the best effect?" Yangzi is no ordinary spiritual herb. It is mainly used in high-quality, first-grade pill formulas. In the formula for the Gathering Qi pill, it is one of the 2 main ingredients. This young man is barely in his 20s, yet he can already refine such pills. No wonder he comes from a golden core family rich in heritage and many talented individuals. Of course, being able to refine the Gathering Qi pill is one level of skill, but being able to refine a high-quality Gathering Qi pill is another level altogether. As for being able to consistently refine high-quality Gathering Qi pills, that reaches another realm altogether, allowing for the learning of second-grade pills. In that case, one's alchemical skill has reached another level, allowing for the difficult task of refining second-grade pills. To answer your question, esteemed messenger, Yangzi has 2 types of changes in its medicinal properties, which depend on the pill being refined. It is primarily related to temperature. When using gentle fire, it merges slowly its properties gentle and is often used in foundation-building pill formulas. When using intense fire, it should be akin to a swift lightning bolt. The faster the pill solidifies, the better, and it is often used in explosive or power-enhancing pills. Hearing this, the elegant young man appeared thoughtful, putting away his jade fan with a faint smile, and said, "No wonder you are a master alchemist. Your insights and research into alchemy are far beyond those like me who have just begun their journey." "You flatter me, esteemed messenger. I am merely benefiting from the advantages of my age. Oh, when I was your age, I had not yet reached your level." Master Sanshu is truly humble." The elegant young man spread his fan, and as he waved his sleeve, 2 jade vases appeared. He casually waved one of the vases to land in front of Chuan. "This is Yuzhen brew worth 10 spirit stones a jar. Consider it a token of gratitude for your earlier answers." "Thank you, esteemed messenger. Today's meeting with my fellow friends from Yuehu County is also fate. Come, let us drink this cup to honor this fate." The elegant young man naturally drank Yuzhen brew. Chuan also had Wu Tao pour some for himself and him. Since it was a gift from the royal city's messenger, he had to drink it, otherwise wouldn't that be disrespectful? This is a true spiritual brew. Given your realm, do not drink more than a quarter of it at once, or you may easily get drunk. If trouble arises from drunkenness, it would not be good. Chuan conveyed this telepathically. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Wu Tao paused, slightly replied telepathically, and then took a small sip. As the spiritual brew entered his throat, it immediately transformed into a pure energy that Wu Tao hurriedly began to refine with his techniques. Apart from the pure energy, there was also a hint of alcohol. However, since he drank only a little, Wu Tao was fine. The rest of the Qi refining families looked on with envy. At least in Yuehu County, there were no true spiritual brews. These so-called spiritual wines only contained a trace of spiritual energy. Brewing spiritual wine is also one of the many arts of cultivation. However, it is relatively niche. Among cultivators, those who can brew spiritual wine are extremely rare. Having met, chatted, and drunk, let us now begin with the main business. The elegant young man unfurled his jade fan. The man in black armor to his left suddenly produced a list. He flipped it open and said indifferently, "Now we will begin. The families whose names are called should submit the required amount of spirit rice. Yuehu County Yu family. The Yu family is here." The head of the Yu family stood up and walked to the center, taking out bags of spirit rice from his storage bag and placing them in front. The man in black armor on the right scanned with his divine sense and coldly said, 300 pounds is insufficient. If no other spirit rice is available, you must pay 30 spirit stones as compensation. 30 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Chuan also conveyed to Zhou Xiaoyuan, asking, "Brother Zhou, is the price of spirit rice this high?" "There will be fluctuations, but normally 100 pounds is 1 spirit stone." This time the messenger seems to have come with ill intentions. The head of the Yu family was an old established family, so his storage bag naturally contained plenty of spirit rice. However, after 3 consecutive attempts, all were deemed insufficient. Let me be clear, any grain older than 3 years does not need to be submitted. For those who are short, you must each compensate 10 spirit stones for every 100 pounds of rice that is missing. Those who cannot make up the amount will not be allowed to leave today. Everyone in the families felt a chill in their hearts. My Chow family is considered lenient, but do not think you can deceive us, saving the good stuff for yourselves and submitting old spirit rice. The head of the Yu family was sweating profusely, searching through his storage bag. No matter how hard he tried, he could not find spirit rice younger than 3 years, so he had to grit his teeth and pay 30 spirit stones. The armored guard on the right collected the spirit stones and spirit rice, and the armored guard on the left continued to recite. Next, the Shui family. The Shui family also had to pay 20 spirit stones. Those who reported in front were all 6th-grade Qi refining families, and each year they submitted 1,000 pounds of spirit rice. Almost every family had to pay some spirit stones. Now it was the turn of the 5th-grade Qi refining families. In Yuehu County, there were only 6 5th-grade Qi refining families, including the Su family. Both the Huang and Yuan families came prepared, while the other 3 families suffered the most, with the Shi family compensating 120 spirit stones and the others all within 50. Yuehu County Su family. Su family and Wu Tao stood up and walked to the center. The elegant young man suddenly spoke, "Master, since your Su family has just been promoted. This time you need to submit 9,000 pounds of spirit rice. Considering this is a new family, I will allow your Su family to submit old rice as long as it is within 3,000 pounds without needing to compensate." "Thank you, esteemed messenger." Chuan expressed his gratitude with cupped hands. This blatant favoritism made many families uncomfortable. The Yuan family snickered inwardly. Let's see how much new rice the Su family can produce. Even if they have 30% of the Su family's foundation, they probably find none of that spirit rice usable now. Chuan felt relieved. He had prepared for 2 scenarios. Wu Tao's storage bag contained the old rice acquired from the Su family, while his own held the new spirit rice grown in the last 2 years. Chuan brought out all 9,000 pounds of spirit rice. The armored guard on the right swept his divine sense across and said blandly, "Su family, no need for compensation." The elegant young man smiled, "Master, since this Huangliang rice should all be from the last 2 years, right? I have heard many masters of alchemy are also skilled in cultivating spiritual plants. Did you grow them all yourself? My Su family has just become a Qi refining family with shallow roots and no talents among us. I had to do it myself. But I have heard your Su family is based in a remote county. Unless in some mountain valleys, the concentration of spiritual energy around the county is quite thin, far lesser than that around the county city. Not to mention comparing it to areas with spiritual energy nodes. The concentration of spiritual energy also represents the size of the land that can be cultivated for spiritual fields and the number of spiritual rice that can be planted. I wonder how you managed to do this. Or were these spirit rice acquired through trade? Many families turned to look at the Zhou family. If anyone here could produce a large amount of new rice, it would be the Zhou family. After all, the two areas with the highest concentration of spiritual energy in Yuehu County are both in their hands. I dare not hide anything from the esteemed messenger. 1/3 is cultivated by me, while the rest was obtained through trade. The elegant young man's gaze flickered, not pressing further. Instead, he smiled faintly. Your Su family is quite commendable. A newly established cultivation family should have a fresh atmosphere. Do not follow those old foxes who only know how to cheat and scheme. The Qi refining families who were penalized for spirit stones all hung their heads in silence. Finally, it was the Zhou family's turn. The Zhou family naturally would have no issues, as they would never lack spirit rice. Young master, the grain collection from the various families in Yuehu County is all finished. The elegant young man nodded slightly. Let's call it a day. Oh, I must head to the next county and will not disturb your gathering any longer. Having said that, he stepped on his jade fan and flew towards the flying boat. The old man in red and the two armored guards followed closely behind. Both guards were at the peak of Qi refining. This truly is a proper cultivation family and a golden core family. My Su family will surely become one someday. Su Chuan's eyes flickered with a hint of fervor, then quickly became calm. The road must be walked step by step, and realms must be cultivated layer by layer. Therefore, Su Chuan was not in a hurry. At this moment, many families sighed in disappointment. The head of the Yuan family said sarcastically, "By the way, Elder Su, I wonder where your Su family managed to trade for so much spirit rice from the last 2 years. Could you enlighten us?" The other family heads all turned to look at him. Since the head of the Yuan family is curious about our Su family's spirit rice, I am also curious about the Yuan family's medicinal materials. I wonder where you managed to trade for them. Surely they are not all grown by the Yuan family. Where are these materials planted? The Yuan family was aggressive, and Su Chuan naturally would not let him off easily. If Elder Su does not wish to speak, then so be it. Why must you use words to trap me? I would like to ask you, head of the Yuan family, is your Yuan family also a newly established cultivation family? Thinking of prying into the secrets of my Su family, are you perhaps planning to swallow my Su family at some point? Upon hearing this, the head of the Yuan family immediately fell silent. Such matters cannot be acknowledged openly. He snorted coldly and turned to Zhou Xiaoyuan, cupping his fists and saying, "Brother Zhou, it seems someone does not welcome Yuan Yu. I will take my leave." Brother Yuan Yu. Zhou Xiaoyuan's words trailed off as the head of the Yuan family waved his sleeve and stepped onto his sword, leaving swiftly. Soon after, several others departed. A few heads of 6th-grade families walked over to Su Chuan, smiling and engaging in conversation. "Elder Su, if your Su family has any excess new rice in the future, may I ask if you could sell some to us?" Su Chuan was unsure about the situation of other families planting spiritual rice, so he naturally would not agree outright. Instead, he said, "Currently, my Su family can barely make ends meet. Why not ask the Zhou family?" Zhou Xiaoyuan smiled faintly. After this incident, the price of new spiritual rice would surely rise. The fair price is 2 spirit stones for 100 pounds. If any of you family heads are interested, you can send someone to purchase it at my Zhou family shop in the market. Several family heads chuckled awkwardly and soon took their leave. Su Chuan asked in surprise, in the past, weren't the royal city messengers much more casual? They were all very lax, not caring at all whether it was new or old rice. Zhou Xiaoyuan replied, "I don't know why it has become so strict this year." Su Chuan smiled upon hearing this and said to him, "Brother Zhou, what are you worried about? I should be the one concerned as a newly established Qi refining family. To take out 9,000 pounds of new rice, you dare to say such words. However, I heard that this time the messenger only wanted spirit rice from within 3 years. I was quite worried for your Su family, even thinking of borrowing some spirit rice to help you through the difficulties. Hey, shouldn't it be a gift? We are families connected by marriage." Haha, my Zhou family has many families connected by marriage. Most of the Qi refining families in Yuehu County have had ties with my Zhou family. Zhou Xiaoyuan waved his hand and continued, "Don't argue with me, stay and drink a bit more. If you want to drink my Yuzhen brew, just say so." Su Chuan laughed heartily. "However, I do not plan to make it easy for you. I will take it back for the younger generation of my Su family. Though it's little, it can help 1 or 2 people improve their cultivation." Having said that, Su Chuan and Wu Tao also stepped onto their swords and left. Zhou Xiaoyuan watched the two leave, his eyes flickering slightly. Is it really obtained through trade? If not, how could the Su family manage to grow so much spiritual rice in a place with thin spiritual energy? No, during the Su family's ascension celebration, the spiritual energy concentration around Dongxi was not much worse than that of the county city. The gathering spirit formation that envelopes the entire Dongxi is generally not visible unless arranged by a formation master. Zhou Xiaoyuan pondered for a moment and murmured, "Could it be that Su Chuan knows a master of formations? If the Su family has cultivated a master of formations, I would not believe it at all. The path of formations is even more difficult than that of alchemy. My Zhou family currently cannot even train anyone to become a proper formation master, let alone set up such a large gathering spirit formation. If there is a gathering spirit formation that seals off spiritual energy and continuously gathers it, it would indeed be possible to open up many acres of spiritual fields. Zhou Xiaoyuan was almost certain of this. Su Chuan's connections are indeed extensive if only he could introduce someone. Recently, the Zhou family had been looking for accomplished formation masters, but unfortunately they are extremely rare and can only look for others in different counties and find a way to invite them. If Zhou Xiaoyuan mentioned this to Zhou Sun, he might remember that Su Mingxian is skilled in formations. Looking at the clues currently revealed by the Su family, it would be possible to deduce that Su Mingxian has achieved success in formations. Unfortunately, Zhou Sun only focuses on alchemy. Moreover, as time goes on, he has been spending more and more time teaching the Zhou family's descendants about alchemy, hoping to cultivate the next alchemy master for the Zhou family. Thus, the Zhou family's potential for advancement would not diminish. After all, self-refining and purchasing from the market can reduce consumption by more than tenfold, leaving more resources to train outstanding descendants. The Zhou family is large, with everyone performing their duties, while the Su family is small and has not yet faced this issue. Moreover, the Su family holds elder meetings every month and a grand assembly before the annual sacrifices. Returning to Dongxi, Su Chuan said to Wu Tao, "You can go about your business." "Yes, elder." Wu Tao cupped his hands and then flew towards the discipline hall. Su Dehang had been pregnant for several months, and Su Chuan was worried, fearing she might be overworking herself. Using his divine sense, he discovered Su Mingshu at the den of the white tiger, smiling as she stroked the belly of the female tiger. "Little by your offspring are my offspring. I Su Mingshu will also have descendants." The white tiger tilted its head, revealing a look of confusion in its eyes. "How did that become your responsibility? What nonsense are you talking?" A flash of green light appeared, and Su Chuan suddenly manifested. Su Mingshu smiled awkwardly a couple of times, and then said, "Father, you returned so soon. It didn't take much time. Oh, then what do you need from me?" "In this grain delivery, I've heard that the spirit fields of the 5th grade Qi practice family, the Lu family, have been infested with pests, and most of the planted spirit rice has been destroyed." "Pests? Father wouldn't suspect it was my doing, would he?" Su Chuan raised his hand and gave her a light smack on the forehead, chuckling as he scolded, "Do you think I am that foolish?" "True, it was my mistake." Su Mingshu rubbed her forehead. "Once such a pest outbreak occurs, it is bound to be on a large scale. I don't know how many spirit insects you have, but the pests are certainly not as formidable as the iron-eating ants and other ancient strange insects. I'm here to ask you to send iron-eating ants to guard the spirit fields. They are likely to be more sensitive to their kind and can detect problems earlier." "Leave this to me." Su Mingshu patted her chest. "If I find even one stalk of spirit rice destroyed in our Su family spirit fields, you can trouble me, father." "That's not it. If pests truly break out, a mere few dozen iron-eating ants won't be of much use. I want you to cultivate pest spirit insects and ideally breed a leader of the spirit insects that can control them. Firstly, this group of spirit insects can serve as your trump card. Secondly, it can protect our Su family from pests. And thirdly, it will allow me to study how to prevent these pests. If an outbreak occurs in Yuehu County, this method can lead to significant profits for our Su family." "Profits? You don't need to ask too much about that. Oh, just do what I've instructed you," Su Chuan said with a smile. "Understood, father." Su Chuan glanced at the female tiger, thought for a moment, and took out some spirit herbs and pills from his storage bag. "Since you're back, this task is now yours." "What task?" "This is what you need to do." Su Chuan handed Su Mingshu a piece of paper filled with densely written characters. "Father, what is this?" Su Mingshu frowned slightly as she read. "Optimize the offspring of Little Bai. If this litter can produce 1 or 2 born beast spirits, that would set a higher starting point. If this continues for generations, perhaps one day the offspring of Little Bai may produce foundation establishment beast spirits. The Qing Fire Eagle and others can also follow this approach." After pondering for a moment, Su Mingshu looked up and said, "Father, this is for the benefit of Little Bai and for the future of our Su family. I will follow your instructions." Su Chuan smiled and nodded, reminding her, because the female tiger is an ordinary wild beast, if the fetus is too strong and the mother cannot provide enough sustenance, it could lead to the death of both mother and child, so you must carefully follow the instructions on this recipe. While providing high-quality food, remember to help her dissolve spiritual energy. Perhaps the female tiger may also have the chance to transform into a beast spirit. "Yes, father." Su Chuan then departed. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. If a pest outbreak occurred in the spirit fields, even powerful cultivators like Su Mingwei would find themselves powerless. Only Su Chuan and Su Mingshu from the Su family had a solution. Su Chuan aimed for a long-term resolution, hence, he asked Su Mingshu to capture some pest spirit insects and cultivate a leader among them. Insect species have strict hierarchies. If there is a leader, even if it leads the subordinate spirit insects to their doom, they will do so willingly. A few days later, the Su family convened a grand meeting. The heads and deputy heads of various halls along with important members gathered in the meeting hall, which could accommodate 1,000 people. Of course, at this time, there were only a dozen or so present. Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, Su Mingxuan, Su Mingshu, Su Mingxian, and Wu Mingxing reported their achievements in succession. Matters involving the true core of the Su family were not discussed in the meeting. Following that, Su Daijiao, Su Deling, Su Dewen, and Su Dehang shared their insights and some suggestions. The first grand meeting concluded hastily. 2 days later, it was the annual festival. The Su family banquet was lively and cheerful, lacking the usual solemnity, and the atmosphere was even more vibrant. Ren Xiaoyao experienced this for the first time. It turned out that a family could be so relaxed and joyful. In his heart, he gradually began to accept that he was also a part of this family. The next day, the affiliated families gathered at Dongxi to congratulate the main family. The Su family naturally did not skimp on generosity, bestowing some resources. Then came the New Year's money for the younger generation. Everyone received silver, and those training in martial arts received martial resources, while cultivators were given immortal resources. The silver was to facilitate their enjoyment during their outings in Xinjiang. The entire Xinjiang was nearly under the firm control of the Su family, and confining the family members to Dongxi was not a good thing. They needed to experience more people and events. Xinjiang County City became a good destination. However, these family members must not use their real names to avoid taking advantage of the Su family's reputation to bully others. At the same time, this was to allow them to see people's true nature more clearly. Each person going to the county city would have 2 peak innate guards accompanying them to prevent any accidents. As for the older ones, such as Su Dajuan and Su Drui, they could travel to other counties and even the county city accompanied by innate guards. Once they break through to the innate level and choose their hall's, life will no longer be so carefree. Of course, even family members can choose not to join halls like the battle hall and can opt to take on tasks as free agents. However, once they reach the innate level, even Su family members must earn resources based on their contributions to the family. No one can simply coast on the laurels of their predecessors. At most, their parents might supplement a little. Time passed quickly and 2 months went by. The Su family business quietly emerged in the county city and the market backed by the Su family, and no one dared to disturb it. In the market, the business had various types of cultivation resources. However, most were low-grade artifacts and common pills with hardly any spirit herbs, other materials, and ores were also in short supply. Then there were mid-tier and upper-tier artifacts as well as mid-tier and upper-tier pills. The types of pills were relatively complete, including spirit-nourishing pills, jade, dew pills, detoxification pills, revitalization pills, gathering chi pills, and so forth. However, both mid-tier and upper-tier artifacts and pills currently only supported barter transactions, trading with materials from demon beasts, spirit herbs, spirit ores, and spirit iron. Because the reputation of Master Su Chuan had already spread throughout Yuehu County, many wandering cultivators were curious. Some early-stage wandering cultivators purchased low-grade spirit-nourishing pills or traded their stored spirit herbs for mid-tier spirit-nourishing pills. This was rarely seen in other pill shops. The only upper-tier artifact in the business was quickly exchanged by a gray-robed wandering cultivator for a 500600-year-old purple fire mushroom along with some demon beast materials. The Su family business was relatively friendly to wandering cultivators, however the other families in the market were not pleased. After all, some of the customer flow was being drawn away. Of course, the Su family business did not wish to escalate conflicts with other families in Yuehu County at this moment, so they intentionally controlled the quantity of mid-tier and upper-tier resources. However, compared to the market business, the county city business was quite popular. Most of the resources there were martial resources, with only a small portion being cultivation resources. Resources below the Grandmaster level could be purchased with silver, while innate martial pills, if bought with silver, were priced at 1,000 taels for low-grade, 2,000 for mid-grade, and 3,000 for high-grade. No bargaining. This was different from spirit-nourishing pills, which assisted martial artists in comprehending the spirit energy of heaven and earth to break through to the innate level. It was akin to a super-diluted version of foundation establishment pills. After all, for martial artists, the innate realm and the postnatal realm were worlds apart. Naturally, innate martial pills could also be traded with ores, medicinal materials, etc., making them 2 or 3 times cheaper than silver. Grandmaster martial pills could only be traded for cultivation resources, spirit herbs, and spirit ores. As everyone hesitated, the Yuehu Martial Alliance took the lead in purchasing a batch for cultivating the outstanding descendants of various families within the alliance. In the competition among families, the most taboo is having something you possess that I do not. Does it not imply that my family will fall behind? Thus, the Su family business in the county city was extremely popular. Some low-tier families saw a glimmer of hope, as high-quality martial resources were usually tightly controlled. They had been seeking such resources without success. Now, however, they saw a glimmer of hope. Some 5th and 6th tier families secretly reached several agreements with the Su family business for cultivation resources, such as mid-tier and upper-tier spirit-nourishing pills, or mid-tier gathering chi pills. These 5th and 6th tier families were not lacking in heritage. Although they appeared diminished in front of the cultivation families, they had hidden treasures and naturally would not allow themselves to be taken advantage of. Since the Su family business was willing to exchange good items, they were naturally willing to comply. However, these transactions were extremely discreet, and due to their infrequency, they did not attract the attention of the cultivation families. The Su family's actions in the county city were noted by some cultivation families. While they felt it was a move to disrupt the current balance of Yuehu County, they found themselves unable to do anything about the Su family. The Su family was strong and almost semi-closed off in Dongxi, maintaining a good relationship with the Zhou family. The last tax payment was enough to show that the Zhou family treated the Su family with more kindness than other families. Moreover, the envoy from the imperial city praised Chuan, the Su family's elder, which made them wary and hesitant to take rash actions. However, they could not simply stand by and watch the Su family win over the hearts of all martial families in the county city. They began to fracture the unity and were willing to part with resources to entice them. Unfortunately, the resources they offered were far from comparable to what those 5th and 6th tier families received from the Su family business. As a result, those families merely agreed on the surface while continuing to develop quietly. They all sensed that significant changes might be on the horizon for Yuehu County due to the Su family. 2 months later, Zhang Wanqing successfully gave birth, and Su Mingxian named the child Su Deqian. Qianqian, Junzi, humble and self-cultivating, symbolizes the character of humility and politeness, representing the robust bloodline of the Su family. He possesses a natural, true, spiritual root talent. Although he lacks the innate spiritual eyes of Su Deling, he still signifies the strength of the Su family's bloodline. Both parents possess true spiritual roots, so the probability of giving birth to a true spiritual root is naturally higher. Su Chuan informed Su Mingxian and his wife about Su Deqian's talent, which brought them great joy. Qi level 8. Zhang Wanqing had previously reached the peak of Qi level 5 due to her impending childbirth planning to attempt breaking through to Qi level 6 in a month. Su Daijiao broke through to the mid-stage of Qi level 7, while Shun Qingyi advanced to the late stage of Qi level 5. Su Dezjing switched to the primordial 5 elements transformation technique, and Wu Tao remained at the peak of Qi level 4, needing more time to break through to Qi level 5. After persuasion from Su Mingwei and Su Daijiao, Su Duan also switched to the primordial 5 elements transformation technique. This technique does not conflict with ordinary innate martial arts, and can even be compatible, thus there is no concern about losing one's skills. However, during the practice of this technique, there would be no further progress in martial arts. Su Mingwei even advised him not to rush into marriage until he truly perfected this technique, which left Su Duan somewhat perplexed. Of course, Su Mingwei also made it clear that it was entirely up to him to choose. After consideration, Su Duan chose to marry. Thus, during this period, Yang Ronghua was looking for suitable young ladies. The selection range was not limited to the daughters of Dongxi, it also included the collateral families, like Li Chunbai, the young ladies of the Qingjiang County noble families, and even those from the county city noble families. Once the news spread, portraits were compiled into booklets and presented to Yang Ronghua. Each portrait was accompanied by information about the character and interests of the young ladies, which made it difficult for him to choose. Su Deling also broke through to Qi level 8, and she did so more than a month faster than Su Mingshu. However, she felt anxious in her heart. She was unsure how to discuss the matter of allowing Wu Shun to marry into their family. What if he refused? Thus, she had not expressed her thoughts for a long time. Before the age ceremony, Su Deheng entered the innate realm personally taught by Su Chuan, the complete primordial 5 elements transformation technique. After all, Su Deheng had long been destined for the path of immortality. Of course, he was also instructed not to speak of it to others, leaving the decision of whether his children would follow the path of immortality or martial arts up to him. Only then did Su Deheng feel the pressure from his father and uncles. The Su family had such fortune, but due to their own weakness, they could only make choices among their children to avoid drawing too much attention that could lead to disaster. The rapid development of the Su family also served to shield their descendants. After all, the stronger the family, the more outstanding disciples they would have. Thus, among the 4th and 5th generations of the Su family, more would be able to pursue the path of immortality. Gains and losses, what is gained may not be a blessing, and what is lost may not be a calamity. In an instant, Su Deheng seemed to mature considerably. Every action and decision would first consider its impact on the Su family. Meanwhile, Ren Xiaoyao had begun his cultivation journey in July of last year, successfully sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within just a day or two, and began practicing the Immortal techniques, reaching Qi level 1 after 7 or 8 days. He himself was diligent and hardworking, and with the aid of medicinal pills he reached Qi level 2 in a month and Qi level 3 in 2 months. Now he had effortlessly broken through to Qi level 4 without needing the assistance of barrier-breaking pills. For cultivators with above-earth spirit root aptitude, the early stages of Qi cultivation felt like child's play. Even in the county town where spiritual energy was thin, and without the aid of medicinal pills, he could likely reach the mid-stage of Qi cultivation within a year or two. However, after that, relying solely on himself, the progress in cultivation would slow down. After all, the amount of spiritual energy required for the mid and late stages of Qi cultivation is different. If the daily cultivation lacked sufficient spiritual energy, progress would naturally be very slow even for those with earth spirit root aptitude. It would be necessary to go to places with denser spiritual energy. This is why most scattered cultivators often rush to the county town's market or venture deep into mountains with rich spiritual energy to establish their caves. Currently, the spiritual energy concentration at the Su family was indeed sufficient for them to cultivate to the peak of Qi, but it was insufficient for foundation establishment. At the very least, it needed to match the spiritual energy nodes of Yuehu County, or ideally be comparable to that of the Zhou family and the former Su family. This breakthrough speed truly shocked Su Mingyuan, who immediately informed Su Chuan and Su Mingwei. As expected of someone with earth spirit root aptitude, Su Mingwei exclaimed in admiration, then looked at Su Chuan, waiting for his decision on how to arrange for Ren Xiaoyao. Geniuses need to be tempered. If success comes too easily, it can lead to arrogance. Su Mingyuan said, "Father, I believe Xiaoyao won't, as he comes from a poor background. This has nothing to do with background. Everyone will develop different mindsets over time and due to their surroundings. For example, are you two still the same in mindset and approach as you were 20 years ago? Do you not have a sense of superiority over martial arts families or ordinary 6th grade Qi families?" The two remained silent. "Of course, I also see that he is a resilient child who understands gratitude, but the more talented one is, the more careful the education must be." Su Mingyuan strongly agreed, bowing respectfully. "Son seeks advice from father on how to handle this." Su Chuan replied, "Lightly, sense of identity, sense of belonging, sense of purpose. He already has a sense of identity. Mingyuan, didn't you plan to have him and Renjir become a couple? Then let them spend more time together. They could go to the county town together to have fun in the coming days. When they marry in the future and have children, the sense of belonging will naturally deepen. As for the sense of purpose, he cannot be viewed merely as a tool for cultivation. How the Su family members are, so shall he be. Since he has reached Qi level 4, he should follow the rules and choose one of the Battle Hall, Discipline Hall, or Immortal Arts Hall. Let him choose for himself. You must not interfere. With experience comes the past, which, while increasing his sense of belonging, can also solidify his sense of being part of the Su family. As for cultivation level, it should be the least emphasized. A talent like him, as long as he does not fall, will reach the peak of Qi cultivation alone. If he has opportunities, he can soar directly to the Golden Core stage." Su Chuan's eyes sparkled with intensity, and the Su family is his greatest opportunity. "I believe that since Xiaoyao voluntarily offered to follow you, he is indeed a smart person who will seize the opportunity well. Father's foresight is admirable." Su Mingyuan and Su Mingwei both bowed in respect. Hearing what father said, "I also understand father's meaning. When facing geniuses or others, we must prioritize assimilation rather than simple cultivation. Let them recognize the Su family and think of themselves as part of the Su family. This level of understanding is high throughout the Great Way. Few can match it." Su Chuan jokingly replied, "Flattery is quite pleasant to hear. A father accepts it, but do not underestimate the world. The Su family's principle is to develop steadily and humbly." "Yes, father." The brothers exchanged glances, both with slight smiles. This was the aspect they admired most about their father. Even though he held a high position and could have absolute authority in the Su family, he was always approachable. This was true not only for his children, but also for outsiders. It was an innate quality that no one could learn. After a pause, Su Chuan turned to Su Mingwei and said, "By the way, Mingwei Mingxian has already reached the peak of Qi cultivation and taken 3 high-grade ascension pills, transforming his spiritual sense. You need to work hard too." Among the second generation of the Su family, Su Mingwei and Su Mingxian were on one cultivation tier, while Su Mingyuan, Su Mingshuan, and Su Mingshu were on another. Su Mingwei smiled wryly and clasped his fists, saying, "I have just broken through to the late stage of Qi level 9. The accumulation needed to reach the peak of Qi level is not small compared to the previous 2 lower realms combined. At least a year is needed, possibly a year and a half. With true spirit root aptitude, one wouldn't be stuck, but for cultivators with mixed spirit root aptitude, even reaching Qi level 9 could lead to bottlenecks, making breakthroughs difficult. As for foundation establishment, generally speaking, those with aptitude below true spirit roots have almost no hope. In unusual cases like certain individuals, foundation establishment pills are as easy as candy. But even families with golden core status cannot achieve that. Even if they possess many foundation establishment opportunities, they cannot afford to waste them on family members with aptitude below true spirit roots. In the cultivation world, the principle of survival of the fittest applies. The same goes for within families. Although everyone in the Su family can possess true spirit roots, they dare not let everyone pursue the path of immortality, and becoming a golden core family is impossible. Mingyuan, do not laugh. You are the most procrastinating among the second generation. Su Chuan treated everyone equally. With his prompting, Su Mingyuan already understood how to treat Ren Xiaoyao. In the Immortal Arts Hall and the Formation Hall, Su Mingxian had undergone a transformation since awakening his spiritual sense, comprehending the inheritance of formations. Moreover, the 9-flame technique was progressing rapidly, having broken through to the 5-flame level. He sat cross-legged on a mat, awakening from his meditation. Indeed, the birth of spiritual sense increases one's comprehension or insight. In less than 10 years, I will fully understand the contents inherited from the Azure Jade Slip. That Azure Jade Slip was obtained from an ancient inheritance by the owner of the cave, belonging to a true ancient cultivation legacy, which records even ancient formations like the Star Doe Formation. However, the records pertain to a low-tier Star Doe Formation, which only foundation establishment cultivators can set up, while mid-tier and high-tier formations require golden core cultivators. It is said that a successfully arranged high-tier Star Doe Formation after decades, or even centuries, can transform a region with sparse spiritual energy into a land of spiritual abundance. Though Su Mingxian was unaware of what a land of spiritual abundance was, he imagined it must be extraordinary. It was likely that the Chao family in the Great Way did not even possess a single such land. First, I will fully comprehend the spiritual sense isolation formation and the breath-concealing formation, as these two are currently what the family needs most. Once fully understood, Su Mingxian could refine the corresponding formation tools. Double protection, one for spiritual sense isolation and the other for breath concealment. This breath concealment formation tool would definitely be undetectable by foundation establishment cultivators and could conceal up to 9 small realms. For golden core cultivators, it was uncertain whether they could see through it with a glance or if they would need to inspect it carefully with their spiritual sense. After all, he could not exactly go to the royal city and ask the Chao family's golden core ancestor to evaluate his cultivation level. Moreover, Su Mingxian's wife, Zhou Zongni, had reached the peak of Qi level 4 with the resources of the Su family's pills. Due to her only having pseudo-spirit root aptitude, her breakthrough to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation was as difficult as for mixed spirit root cultivators in the late stage. Thus, she had been stuck at the 5th level bottleneck for quite some time. However, Zhou Zongni firmly held to her heart's desire for the Tao and did not rush, practicing quietly. After she and Su Mingxian had a daughter, they had not had any other children. A few days later, a border patrol guard reported that there were many buzzing sounds coming from within the mist, with numerous insects that ordinary martial artists found hard to kill with a sword. Only innate martial artists could strike them down with their innate true qi. Su Mingwei informed Su Chuan about this matter. After Su Chuan notified Su Mingshu with his spiritual sense, he immediately went into the mist formation to investigate. There really are many spiritual insects, numbering over 1,000. Su Mingshu was quite surprised and then felt frustrated, saying, "After waiting for so long, we end up being blocked right at our doorstep. These spiritual insects are truly disappointing." She looked at Su Chuan and asked, "Father, do you think our Su family is too secretive?" Su Chuan smiled softly at the words. "Stop joking, let's get down to business." Su Mingshu reined in her smile, nodded slightly, and began communicating with all the spiritual insects within the mist formation. The spiritual insects in the formation seemed to have received some signal, buzzing as they flew towards a certain direction. In an instant, thousands of them gathered around Su Mingshu. These low-level spiritual insects had low intelligence, and even slight interference from divine sense made it difficult for them to discern directions, complicating communication. Su Mingshu also exerted considerable effort to glean some information, such as queen insect, food, hunger. "Father, did the queen insect appear in our Moon Lake County?" Su Mingshu's eyes flickered with surprise as she looked at Su Chuan in shock. From these fragments of information, Su Chuan deduced the situation. "I estimate that this queen insect has awakened after a long slumber, much like your iron-eating ant. Under special circumstances, it would not perish even after sleeping for hundreds of years. Though individually weak, they possess some unique abilities that we cannot match. It seems that the awakening of the queen insect has led to the breeding of numerous low-level spiritual insects, sending them out to search for spiritual materials. The queen insect may not be particularly strong, but its intelligence is certainly not weak, and it holds a special status among the spiritual insects." Su Chuan looked at Su Mingshu and said with a faint smile, If you can control one queen insect, it would be equivalent to having an army of thousands of spiritual insects. Su Mingshu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, the low-level spiritual insects hatched from it can also indicate that this queen insect probably doesn't reach the level of ancient miraculous insects. However, if you nurture it diligently, it should be able to improve quickly. Father, shall we go find the queen insect now? Not in a hurry, I'll let them cause a ruckus in Moon Lake County for a while first. By the way, can you determine what type of spiritual insect this is, its habits, and what it fears? Su Mingshu then caught one to observe carefully. These are not yet mature insects. Once they reach maturity, ordinary cultivators can hardly harm them. They have antennae on their heads, a shell on their backs, and faint red spots on the shell indicating they are red-spotted spiritual insects. This type of spiritual insect is quite common with a hard shell that can withstand blades, and they have some resistance to fire. When the red spots become prominent, it indicates they have reached maturity. They particularly enjoy eating spiritual rice stalks, and will also gnaw on the leaves of spiritual herbs. What other characteristics do they have? Red-spotted spiritual insects are classified by the number of red spots on their shells. The more spots, the stronger they are, with the highest seemingly having 7 spots, comparable to the late stage of chi refinement. However, very few seem to reach the 7-star red-spotted insect level. 7-star ladybug. Su Mingshu examined many more and found that among these spiritual insects, some were mature, while others were larvae. The growth potential of red-spotted insects is average, but what about the queen insect? According to records, the queen of the red-spotted insects is relatively rare, and many cultivators in the chi refinement or foundation establishment stages are willing to nurture one. It can reach the foundation establishment stage at its peak. The offspring of a foundation establishment red-spotted insect would start as a 3-star red-spotted insect, maturing into a 5-star, and with slight nurturing reaching 7-star is not difficult. This is the true value of the red-spotted insect queen. Without the queen, it is extremely difficult for red-spotted insects to grow to the 7-star level. Hearing this, Su Chuan nodded slightly and said with a faint smile, "That's quite good. By the way, Mingshu, you haven't mentioned what they dislike or fear." "Well, I'm not too sure about that either." Su Mingshu scratched her head. "The half-book of insect control doesn't record such details. I imagine low-level cultivators can easily kill them. Let's catch one of the larvae and go to the herbal garden to see what they like and what they avoid." "Good idea." Su Mingshu's eyes brightened. "What about these spiritual insects? If left unattended, some will inevitably pass through the mist formation by accident. Find an iron box, place some spiritual rice leaves in it, and lure them in. They won't have the ability of iron-eating ants to escape. This will allow me to conduct experiments later. What you said makes sense, so I'll trap them first, and then head to the herbal garden to find you." Su Chuan nodded slightly, and went ahead to the mundane herbal garden. About a stick of incense later, Su Mingshu flew over, and upon closer inspection, 2 insects the size of a third of a fingernail were perched on her shoulder. "Father, I chose 1 larva and 1 mature insect." "Not bad, you've made progress." They then began their experiment. In the vast herbal garden, there were hundreds of different types of mundane herbs, among which 3 types of larvae showed dislike and flew away upon encountering them, while the mature insects did not. Next, they moved to the spiritual herb garden. Most larvae and mature insects liked it, while a few could barely eat. However, there was one type that neither larvae nor mature insects dared to approach. If they approached forcefully, they would lose all their strength and directly fall to the ground nearby. "Father, what is this spiritual herb?" Su Mingshu asked curiously after retrieving the spiritual insects. "It's fishy grass, which has a mild, stimulating odor. It's a neutral spiritual herb with various weak effects, such as nurturing essence, detoxification, and healing. Several common elixirs would use it." Su Mingshu leaned closer to smell it. Indeed, it had an unpleasant odor that made one frown. Looking at Su Chuan, who was also frowning in thought, she curiously asked, "Father, what are you still worried about? Didn't we find the herb to counter the red-spotted insects?" "The countering effect is a bit strong. If others find out and use it against you, then even if you master this insect swarm, it won't matter much." Upon hearing this, Su Mingshu fell silent. The stimulating odor can be recognized by even ordinary alchemists who can identify the herb by its scent. "I will try to mix a small amount of fishy grass juice with other herbs that red-spotted insects dislike to create a colorless and tasteless potion. Nothing can stump you, Father." Su Mingshu grinned, her face lighting up with a smile. "However, I have a question. With the interdependence of all things, I wonder if consuming fishy grass can promote the growth of red-spotted insects." Su Chuan looked at Su Mingshu and said, "Once you gain control over the red-spotted insect swarm in the future, give it a try. You may discover something." "Yes, Father." In the following days, Su Chuan busied himself with preparing this juice and had Su Mingshu assist with the experiments. In just a short period, he conducted dozens of tests. After another 2 days, he finally yielded some results. During this time, more and more red-spotted insects appeared around the county, and many spirit fields of noble families suffered devastation, with numerous spiritual rice stalks gnawed down to their stems, leaving little hope for survival. Even with several cultivators from the Zhou family on watch, many still suffered insect damage. Each family had only hundreds or thousands of these red-spotted insects, and most of them were larvae, making them easy prey for cultivators. It's fortunate they were discovered early, but if they accidentally entered the rice fields, it would be a serious problem. With one careless move, the spiritual rice could be destroyed by their own spells. To kill such tiny spiritual insects without harming the spiritual rice, only those cultivators who had reached the peak of subtle control would be able to achieve it. Generally, cultivators do not ponder such techniques. They mostly pursue power and area effect attacks. Each family has suffered losses, and to prevent further damage, they have dispatched their cultivators to watch over the fields day and night until the remaining spiritual rice matures. In the past, they could pay taxes with old rice, but now who knows if the next envoy from the imperial city will follow the same rules as the last. If the spiritual rice weight is insufficient, they will need tenfold resources to compensate. The larger the scale of the spirit fields, the more cultivators are needed to guard them, leaving them with little to do but stand watch. This is extremely detrimental to family personnel arrangements and development. The Zhou family is also in a state of panic over this. They captured some insects and asked Zhou-san to study them to see if a method to drive them away could be found. Zhou-san did not understand spiritual insects, so he could only resort to the most rudimentary methods like a headless fly flailing about, trying various approaches. After half a month, he found nothing. Patriarch, it's as hard as ascending to the heavens to control insects to deal with these spiritual insects. I heard that Su Mingshu from the Su family seems to know a bit about beast control. Why not ask her? Even if there's no gain, I would still like to exchange ideas with Su Daoist. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyuan pondered for a moment and said, then go ahead. It seems that the Su family has also suffered significant losses from this insect plague. The ancestor holds the Su family in high regard, offering assistance now could leave them with a lasting impression of gratitude. Zhou-san nodded slightly and soon set off for Dongxi. In Dongxi, the area was still shrouded in mist, too quiet and serene. Elder Zhou, why have you come to my Dongxi today? Upon seeing Zhou-san, the patrolling guards immediately bowed and greeted him, not daring to be negligent. Is your family's grand elder at home? Yes, he is. Take me inside, please. Of course. Zhou-san entered Dongxi and took to the sky on his sword, suddenly realizing that there seemed to be quite a few changes since his last visit. Has the Su family begun to develop into the mountains? Zhou-san gazed into the distance and noticed many halls standing atop various peaks. While they have become a cultivation family, they can no longer mingle with mundane people every day. Many noble families are like this. The cultivators of the clan live apart from the mundane family members. But where should I go to find someone on which mountain? Zhou-san pondered for a while and landed to inquire with the captain of the patrolling guards, who roughly pointed out the mountain where the Xianyi Hall was located. Zhou-san nodded slightly and flew towards the Xianyi Hall. However, he encountered a barrier of formations of faint light curtain appearing, leaving him quite bewildered. Do they really need this? This formation barrier seemed weak in defense, and he felt he could break through it with a single strike, but it was disrespectful within the family's territory. Seeing that there were guards at the foot of the mountain, he flew over. Elder Zhou. The two recognized him and immediately bowed in greeting. I'm here to visit your grand elder. Please help me disable the formation restrictions. Of course. One of them quickly took out a jade token and pressed it against the formation's light curtain, which instantly opened a large gap for him to pass through. Elder Zhou, please. Zhou-san felt fatigued and expressionless as he ascended the mountain towards the Xianyi Hall. He felt as if he were visiting a noble family having to pass through numerous obstacles and restrictions. Who exactly is the foundation establishment family here? Upon arriving at the square in front of the Xianyi Hall, Zhou-san transmitted his voice, Su Daoist, this is Zhou-san coming to visit. May I have an audience? Hearing this, Su Chuan turned to look and said, Qing, you continue your research and practice. I will go receive Elder Zhou. Yes, Grand Elder. Su Chuan stood up and walked out quickly, seeing Zhou-san standing in the square smiling as he approached. Brother Zhou, what brings you here suddenly today? Is the family business so relaxed? Why do you look a bit pale, eh? Zhou-san sighed. Isn't it because of your Su family's disturbance? There's a layer of mist formation outside and another layer of formation restrictions on the mountain. The entire area around the Xianyi Hall has layers upon layers, truly annoying. Su Chuan smiled and said, I think Brother Zhou is envious. Zhou-san was startled at the words, then smiled wryly, pointing at him and saying, your insight is quite sharp. When will my Zhou family train a descendant skilled in formations to make others envious like this? Ha ha, Su Chuan chuckled. Come on, let's talk in my secluded chamber. Once inside, after sitting down, Su Chuan casually waved his hand, and a blue jade pot and 2 jade cups appeared on the tea table, each holding 2 or 3 thumb-sized green tea leaves. Using spiritual energy, he made the spring water in the blue jade pot boil instantly, then poured it into the jade cups. "Brother Zhou, please try this tea and see how it is." Zhou-san nodded slightly, picked up the jade cup, and as the rim touched his lips, his eyebrows raised in surprise. A wave of spiritual essence erupted from the bottom of his tongue. "This tea is quite good, clear and refreshing like orchid flowers, first wafting into the nostrils, then slowly settling in the throat. A stream of spiritual energy swirling between the teeth, as if fresh sprouts are breaking through frozen earth, bringing the coolness of melted snow water through the meridians, making the tea feel far from scalding. In other noble families, this would definitely be considered high-quality spiritual tea." Chuan also took a sip and then smiled lightly. "This tea can't be considered spiritual tea. True spiritual tea is made from precious leaves. I've only had the fortune to taste it a couple of times in the Imperial City." "You jest, Brother Su. We are from the impoverished Moon Lake County. How can we compare to the Imperial City? This tea can be considered above average, even in my Zhou family." "By the way, Brother Zhou, what brings you here to find me?" Zhou-sun sighed. "It's the insect plague causing trouble. I initially thought the previous incident with the Liu family was just a coincidence, but who knew it would really escalate into an insect plague affecting the spirit fields of every family. My Zhou family spirit fields are vast, suffering great losses. Had it not been for the surplus of spiritual rice left from the previous 2 years, I would be troubled by taxes this year. Indeed, your Su family must have also suffered from the insect plague, right? Indeed, we discovered many traces of spiritual insects a while ago." Chuan nodded. Zhou-san nodded again. "If you have difficulties with spiritual rice, feel free to discuss it with my Zhou family. Our 2 families are allies and should support each other." "Thank you. If there's a need, I will definitely speak up." Zhou-san took another sip of spiritual tea and then looked at Chuan, saying, "By the way, has your Su family conducted any research on those spiritual insects? I heard your daughter Su Mingshu knows a bit about beast control. I wonder what her insights are." "So that's what you planned." Chuan understood immediately and smiled lightly. "We have been researching it, but Mingshu has not yet received formal training in beast control. It's just a minor accomplishment. However, she did identify that the spiritual insect is called the red-spotted insect, which although weak seems to reproduce very quickly." Zhou-san complained. "Yes, they seem to multiply every now and then, and I have no idea where they come from. I am also studying this, but it might take a while longer. If you have any results, please inform my Zhou family. We will certainly offer a good reward." "That goes without saying." After a while, Zhou-san didn't even get to see Su Mingshu's face before he took his leave. Upon leaving Dongshi, he mused, "The Su family's tea is quite good, but have I forgotten something?" Zhou-san shook his head and said, "Forget it. At least I know this spiritual insect is the red-spotted insect. I'll go back and check the ancient texts. There might be a countering method." A few days later, Su Mingshu along with Su Mingxian followed the released red-spotted insects to the location of the insect queen. There seems to be a special connection between the red-spotted insects and the insect queen, allowing them to locate her from a distance. However, the red-spotted insects that were controlled by restrictions would lose this connection. This resembles a unique mechanism of spiritual insects. Therefore, Su Mingshu released a few, letting them go. Of course, if it were any other cultivator, it would be nearly impossible to follow closely. Spiritual insects are quite sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy and magical power, otherwise they wouldn't be able to find the spiritual rice from such a distance. Being too close would lead to an attack. Being too far, the spiritual insects would have long disappeared from sight. A foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense might be able to track them somewhat. However, Su Mingshu possessed the destiny talent of whispers of all spirits, allowing her to communicate with all spirits and naturally garner their goodwill. The red-spotted insects have very low intelligence and find it hard to discern danger. They led her back to ambush the insect queen. As for Su Mingxian, she followed from a distance, relying on the bloodline attraction technique to ensure she wouldn't lose her way. It has stopped moving. It seems fourth sister has reached the insect queen's location. Su Mingxian immediately increased her flying speed. Once nearby, she waved her sleeve, causing several formation flags to fly out and land around her. She then formed hand seals, pouring her magical power into the flags. Moments later, a faint cyan translucent barrier rose, completely sealing off the area. Su Mingxian looked around and murmured, "This should be a secluded valley near Changye County, situated between the county city and Xinjiang. No wonder it flew to my Dongshi." Su Mingxian transmitted a voice through her divine sense to Su Mingshu, fourth sister. "The entire valley is covered by a formation. They can't escape. Mingxian, I can't enter here." Su Mingshu's voice echoed in the valley. Upon hearing this, Su Mingxian immediately flew to her location. Once there, Su Mingshu pointed at a rock wall and said, "There's a gap in the rock wall. The red-spotted insects can fly in, but we cannot enter." Su Mingxian used her divine sense to probe the surroundings and replied, There are no traces of formations around. Strange. Normally, if the insect queen is wild, she wouldn't be found around here. She would at least seek out a place rich in spiritual energy. This is the instinct of spiritual insects and demon beasts. Fourth sister, there might be a cultivator's cave here. The insect queen could be a possession of theirs hatching after they perished over 100 years ago, or even longer. Then why has this spiritual insect never appeared in Uahu County before? Perhaps it just hatched in recent years. Let's not ask too much, let's find a way in and see for ourselves. The two began to carefully explore the rock wall and the mountain above, eventually discovering a waterway in a pond several meters away, seemingly leading into the mountain's interior. Su Mingshu sent her iron-eating ants to scout ahead, and indeed there was a hidden realm within the mountain, a vast cavern. The passageway was just wide enough for a person to enter and exit. Inside the mountain cavern, Su Mingshu gazed around and murmured, "I didn't expect such a hidden realm. Those who discover this place must have a degree of luck." Ordinary cultivators, unless they are certain that there is a hidden realm within the mountain, would never explore it in detail. They would likely just sweep their divine sense over it and leave. It is precisely for this reason that this place has not been discovered by cultivators from Uahu County for so many years. If there were formations covering it, they would have been thoroughly broken. After saying this, she swept her divine sense around her lips, curling slightly, as she added, "Found it. There are indeed a large number of insects, at least several thousand, along with the bones of cultivators." Su Mingxian immediately led Su Mingshu towards it. This was a stone chamber that had been manually excavated with natural rock walls undulating like the insides of a giant beast. The stalactites hanging from the ceiling shimmered with a jade-like luster, and every 10 breaths a drop of water would fall into a pool on the ground. The walls were embedded with luminous stones casting a gentle light that prevented the stone chamber from being too dim. In the southeast corner stood a naturally formed stone bed covered with a mat woven from silkworm silk upon which sat the corpse of a cultivator in a gray robe. In the northwest corner, there were many spiritual herbs that had been mostly eaten. The insect queen. Su Mingshu immediately noticed a small red spiritual insect resting on the head of the cultivator's corpse. The insect queen also noticed them. Suddenly, a swarm of red-spotted insects took flight from the walls, simultaneously charging at the two. Su Mingxian immediately leaped back, while simultaneously forming seals retreating alongside Su Mingshu out of the stone chamber. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the red-spotted insects followed closely behind. At that moment, Su Mingxian's spell formed, unleashing a wave of cold air that instantly froze hundreds of red-spotted insects in midair. Su Mingshu, seeing this, seemed to understand something and immediately said, "There's no need to hold back. These red-spotted insects are controlled by the queen. They won't stop until they die. If they don't die, we will find it difficult to approach the insect queen. As long as we capture the queen and have the resources, we can cultivate a new swarm of red-spotted insects." Su Mingxian nodded slightly and immediately began casting her fire-based spells, which, despite being mid-grade, could be deployed much faster. Though red-spotted insects have some resistance to fire, most of this swarm consisted of larvae, and coupled with the power of mid-grade spells, in no time several dozen charred spiritual insects fell to the ground. Su Mingshu likewise did not hold back. While defending with her magical tools, she also launched her attacks. In just a brief moment, nearly all the red-spotted insects had perished. The way of insect control indeed possesses unique qualities. Even these low-level spiritual insects, being mere larvae, can still pose such a threat. If your iron-eating ants were to increase in number, even if only a few hundred were to mature, even someone of my full chi refinement stage would have to retreat. That's certainly true. Iron-eating ants are ancient, extraordinary insects incomparable to red-spotted insects, though the difficulty of cultivation is also far from comparable. The two entered the stone chamber, just in time to see the insect queen trying to burrow into a crack in the wall to escape. Su Mingxian immediately unleashed a wave of divine sense. This caused it to become dizzy. During its fall, Su Mingshu caught it in her palm. Su Mingxian examined it and said lightly, "This is completely different from the red-spotted insect. It's much longer and has a soft belly, with its entire body being bright red. Fortunately, this insect queen is not yet mature, otherwise it would be difficult to forcibly set restrictions as a chi refinement stage practitioner. It could resist or even self-destruct. While it's still a bit dizzy, let's hurry." Su Mingshu nodded slightly and immediately drew a drop of blood from her fingertip and dripped it onto the insect queen, then formed seals to cast the restriction spell. Su Mingxian approached the corpse and raised her hand to retrieve the storage bag. An initial-grade storage bag. It seems this person was most likely at the late chi refinement stage, and there's also a spirit beast bag. Su Mingxian first glanced at the spirit beast bag, which was empty, before checking the storage bag. Inside was a set of blue Mother Ranson flying daggers, 1 large and 8 small, exuding auras similar to the Chuan Wu seal in her hand, causing her eyes to light up. This person has quite a background. Next, there was a high-grade black-scaled flying sword, a mid-grade defensive magical tool, 2 tokens, inscribed with spirit control characters, a dozen spirit stones, and 3 books. Aside from the blue Mother Ants and flying daggers, which surprised Su Mingxian, she valued the books the most. If they contained information related to beast control, the Su family would strike it rich. The Spirit Control True Scripture, Imu Qingling Technique, Qi Refinement Volume, and Imu Qingling Technique Foundation Establishment Volume, Foundation Establishment Techniques. The techniques previously collected by the Su family only reached the peak of Qi refinement stage. Fortunately, they later discovered 3 foundation establishment techniques in the Su family's Tao scriptures, namely Xianling, True Water Technique, Qinggang, Sword Technique, and Taiyin Moonlight Technique. All 3 techniques included content for both Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivation. If there were no foundation establishment techniques, even if someone from the Su family entered the foundation establishment stage, they would remain stuck at the initial foundation establishment stage for their entire life. She opened the first book and noticed it was what attribute, immediately grinning, perfect for father. Then she looked at the Spirit Control True Scripture. After a while, Su Mingxian remarked, indeed, it's related to beast control, and it's very complete. Fourth sister, you're in luck now. Su Mingxian glanced at Su Mingshu before her gaze fell on the 2 tokens. Spirit control, what does it represent? A certain force. Then this person cannot be a lone cultivator. But how did he end up in such a remote place? There should be no spirit control-related families or sects within the territory of Dawei. It seems that there is a beast control inheritance in Daliang, which might come from there. Forget it. Daliang is too far from my Su family. As long as my Su family doesn't expose the spirit control inheritance, they shouldn't come looking for us. At that moment, Su Mingshu opened her eyes, having finally tamed the insect queen after much effort. Mingxian, I did it. She smiled brightly, turned to look, and then said with a grin, oh, so you were secretly looting a corpse, trying to stash some good stuff in advance. There are indeed good things. Su Mingxian rolled her eyes at her, putting all these items into her own storage bag, and then burned the 2 tokens, the storage bag, the spirit beast bag, and the corpse to ashes. Well, they've been dead for at least 100 years. Wouldn't the storage bag have issues? Better safe than sorry, as father always says. Moreover, this person's background is not simple. He's also a one and done. Let's go back and find father. Wait. Su Mingshu walked to the northwest corner and collected the spirit herbs that had been mostly eaten along with their roots. These should be the spiritual medicines the insect queen loves to eat. I'll take them back for father to have a look. Su Mingxian nodded slightly. Then the 2 returned along the waterway. Upon reaching the sky above the secluded valley, Su Mingxian formed seals, and moments later, several rays of light flew toward her, entering her storage bag. After exchanging glances, the 2 flew towards Dongxi. In the Immortal Arts Hall, Su Chuan sat in his quiet chamber. Looking at the floating items, he said lightly, not bad. This trip yielded quite a lot. This set of mother ants and flying daggers. Su Mingshu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Chuan, who directly ignored her, turning to Su Mingxian and asking, Mingxian, who do you think this is suitable for? You can keep it for yourself if you want. Su Mingxian ignored Su Mingshu, pondering for a moment before looking at Su Chuan and saying, Father, I think this set of flying daggers should go to second brother. Big brother is strong, and although this set of bows and arrows isn't as good as this magical tool, it complements big brother's strength well. Third brother has the shadow spike. I have the Xuanwu seal. Fourth sister has the iron-eating ant swarm. And now, with the insect queen, we can cultivate a large swarm of red-spotted insects. Having a second brother is as important in the family as having an elder brother, yet he lacks the deep foundation of support. Then who were you showing that eager expression to just now? Su Chuan asked with a smile. Then you 2 should go over later and deliver this magical tool to your second brother. Also hand over the middle grade and upper grade magical tools as well, so he can find time to sell them at the Su Family Trading Company. That cultivator has a significant background, and it's better to sell the magical tools sooner rather than later. After several transfers, it would be difficult to find our Su family again. As for the spells, make a copy of both the Spirit Control Scripture and Imu Qingling Formula and send them to the Tao repository. Afterward, burn the originals. Then I will make 2 copies and send one to you, Father, Su Mingshu said. Su Chuan nodded. A moment later, Su Mingshu left behind the incomplete spirit herb, and the 2 departed for the discipline hall. Mingshu, Mingxian, what brings you here? Su Mingyuan smiled. Come, let's sit and chat. The 2 responded and took their seats. Su Mingshu grinned. Second brother, we've brought you a treasure. What treasure? Su Mingxian clapped his storage bag, and a series of clinking sounds echoed as 9 streams of blue light surged out of the storage bag, spiraling around the room. The largest was like a long blade measuring 3 feet and 3 inches, while 8 flying knives were 7 inches long. The blue scales on each blade flickered and dimmed with movement resembling the breath of a living creature, with each scale located at different positions on the blade. At first glance it seemed unremarkable, but when the long blade was at the center and the 8 flying knives were arranged in the 8 trigrams, one could see that the blue patterns formed the shape of a certain magical beast. This is a premium magical tool set. Su Mingyuan exclaimed in surprise. Exactly, it's a gift for you, second brother, Su Mingshu said with a smile. This is what we gained during our outing, a gift from father, so please accept it. Su Mingxian also urged him to accept it. Su Mingyuan no longer declined. And there's also. Su Mingxian explained Su Chuan's instructions to him. Su Mingyuan nodded slightly. I will take care of this matter promptly. Second brother, make sure to refine it as soon as possible. We will be leaving now. 2 days later, these magical tools appeared on the shelves of the Su family trading company in the Moon Lake market, and before long the upper-grade flying swords and middle-grade defensive magical tools were traded by scattered cultivators. Not long after, Su Chuan went to the Zhou family. With the insect queen captured, if the various families in Moon Lake County do not see the spirit insects for a long time, they will surely assume the pestilence has disappeared, and then Su Chuan can sell the research potions and make a profit. At Zhou family's territory, Su brother, have you found a way to drive away the red-spotted insects? Zhou Sun inquired. Su Chuan smiled slightly indeed. Having said that, he took out a vial of potion. Zhou brother, feel free to try it. If you find it good, we can discuss the price afterward. Good. Zhou Sun said. Then Su brother, please wait here for a moment. Zhou Sun left the room to find Zhou Xiaoyuan to test the potion's effectiveness together. Indeed, the red-spotted insects did not approach the spirit rice that had been sprinkled with some potion. If the potion was dripped on them, they would immediately drop to the ground, incapable of moving for 15 minutes. The two brightened at this and immediately went to find Su Chuan. Su brother, your talent is remarkable. You've developed this potion so quickly, I truly admire it. Zhou brother, you flatter me. Zhou Xiaoyuan asked, how many spirit stones are you planning to sell this for? 10 bottles for 1 spirit stone. When integrated into minor rain techniques and similar spells, it can protect 10 acres of spirit fields for 3 days. Isn't that a bit expensive? It's a unique formula exclusive to me, so it's naturally pricier. However, since the Zhou family is an ally of the Su family, you won't have to pay this much for 30 days, a flat rate of 500 spirit stones or an equivalent amount of spirit herb materials. In 30 days' time, those spirit insects will surely no longer be in Moon Lake County. How does this deal sound to you, brother Xiaoyuan? Zhou Xiaoyuan's eyes flickered as he calculated the pros and cons. The Zhou family has vast spirit fields, nearly 10,000 acres after absorbing the Su family. Other families have at least 100 acres, with some having 400 or 500 acres. If they buy at Su Chuan's price, it wouldn't be much cheaper than their own. It seems quite a bargain. Zhou Xiaoyuan exchanged a few thoughts with Zhou Sun through divine sense, then nodded. It's settled. When can the potion be delivered? It can be delivered right away. The Zhou family wasted no time, immediately preparing resources worth nearly 500 spirit stones, including some aged rice. Su Chuan said nothing more and accepted it with a smile. After visiting the Zhou family, Su Chuan went to the market to put the potion on the shelves in the trading company and promoted it throughout the market. Within half an hour, all the Qi cultivation families in the county knew that the Su family trading company had a method to drive away spirit insects, and many families immediately sent people to inquire. The items were indeed good, and someone from the trading company personally demonstrated the potion's effect against the red-spotted insects. However, the price made many families hesitate. Ultimately, some families gritted their teeth and made a deal with the Su family. If they truly ended up with nothing this year, they would surely be exploited heavily. Additionally, it had recently been heard that the Su family trading company conducted transactions fairly with no deception involved. This gave them some reassurance. Some stubborn families felt that they hadn't seen traces of the red-spotted insects for several days and believed they could get through this. But how could Su Chuan let them feel proud? They secretly took action to resolve this pest issue and would surely collect some interest. After all, if the insect queen were to breed the red-spotted insects to the level of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, it would truly lead to a catastrophic disaster for the entire Moon Lake County. At night, Su Mingshu sent out the red-spotted insects that had been collected initially to circle around the spirit fields of those families, scaring them into purchasing a month's worth of supplies overnight. The Su family did not overly pursue this. Having made this profit, they had no intention of taking further action. After all, they only hoped for quick money. A month passed. Each family saw that there were truly no traces of the red-spotted insects, and all sighed in relief, uprooting the dead spirit rice and replanting seedling. If they let their people cultivate with care, with nearly 7 months remaining, they could barely catch up. If they still fell short, they could only admit their misfortune and purchase grain from the landlords with surplus. The Su family gained quite a bit of aged grain from each family. They believed they were discarding some useless items, but the Su family turned around and brewed liquor from this spirit rice, mixed with some spirit herbs, selling it to the county and market. There was the blood jade spirit liquor, primarily made from blood rice, suitable for innate martial artists with some effects on masters as well. There was also the floating life spirit liquor primarily made from yellow grain, possessing some illusory effects, and enhancing cultivation, which was very welcomed by early to mid-stage chi cultivators. Moreover, having recently hired a spiritual chef, the Su family restaurant Yukiantai officially opened to the public. There were full spirit banquets made from materials of magical beast spirit rice and spirit herbs, as well as dishes imbued with a touch of spiritual energy. The former was expensive, at least 5 or 6 spirit stones for a meal limited to 3 tables per day and required prior reservation. The latter was much cheaper and could also be traded with yellow or white items. The foundation of the Su family rose at an unimaginable speed for an ordinary family. Half a month later, a visitor arrived at the Qingjiang Cave Creek. Qingjiang County, it seems this is the place. A gray-haired old man in a black robe murmured, "The spiritual energy is indeed thin. It's truly a miracle for the Su family to rise and establish themselves here." The gray-haired old man entered the county and inquired a bit before knowing where the Su family in Dongxi was. He immediately headed to Dongxi. Formation. Mist formation. The gray-haired old man smiled lightly, continuing to step onto his sword and dive into the mist. A moment later, he raised his brows and muttered to himself, "Something's off." After spreading out his divine sense, he revealed a look of astonishment. Divine sense interference. The Su family actually possesses such a wondrous formation. The gray-haired old man wandered in the mist formation for more than half an hour. Despite circling back several times and reaching the outer edge of the formation, he ultimately managed to break through. Who goes there? As soon as the gray-haired old man entered, he was discovered by patrolling guards who shouted. Each of them drew out their long blades, standing at the ready. The gray-haired old man naturally did not regard them, but since he had come to visit in Dongxi, he was reluctant to offend the Su family. "I come from Guangling County to visit the Su family. From other counties." The patrolling guards exchanged glances, and the captain clasped his fists, saying, "Please wait a moment, esteemed Immortal Master. Do not rush and we will go report this immediately." The old man slightly nodded. A quarter of an hour later, Su Mingyuan arrived on his sword. "Friend, you come from the Gu family of Guangling County." "Indeed, I am the great elder of the Gu family's third line, sent here by the family head." Su Mingyuan immediately smiled. "Follow me, friend. Oh, we'll find a place to discuss in detail." The great elder of the Gu family followed Su Mingyuan to a quiet room in the discipline hall. Brewing a pot of spirit tea, it was the same one Su Chuan used to entertain Zhou Sun, called Snowtop Cold Green. "Good tea," the great elder of the Gu family remarked after a sip, his eyes brightening, then nodded slightly. "Did you directly break into the mist formation? Is there perhaps another entrance?" "There's a visitor bell on the Greenstone official road. If someone shakes it, someone will come out to greet you. In the future, please do not directly break in. Aside from wasting time, if a misunderstanding occurs, it may provoke our Su family's attack." "I see." The great elder of the Gu family said, "I understand now, but your Su family's mist formation is truly impressive. It seems ordinary, yet it has the effect of interfering with divine senses. The mist formation was laid out by our Su family at great cost." After a brief silence, Su Mingyuan asked, "Is Guangling County peaceful now? Last I heard, the Wei family seemed to be looking for someone. Have they found them?" Su Mingyuan glanced around, smiling lightly. "The Gu family is quite ambitious, but do they only wish to make a one-time deal with my Su family?" "Not so. The situation in Guangling County has recently been somewhat turbulent. The family head has conferred with the other patriarchs to reduce the frequency of transactions to avoid being targeted. Surely your Su family does not wish to provoke other families in Guangling County, right?" The elder of the Gu family stared into Su Mingyuan's eyes, continuing, "Moreover, for my Gu family, to put forth such a vast amount of resources at once is indeed quite taxing. If there are any mishaps, the losses would be severe." Su Mingyuan nodded, his gaze returning to the transaction list. It included mid-grade detoxification pills, healing pills, high-grade barrier-breaking pills, mid-grade enhancement pills, and mid-grade recovery pills. In addition to resources like spiritual herbs, materials from monsters, and spirit mines, there were also quite a few techniques and secret arts. How about the techniques soul-searching art and soul confusion art? The soul-searching art has a similar realm gap requirement. If the opponent can resist, but is severely weakened, it can succeed, though it will impact their soul to some extent. Only when the realm difference is large enough will there be minimal damage. For example, applying it from late Foundation Establishment practitioners to early Foundation Establishment practitioners, or from mortals to Foundation Establishment practitioners. The soul confusion art has a similar requirement, but is stricter. A significant realm difference is necessary for a high success rate. Those affected by this technique will answer all questions, and even when awake they will not retain any memory of it. Su Mingyuan nodded slightly, thinking to himself, this is indeed quite useful. Additionally, there are fire attribute Foundation Establishment techniques like Heavenly Flame Decision and Blood Ignition Technique, among others, which are extremely valuable secret arts. It seems the Gu family is indeed placing great importance on this transaction, and after its completion, they may not engage in further transactions for several years or even over a decade. Year after year like this would be burdensome for a foundation establishment family. Without magical artifacts, it appears the Gu family is on high alert. The Wei and Feng families may not cause too much of a stir, but conflicts among their allied families will intensify. What a clever calculation, shifting their conflicts onto the allied foundation establishment families. It's likely that Wei and Feng have offered quite a few good things as well. Thinking of this, Su Mingyuan mused, it seems the initial sowing of discord has indeed proven useful. If not for the circumstances, the Gu family would not have offered such a large amount of resources to quickly enhance their own strength. He began estimating the prices of these resources and pills. What remained uncertain were these techniques. All these are highly valuable to the Su family, and Su Mingyuan did not wish to haggle over this aspect, hence he marked these techniques at a relatively high price. The elder of the Gu family nodded in satisfaction, thinking indeed newly risen cultivation families will value these Taoist texts. The Su family is quite generous, pricing them more than 20% above market value. After pondering for a moment, Su Mingyuan smiled lightly and said, considering the Gu family's significant investment, this time, my Su family will trade 3 high-grade spirit mind pills with the Gu family to demonstrate our friendship. I hope the Gu family grows stronger day by day. Spirit mind pills. The elder of the Gu family asked in confusion, I have never heard of this pill. What is its function and how much is it worth? 100 spirit stones, each fixed price. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Gu family nearly spat out his tea, his eyes wide with disbelief. 100 spirit stones each. Does the Su family think my Gu family is a fool? Please calm down, Dao friend Gu. After you hear this, you will understand why this pill is worth 100 spirit stones. Then I request Su Dao friend to explain thoroughly. From the previous transaction list, I roughly estimated that it exceeds the value of the pills, hence the Su family is willing to offer spirit mind pills, which are not commonly traded. A person can only consume 3 throughout their life, but it can greatly enhance a cultivator's spiritual sense, also beneficial for those at the peak of Qi refinement. Even low-grade pills require 50 spirit stones each. High-grade pills are even more precious. After all, this is a second-tier pill much more difficult to refine than true essence pills. Dao friend Gu should know about true essence pills, right? It can enhance spiritual sense. Such a pill exists. The elder of the Gu family still harbored some doubts. You need not doubt this, my Su family engages in trade with integrity. If the effects do not match, we are willing to double compensate with equivalent spirit stones or resources. Su Mingyuan smiled and said, of course, if the Gu family is unwilling, my Su family can add a few bottles of high-grade barrier-breaking pills or gathering Qi pills to the transaction. However, next time if you wish to trade for high-grade spirit mind pills, it may not be so easy unless you provide resources that truly entice my Su family. The elder of the Gu family at the 9th layer of Qi refinement certainly had extraordinary insight. If what Su Mingyuan said is true, then these spirit mind pills are worth far more than equivalent gathering Qi pills, enough to cultivate a genius beyond the same level. And indeed, the Gu family is in need of a true genius. Very well, we will trade for the high-grade spirit mind pills. The elder of the Gu family decisively made his choice. Su Mingyuan's actions also deepened their relationship. He saw great potential in the Gu family, believing they would at least become a foundation establishment family. There are many pills needed. My Su family will require some time to prepare. I will accompany Dao friend Gu to the foot of the mountain for temporary lodging. Once the pills are ready, I will deliver them to you. Very well, please be swift. I must return to Guangling County within half a month. The elder of the Gu family set a deadline after careful consideration. My Su family will do our best. Su Mingyuan cupped his fists and smiled lightly. After settling the elder of the Gu family, Su Mingyuan went to find Su Chuan, as he was currently the only one in the Su family able to refine these pills. Half a month. Then we will deliver by the deadline. Su Chuan replied calmly, half will be taken from the clan's reserves, and half I will refine. Understood, father. However, you are being quite generous to offer 3 high-grade spirit mind pills. I believe the Gu family has the potential to become a foundation establishment family, and they are not the kind of family that is oppressive and forgets their roots. Otherwise, my child would not dare to act this way. Well, if we run out, we can refine more. With the spiritual herbs provided by the Gu family and the reserves of my Su family, we should be able to gather the ingredients for 2 batches of spirit mind pills. Then I shall take my leave. Su Mingyuan departed, returning to continue handling affairs, and when not busy, he focused on cultivation. When the half-month deadline arrived, he delivered the pills to the elder of the Gu family. The elder of the Gu family also allowed the Su family to inspect the trading resources they had prepared. Afterwards, both sides nodded in satisfaction. Su Dao friend, I shall not impose on your Su family any longer. Farewell. I will escort you out. With Su Mingyuan leading, the 2 flew directly out of the misty array. Farewell. After speaking, the elder of the Gu family transformed into a streak of light vanishing into the distant sky. The Su family obtained the soul-searching art and soul confusion art, and Su Chuan and Su Mingwei began practicing these types of secret arts again. High-grade spells can be mastered with enough combat experience, but these secret arts are extremely beneficial. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Su clan's business was flourishing, and many wandering cultivators heard rumors and arrived in Yuehu County hoping to trade for mid to high-grade pills or magical artifacts. Some wandering cultivators believed the Su family had great potential and sought to join. The Su family naturally was selective, inviting 2 mid-chi refinement practitioners and 1 late-chi refinement practitioner to join. One mid-chi refinement practitioner named Lu Feng knew some talisman techniques and could stably draw low-grade talismans enough to teach the Su family's disciples. The other, named Luo Qinshan, was a mid-chi refinement practitioner who understood some formation principles and could assist Su Mingxian. The last one was Wu Zhen at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. He wanted to settle down, believing the Su family had more potential than the Zhou family, which is why he joined. Of course, all 3 had their characters vetted. Those who were unsuitable were directly dismissed. The one at the 8th layer of Qi refinement joined the battle hall, while the other 2 naturally entered the Immortal Arts Hall. Apart from receiving a free bottle of cultivation resources upon joining, the rest required personal contributions to earn additional rewards. Naturally, most resources within the Su family were high-grade pills. This was enough to make them envious. As a result, each of them sincerely worked for the Su family. The Su family's reputation gradually spread to the nearby counties, becoming known to many cultivation families. In their eyes, Yuehu County was merely looked upon favorably because of the Zhou family, and now a cultivation family with considerable potential had emerged, being a newly established one. Of course, many families looked down on the Su family's business approach. The Yun family, a family that previously reached a deal with the Su family from Yunshan County, finally sent someone to transact with the Su family after hearing of their reputation in Yuehu County. However, they were not on par with the Gu family. Their first transaction was even less than 1/10 of what the Gu family had done. Naturally, the Su family would not turn them away. All who come are guests. Business is inherently a matter of steady streams. Seeing that the Su family could indeed provide these high-grade pills, the Yun family's doubts vanished, and they began to plan for further transactions with the Su family. Su Mingyuan could guess some of this, but he did not mind. As long as the Yun family needed these pill resources, they would surely engage in repeated transactions with the Su family. Regardless, the Su family was earning a significant profit. Su Mingxiu also used these resources to cultivate a batch of red-patterned insects, albeit not many. Only 1,000 or so, with a focus on enhancing their individual strengths. Only by having some powerful red-patterned insect individuals can the swarm avoid being easily defeated. With the spirit beast scripture, they finally learned how to cultivate spiritual insects and even spirit beasts, which documented many profound and mysterious forbidden techniques far beyond what half a volume of insect mastery scripture could compare to. However, records on the cultivation of ancient extraordinary insects were scarce, and there was no method for cultivating iron-eating flying ants, leaving them somewhat helpless. Thus, they could only obediently feed them spiritual iron and spiritual mines, first cultivating them into mature insects before considering expanding their numbers. Su Mingxiu also informed Su Chuan about this matter. This spirit beast scripture should be one of the significant inheritances of a certain beast-taming family in Dalian. Su Chuan pondered for a moment, and then looked at Su Mingxiu, saying the secret arts in it can be cultivated but do not show off. Families with such inheritances possess extraordinary strength among foundation establishment families, either being second-grade families or first-grade families. Daughter understands. Su Mingxiu nodded. By the way, has the female tiger given birth yet? It seems soon, likely within these few days. Time is not short, it far exceeds the normal gestation period of a female tiger. It seems she will give birth to 1 or 2 spirit beasts directly. We can also consider expanding the population of the Qinghu eagles. My Su family's current foundation can easily support their cultivation. Yes, father. 3 days later, the female tiger gave birth to quadruplets, 2 males and 2 females. Among them, 1 male and 1 female were spirit beasts, but their fur was quite extraordinary. One was entirely black and white striped, the female tiger. The other was a completely black tiger with only the character king in a light golden color. The remaining 2 resembled their mother, the yellow and black striped pattern, yet they were not ordinary wild beasts and could be considered a different species. The mother female tiger, having been nourished by spiritual herbs and pills, also increased her intelligence and became a different species. Xiao Bai, what are you dawdling for? Su Mingxiu patted Xiao Bai's body. Roar, none of them look like me. Su Mingxiu was momentarily stunned. Indeed, the white fur is so cute. It's a pity your offspring did not inherit that, but the black ones seem even more mysterious and noble. The white tiger tilted its head, its golden eyes gazing at the 4 little bundles of fur. Did I really give birth to these? Within just 2 to 3 days, the 2 little ones who were born as spirit beasts opened their eyes. Both of them inherited the white tiger's golden eyes. As for the other 2 little ones, it would take another 7 to 8 days. Many people from the Su family came to watch, marveling at the sight. Annie, look at these 2 little ones. They waddle as they walk, and they often fall down. They're so cute. Do they have names? Not yet. I just call them big brother, second brother, third brother, and fourth brother for now. Su Mingxiu said the black tiger is the eldest, the black and white striped tiger is the second, this one is the third, and that one is the fourth. Eldest brother, come here. Hearing Su Mingxiu's voice, the black tiger turned to look and wobbled over, falling twice in the process. Su Mingxian's second brother, doesn't it look like the scene of a mother teaching her child to walk? Su Mingyuan also remarked with amusement, indeed, after all, our Mingxiu can only channel all her maternal love onto them. Su Mingxiu directly ignored them. Once the black tiger came closer, she hugged it in her arms. The black tiger did not resist, allowing her to gently pet at its golden eyes, scanning the surrounding people, seemingly recognizing them. Su Daling walked over and picked up the black and white striped tiger, but it kept struggling, though it could not break free. Su Mingxiu heard it calling and smiled slightly, walking over to comfort its second brother. Everyone here is family, so don't make a fuss, just like your brother. It's really quiet now. Auntie, you are amazing. Seeing the black and white striped tiger calm down, Su Daling began to learn from Su Mingxiu, gently stroking its fur. By the way, Linger, I heard that your sister-in-law finally settled your second brother's marriage. Whose daughter is it? It's from the branch of the Chong family, the family head's line. Su Daling replied, second brother even took me to see her. She is a strikingly beautiful young lady from a prominent family, and she knows some martial arts, probably at the level of a third-rate martial artist. Why not from the direct line? The ones of suitable age are already married, and there's a younger one, but she is only 5 or 6 years old. Su Mingyuan was well aware of the relationships between the vassal families like the Chong and Yang families. Just as second uncle said, mother does not value direct descendants over collateral ones. What matters is suitability. Father also agrees, and second brother himself thinks it's fine. Su Mingxiu nodded without saying much, then turned to Su Mingxian and Su Mingyuan. What brings you two here today? Su Mingxian replied, Xiao Bai is also a member of the family, so I naturally have to come take a look at his offspring. Su Mingyuan also nodded in agreement, his gaze flickering over the 2 little ones. Don't think I can't see through your intentions. You both won't get your hands on the eldest and second. Su Mingxiu immediately stood her ground defensively. At that moment, Su Mingwei also descended from the sky, opening with Mingxiu, do you have a suitable one from Xiao Bei's offspring for my eldest brother? Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Demonic beasts are highly sought after, especially the majestic demon tiger. They have always watched Su Mingxiu ride the white tiger, and it is impossible not to feel envious. Now the Su family has inherited the beast-taming legacy. As long as they learn the binding methods and nurture their beasts from a young age, it is quite easy to tame them into their spiritual pets. Elder brother, you too, Su Mingxiu said angrily. What's wrong with me? Su Mingwei rubbed his nose. Father, both second uncle and third uncle are also eyeing the offspring of the little white tiger, but for now, only the ones in my and my aunt's arms are born demonic beasts. Su Mingwei looked over and immediately took notice of the little black tiger in Su Mingxiu's eyes. Mingxiu, that little fellow in your arms is quite good, give it to me. Su Mingyuan was displeased. Wait a moment, elder brother, it should be first come, first served. I am the elder brother, so naturally I choose first. If that's the case, I'm the second brother, and that black and white patterned tiger belongs to me. You all. Su Mingxiu was so angry that she trembled, and after a moment she exhaled deeply. Fine, I'll let you have it. Come back after I've nurtured it for a few months. He'll teach you the spirit-taming binding techniques first. Truly a good sister who understands righteousness. Su Mingwei laughed heartily. What about me? Su Mingxian pointed at himself. Su Mingyuan patted his shoulder as he walked by, encouraged the little white tiger to work hard. Who knows, maybe next year you can also be on the list. Or we could wait for the Qinghu eagle and the others. I think I'll wait for the Qinghu eagle instead. Flying spiritual beasts suit me better, Su Mingxian said with a smile. Everyone burst into laughter. A moment later, Su Mingxiu said, second brother is Deheng about to give birth. Yes, if you count the days, it will be next month. Su Mingyuan sighed. In the blink of an eye, the next generation of our Su family is gradually branching out. Su Mingwei nodded slightly. Su Mingxian said, in 2 years it will be Ruer Henger and Juner. Speaking of which, our Su family is quite late in marrying off compared to other families. Regardless of gender, they are all over 18. The rules set by father certainly have their reasons, Su Mingwei said. Listening to the discussion among the elders, Su Daling felt her thoughts drifting and silently resolved. It is time to make a decision. The children of the Su family should forge ahead. A few days later, Su family's back mountain. Daling, you were looking for me. Brother Xuanan, Su Daling turned around upon hearing the voice, her gaze locking onto his eyes. Do you wish to marry into the Su family? Marry in? Wu Shunan frowned immediately. My Su family would never allow my daughter to marry out. Even if your Wu family is currently dependent on us, it is impossible. Is that what the family head said? I haven't mentioned our matter to father or mother. It is my grandfather's condition. He allows me to be with anyone I choose and will not make me a pawn in family alliances. However, the only condition is that the other party can only marry into the Su family. Hearing this, Wu Shunan fell silent for a moment, then stammered, I am the only heir of the Wu family. Daling, let me think about this. Perhaps I can ask my grandfather to plead with the elder. Su Daling shook her head. That's impossible. What my grandfather decided will not change easily unless it concerns the life and death of the Su family. Let me think it over. All right, 3 days later at this time and place, I will wait for your answer. Su Daling did not mention that Su Chuan agreed that if the two were to marry, one of their sons could inherit the Wu family's assets. If Wu Shunan truly likes her and is willing to marry into the Su family, then this would be a surprise for him. If not, Su Daling planned to sever her feelings and concentrate on her cultivation, no longer caring about his thoughts. Wu Shunan felt troubled in his heart. Returning to the Wu family. Night. Wu Mingsheng returned and saw his expression, asking, What happened? You seem heavy-hearted. Grandfather. Wu Shunan stood up to greet him, and after a moment of silence said, Daling told me she wants me to marry into the Su family. Wu Mingsheng was taken aback for a moment, then sighed. Daling is a clever girl, and I like her too. If you two could be together, I would naturally be happy. However, I can see that Daling's intentions are not as simple as they appear. She is extremely important to the Su family, and it is only natural that she would not marry out. But grandfather, my Wu family is also somewhat dependent on the Su family living in the same Dongxi region. Could this not work? If it were any other girl from the Su family, it might be possible, but not Daling. Why not? Wu Shunan asked in confusion. Months ago, while browsing the Daozong building, I discovered the breath-restraining technique. This technique can restrain one's realm. I suspect that many from the Su family have repressed their levels. Not long ago, I observed that Daling's realm seemed to have broken through to the 5th level of Qi refining, but what if she has actually repressed 3 levels? 3 levels? Wu Shunan exclaimed, then wouldn't that be the 8th level of Qi refining? She is only 18. Yes, an 18-year-old at the 8th level of Qi refining. Ew, I have only heard that such prodigies exist in the Imperial City. Wu Mingxing said, Su Daling is the Su family's foundation establishment, seed a gifted girl with promising prospects in the immortal path. Even if foundation establishment families come to propose marriage, they would not agree. However, the Su family's way of doing things is different from other families. They do not value status, which is why you have the opportunity to be together. Then grandfather, how should I choose? Wu Shunan's face showed pain and struggle. I truly like Daling, but I am the only bloodline of the Wu family. If I marry, and what will become of the Wu family in 100 years? Wu Mingxing sighed heavily. Grandfather will not force your hand, you must make your own decision. If you truly choose to marry, and grandfather will not blame you. Grandfather may only live for another 10 or 20 years, the life that follows is yours. How you choose is entirely up to you. Didn't the Su family promise to assist grandfather in breaking through to foundation establishment? Could it be? Don't jump to conclusions. If the Su family were untrustworthy, why would grandfather rely on them? But even if I have true spiritual root qualifications, even if the Su family is willing to provide 1,000-year spirit medicine to assist, the opportunity is still slim. Otherwise, after the Su family, how could only the Zhou family's ancestor break through to foundation establishment after so many years? I dare not say that all Qi refining families possess 1,000-year spirit medicines, but at least 5th-grade Qi refining families certainly do. Wu Mingxing paused and continued. The Su family is willing to waste an opportunity to break through foundation establishment on me, which shows that they value loyalty. Xuanan, if you choose the Wu family, remember to pass down the family teachings. The Wu family must never betray the Su family, sharing both glory and misfortune. Yes, grandfather. Regarding Daling, think it over carefully. A grandfather will not interfere with your decision. After saying this, Wu Mingsheng returned to his room. Wu Shunan sat in the hall until dawn. 3 days later, Su family's back mountain. Wu Shunan arrived at the back mountain and saw Su Daling standing on the hillside with her back to him, her eyes filled with deep affection. Su Daling did not turn around, feeling anxious and not daring to look. Suddenly, she felt a warm chest pressed against her back and a pair of strong arms entwined around her waist like vines, their fingers intertwined in a knot at her abdomen. Wu Shunan rested his chin on Su Daling's shoulder, breathing in a mix of heat and steel, and whispered softly, Daling, let me hold you for just a moment longer. After he spoke, Su Daling felt a warm drop slide down her neck and into her collar. She looked ahead, seeing the Su family's vast fields and numerous grand houses reflected in her eyes, then slowly closed her eyes. Tears flowed down the corners of her eyes, burying her bittersweet first love. After several breaths, Wu Xunin unclasped his fingers, took 3 or 4 steps back, and bowed to her, saying, "I'm sorry." He looked down at the ground, hesitating to raise his head. Su Daling did not cry, but simply said softly, "I understand." Daling wishes for Brother Xunin to have a smooth life and a house full of children and grandchildren. After saying this, she leaped into the air, and a red long sword unsheathed with a sound, spiraling once before landing steadily at her feet, heading towards the Immortal Arts Hall. Only then did Wu Xunin look up. His eyes were filled with bloodshot. Watching that graceful figure, he knew he would never forget the girl in red whose smile was as beautiful as the morning glow, innocent and romantic. "Sister Daling, may you soar high and have a smooth path in the immortal world," he murmured, his voice low enough for only him to hear. Immortal Arts Hall. Su Chuan's place of quiet cultivation. "Daling, what brings you here?" Su Chuan asked in surprise upon seeing the 2 streaks of undried tears on her face. "Why are you crying? Did you break up?" Su Daling was taken aback. "Grandfather, what does breaking up mean?" Su Chuan chuckled. 2 mutually affectionate individuals separate before marriage. From then on, the path ahead is theirs alone with no ties. In simpler terms, when you two are in love, you can hardly bear to be apart, and breaking up signifies a rift in your feelings. Breaking up. Su Daling smiled bitterly. "Grandfather, your analogy is truly apt and easy to understand." Su Chuan smiled faintly. "Come sit beside grandfather." Su Daling complied, feeling very low-spirited. Su Chuan gently stroked her head. "Cry if you need to. Grandfather's shoulder is here for you to lean on for a while. It's nothing major. First loves at 17 or 18 are often bittersweet. You are not the only one experiencing this." Su Daling cried and laughed. "Grandfather, you are truly a peculiar person. I have never heard of any family willing to let their daughters associate with single men before marriage. It seems like this would be a great disgrace. But my Su family is different, completely at odds with this notion. But I, Daling, love such a Su family, and from now on I will dedicate everything for the development of the Su family." Su Chuan smiled and stroked her head, his eyes filled with affection. "If Wu Xunin does not cherish you, then find someone better." Daling does not wish to think about these mundane matters right now and only wants to focus on her cultivation, concentrating on studying the path of tools. "As you wish." Su Chuan chuckled, still a child at heart. Saying to let go, who knows, this is also something he cannot release from his heart. But this is also good. Focusing on cultivation, the great path is promising. Su Chuan's divine sense spread out and saw Wu Xunin walking down the mountain, lost in thought. It seems he is not unwilling but does not want to delay. Wu Mingxing must have seen the breath-restraining technique. He believed Wu Mingxing must have guessed that some in the Su family were restraining their levels, but would not speak of it. The Su family's current momentum is not easily hindered. Until a certain moment, various foundations will become the bridge for the Su family's further advancement. The Wu family, along with subordinate families like the Li and Chun clans, as well as followers such as Chong Yang, found themselves on the same boat as the Su family. United we rise, divided we fall. Su Chuan glanced at Su Daling, choosing not to explain further. Wu Shun and had already made his decision, and even if Su Daling knew, it would only add to her confusion. It is better to sever ties completely free of distractions so that one can continuously refine their cultivation. After a stick of incense, Su Daling rose and wiped her tears, cupping her hands towards Su Chuan, saying, "Grandfather, please do not mention this to my parents. I will not consider emotions for the time being." Su Chuan nodded. "However, if you encounter any trouble, just push it on to me." "Thank you, grandfather." "Last time you designed the standard robes, boots, flying swords, and the attire and weapons for the guards of the Su family. Have you made any progress? If you keep busy, you won't overthink. It will take some time, but the materials for the robes and boots are rather special and must be made from silk or spider silk or other soft yet highly resilient materials. Common entry-level robes and cloaks are easy to obtain, but for advanced artifacts our Su family may not have enough materials. I will have your second uncle collect them, and we can also issue a task through the task hall. For now, try to refine a few sets of low-grade artifact robes. Moreover, you should also refine the standard armor and weapons for the guards. Do not underestimate mundane weapons. If you can forge them to perfection, it will also enhance your own understanding of crafting. Grandfather has walked this path. From mundane medicine and pathology to studying herbs, and then to the analysis of pills, he developed his own formulas. After stepping onto the immortal path and encountering true alchemy, his skills advanced by leaps and bounds. Thus he attained his current status as a Dan Master. Any improvement in immortal arts requires daily accumulation. Among them, alchemy and artifact forging have their mundane counterparts, apothecaries and blacksmiths. While not as mysterious as immortal arts, the principles and truths within are connected. Thank you for your teachings, grandfather. This is the passing of knowledge. In the cultivation world, laws are not easily shared. Typically, there are 2 types of inheritance: master-disciple and bloodline. In nurturing Su Daling, Su Chuan would hold nothing back and would do his utmost. He believed Su Deling's future position in the entire Wei dynasty's artifact forging world would be akin to his own. Linger will diligently study the way of crafting and will not underestimate mundane weapons, Su Deling said. Of course, she also guessed a bit of Su Chuan's intentions, wanting her not to overthink. Thus, she felt even more moved. Grandfather is such a great teacher. No wonder her father's second uncle, third uncle, aunt, and fifth uncle all hold him in such high regard. To them, grandfather is not just a father, but also a teacher and a friend. Connected by blood, he is a father. By setting an example and teaching earnestly, he is a teacher. Emotional resonance, understanding him, knowing him, trusting him. This is friendship. As for grandmother, they share familial affection, respect, and filial piety. Throughout the Su family, grandfather is the most central figure, the bond connecting everyone. Su Deling could imagine that if grandfather were suddenly no longer present one day, her father and the others would surely have disagreements over time. Perhaps it would be like the Gu family of Guangling County, which split into different branches. After all, in her eyes, whether it was her father's second uncle, third uncle, aunt, or fifth uncle, all were exceptionally outstanding. Any one of them could lead a prominent family and achieve great fame. With this in mind, Su Deling suddenly straightened her posture, clasped her hands over her abdomen, and bowed deeply, like a new bamboo, respectfully, saying Linger believes grandfather will surely succeed in foundation establishment and enjoy a long life on the immortal path. After speaking, she turned and left, heading toward the artifact forging hall, which contained several specially constructed refining rooms. Su Chuan was momentarily stunned as he watched her back, then shook his head and chuckled. This girl seems to be fine now. She just faced emotional setbacks and still has time to ponder these things. She has grown up. But then again, how could the children of the Su family be troubled by emotions? Su Chuan's lips curled up in a smile, clearly pleased. It is all thanks to my teachings. For several consecutive days, Su Deling did not step out of the artifact forging room, yet many materials continuously flowed, and most of which were mundane materials. In Xinjiang County, a carriage entered the city and stopped not far from the entrance. A young boy and girl emerged from the carriage. They were Rin Xiaoyao and Su Minjiwan's second daughter, Su Durong. You stay here to guard the carriage, and you come with us to shop. Help carry things when the time comes. Yes, Miss Rong, the two guards replied, cupping their hands. They were dressed in casual clothes, not the standardized attire of the Su family. If they were, it would be a bit ostentatious in Xinjiang County, likely attracting the attention of numerous vendors. The Su family had long established rules against using their name to bully and dominate businesses. Therefore, even when the Su family guards had time off to go to Xinjiang or other counties, they wore ordinary clothing. This was the simplest way to avoid drawing attention. Of course, if they encountered someone familiar, being recognized would be unavoidable. Most of the Su family came from Xinjiang, while some were from nearby counties, making it quite normal for them to be recognized by certain people. Sister Rong, doesn't Dongxi now have its own market? Why come to the county city? Rin Xiaoyao asked in confusion. Brother Xiaoyao, you really don't understand a girl's mind at all. Shopping is a woman's nature, the livelier the better. The Dongxi market is certainly nice and the goods are complete, but how can it compare to the county city? Su Durong stopped, turned to look at Rin Xiaoyao. You don't want to accompany me, do you? I was forced to come out by you. How could I not want to? That's good to hear. Rin Xiaoyao had no way to refuse this girl who was only a few months younger than him. She was somewhat willful and spoiled, yet within her willfulness was a touch of innocence, kind-hearted, and a bit clingy. Previously, he only interacted with the flowers from the neighbor and the girls from the village. Of course, except for the flowers, he had not spoken to the others, let alone any physical contact. Su Durong took Rin Ziweo's hand and walked quickly forward. Initially, Rin Xiaoyao resisted a bit, but now he had grown somewhat immune. Half an hour later, Sister Rong, how much longer do you plan to shop? We should be heading back. Brother Xiaoyao, this is just the beginning. Su Durong blinked her moon-like eyes at him, and then smiled. Just kidding, I know Brother Xiaoyao still has to go back to cultivate. Let's go look over there, and then we'll go back. All right. At that moment, a casual voice unexpectedly came from behind. Second layer of Qi refinement, such a young age with this level of cultivation, not bad. Are you from the Su family of Dongxi? Naturally, Rin Xiaoyao had also cultivated the Lianxi Ju, and his cultivation speed was significantly faster than others. Within half a year, he was nearing completion. Rin Ziweo's hair stood on end, and he suddenly turned around. About 30 steps away on the bluestone pavement stood a figure in a dark green wide-sleeved robe, the sleeves billowing in the wind, revealing the moon-white inner garment. The person was in their middle years, with a neatly trimmed beard and hair styled in a pale yellow cloud pattern held back, with a dark blue hairpin, a piece of mutton fat jade hairpin running through his hair, shimmering softly in the sunlight. His poised stance, hands clasped behind his back, resembled a tall bamboo, swaying in the wind, making him stand out in the crowd. What's wrong, Brother Xiaoyao? Su Durong turned her head to follow Rin Ziweo's gaze, and the guard was also on alert. The middle-aged man approached, having already closed the distance between them in just a few steps. Who are you? Do you have business with us? The guard shielded Rin Xiaoyao, and Su Durong behind him watching the newcomer warily. "Don't be nervous, I mean no harm." The middle-aged man smiled amiably and continued, "Besides, I am an old friend of your Su family. I know your family's former patriarch Su Mingyuan and his brother Su Mingxian. We've had dealings before." "Former patriarch?" Rin Xiaoyao asked, puzzled. "Young Master Rin, that is the great elder," the guard explained, and then his guard dropped slightly. "To have dealt with Su Chuan must have been many years ago. Who exactly are you?" "I am Xiao Changyuan." "Xiao Changyuan." The guard pondered for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, "You are the first immortal officer of Qingjiang." "Exactly." Xiao Changyuan glanced at the young boy and girl in front of him, smiling gently. "Who are these two from the Su family?" "The descendants of the Su family have grown up so much. They are disciples and daughter of Elder Mingyuan." The guard cupped his fists, understanding that the other party was an immortal teacher and thus must give due respect. "I have been far away in Longjiang, and upon hearing that a cultivation family has risen in Yuehu County with the surname Su, I wondered if it was the Su family I knew. I didn't expect it to be so." Upon hearing Longjiang Rin Zaiweo's pupils constricted for a moment before returning to normal. However, this did not escape Xiao Shengyuan's notice. "What's wrong? Little brother, have you heard of Longjiang County?" Rin Xiaoyao nodded, but only said, "I've heard of it. Uncle Xiao has traveled far from Longjiang, and I'm sure it's a nostalgic visit. We won't disturb your enjoyment, it's getting late, and we should head home." "Wait a moment." Xiao Changyuan said lightly, "I indeed came with the intention of reminiscing, but I've already seen most of it. Moreover, I came to visit the Su family. Since the two of you are heading home, I would like to accompany you. Would that be all right?" Su Durong could hardly contend with such an old fox, and could only helplessly say, "Since Uncle Xiao is an old friend of my Su family, then you can accompany us." The three of them shared the carriage back to Dongxi. A mist formation. Xiao Changyuan was surprised to see the thick fog outside the carriage. The carriage moved smoothly, passing through the mist formation. "It has been over a decade since I left. Qingjiang has changed a lot, but your Su family has changed even more. Perhaps one could say the entire Qingjiang has changed because of your Su family." Rin Xiaoyao remained silent. Su Durong smiled sweetly. "Uncle Xiao, I'm not sure about that. Very few of our clan's children go out." Upon entering Dongxi, Xiao Changyuan could clearly feel the spiritual energy was denser than outside. The deeper they went into the Su family's territory, the more concentrated the spiritual energy became, nearing the levels found near the county city. The Su family has some means. No wonder they could rise from a small clan in the county city to a cultivation family, maintaining a corner of peace. Although there are some drawbacks, they can avoid the conflicts of the cultivation families in Yuehu County. Moreover, the Su family's foundation is likely far beyond what we see here. Being able to establish a business, the Su family's strength is likely far beyond that of an ordinary Qi refinement family. The Xiao family learned from scattered cultivators that the Shui family business had emerged in Yuehu County. After inquiring, they gradually uncovered some information about the Su family. Moreover, Xiao Changyuan had once served as an immortal official in Qingjiang County, aware of some of the Su family's trajectory before their rise. He is currently in the late stage of Qi refinement at the 7th level and holds the position of elder in the Xiao family, often present in discussions of both major and minor matters. The Xiao family is also eager for mid to high-grade elixirs and magical artifacts. Even though Longjiang County as a whole is significantly stronger than Yuehu County, mid to high-grade elixirs and magical artifacts appearing in the markets are extremely rare. Aside from the Lu family at Qingba Lake, there are few alchemists and artifact crafters among the clans, as most Qi refinement families can only refine mid-grade elixirs and artifacts. The success rate for high-grade items is incredibly low. Therefore, the Xiao family sent Xiao Changyuan to Qingjiang to visit the Su family's alchemists and artifact crafters to see if they could recruit them. If that doesn't work out, they plan to find a way to trade for some high-grade Qi gathering pills and barrier-breaking pills, as well as high-grade magical artifacts from the Su family. Xiao Changyuan gazed into the sky where a translucent light curtain flickered. He couldn't help but feel astonished. Why does the Su family have so many formations and restrictions? Could it be that they have recruited or cultivated formation masters? Compared to alchemists and artifact crafters, there are noticeably fewer formation masters and talisman masters. And those who can be called masters are even rarer. Upon seeing Rin Xiaoyao and Su Durong, the guard at the mountain gate clasped his fists and greeted young Master Xiaoyao Miss Rong. Then looking at Xiao Changyuan, he inquired, "Who is this?" "Xiao Changyuan, I heard he was the first immortal official of Qingjiang and has connections with my father, so I came to visit the Su family." The two exchanged glances, opened the path, and said, "Please." Without Xiao Changyuan, the two would probably have let them pass directly, as the formation restrictions would not obstruct them. Walking up the stone steps along the mountain path, Xiao Changyuan clearly felt that the spiritual energy on the mountain was no less than that of the county city and its surroundings. Perhaps only the spiritual energy from the family estates occupying energy nodes could surpass it. Of course, Xiao Changyuan would not ask directly. This clearly involved the Su family secrets, and if he inquired, this trip would likely yield nothing. In the main hall of the Su family, please wait here, Uncle Xiao. I have sent someone to notify my father. He should arrive soon. We will go down first. Thank you, niece. Xiao Changyuan smiled slightly. In the discipline hall, upon hearing of Xiao Shingyuan's visit, Su Mingyuan followed Su Durong and came along feeling surprised. Interesting, it's only been a short time, and the Xiao family has come knocking on our door. It seems the reputation of our Su family business is gradually spreading. Indeed, it's Xiao Changyuan. Brother Xiao, what brings you back to Qingjiang from Longjiang? Su Mingyuan smiled as he entered the hall and clasped his fists. Xiao Changyuan also stood up smiling as he clasped his fists. Brother Mingyuan, it's been a long time since we last met. Brother Xiao, please have a seat. After sitting down, Xiao Changyuan said, I have also spent many years in Qingjiang, and now that I think about it, I return to revisit old places. I never expected the changes to be so great. Oh, Brother Xiao has already taken a tour around Qingjiang. Indeed, the changes are vast. It seems that after several decades, it can rival the prosperity of the county city. Additionally, I also had an accidental encounter with your disciple and daughter in the county city. Is that so? My daughter is a bit mischievous. Did she offend Brother Xiao? Brother Mingyuan is joking. If your daughter is considered mischievous, then some of the younger generation in the Xiao family must be unruly and arrogant. Ha ha ha, the two exchanged glances and laughed heartily. What brings you to visit our Su family this time, Brother Xiao? Upon hearing this, Xiao Changyuan fell silent for a moment, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and praised good tea. Then he casually said, now that the Su family has gained significant fame, even the news has reached Longjiang County, and my Xiao family has also heard about it. Initially, I found it hard to believe. After all, it has only been a little over a decade since I left Qingjiang, and your Su family has already become a cultivation family. Yet at this moment, I cannot help but believe it. Brother Mingyuan, I never expected you to embark on the path of cultivation as well. Just lucky. Brother Xiao has come to our Su family not just to reminisce, but also to trade for mid to high-grade elixirs and artifacts, right? Brother Mingyuan is as perceptive as ever, having heard something, hence coming to take a look. If that's the case, why doesn't Brother Xiao go to my Su family business? Any mid to high-grade elixirs and artifacts that can be sold will be displayed in the business. Xiao Changyuan smiled. I cannot stay long in Yuehu County. After all, these two items are quite rare in the business. Whether I can wait for them depends on luck, and even if they appear, I would have to compete with many scattered cultivators. Therefore, I would prefer to trade directly at the source. After a moment of consideration, Su Mingyuan replied calmly, that is also feasible. However, if it is just a few mid to high-grade elixirs, I would still invite Brother Xiao to check the business. But if you represent the Xiao family and wish to establish a stable trading relationship with my Su family, then we can discuss further. Having said that, Su Mingyuan sipped his tea and quietly awaited his response. Xiao Changyuan is a perceptive individual. When dealing with such people, going in circles is futile. It is necessary to be straightforward, laying out the pros and cons, allowing them to make their own decisions. Xiao Changyuan pondered for a moment, and then inquired, if I represent the Xiao family, does your Su family truly have sufficient resources for trade? Whether you believe it or not, my Su family never forces anyone to trade. If it's a trade, what would be the terms? High-grade elixirs will be priced 20 above market value, high-grade magical artifacts 10 above. Any cultivation resources can be exchanged, including spiritual rice, spirit stones, spiritual herbs, spiritual mines, materials from demon beasts, even demon beasts, spiritual insects, rare spells, and secret arts foundation establishment techniques, and so forth. Such a diverse range. Xiao Changyuan was secretly alarmed. Usually family trades involve spirit stones, spiritual mines, demon beast materials, and spiritual herbs. To include spiritual rice, spiritual insects, spells, and secret arts in the trade is quite rare. However, this also indicates that the Su family is indeed a newly emerged cultivation family eager for all cultivation resources. Why is the price for high-grade elixirs raised by 20? If it's a family trade, it should be a bulk transaction, and your Su family should lower the price. Su Mingyuan had anticipated this and replied calmly, the 20 includes risk considerations. In the marketplace, trading with scattered cultivators involves little to no risk due to the small quantities. However, trading with a large family like yours, while the benefits are greater, the risks are also significant. Which family doesn't have a few rivals or competitors? If a trade leads my Su family to face oppression and persecution from your Xiao family's competitors, will the Xiao family cover all those losses for us? Trading is trading regardless of whether it's between commoners or cultivators. It is always a matter of goods for money with no liabilities involved. Therefore, my Su family must assess the risks. Xiao Changyuan found some validity in this, yet he also felt that something was amiss. However, this trade was initiated by the Xiao family, not the Su family seeking the trade, so the initiative remains with the Su family. Even if they do not trade with the Xiao family, the Su family would incur no loss. In the cultivation world, regardless of any county, high-grade elixirs and magical artifacts are precious resources. Even in the imperial city, they belong to top-tier trades. Elixirs might be somewhat manageable, but top-tier magical artifacts and the like are nearly impossible to achieve in bulk transactions. This is due both to material limitations and the skills of the refiners. Otherwise, wouldn't all the core disciples and elders of the first and second-tier families in the imperial city have top-tier magical artifacts in hand? This matter I must consider carefully and may need to return to discuss with my family. That is natural. When trading with large families, decisions cannot be made solely by me and the Su family. Then I shall not linger. Su Mingyuan's straightforwardness meant that Xiao Chongyuan could no longer request to visit the masters of alchemy and artifact crafting. It seems they would have to wait for more transactions between the two families to build a closer relationship. 7 or 8 days later, Xiao Chongyuan visited Dongxi again, bringing a trading list with quite a bit on it. The elixirs mainly included high-grade barrier-breaking pills and high-grade chi-gathering pills, while for magical artifacts there were 2 high-grade items. Regarding high-grade magical artifacts, Su Mingyuan inquired with Wu Mingxing. If the materials provided by the Xiao family yielded a profit, they would refine them directly. After all, the Su family does not have many high-grade magical artifacts and cannot afford to part with their own. Elder Mingyuan, I only have a 30 success rate in refining high-grade magical artifacts. Each batch of materials costs about several tens of spirit stones. If I succeed on the first attempt, the profit will be considerable. However, 3 to 4 failures are also normal. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyuan fell silent in contemplation. It would be inappropriate to refuse outright, so how long would it take to refine just one high-grade magical artifact? If it's fast, 3 to 5 days, if slow, over half a month. Su Mingyuan nodded slightly, and then returned to the hall to discuss with Xiao Chongyuan, suggesting he could convert the high-grade magical artifacts into elixirs or simply cancel one of the magical artifact transactions. Xiao Chongyuan thought to himself, it seems the Su family also lacks high-grade magical artifacts, or perhaps this artifact master has limited crafting skills. To be able to refine high-grade magical artifacts qualifies one to be called a master craftsman. The success rate of high-grade magical artifacts reflects their value. Top-tier artifact masters can achieve a 6,070 success rate in refining high-grade magical artifacts with a 20-30 chance of crafting exquisite ones. Xiao Chongyuan had a clear idea in mind. After some thought, he said, then let's convert it to 3 bottles of high-grade chi-gathering pills and 2 bottles of high-grade recovery pills. The rest will be high-grade chi-gathering pills. Understood. Su Mingyuan smiled slightly. However, the quantity of elixirs is considerable and requires more than half a month. I also need to return to gather resources. The Xiao family cannot place a large amount of resources in the hands of an elder at only the 7th level of chi refinement. If an accident occurs, the Xiao family could weep bitterly. Su Mingyuan nodded slightly. He felt that the next time the Xiao family sent someone, it likely would not just be Xiao Chongyuan alone. Sure enough, half a month later, the representatives from the Xiao family included an additional cultivator at the late stage of chi refinement at the 9th level and one at the peak of the 8th level. The Su family had naturally prepared everything needed for the transaction. Although the refining of high-grade magical artifacts had failed initially, the second attempt succeeded, which was still quite good. The elixirs, on the other hand, were not a problem at all. With the cooperation of the withering and flourishing cycle, Su Chuan's alchemical skills became increasingly profound, and he was not far from reaching the 8th level of the 9 Flames technique. This time, only Su Mingyuan appeared from the Su family, but he brought along Wu Zhen, a recent addition to the Su family at the 8th level of chi refinement. Currently, he was stationed at the War Hall. The other 2 could practice celestial arts, so they naturally entered the celestial arts hall. In the main hall of the Su family, Brother Chongyuan, how should I address these 2? Su Mingyuan looked at the 2 elderly men with gray hair beside Xiao Chongyuan. These 2 are both elders of my Xiao family. This one is the 2nd elder, and the other is the 7th elder. After introducing them, Su Mingyuan said, this is Wu Zhen, a scattered cultivator I recruited into my Su family. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he waved his sleeve gracefully, saying, all 3 of you please have a seat. The 2nd elder of the Xiao family got straight to the point, saying, friend Su, how prepared are you for the elixirs and magical artifacts we requested? You are quite straightforward, 2nd elder. Su Mingyuan's sleeve brushed across the table, revealing a row of neatly arranged porcelain vials. Each vial had a label attached. Then he casually gestured, and the vials of elixirs fell onto the tea tables beside each person. Su Mingyuan was not in a hurry. He savored his tea, allowing them to check slowly. This place was the Su family estate. If they attempted to cause trouble, 3 latest-stage chi refinement cultivators could never escape the Su family. Wu Zhen was unaware of what they were trading, but at this moment, as Xiao Chongyuan and the others uncorked the vials for inspection, an intense aroma of elixirs permeated the entire hall. All are high-grade elixirs. There are quite a few qi-gathering pills, barrier-breaking pills, qi-nourishing pills, and recovery pills. The quantity is indeed considerable. It seems that the decision to join the Su family was the right one. Even the Zhou family cannot produce so many high-grade elixirs. After a moment, the three from the Shao family exchanged glances and nodded slightly. The second elder of the Shao family stroked his beard and smiled, saying indeed all are high-grade elixirs. For a newly emerging qi refinement family like the Su family to produce so many high-grade elixirs at once is genuinely unexpected. In the surrounding counties, I doubt every foundation establishment family can produce this many. Second elder, your praise is appreciated. The sincerity of my Su family has already been displayed. Now it is the Shao family's turn. The second elder of the Shao family hesitated for a moment, took out a storage bag, and tossed it to Su Mingyuan. Su Mingyuan's expression darkened instantly as he scanned it with his divine sense. Second elder, this falls short of the agreed resources by half. This matter is no joke. If there are any issues, please address them promptly, as it concerns whether all of you can leave my Su family safely today. A strange atmosphere enveloped the main hall. Brother Mingyuan, do not be anxious. For safety reasons, the other half is with me. I hurried over and momentarily forgot to hand it to the second elder. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyuan's face brightened as he smiled. I see, I was too hasty. Shao Changyuan also took out a storage bag and presented it to Su Mingyuan. Using his divine sense, Su Mingyuan transferred all the resources into his own storage bag before returning the two bags, smiling lightly. My Su family runs a small business operating on trust, never taking an extra cent from our customers. The second elder and seventh elder of the Shao family both appeared somewhat displeased, but they did not voice any further complaints. Su Mingyuan remarked, I have heard that the Shao family is a major clan in Longjiang County, ranking among the top, even among fifth-tier families with stable family allies, such as the Gu family, correct? I wonder when the noble Shao Yin and Miss Gu Xianxian will hold their wedding. My Su family would like to offer a generous gift at that time. How do you know that the Shao family intends to arrange a marriage with the Gu family? The seventh elder of the Shao family looked slightly surprised and gazed at Su Mingyuan in astonishment. I heard it by chance. Su Mingyuan replied calmly, 3 friends, the transaction is complete, but if you wish to stay and take a look around, the scenery of Dongxi is quite nice. The second elder of the Shao family clasped his fists and said, no, we must return to our family and cannot stay for long. Farewell. He was the first to walk towards the door, followed closely by the seventh elder. Shao Changyuan clasped his fists and expressed a slight apology, saying, Brother Mingyuan, there's no need to see us off. I hope we have the opportunity to cooperate again next time. Certainly. Su Mingyuan also rose to return the gesture. After the 3 left, Wu Zhen spoke up. It seems the 3 from the Shao family have made 2 preparations. Su Mingyuan glanced at Wu Zhen. You've noticed too, haven't you? The so-called insurance is merely an excuse. Wu Zhen nodded. I have traveled through Longjiang County and have heard of both the Shao and Gu families. They are indeed the real powerful clans of Longjiang County, second only to the foundation establishment families of the Qingba Lake, the Lu family. After a moment's hesitation, his brow furrowed with worry, and he continued, Elder Mingyan, the Shao family is not to be trifled with. From the earlier situation, it seems the second elder and the seventh elder of the Shao family were displeased. I fear they might stir up trouble once they return. You have rich experience, Wu Dao friend. I wouldn't dare. It's just that the demeanor of these aristocratic families has always been this way. If we loose cultivators accidentally provoke the descendants of a family, once discovered, we will surely attract many pursuers. Yet when they provoke loose cultivators, it seems we are expected to endure in silence. Wu Zhen spat lightly, and then explained, but families like the Su family who are focused on cultivation and development are rare. The disciples within are all free of bad habits. The family values of the Su family command my respect. Su Mingyuan silently criticized, thinking they had never had anyone suffer due to their words. On the contrary, the Su family's strength is precisely because of the collective efforts that led to the current prosperity. The Shao family is strong, but they are separated by a county. If they truly mobilize on a large scale, my Su family is not weak either. Wu Zhen, seeing the confidence on his face, hesitated to dampen his spirits, yet still said, Elder Mingyuan, I am not trying to speak too much, but while I am uncertain about the specific strength of the Shao family, a top-tier qi refining family, like theirs, generally has several dozen in the later stages of qi refining. In the early to mid-stages, there would be at least 50 to 60. Moreover, they have acquired a significant amount of breakthrough pills from the Su family this time, so they might gain at least another 5 or 6 in the later stages, and even 2 or 3 in the 9th layer of qi refining. Longjiang County is overall much stronger than Yuehu County. Currently, the top-tier 5-rank qi refining family in Yuehu County is only the Yuan family, and even they barely meet the qualifications for a top-tier 5-rank family in Longjiang County. Before the Zhou family establishes its foundation, they can still be ranked among the best. However, Longjiang County also has families that are not weaker than the Zhou family, and the Lu family of Qingba Lake is certainly not comparable to the previous Su family of Yuehu County or the current Zhou family. Even if the two families joined forces, they would have no strength to resist. Wu Dao, friend, you seem well informed. You must have inquired about the news of the great families in various counties quite a bit. Su Mingyuan's eyes brightened. Perhaps the greatest value of these loose cultivators lies not in their strength, but in their experience and intelligence. Wu Zhen smiled awkwardly. It's just the habit of loose cultivators. Su Mingyuan patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Dao friend Wu. If the Shao and Gu families truly join forces to attack, you should escape. My Su family will not blame you. Wu Zhen immediately took 2 steps back, clasped his hands, and bowed. Elder Mingyuan, you misunderstand me. Since I have joined the Su family, I will naturally share the risks with the Su family. I believe you. Su Mingyuan smiled faintly. Go back to the battle hall to cultivate. Yes. On their way back, Xiao Changyuan and the others. The 7th elder of the Shao family wore an angry expression, saying the Su family is merely an upstart qi refining family, barely reaching the 5th rank, yet they dare to be so arrogant. They even dared to threaten us with their lives in front of us. The person in charge is just a small cultivator at the 4th layer of qi refining, and they still want to recruit an 8th layer loose cultivator to support their facade. I suspect they were assessed as a 5th rank through bribery of the Immortal supervising officer. The 2nd elder of the Shao family remained silent. Xiao Changyuan, however, said, I feel the Su family is not simple. 20 years ago, they were just a small family in a county town. Their rapid development must have some unique aspects. Xiao Changyuan, I have not blamed you yet, but you are speaking up for the Su family. Have you perhaps received some benefits from them? 7th elder, you are slandering me. Changyuan is merely stating the facts. Speaking of facts, let me ask you, why did you so quickly provide the other half of the trading resources? Wasn't it agreed that we should delay as much as possible? As long as we hold them back, will we fear that the Su family would come to Longjiang to demand payment from my Shao family? Xiao Changyuan hurriedly explained. Both elders do not know Su Mingyuan is an extremely shrewd person. He will never be fooled by our words. When he said that earlier, it was a warning. Do you want to get us 3 killed at the Su family over these resources? Hehe. The 7th elder of the Shao family sneered. I doubt the Su family has the courage. Moreover, it will be you who dies, shouldn't it? The 2nd elder is a latest-stage qi refining cultivator, and I have my ways to protect myself. But you, barely having entered the elder council of the family, are lacking in foundation. 7th elder, you. Xiao Changyuan glared angrily. Enough of the bickering. The 2nd elder of the Shao family spoke up, and the two immediately fell silent. It is not worth gambling over these resources. After all, that place is the Su family's ancestral land. How could the true foundation of a family be easily known to outsiders? Besides, Su Mingyuan, as Changyuan said, is indeed not to be underestimated. The 2nd elder of the Shao family revealed a serious expression. Just by seeing half of the resources in the storage bag, he immediately guessed our intentions. He even directly threatened us, forcing us to compromise. Later, he mentioned the situation between my Shao family and the Gu family. It must have been said by the loose cultivators around him. These loose cultivators wander about lacking in capability, but they know quite a lot. The 7th elder of the Shao family remarked. Perhaps. The 2nd elder of the Shao family sighed heavily, and then continued. However, this trip can be considered a task completed. These pills can significantly enhance the strength of many of our Shao family's disciples. High-quality magical artifacts can also be granted to those in need. He glanced at Xiao Changyuan and said lightly, I remember you still do not have a high-quality magical artifact. After returning, I will propose to the family head to grant you this high-quality magical artifact. Thank you. Don't be too quick to thank me. Whether it can be realized is still uncertain, as there are several latest-stage qi refining elders in the family who also lack high-quality magical artifacts. Xiao Changyuan clasped his fists and said, regardless of the outcome, Changyuan will always remember the kindness of the 2nd elder in his heart. A large family, having gone through hundreds of years, must have evolved into various factions internally. Although the 2nd elder of the Shao family holds a significant position, if he desires greater authority, he must naturally win over more elders. At this moment, the 7th elder of the Shao family said, So 2nd elder, how should we address the Su family? Report back to the family head and bring this matter to the elder council for discussion. After all, a 5-rank family cannot be easily destroyed, especially one from their county. Even if we can destroy them by allying with the Gu family, we must still be wary of the Zhou family in Yuehu County. I have heard that the Zhou family has formed a marriage alliance with the Su family since the Su family became a cultivating family, and they are core members of both families. If the Su family has privately reached an alliance agreement with the Zhou family, then if our two families recklessly attack across counties, it will likely end very tragically, and our standing in Longjiang County will plummet. In any case, the Elder Council will make the decisions after discussion. Yes, 2nd elder. Cross-county attacks are essentially slapping the faces of the local foundation establishment families. No foundation establishment family would consider their own county as anything other than their territory. Even if a foundation establishment family dares to reach out, they must proceed with caution, testing the waters. As for chi refining families, at that time the foundation establishment cultivators might directly lead their family cultivators to storm the doors. Thus, the Su family's dealings with another county are currently all private and conducted in secrecy, never making a big fuss to avoid trouble. Afterwards, Su Mingyuan also explained this matter to Su Mingwei and Su Chuan. Both of them dismissed it with disdain. By the way, Mingyuan, if you have time you might try to learn talisman techniques from Lu Feng, Su Chuan suddenly said. After a moment he said, since my father has said this, it seems you also have your own plans. Our Su family currently has 4 major mainstream celestial arts for pill making, yet the talisman path is left without a captain. If the child truly has a talent for talismans, it would greatly enhance the foundation of our Su clan. Therefore, for the sake of the family, I will take time to learn talisman techniques from Taoist Lu. Su Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Having a group of filial children is truly wonderful, it saves worry. A few days later the Shao family held a clan meeting. Apart from discussing the distribution of pills brought back by Shao Chuanyuan and the others, they also talked about matters concerning the Su family. However, in the end, 8 out of 10 elders disagreed with going to another county to deal with the Su family. Although the Su family is merely a newly established chi refining family, they are still ranked as a 5th grade family and are separated by a county. In fact, many suggested waiting a few years before trading with the Su family again. After all, having such a stable source of high-grade pills is beneficial for the Shao family. At least after this transaction, the overall strength of the Shao family could increase by 10% over the next few years. Materials from magical beasts, spirit herbs, etc. If there are no suitable individuals to refine them into pills and magical artifacts, merely stockpiling them is just a waste. If they are only refined into low-grade items, that is another form of waste. Thus, the matter concerning the Su family ended without resolution. On the Su family side in the Celestial Arts Hall, the Talisman Hall, currently, there was only Lu Feng present. Although refining talismans can also accumulate family contribution points, excessive material consumption would deduct corresponding contribution points, so teaching students is preferable. As long as teaching is done, contribution points can be obtained. If a true talisman master is cultivated, there will be additional resource rewards. The more talents cultivated, the more abundant the contribution points and resources. Lu Feng murmured to himself, I truly envy the alchemy hall of the elder next door. No, the entire Su family is dominated by the elder. If he wants resources, it's just a matter of a few words. I also envy Elder Wu's artifact refining hall. But who can blame him for being a master who can refine high-grade magical artifacts? Lu Feng chattered incessantly. Taoist Lu. Suddenly, a middle-aged man entered the talisman hall. Lu Feng was slightly startled, looked up, and saw Su Mingyuan. He quickly rose and cupped his hands, saying, Greetings, Elder Mingyuan. Originally, when Lu Feng Wu Zhen and Luo Qianshan were invited into the Su family, the first core figure they encountered was Su Mingyuan. Only after passing his test could they enter the Su family. Then came Su Mingwei, the head of the Su family, followed by the elder Su Chuan and a series of others. Sometimes Lu Feng felt that Su Mingyuan was the true master of the Su family. Elder Mingyuan, are you here to inspect? You know, although I have some talisman skills, I am far from as proficient in artifact refining as Elder Wu. There may be some waste, but I will try to keep it within acceptable limits. Why suddenly mention Elder Wu? Su Mingyuan shook his head and chuckled. His evaluation of him was that his character was quite good, but he was talkative. It was the same whether there were people around or not. Oh, it's nothing, just joking around. Lu Feng laughed, then inquired, What brings you here, Elder Mingyuan? I plan to try learning talisman techniques, and I came here to learn how to make talismans from you. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes widened, murmuring, Could it be that heaven heard my chatter and specifically sent me a student, and it's a true power elder of the Su family? What are you mumbling about, Taoist Lu? It's nothing, Elder Mingyuan. Since you have the intention to learn, it's never too late. Do you think I'm too old? Lu Feng, I really have no filter in my speech. It's truly not easy to live this long. Elder Mingyuan, how about this? I will personally make a talisman for you to feel, and then I will explain some basics of drawing talismans, materials, and so on. Su Mingyuan nodded slightly. However, my apologies, or perhaps your arrival has made me a little too excited. After a moment, my hand trembled. Let's try again. Today I might be a bit unlucky. Please wait a moment, Elder Mingyuan. On the 6th attempt, the Cinnabardron talisman patterns twisted and turned on the yellow paper, each stroke containing a trace of spiritual power. Sweat beads continuously formed on Lu Feng's forehead. When the final stroke fell, the entire talisman suddenly shimmered, and faint azure spiritual energy flowed like mist across the paper. This spiritual energy was not stagnant, but slowly wandered along the path of the talisman patterns. It's done. Lu Feng halted the talisman brush, gently lifted it, and visibly let out a sigh of relief. The talisman paper had a special texture, slightly soft yet firm. At the moment the talisman was completed, faint golden threads could be seen interwoven within. Elder Mingyuan, this is an Earth-type defensive talisman. It only requires a trace of mana to activate a spherical yellow shield, which has considerable defensive power. At least a mid to latest stage cultivator would need to break it. If it were a high-grade defensive talisman, it would be able to withstand several attacks from a high-grade artifact used by a perfected chirofining cultivator. Of course, if a top-grade artifact were used, it could still be broken in one hit. Talismans excel in their simplicity of activation. Even a cultivator in the early stage of chi refining, as long as they have sufficient talismans, could potentially kill a perfected chirofining cultivator. Under such explosive bombardment, no one can withstand this power. The art of explosion. Elder Mingyuan actually understands. It seems we are kindred spirits. What I excel at are fire-type talismans. When those fire-type talismans fly out the moment of explosion. Stop. Su Mingyuan raised his head to prevent Lu Feng from continuing to ramble. So Taoist Lu, why don't you draw the fire-type talismans you excel at instead of wasting materials on an earth-type defensive talisman? All this. Lu Feng was taken aback, self-questioning, why don't I draw fire-type talismans? Su Mingyuan couldn't help but roll his eyes, waving his hand. Let's not dwell on this matter anymore. I have understood the drawing of talismans. They teach me some basics now. For example, how is talisman paper made? What about the talisman brush? How about the pigments? And what types of talismans are there? No problem, as long as Elder Mingyuan has time, I can explain them slowly. I don't have time, so let's keep it brief and focus on the essentials. Lu Feng's enthusiasm was instantly dampened, but he still began to introduce the basics of talismans to Su Mingyuan step by step. More than 2 hours later, that's about it. For some of these, Elder Mingyuan can refer to the talisman classics. Su Mingyuan nodded slightly, and then clasped his hands, saying, Thank you, Taoist Lu. From now on, I will set aside 2 hours each day to come to the talisman hall to learn to draw talismans with you. Then this counts as a lesson, right? Can I earn family contribution points for it? Su Mingyuan smiled, of course. Lu Feng immediately grinned widely. Subsequently, Su Mingyuan came to the talisman hall every day as promised to learn the way of talisman making. The talisman brush is also a magical artifact. Su Mingyuan had Su Delying help him craft one when he had the chance. This crafting is not difficult, the challenge lies in the materials. Some talisman brushes might exhibit special properties during the crafting process, such as enhancing the user's spiritual concentration. Pigments can include spirit energy-infused dansha or blood of magical beasts. Of course, this is only the pigment for the lowest grade talismans. Some mid-grade or even high-grade talismans may require specific pigments. Talisman paper is the same. Most medium and low-grade talismans can use yellow paper made from 7 stars grass, but some talismans use the hides of magical beasts or jade stones. Such talismans often possess immense power or special effects. However, the core of talismans still lies in the talisman runes. Each type of rune at the moment of completion seems to possess an inherent power that communicates with the heavens and earth, bestowing it with mysterious abilities. Lu Feng also told Su Mingyuan that true masters of the talisman path can even make the heavens their canvas with mana as their brush. With a thought, talismans are born, and when the talismans are complete, the heavens change. Such power can shake the heavens and split the earth. This is quite similar to formations that borrow the power of heaven and earth. It is said that formations are a comprehension of the natural principles of heaven and earth. In fact, the talisman path in its later stages is also like this. Talismans are more like a simplification of all things, exploring their powers and laws. For example, the fireball technique, we cultivators form seals and draw upon the power of the 5 elements with our mana to eventually create a spell, while the fireball talisman is the essence derived from extensive research on the formation and nature of the fireball technique. Transforming the invisible principles into visible patterns constitutes the runes. By activating them with mana, one can directly invoke the fireball technique. The speed is significantly faster than forming seals by oneself. Based on my speculation, the emergence of talismans might be because ancient cultivators sought convenience in combat, which led to the research of the talisman path. After all, some top-tier spells, though incredibly powerful, are quite troublesome to cast, often taking dozens of breaths or even longer. This can be very detrimental in a combat situation. However, if simplified into talismans with prior preparation, they can be activated in an instant. Some may even take just a breath or two. Elder Mingyuan found this interesting, saying, so according to Taoist Lu, all spells can be transformed into talismans. Pretty much, at least that's what I think. Of course, whether it can be achieved is another matter. After all, drawing talismans is already difficult, let alone studying the principles and essence of spells and divine abilities. The requirement for comprehension is likely even higher than that for formations. Su Mingyuan nodded, secretly thinking, indeed the path has no end. Over 10 days later at the Su family residence, Su Mingyuan and his wife along with Wu Tao were waiting outside the door. After more than half an hour, Su Deheng gave birth to a son. Immediately Su Chuan and his wife Su Mingwei and his wife Su Mingxian and his wife Su Mingzhu, Su Mingxian and his wife, as well as many younger generations, rushed to Su Deheng's chamber. Fortunately, the space was large, otherwise with so many people, it would have been packed tightly inside. Su Dezhao held Su Chonghui and said, "Chonghui, look, that's your brother." Su Chonghui opened his bright black eyes, curiously looking at the tiny one in Wu Tao's arms. Everyone took turns to take a look. After a while, Wu Tao handed the child to Su Mingyuan's arms, saying, "Father-in-law, please give the child a name." "Should I name him?" "Yes, I discussed it with Jinger beforehand." "Let me think." Su Mingyuan pondered solemnly, as if contemplating a matter of great importance. "Since he is of the Chong character generation, let's call him Chongming." The character Ming, as stated in the Book of Documents Qin Mingwen, thinks peacefully, signifies wisdom and openness. In the Songs of Chu it is also said, "I wish the bright sun's brilliance would shine shrouded by clouds representing brightness and clarity." Not long after Su Chongming was born, the family tree automatically recorded his information. No aptitude, no bloodline. This was to be expected. After all, the Su Mingyuan lineage had no extraordinary individuals. However, with the presence of the innate 5 elements transformation technique, once Su Deheng gives birth to a true spiritual root, the chances of their future children possessing cultivation aptitude will be significantly higher. In addition, Su Chongming will also practice in the future. This has been the case for generations, and eventually there will be geniuses born with innate true spiritual roots, or even earth spiritual roots, and heaven spiritual roots are not impossible. The same goes for Su Mingwei, Su Mingxuan, and Su Mingxian's branches. Wu Tao, elder. Wu Tao clasped his fists in greeting. Su Chuan smiled as he looked at him, taking out a porcelain bottle and handing it to him, saying, "This is a bone-strengthening pill, a relatively rare elixir that can strengthen a child's bones. You can wait a few years before giving it to Chongming. It will allow him to advance rapidly after practicing martial arts." "Thank you, elder." Wu Tao accepted it and again clasped his fists in gratitude. Su Mingxian stepped forward and also presented a jade pendant, saying, "This jade pendant is a small item I crafted containing a formation restriction that can withstand an attack from a master at the initial stage." "Thank you, fifth uncle." Su Mingxian immediately frowned and said, "Father Mingxian, with your remarkable gifts, how can the rest of us present gifts? It feels like you're forcing me to learn a cultivation art too." Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Su Mingyuan chuckled and said, "How about you come learn talisman crafting with me?" "No, second brother, I think I'm doing quite well as I am." Su Mingxian quickly raised his hand and said, "I don't have anything presentable, so let's let Linger represent our family to give a gift." "Yes, father." Su Delying stepped forward and handed Wu Tao a set of clothes and boots, smiling as she said, "These are magical robes and boots which can recognize their master through blood. After fitting them on little Chongming, they will automatically adjust to his size. They keep warm in winter and cool in summer. Although they can't withstand the power of magical artifacts, it's rare for ordinary weapons to penetrate these robes, and the boots will make Chongming light as a swallow." Su Mingsha's beautiful eyes lit up. "They automatically adjust, how convenient. But Linger, you create these magical robes and boots, our Su family's tailors might just cry from unemployment. And please don't tease me. Although these aren't magical artifacts, crafting them requires specific materials, so they can't be produced endlessly." Su Chuan said, "It seems you've already designed them, Linger. Our Su family's new style of armor and weapons is almost ready, and we've crafted quite a few, but for cultivators we still need to consider it carefully. Let's first produce the standard robes and boots for each hall, who individuals with special needs can come to you later for custom orders." Su Delying nodded slightly. Zhou Zongni looked around in astonishment. Su Chongming appeared to be just an ordinary child with average talent, yet the Su family treated him with such importance. Su Chuan even specifically took out a rare pill that could alter one's bone structure. She had never heard of such a pill, and neither had the Zhou family. Moreover, her own husband Su Mingxian casually gifted a jade artifact that could withstand an attack from a master at the initial stage. At the initial stage of a master, a full force attack would be no weaker than that of a Qi refinement stage 6 cultivator without a magical artifact. Given such a level of formation mastery, could it be that her husband is a formation master? Previously, she only knew that Su Mingxian had studied formation arts, but was unaware of his specific level. Now, by observing a glimpse of his abilities, she realized his mastery of formations was extraordinary, possibly at a master level. Fortunately, my Zhou family is already allied with them, otherwise the future would be uncertain. Zhou Zongni, coming from the Zhou family and having been meticulously trained, still cared about her own family even after marrying into the Su family. More than half a month passed in a hurry. Su Mingyuan had been studying the basics of talisman crafting for nearly a month. He finally began formally crafting talismans. Elder Ming Yuan, the key to talisman crafting is to keep your mind calm. You must remain composed at all times. Even if there is a mistake during the drawing process, your hand must be steady like Mount Tai without any ripples. During this time, Lu Feng kept repeating this. Su Mingyuan had already eliminated distractions, seemingly not hearing Lu Feng's words, taking the talisman brush and starting to draw a fireball talisman on the talisman paper. He had previously practiced writing with an ordinary brush multiple times, being able to replicate perfectly. However, when he truly attempted to craft a talisman, he discovered it was not that simple. With each stroke it felt as though an invisible resistance was obstructing him. Threads of divine sense power continuously flowed through the talisman brush, converging at the tip of the brush and infusing into every stroke of the talisman. Elder Mingyuan, I haven't finished speaking. Oh, why are you? Seeing Su Mingyuan completely focused on the talisman drawing, Lu Feng immediately fell silent, observing seriously, and then was secretly amazed. Having drawn more than half, he actually made no mistakes at all. There is no distinction among the same type of talismans. Inferior talismans are inferior, and superior talismans are superior. Therefore, a talisman must be drawn perfectly without any mistakes. The grade of a talisman is similar to that of a magical artifact, only representing the power it embodies. The same applies to formations. Only in alchemy do the same type of pill have variations in quality. Different levels contain different effects. I didn't expect Elder Mingyuan to be a talisman genius. The Su family truly has many talented individuals. The elder is a master alchemist, and Su Delying is known for her extraordinary talent in artifact crafting. In the future, she will certainly become a master craftsman. Elder Su Mingxian independently manages the formation hall and oversees all formations for the Su family. It seems his mastery of formations is also impressive. And now another Su Mingyuan has emerged. With alchemy artifacts, formations is the Su family collecting skills. Lu Feng smiled, but that's normal. Oh, every family will vigorously develop various arts of cultivation. It's just a pity that geniuses are hard to come by, and cultivating masters is difficult. If his family knew, they would be envious beyond measure. What the Su family currently lacks is a foundation establishment cultivator. As long as one emerges, they are likely to quickly rise to the third tier or even the second tier. As for the first tier, Lu Feng didn't dare to imagine. After all, in a millennium, the Wei Kingdom has never seen an increase or decrease in first-tier families. There were some mistakes. Oh, what a pity. Another mistake. Wait, what's the pity? Elder Mingyuan has only drawn talismans for the first time, and it's already close to perfect. Lu Feng recalled his own initial attempts at talisman crafting, where he made mistakes within just a few strokes. After a moment, Su Mingyuan stopped and looked at the talisman, which had no fluctuations of spiritual energy, slightly furrowing his brow. Lu Feng immediately smiled and pointed out, Elder Mingyuan, you have a mistake here and there are a total of 6 minor flaws. But I believe that with your talent, Elder Mingyuan, with more practice, in less than 2 or 3 days, you will surely succeed in drawing a low-grade talisman. However, drawing talismans consumes a lot of divine sense. Your cultivation level is low, so it's best to rest for a while and practice later. Thank you, Dao friend Lu, for pointing out the mistakes. Su Mingyuan clasped his fists. Then he continued to start the next one. Lu Feng shook his head slightly, secretly sighing. Not listening to the advice of predecessors will lead to losses in the present. The divine sense of a chi refinement stage for cultivator is still too weak. If divine sense is overconsumed, the cultivator will faint as well. Alright, I'll wait until he feels strained before stopping him. 1 talisman, 2 talismans, 3 talismans. As Su Mingyuan crafted talisman after talisman, he gradually became accustomed to that resistance and pressure. With each one, the mistakes were decreasing. On the 6th attempt, Su Mingyuan actually crafted a low-grade fireball talisman. Lu Feng's eyes nearly popped out. Not only because Su Mingyuan succeeded in drawing a low-grade talisman in just 6 attempts, but also because a chi refinement stage for cultivator could continuously draw 6 times. Moreover, each time it was nearly drawn perfectly. The consumption of divine sense was much greater than giving up halfway upon discovering mistakes. Is this really a chi refinement stage 4? Or am I actually a fake chi refinement stage 6? Seeing the spiritual energy flowing on the surface of the talisman, Su Mingyuan knew he had succeeded. Though sweat beaded on his forehead, his hand holding the brush remained steady as an old pine, his complexion not pale, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Indeed, my father is full of foresight. With 6 successful attempts, I can consider myself somewhat talented at talisman crafting now. I still have nearly half of my divine sense left, so let's continue drawing a few more. Crafting talismans requires practice, and practice makes perfect. If Lu Feng knew what Su Mingyuan was thinking, he would probably spit blood on the spot. Seeing Su Mingyuan wanting to continue, Lu Feng immediately stopped him, saying, Elder Mingyuan, if you keep going, your divine sense will dry up, and you will faint right there. This is not beneficial for you. Dry up? How is that possible? Su Mingyuan then recalled his apparent cultivation level of only Qi refinement stage 4 and smiled, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, Dao friend Lu. I just succeeded in crafting a talisman and my spirit is a bit lifted. Now that I've calmed down, I do feel a bit tired." He planned to practice again when he returned home. Lu Feng revealed an expression of "that's more like it." Su Mingyuan said, "Actually, Dao friend Lu must be curious why I can continuously craft so many talismans. The truth is our Su family has rare pills that enhance divine sense. Dao friend Lu should know how precious these pills are for cultivators practicing cultivation arts. I can guarantee that as long as you continue to wholeheartedly serve our Su family, you will also have the opportunity to obtain such pills. Pills that enhance divine sense. I can also get some. Our Su family never treats those who wholeheartedly dedicate themselves poorly. Although these pills are valuable, as long as the contributions are sufficient, there will naturally be an opportunity for them to be granted. Furthermore, Dao friend Lu, you are currently at the late stage of Qi refinement stage 6. If you can reach the peak of Qi refinement stage 6, you can directly receive a high-grade breaking barrier pill to help you break through to Qi refinement stage 7. Of course, this pill would be granted in advance, but you would need to accumulate family contribution points to make up for it after your breakthrough. I believe that after Dao friend Lu breaks through to the late stage of Qi refinement, your talisman crafting skills will definitely improve significantly. That's for sure. Lu Feng immediately said the increase in divine sense at the late stage of Qi refinement surpasses that from stage 5 to stage 6. With a stronger divine sense, not only will the number of talismans increase, but the success rate will also rise. Then Dao friend Lu, focus on honing your talisman crafting skills. I have matters to attend to today, so I will take my leave. Elder Mingyuan, take care. Lu Feng smiled and sent him off, clearly having swallowed the grand promises Su Mingyuan made for him, his eyes filled with anticipation. Su Mingyuan returned to the discipline hall. He continued to draw 5 or 6 talismans in succession, successfully crafting 2. After feeling the significant consumption of divine sense, he finally sat down to rest. After more than an hour, he resumed. As time passed, Su Mingyuan's success rate in talisman crafting stabilized at around 20 to 30%, which already qualifies him as an official talisman maker. In just a few days, his success rate for drawing fireball talismans will surely surpass that of Lu Feng. Of course, this is only for fireball talismans. There are many other talismans he needs to learn from Lu Feng. By having him point out mistakes, it can greatly accelerate his speed in learning talisman crafting techniques. Su Mingyuan did not hide this and informed Su Chuan and Su Mingwei. Both were delighted for him. Su Mingwei was particularly surprised, as Su Mingyuan had only been studying talisman crafting for a short time. This is talent. If everyone took 3 to 5 years to draw their first talisman, wouldn't there be almost no talisman masters in the world? The same goes for other cultivation arts. Some can succeed in alchemy after just a few furnaces, while others take years to barely become an alchemist with slow improvements in their alchemy skills. Some may spend 20 to 30 years without being able to consistently refine mid-grade pills, let alone touch upon the realm of high-grade pills. Su Mingyuan nodded slightly. Father is right. I will not be arrogant, and will continue to delve deeper, aiming to add a talisman master to our Su family. I truly look forward to 20 years from now, with our Su family's alchemy artifacts and formations all overseen by master-level individuals, ensuring that every family descendant is equipped with pills, talismans, formation plates, and magical artifacts, surely overshadowing other families. Su Mingwei's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with anticipation. In a cultivation family, the disparity in spells and inheritance is not significant. Without special talents, they can only rely on external resources to gain an advantage. Of course, combat experience in battles must also be emphasized. This applies to both martial artists and cultivators. After more than half a month of nurturing, Su Deheng continued practicing the innate 5 elements transformation technique and would also take shifts at the discipline hall every day. The children had their wet nurses to care for them. Zhang Wanking's side was the same. Naturally, they would accompany the children at night. Time flew by, and 3 months passed quickly. Soon it was once again time for the annual tax collection. Before this, the Su family had released a significant amount of Huangliang rice and blood rice in the market, and indeed several families purchased them. The price was double that of previous years. But it was better than when the envoy from the imperial city arrived demanding 10 times the resources or spirit stones in compensation. The Yuan family, Huang family, Lu family, and others were somewhat incredulous. Logically speaking, due to pest damage, every family's spiritual rice suffered serious losses except for the Zhou family's vast spiritual fields, which might still have a considerable amount of spiritual rice to sell. But how could the Su family manage this? Did they also have thousands of acres of spiritual fields? The Yuan family took the opportunity to sow discord, suggesting that perhaps the Su family orchestrated this pest disaster. Several 5th and 6th tier Qi refinement families went to the Zhou family, wanting them to seek justice. If the family heads have evidence, feel free to present it. If not slandering without basis, do you wish to provoke another war among the families of Yuehu County? Haven't the injuries from the previous years been painful enough? Brother Zhou, you misunderstand. We only seek verification. If it is indeed the Su family's doing, how could we accept such humiliation? Your Zhou family also purchased the so-called pest control medicine, right? Zhou Xiaoyuan furrowed his brow slightly and said lightly, the Su family is not so despicable. But this is also just hearsay. The Yuan family head said it would be troublesome if you could have the Su family members come and clarify. Zhou Xiaoyuan shook his head. My Zhou family will not get involved in this matter, but in 7 days it will be tax collection day. Elder Su will surely be present, and at that time you may inquire as you wish. However, the consequences thereafter will be borne by your families. I've said all I need to say. The Su family has been developing more rapidly in recent years. Zhou Xiaoyuan has gathered considerable information. Besides the county, city, and market, Su family businesses have also appeared in various towns. The scale of their operations shocked the Zhou family. Normally, Zhou family would not let any other family go unchecked. However, the Su family had signed an alliance with the Zhou family. Unless the Su family abandoned Su Chuan's potential, it would not pose any threat to the Zhou family. Su Chuan was as important to the Su family as Zhou Qingfang was to the Zhou family. The Zhou family's ancestor had long made it clear that the Su family was not to be trifled with, and the Zhou family just needed to refrain from interference. Zhou Xiaoyuan took a sip of tea and pondered secretly, why do other families always seek to find fault with the Su family? Is it out of jealousy? Their vision is just so limited. Moreover, if everyone were like Su Chuan, there would be no place for the Zhou family in Yuehu County. Since Brother Zhou has spoken to this extent, we will not insist further. Rest assured, Brother Yuan, my Zhou family's words carry weight. I shall take my leave now. Among these noble families, some may truly have doubts, but others are eyeing the Su family, especially the Yuan family. This recent pestilence has exposed the Su family's flaws, and it has allowed the Zhou family to agree not to interfere. As long as he can connect with enough families, he does not believe that they cannot swallow such a newly established qi-refining family as the Su family. The pills and magical artifacts flowing from the Su family's business have indeed caught the Yuan family's attention. Alone, the Yuan family might not dare to provoke this young tiger lightly. After all, Su Mingwei's strength has been witnessed by many families. To stop or even kill him, it would require at least 3 qi-refining level 9 cultivators, and they would all need high-quality defensive magical artifacts for protection. Yuan family. In the conference hall, an elder in the late stage of qi refining asked, Master, are we truly going to move against the Su family? From the Su family's business, their foundation is indeed not shallow. It is not shallow, but the Su family has only a little over 10 cultivators, and even with the recent recruitment of 3 loose cultivators, they definitely do not reach 20. Most of them are early to mid-stage cultivators, and now is the best time to take down the Su family. With Su Chuan a master alchemist, even if they use pills to bolster their ranks, they can elevate all of Su family's cultivators to the late stage of qi refining. If we do not eliminate them, now the Yuan family might not even be able to shake them. Moreover, how do you know that the Su family is not watching our Yuan family? Aside from the 2 spiritual energy nodes controlled by the Zhou family, our Yuan family's territory has the most abundant spiritual energy. Have you forgotten how many families have fallen or even been exterminated due to disputes over spiritual energy? After 1 or 2 decades, do you expect all the elders to willingly hand over our Yuan family's territory? Everyone fell silent. Many felt that the head of the Yuan family had a point. The Su family's recent actions clearly reveal their ambitions. Would the Zhou family leave the Su family unregulated? An elder asked. The head of the Yuan family sighed. If I am not mistaken, the 2 families must have privately made a pact to not interfere with each other. Is the Zhou family willing to do this? Let us not forget that Su Chuan is a master of alchemy, far surpassing Zhou's son, and it is only reasonable for him to offer conditions that the Zhou family cannot refuse, which I suspect involves that foundational cultivator from the Zhou family. If that is the case, any family would be willing. As long as the Zhou family's old ancestor grows stronger, the Zhou family can become more prosperous and even have the chance to cultivate the next foundational cultivator, thereby extending the status of a hegemonic family. What the elder said is indeed correct, the head of the Yuan family said. If the Su family wishes to advance further, they will have to change to a territory with more abundant spiritual energy, otherwise it will be detrimental to the future cultivation of their family members. Many elders were persuaded by his words and agreed to attack the Su family. However, this matter must be treated with caution. We must slowly plan and gather enough allies, otherwise, due to your actions, the Yuan family might face great peril. That is natural, the head of the Yuan family said solemnly. I will not allow the Yuan family to fall into danger with our hundreds of years of foundation destroyed in an instant. Having anticipated that the Su family would eventually strike against the Yuan family naturally would not sit idly by. The struggle for territory is almost a fight to the death, unless there is a family willing to cede territory. However, the Yuan family cannot covet Dongxi. Only the Yuan family can give up their own territory. Yet the Yuan family has occupied this spiritual energy node, managing it for 200 to 300 years. How could they possibly relinquish it? 7 days later, various Qi refining families gathered once again at the Zhou family's Qinghua platform. This time it was still Su Chuan who attended. The Zhou family had not even changed the seating arrangement. After Su Chuan took his seat, Zhou Xiaoyuan communicated with him through sound transmission. Brother Su, many families, including the Yuan Huang and Lu family, suspect that the recent pestilence is related to the Su family. Is there any truth to this? Brother Zhou, you are joking. My Su family clearly helped various families defend against the pestilence and merely charged a reasonable fee for it, right? After all, my Su family has never forced any family to buy our pest repellent solution. I naturally believe in the Su family, but it seems these families are unwilling. You should be careful later. My Zhou family has already made it clear to them that we will not interfere in this matter. Of course, if they want to harm you, Brother Su, on my Zhou family's territory, we will not allow that either. Thank you for the warning. After about half an hour, the same magical artifact flying boat arrived from afar and hovered above Qinghua platform. This time the Imperial City Envoy was not the same as last time, but that foundational elder was the same. The flow of envoys was like water, while the foundational cultivator was steadfast. The Imperial City Envoy said little and immediately had the guards start collecting taxes upon arrival, clearly just going through the motions. Each family submitted their spiritual rise from the past 2 years, having the shadow of last year's incident looming over them. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the process was completed. Not bad. It seems that after last year's lesson, everyone has settled down. The Imperial City Envoy casually remarked before returning to the flying boat with others. In the next moment, they sped away, leaving a long trail of azure light. Master Zhou, the tax collection is finished, and we should take our leave. However, before that, I Yuan have a matter I wish to verify with you, Taoist Su. Su Chuan smiled lightly and said, Master Yuan, you are too polite. Please ask whatever you wish. Su Chuan sipped his spiritual tea, his expression calm. As everyone knows, this year the Mo Ming Lake County inexplicably experienced a pestilence that caused heavy losses to various families, nearly preventing them from gathering this year's spiritual tax. And as far as I know, in the entire Mo Ming Lake County, only Su Mingzhu from your Su family is skilled in beast taming. Despite the enormous losses suffered by all the families, even the Zhou family, your Su family, seems to have been untouched by the disaster. In fact, not long ago, your Su family business was selling large quantities of spiritual rice. Many family heads turned to Su Chuan, showing expressions of doubt. Su Chuan set down his teacup, narrowing his eyes at the head of the Yuan family. Are you suspecting my Su family? Does your Yuan family have any evidence? If not, can I assume this is a provocation from your Yuan family towards mine? Taoist Su, do not misunderstand. It is just that the recent events are far too coincidental, making it impossible not to suspect. As long as you provide evidence proving that it was not the Su family, we will all apologize. Indeed, the head of the Huang family echoed. Several heads of 6th grade Qi refining families joined in. A mere apology cannot suffice to tarnish my Su family's reputation. What does Taoist Su propose? The head of the Yuan family asked. You must formally come to my Su family to apologize and pay an additional 500 spirit stones. If this matter is settled, then I Su will let it go. Otherwise, every person who pointed fingers at my Su family today will be remembered. 500 spirit stones per family. The head of the Yuan family's pupils constricted slightly, and he said lightly, my Su family has quite the appetite. If the Su family were to succeed, wouldn't they instantly acquire 7 or 8 high-quality magical artifacts? It can also be compensated with high-quality magical artifacts or equivalent spiritual herbs, beast materials. As for pills, you family's alchemists should not bring them before my Su family to embarrass themselves. Su Chuan surveyed the crowd, saying, Is there anyone who still has doubts? Feel free to step forward. Once the number is confirmed, I will provide you with evidence. The Yuan Lu and Huang families exchanged glances. Some heads of 6th grade families began to waver, and one said, Taoist Su, you misunderstand. Since you have said this, I naturally believe that this matter is not related to the Su family. I also believe it is not related to the Su family. Su Chuan thought with a cold smile, no matter when or where, there are always those who shift with the wind. Left were the 3 5th grade families. The head of the Lu family communicated through sound. Brother Yuan, what should we do now? I never expected Su Chuan to be so difficult. What was originally our threat has turned into him giving us trouble. 500 spirit stones is not too much, but also not too little. Just enough to make us feel the pinch, yet not impossible to come by. Indeed, it is a difficult position. The head of the Huang family also said, mainly the pest issue has already passed. Even if the Su family had problems, all might have been remedied by now. I think we should let this matter go today. What Brother Huang said makes sense. What do you think, brother Yuan? If you two withdraw, what can I do? Fight alone. All right, let it be as you both say. However, you both should feel the severity of the Su family now, right? They are still nestled in the countryside. As long as the Su family wishes to become a foundational family, they must have spiritual energy nodes. Aside from the 2 nodes occupied by the Zhou family, the spiritual energy in our 3 families' territories is the most abundant. The head of the Yuan family did not elaborate further and made his point. He believed that the Lu and Huang families would make a decisive choice. In fact, not just those 2 families, he would later seek to persuade several other 5th-grade families. He did not believe that the Su family, no matter how deep their foundation, could withstand the attack of 5 or 6 5th-grade families at once. The head of the Yuan family looked at Su Chuan and then cupped his fists with a slight smile. Daoist Su, perhaps we have truly misunderstood you. I Yuan personally apologize to you here. The heads of the Lu and Huang families also followed suit. My Su family is not petty. Since the 3 heads are so reasonable, we will let this matter rest. But do remember this lesson and do not suspect us without cause. Ha, certainly, the head of the Yuan family said with a broad smile, and then clasped his fists to Zhou Shun. Brother, Zhou, we shall take our leave now. Take care, no need to see us off. Zhou Xiaoyuan also clasped his fists. As the head of the Yuan family turned around, his expression suddenly darkened, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his lips as he stepped away on his sword. Sichuan, I wonder how long your Su family can remain arrogant. One by one, the heads of the Qi refining families departed, leaving only Su Chuan and Zhou Xiaoyuan behind. Zhou Xiaoyuan stepped forward to stand beside Su Chuan, his gaze also fixed on those leaving. Yuan Qinggang is not among the most talented of the Yuan family's past heads, but he is of above-average ability. He is cautious and careful in his work, able to bend and stretch, but his character often carries cunning and ruthlessness. I fear that the Su family has completely offended the Yuan family this time. I see signs that the Huang and Lu families may be forming an alliance with the Yuan family. After a moment of hesitation, he then asked, do you need my Zhou family's assistance? Su Chuan looked at Zhou Sheyin, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. If my Su family were truly an unremarkable clan, even the Yuan family would find it difficult to persuade other families to join us. However, ever since my Su family acquired 30% of the Su family's resources, all the seeds of disaster have been sown. Even if my Su family publicly states that we have no plans to scheme against the spiritual energy nodes around the county city, no one would believe it. Hearing this, Zhou Shaoan's lips twitched slightly, his mind filled with points of contention. The development was so rapid, yet they often brought out high-grade pills and superior artifacts for trade. My Zhou family does not possess such arrogance. Furthermore, our business spans the entire county city and various other towns. What does this signify? A discerning I would easily understand. If it were not for my Zhou family's ancestor establishing an oath and signing a pact with you, my Zhou family would have taken action long ago. Su Chuan seemed to see through his thoughts, smiling as he clasped his fists. In these years, thanks to the deterrence of the Zhou family, my Su family has managed to endure several years of stability, which is already sufficient. Do you truly have confidence in your Su family? Zhou Shaoan's expression was extremely grave. He could foresee at least 3 fifth-rank families joining forces against the Su family. Even more than that. However, if the Su family were to emerge victorious, their resources and foundation would indeed rival that of the Zhou family. What they lack are merely the number of cultivators and those in the foundation establishment stage. Of course, with the Shuzhou Pact in place, the Zhou family would indeed be pleased to have such a strong ally. Su Chuan smiled, silently pointing to the sky. Let's go. Su Chuan placed his hands behind his back and departed on his sword. Who knows? Zhou Xiaoyuan muttered. He had mentioned today's events to Zhou Qingfang, who smiled and said, no need to interfere. In the end, Zhou Xiaoyuan dismissed his doubts, allowing the Zhou family to become spectators in this chaos among the families. A few days later, the heads of the Huang and Lu families contemplated the words of the Yuan family, had their hearts filled with worry. If the Su family truly aims to seize the spiritual energy nodes, they will naturally target the Yuan family. However, the Yuan family's strength and foundation are indeed far superior to those of the other fifth-rank families and are not easily provoked. If they were in the Su family's position, they might have targeted either the Huang or Lu family. Their clan's spiritual energy is also quite acceptable. However, without the Su family's intervention, they cannot guess which family the Su family will ultimately strike. This is akin to a sharp sword hanging over their heads, causing sleepless nights. After a clan meeting, both the Huang and Lu families agreed to ally with the Yuan family. The heads of the 3 families all swore an oath to act in concert against the Su family. Brother Huang, brother Lu, the Su family's foundation has never been revealed to others, but based on the resources from Zhus business, it seems to be even deeper than my Yuan families. In these years, the Su family has absorbed quite a bit from the Su family, so before we truly take action against the Su family, the 3 of us should persuade the other families more. As long as there are substantial benefits to be gained, I believe they will eventually be tempted. The head of the Liu family replied, Brother Yuan, are you being overly cautious? The combined number of latest-stage qi refinement cultivators from our three families exceeds the total number of cultivators in the Su family. Yuan Chenggang said sternly, This is a battle for the Tao. Preparing thoroughly is never excessive, and neither of you would want your families to face a crisis due to defeat, would you? The head of the Huang family nodded, addressing the head of the Liu family. Brother Liu Yuan is the most prudent. We should listen to him. The head of the Liu family slightly inclined his head. Yuan Chenggang said, It's not that I am cautious, but the Su family has this confidence. On the surface, the Su family has only recruited 3 loose cultivators, but what about behind the scenes? The Su family obtained 30% of the Su family's foundation, and with a master alchemist capable of consistently refining high-grade pills, which loose cultivator would refuse to join. If you two were loose cultivators, would you refuse? The two exchanged glances, both revealing bitter smiles and shaking their heads. Moreover, don't forget that the Su family has 2 geniuses, Su Mingwei and Su Mingxian. If they were to master quality artifacts, they would be exceedingly troublesome. Quality artifacts are precious. I can vouch that my Yuan family does not possess artifacts of that level. Neither does my Huang family. My Liu family also lacks such opportunities. But the Su family has at least 3 of them, Yuan Chenggang affirmed. Of course, the only one he could be certain of was the Xuanwu seal from the former head of the Su family, Su Yuanjia, and he mentioned this to stir the greed of the others. As for high-grade artifacts, there is Wu Mingxing with at least a dozen available. Otherwise, he wouldn't have released 1 or 2 to the market. As long as the materials flow continuously, high-grade artifacts will keep coming. My Huang family also once invited him, but unfortunately Wu Mingxing showed no interest. Yuan Chenggang chuckled. He even rejected the Zhou family. How could he possibly be interested in your Huang family? He must have been lured by the Su family with an irresistible promise. The head of the Liu family pondered. Are you suggesting that the Su family will assist Wu Mingxing in reaching the peak of qi refinement, then help him with foundation establishment? The Su family truly has grand ambitions. Even the Zhou family would not go to such lengths unless Wu Mingxing is a master artifact refiner. If he truly possessed such abilities, why would he remain in our Yuehu County? He could have long since sought refuge in the royal city with a first or second-rank family, or even with the royal Chao family. The head of the Huang family chuckled lightly. In any case, Yuan Chenggang said, in the short term it is unwise for us to take action. Waiting a year or 2 is acceptable. Once we have gathered enough families, we can be fully prepared to strike unexpectedly. All right, let's go with Brother Yuan's suggestion. Su Chuan returned from the Zhou family, already having a plan in mind. He did not conceal anything from Su Mingwei and the others, calling over Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, as well as Su Daijiao and Su Deliang. He informed them of this matter. After hearing Su Chuan's words, they all fell silent, their expressions grave. Each of them compared their own strengths with those of the Yuan, Liu, and Huang families, estimating the chances of victory. They naturally understood the advantages of the Su family, but the disadvantages were apparent as well, namely the number of personnel. This was precisely the advantage of the Yuan, Liu, and Huang families. They estimated that just in the latest qi refinement realm, the combined strength of the 3 families exceeded all of the Su family's cultivators. Father, while they have not yet made a move, I will visit each family and strike first. Su Mingwei deeply felt the threat of the 3 families joining forces, which unsettled him. Should a large-scale battle occur, losing even a single person from the Su family is something he does not wish to see. Eldest brother, I will accompany you, Su Mingzhu said, then turned to Su Mingxian. Mingxian, you should come as well. In case of any formations, we will need you to break through quickly. Su Mingxian glanced at Su Chuan and after some thought said, I will follow my father's arrangements. Eldest brother Mingzhu, do not be impulsive. Su Mingyuan said, this matter is not urgent. While we are wary of their combined forces, they are also cautious of my Su family. The 3 families would never want to engage in a mutually destructive conflict with my Su family, otherwise it would give them an opportunity to exploit. Thus, they will continue to wait, recruiting more families until they can eliminate my Su family with absolute certainty. This could take months or even a year and a half. Su Mingzhu said, then wouldn't it be better to act now, catching them off guard? Ant's words make sense, but I feel that many matters of the Su family are developing at full speed. Engaging in battle with the Yuan, Liu, and Huang families at this time would not be wise, at least not beneficial to the overall situation of my Su family. Hearing Su Dezio's words, Su Deliang also said, I agree with eldest brother. Father, I am currently immersed in artifact research and cannot afford to concern myself with conflicts involving the Yuan, Liu, and Huang families. Su Mingzhu looked at Su Mingxian and said, Third brother, you have the sharpest intuition. Please speak up. Su Mingxian smiled wryly. Mingzhu's second brother has also said that this matter will certainly take months or even a year and a half to unfold. I cannot intuit the distant future's fortunes or misfortunes. Su Chuan with his eyes closed sat calmly, quietly listening to their debate. Su Mingyuan with his keen observations was the first to notice Su Chuan's unusual demeanor. The Su family has been developed by my father, and he should be the one most concerned for the Su family. Is he already confident, or is he still waiting for us to reach a conclusion? After considering, he clasped his fists and said to Su Chuan, "Please, father, make a decision." Upon hearing this, everyone clasped their fists towards Su Chuan. "Please, father lord, make a decision." Su Chuan opened his eyes, glancing around with a faint smile. "You all haven't reached any conclusions yet, and now you want me to make a decision." Su Mingyuan said, "Currently we have 3 conclusions. First, to strike the Yuan, Lu, and Huang families early and catch them off guard. Second, to use Dongxi as a trap, waiting for them to come to us, and using the formation to defeat them. Third, to prioritize family development and find ways to turn weapons into peace." "Are these the only 3? Su Chuan said lightly. "Father, what else could there be?" Su Mingzhu asked in confusion. "Are none of these 3 to your liking, father?" Su Mingwei began to ponder. Silence filled the room. After a moment, Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan almost simultaneously thought of something, their eyes brightening. They were about to speak at the same time, but realized the other had something to say as well. "Second brother, you go ahead." "No, eldest brother, you speak first." Su Mingwei nodded and looked at Su Chuan, saying, "Fourth, we could let them turn against each other, dogs biting dogs. But this is quite difficult." "Indeed," Su Mingyuan said, "eldest brother, and I share the same thought. Since the 3 families have joined forces, they will undoubtedly establish an oath. At least in dealing with our Su family, they will act in concert. It would be challenging to use interests to divide them." Su Chuan smiled. "At least your minds have not clouded. You all still have much to learn from your eldest brother and second brother." He then turned to Su Dezhao, saying, "Dezhao, your overall perspective is improving. At this time, conflict is indeed detrimental to the overall development of my Su family. As for Delying, focus on your artifact research. You don't need to worry about these matters." Su Delying felt slightly embarrassed, saying, "Father, I was just speaking carelessly. If the family truly faced danger, how could I only think of myself?" "Rest assured, father is not comforting you," Su Chuan said kindly. "If you achieve mastery in artifact research, it would be the most beneficial for the Su family. Regardless of whether it's alchemy, artifact refining, or anything else, when one's skills reach a certain level, they can single-handedly support a family. Look at me, I am a living example." Su Delying pondered this and clasped his fists, saying, "I will not disappoint your expectations, father." Father favors the 4th option the most, but how should we differentiate them? Su Mingyuan looked at Su Chuan while still pondering how to proceed. Su Chuan smiled as he surveyed the crowd. "Do you all want to know?" "Yes," Su Mingshu replied. The others nodded as well. "This will be left for you as a topic for discussion. Deling doesn't need to be considered. Mingshu, your mind may not be sufficient for this, so focus on nurturing your spirit insects and tiger cubs instead. Remember to cultivate the descendants of the Qinghua eagle and have those 3 brothers hurry up." Father, why are you urging a day air and a san like mother does? How can it be the same? You at least watch them grow up. Their reproduction is natural. Are you going to confine them by your side for a lifetime?" "All right, daughter, will do as you say." Su Mingshu was left speechless again. Su Chuan smiled and said, "A new era for the Su family is about to arrive. This will also serve as the head of the family's assessment." Assessment of the head of the family. Upon hearing this, Su Mingxian immediately said, "Father, then I will withdraw. Your temperament truly isn't suitable for being the head of the family, but you must honestly think about this matter." Su Mingxian hung his head, clasped his hands, and said, "Yes, father." "Mingxian, you can also think about it, but the focus should still be on the formation path." "I understand, my son." Biased, Su Mingxian muttered. "You can speak a little louder if you want," Su Chuan replied lightly. "What? Father, I mean your arrangements are truly too reasonable." Hearing this, everyone smiled. 3 days from now, I will call you all back." Su Chuan said, "You all can go back now." Son grandson takes his leave. Su Mingyuan returned and spent half a day sorting through the current foundations and trump cards of the Su family. The alliance of the Yuan, Lu, and Huang families poses a certain threat to the Su family, but in reality the threat is not significant. The Su family's protective formation is a second-tier upper-grade 4-symbol celestial array, which serves not only as a defensive formation, but also has offensive capabilities. Even those in the early stages of foundation establishment could be killed if they charged in. If the 3 families truly attacked the Su family's territory, they would definitely return without success. Moreover, in addition to this second-tier upper-grade formation, there is also a first-tier defensive formation, and later Su Mingxian comprehended the inheritance of the formation path and set up a first-tier upper-grade trapping formation. It could be said to be fraught with danger. However, very few people in the Su family are aware of these foundations. They would only be revealed in the event of a true crisis, and the alliance of the 3 families is clearly not enough. Differentiation, how should it be differentiated? Suddenly Su Mingyuan's eyes burst with brilliance as he slapped his head, and then laughed heartily. I am truly foolish priding myself on reading people's hearts, yet I only realize such a simple matter at this moment. Father is still superior. Since when did this start? The pest problem establishing the family, or was it when my Sioux family surfaced in Uele County? Su Mingyuan spent half a day coming to understand, then he continued to handle matters of the discipline hall or check the information returned by the secret department. After finishing, he practiced the technique of making talismans alone. Currently, besides the Fireball Talisman, he has also learned the Ice Spear Talisman and the Earth-type Defensive Talisman. Compared to the former, the latter is indeed much more difficult. For the Ice Spear Talisman, Su Mingyuan spent 9 attempts before successfully drawing the first one, while he made mistakes 13 times for the Earth-type Defensive Talisman. After raising the success rate of the Ice Spear Talisman and the Earth-type Defensive Talisman by more than 50%, he planned to learn the Divine Movement Talisman, Transmission Talisman, Windblade Talisman, and Goldsword Talisman among the remaining low-grade talismans. Low-grade talismans are very cheap, costing only 1 spirit stone for 3 to 5 pieces in the market. Of course, their materials are also quite inexpensive. Transactions for low-grade talismans usually occur one by one. In contrast, medium-grade talismans are more expensive, with each costing 5 to 6 spirit stones. As for upper-grade talismans, it's quite normal for them to be priced at 60 to 70 spirit stones. Moreover, in the Uele market, medium-grade talismans are rarely seen, let alone upper-grade talismans, which might not be seen for years. After all, upper-grade talismans are powerful, even stronger than the explosive power of upper-grade magical tools, and are usually kept as a last resort, only to be used in critical moments. Nearly 2 days passed. Su Mingwei finally understood why Su Chuan's words conveyed such a simple meaning. His expression showed no signs of worry at all. The 3 families' alliance should be approached with caution. Even the Zhou family must be careful. Father, you really lack enthusiasm. You've set traps for us brothers. Understanding the reasoning behind it, Su Mingwei no longer focused on it and devoted himself to cultivation. He had reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, just a step away from the full completion of Qi refinement. Perhaps he would break through before the annual festival or after it. No later than within 2 months, the outcome would surely be revealed. Su Mingxian had also come to a similar understanding, but he only realized it after listening to his son Su Deheng. He had also casually mentioned this matter to Su Deheng while feeling bored. Su Deheng looked very serious upon hearing it, just as they had when they first learned about it. After all, the Yuan Lu and Huang families are all established 5th-grade families, with the Yuan family being the second cultivation family in the county apart from the Zhou family. Father, why are the 3 families forming an alliance? I can't understand what conflict exists between my Su family and the 3 families. Please enlighten me, Father. Well, that's certainly. Su Mingshuan's voice suddenly stopped, and he muttered to himself. Indeed, why are the 3 families forming an alliance? Previously, there was no conflict. The only conflict is. But the Su family cannot. Father, what are you talking about? Why is it so vague? You don't need to worry about that. However, you have been of help, and it has awakened me. What 3 families forming an alliance? This is clearly a verbal trap. Su Deheng still didn't understand. Although he was clever, he didn't know much about the Su family's foundations and was not very clear about external matters. Trying to deduce all the details from this is impossible. Su Mingxian patted his head. Don't think too much. This matter has nothing to do with you. The alliance of the 3 families is nothing but a group of weaklings. How the Su family should develop is still how it should be, and we don't need to pause for them. All right, Father. Su Deheng felt a bit frustrated. When a conversation is cut off midway, it's truly maddening. Am I being too low-key? The true power center of the Su family, while it may have many matters, responsibilities, and burdens, will not be kept in the dark about everything. As for Su Mingshu, she thought for a moment, but seemed to find nothing, so she simply threw this question to Xiaobai and the 3 Qinghua eagles. Xiaobai thought hard and shed a lot of white fur. The Qinghua eagle was nearly bald. Su Mingshu felt sorry for them and let them go. Su Mingshan didn't delve too deeply into it. He was just as Su Chuan had said. After a little thought, he abandoned it and focused on comprehending the inheritance of the formation. For him, this matter is the most important. It can also bring the greatest help to the Su family. Finally, there was Su Dezhao. He only figured it out on the evening of the 3rd day. I wonder how Father's 2nd uncle and 3rd uncle are doing. Have they thought it through? Su Dezhao was somewhat excited. Husband, what's wrong? Why are you so excited? Of course I'm excited because my Su family is about to develop further. For my Su family, a new era is about to arrive. Perhaps it's the same for Uele County. Shun Qingyi didn't quite understand this and smiled gently. Husband, it's time to rest. Su Daizhao glanced at her as she had just finished bathing. Droplets of water still clinging to her snow-white skin, her cheeks slightly flushed. Like a water lily, she was truly lovable. Madam, you are beautiful. Su Dezhao was unsure if it was due to his previous excitement that he was restless for half the night. Only then did the 2 embrace and fall asleep. The next morning, everyone gathered in Su Chuan's quiet room. Su Chuan looked up at the crowd and already had an idea in his heart. Su Mingyuan felt the same way. After sitting down, he transmitted a message to Su Mingwei and Su Mingxuan saying, Elder Brother Mingxuan, a new era in Yuelake County is about to arrive, and our Su family should also have a new atmosphere. I see that Dezhao seems quite confident. Su Mingwei replied, It's time to choose a successor. Previously, father let me act as a temporary one. Dezhao has strong talent, good strength, and among the siblings he has high prestige and also possesses a broad perspective, making him a good candidate. The three elders immediately reached a consensus and yielded the position to Su Dezhao. The 3 days are up, you all speak up, who will go first? Su Chuan looked around at the crowd. Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, and Su Mingxian pondered with their heads down. Su Mingshu was making faces, Su Mingxian was meditating, and Su Deling was eager to try. Su Dezhao remained observant and secretly delighted. Mingshu, why are you making faces? Nothing. Su Mingshu transmitted a message to Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan seeking answers, but unfortunately no one paid attention, leaving her quite frustrated. Is this a blocked signal? Deling, if you have something to say, then you should go first. Yes, grandfather, then I will embarrass myself. Su Deling said, I believe that since the Yuan, Lu, and Huang families can form an alliance and pull in other families, then our Su family can as well. In terms of top resources, our Su family far surpasses those 3 families. Everyone pursues profit, the heads of the other families will surely be tempted, and we could even spend some cost to enlist the Zhou family. As long as our strength is great, the alliance of the Yuan, Lu, and Huang families will collapse without a fight. Using a grand momentum to pressure them is good, but if the 3 families do not take action, how could our Su family allow its resources to be handed over to the other families just to gain support? It seems rather wasteful. Su Chuan commented. What father said is true. Those Qi refinement families have been entrenched in the county for at least a couple of centuries. Their relationships are complex, and there are many spies. Each family also intermarriages with each other. If something stirs, they are likely to withdraw, while the resources our Su family can offer, even if not all at once, must be given in part, otherwise it would be hard to convince those families. These resources will ultimately only become their family's foundation. Su Mingwei said lightly, Deling, you are still a bit one-sided in your thinking. Deling has learned. Thank you for the guidance, father, Su Deling said, cupping his hands to Su Mingwei. Is there anyone else? Su Chuan asked again. Seeing that his father and the other elders had no intention of speaking, Su Dezhao thought for a moment and said, Grandfather, I would like to share my opinion as well. Su Chuan slightly nodded. Actually, the alliance of the 3 families is not merely 3 families. Throughout the time since my Su family emerged, the biggest conflict has been with the Yuan family. Su Dezhao's lips curled into a smile and confidence flashed in his eyes as he slowly said, Our Su family has taken 30% of resources, seizing the benefits from the Yuan family, and intermarried with the Zhou family, stealing the limelight from the Yuan family. Originally, the Su family was destroyed, and the Yuan family should have been the second largest family in Yuelake County, but our Su family suddenly emerged, causing them displeasure. It was only because of the Shuzhou intermarriage that they felt apprehensive. Hence, the Yuan family made trouble during our Su family's ascension celebration. For a moment, we should have retaliated, but grandfather handled it by stopping it, and I thought at the time that it was for the greater good of the Su family. After all, at that time, the Su family had just become a cultivation family. If we had exploded into war with the Yuan family, it would have been too arrogant and domineering. Yet now I understand my grandfather's other intention, which is to lull the Yuan family into complacency. Until the pest problem arose, all families suffered huge losses in their spirit fields, while only our Su family did not. We even developed a pest repellent solution, selling it at high prices to other families, causing many families to harbor resentment towards our Su family. Additionally, the arrangements of the Su family business and the emergence of mid-grade pills and magical tools have stirred their greed. The business spread throughout Yuelake County, revealing our Su family's ambitions. This is what prompted the Yuan family to rush out, wanting to eliminate our Su family before we truly grow strong. Su Deling pondered and said, What about the Lu family and Huang family? They are just fools who fear our Su family and have been instigated by the Yuan family. Su Mingshu also asked, Earlier your second uncle mentioned that the 3 families might reach a private agreement pledging allegiance to advance and retreat together. Su Dezhao glanced at Su Chuan, then looked at Su Mingshu. And do you think it's possible for all 3 families to pledge allegiance? This is unlikely. The most probable one would be the head of the family. Exactly. The fate of one person is of lesser importance compared to the entire family. If you were to choose, Aunt, would you prefer to protect yourself or the family? Of course I would protect the family. Our Su family has come this far with great difficulty, though I haven't experienced it myself. But my parents raised me, and my brothers protected me. The family has given me a fertile ground for growth. The life and death of one person is insignificant compared to the family and the hundreds of thousands of clansmen. Su Dezhao smiled and said, if a person is devoted to the family regardless of which family, they share the same thoughts as you aunt. Therefore, whether the Yuan, Lu, and Huang families swear an oath to form an alliance or not is irrelevant. We only need to target the Yuan family, clearly telling the other two families, and using the pressure mentioned by Deling earlier to offer benefits enough to dismantle the alliance of the three families. And the benefits do not need to be tangible, just a verbal promise and a vision for a beautiful future will suffice. Su Mingxian smiled and said, second brother Dezhao has learned to paint big pictures like you. Are you secretly opening a private kitchen? What private kitchen? Speak less and listen more, observe more, and learn more. Su Mingyuan said lightly, also nodding in satisfaction at Su Dezhao's words. Listening to Dezhao, it seems that just a few words could really collapse the alliance of the three families, and our Su family wouldn't have to exert much effort at all. Su Mingshu smiled at Su Chuan. Father, is what Dezhao said what you were thinking? Su Chuan smiled and nodded. Su Mingshu continued, elder brother and the others didn't even think of this. It seems that the position of head of the family belongs to Dezhao. Aunt, you are overestimating Dezhao. Compared to you, father, and the uncles, he is still quite inexperienced and has much to learn. Modest. Su Mingshu patted his shoulder and said, in our Su family, those capable rise to the top, while the incompetent fall below. Don't you agree, father? It's rare for you to say something correct today. Su Chuan said with a faint smile as he looked at Su Dezhao, do you want to become the family head? Su Dezhao's gaze flickered toward his father Su Mingwei. No need to look at your father, just ask yourself if you are prepared to bear the heavy responsibility of being the family head. As the family head, you will know all the major and minor affairs of the Su family, including some things that are usually hidden from you young ones, as well as some more secretive matters. If there are significant issues in each hall, the family head must be informed before convening the council of elders for a family discussion. Regardless of which family, the family head is always one of the core figures representing the family's dignity. Su Dezhao fell silent, seemingly struggling internally, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the table beside him. The others remained silent. After a while, Su Dezhao suddenly stood up, the sunlight streaming through the window onto his face, causing his eyes to gleam with a golden light. He had practiced martial arts since childhood and was not of a frail build. He exuded a sense of security. His fists clenched tightly, his expression resolute. He had already made his decision. Grandfather, I want to be the family head. Please grant me this wish. Su Chuan smiled slightly, and Su Mingwei wore the same smile as everyone else. The smile carried a sense of satisfaction. Su Deling looked somewhat excited. In the other families, it was unheard of for someone not yet of age to inherit the position of family head. Most were in their 40s or 50s. After all, they were cultivators, and it was normal for the previous generation of family heads to hold power until their 80s or 90s. As for the next family head, it was often passed directly to an outstanding younger generation. Big brother inheriting from the father. Congratulations. Su Mingxian cupped his fists in congratulations. Dezhao is still quite young and will need your uncles to guide him. Father, are you truly willing to give up the position of family head? At your age, you are probably the youngest among the family heads of other families. Su Mingwei's eyes flashed with recognition as he smiled and said, indeed, but do not forget that our Su family has come from humble beginnings. I began serving as the family head when I was barely 20. Now, considering the time, it has been nearly 20 years. He glanced at Su Chuan and said, in fact, compared to the qualifications of the family head, our generation Mingyuan is actually more suitable. Thanks to my father's support and guidance, as well as Mingyuan's assistance, I have been able to gradually improve and adapt. He patted Su Mingyuan on the shoulder, and Su Mingyuan smiled in return. An immortal family life is short, and establishing a direct lineage is indeed the best. Cultivators can fly and traverse the earth, and those with great strength can even rival an entire family. Many families have experienced defections within their ranks. Thus, to lead them, one must choose someone who is trustworthy. Big brother, your conduct has earned our trust, and your strength is unrivaled within the family. Naturally, it should still be you. You always have so much to say to me. Su Mingwei smiled and pointed at him, then turned to Su Dezhao and said, your father prefers to fight, but at the request of your grandfather, I shall continue to hold the position of family head. Now that you are here, I can also pass the burden and focus on managing my martial hall in the future. So I was the one delaying you, right? Su Chuan teased. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Father, do not jest. Su Mingwei said helplessly. No more idle talk. It seems everyone present agrees to let Dezhao inherit the position of family head. Everyone nodded. He who wins the hearts of the people achieves twice the result with half the effort. Su Chuan said with a faint smile, do not let down your father and your uncle's expectations. Today they are all willing to yield their positions for you. What you say today they have already understood. Father, I did not. Su Mingxian said lightly. Do not undermine my authority. Su Chuan laughed and scolded. Father, is it not your own intention? We are just following your wishes. Su Mingyuan chuckled. Everyone seems to be getting restless. They all laughed heartily. On the first day after the year-end sacrifice, we will hold a ceremony to honor our ancestors. Ming Yuan remembered to convey this news to the heads of the subordinate families, as well as to the Changyang families, and also inform the Zhou family of the succession of the Su family head. I understand, Father. Luyan County, Chen family, from a change of family head. Is Su Daizhao, my virtuous nephew, going to succeed the position of family head? Chen Dainyu looked at the letter in his hand, his eyes flashing with surprise. It seems the main family is about to undergo significant changes. Currently, the Chen family is already the largest family in Luyan County. After all, besides Chen Dainyu, a latest-stage innate martial artist, there are also 3 innate experts. 2 of them are his offspring, and the other is a talented warrior they recruited who has now become an elder of the Chen family. Chen Dainyu has also arranged for his descendants to marry into their family to enhance the qualifications of the Chun family's descendants. The Bai family is similar. The Li family, however, is based in Xinjiang County. Apart from the Su family, the Li family is the foremost family in Xinjiang. With a mid-stage master martial artist stationed, one person can easily overwhelm an entire family. However, the Li family started from nothing, and their foundation is quite shallow. They also have a small number of clan members. If it weren't for Lier having given birth to 7 or 8 children, the Li family would have become a single-line inheritance. After all, it seems Li Ji is not keen on this. He has only 1 son and 1 daughter around the same age as Su Zhirong and the others. The Li family's martial fortunes are still decent. Whether it is Li Ji's children or his siblings, their martial arts qualifications are quite good. The 2 oldest have already entered the innate stage. The rest also have opportunities. Most of them marry at 17 or 18, the earliest being 16, and they all have already started to expand the Li family. In this regard, they did not follow Li Ji. Each has 3 to 5 beautiful wives, and their offspring are abundant. In 10 years, their number will likely surpass that of the Su family. As for the other families like Zhao Qiansun and Zhou, they are somewhat weaker, but still have 1 or 2 innate experts and many peak postnatal guards, ranking among the best in the county. The family head is one of the core figures of power. The change in the position of family head means a shift in the core of power. This relates to the futures of each family, hence they treat it with utmost caution. Of course, it may be different externally, but internally within the Su family the changes are not significant. The family head can decide minor matters and issues related to subordinate families, but major matters still need to go through the Council of Elders. This is a form of checks and balances. Su Mingwei seemed much more relaxed after shedding the burden of family head, feeling a sense of clarity. With this feeling, he immediately entered seclusion. After 5 or 6 days, Su Mingwei emerged from seclusion, finally reaching the perfected stage of qi refinement. 2 days later, after taking the Ascendant Spirit pill, his divine consciousness transformed, giving birth to his divine sense. The Zhou family benefited from breakthrough pills with over 20 people at the 9th level of qi refinement, yet only 6 or 7 have achieved perfection. Zhou Xiaoyuan was greatly surprised to learn that the Su family's head position was about to change. After all, Su Mingwei is still quite young. Even Su Chuan becoming head was normal. Now it is to be passed to a youth who has only recently come of age. The Su family's actions are indeed astonishing. I remember Su Dezhao is just a martial artist, right? Zhou Xiaoyuan furrowed his brows and said after a moment of thought, someone go summon Elder Zhou-san. Yes, family head. The guard at the door cupped his fists and immediately left. Not long after, Zhou-san entered the study and asked, family head, you called for me. Elder Zhou-san, the Su family has sent word that Su Mingwei is about to resign from the position of family head and pass it to his son Su Dezhao. Since the Su family has notified us, our Zhou family must also show some acknowledgement. Please, Elder Zhou-san, bring a congratulatory gift and visit on the first day of the first month to observe the ceremony. According to the letter, it will take place at the hour of the Chun. Zhou-san stroked his long beard and said, just in time, I am currently somewhat perplexed about refining the high-grade little true essence pill, and I'll take this opportunity to consult friend Su Chuan. High-grade. Zhou Xiaoan's expression brightened. Elder Zhou-sen's alchemical skills have improved significantly. Although the little true essence pill is not as good as the true essence pill, it is still a second-tier pill. Touching the high-grade bottleneck means you are likely to catch up to Su Chuan. Zhou-sun smiled and waved his hand. There has been progress, but catching up to friend Su is likely difficult. Even if both can refine second-tier high-grade pills, friend Su can almost quickly master nearly all second-tier pills and refine high-grade pills. I am far behind. Elder Zhou-sun, do not underestimate yourself. Once you can refine high-grade pills, you may participate in the tests held by the pill hall. If you pass, you can further your alchemical skills in the pill hall. Didn't Su Chuan make great strides after going to the pill hall? The pill hall. Zhou-sun murmured, let's discuss this later. Zhou Xiaoyuan nodded slightly. The day before the year-end sacrifice, the Su family held a grand assembly. Everyone reported on the results of the year. Wu Mingxing said Elder Wu Da and Wu Er can now refine medium-grade magical artifacts, and Wu San is also in the process of learning to refine medium-grade magical artifacts. Deling is exceptionally gifted. Her ability to refine low-grade magical artifacts puts even me to shame. Very well, Wu Da, Wu Er, and Wu Sen should each receive a high-grade barrier-breaking pill to encourage them to continue. Thank you, Elder. Wu Mingxing said, however, I attempted to refine 2 high-grade magical artifacts, but unfortunately both failed, wasting quite a bit of materials. Feeling deeply ashamed, I dared not continue. Please assign this task to Deling. I believe with her talent, she will surely be able to refine high-grade magical artifacts in the future. Chuan pondered for a moment and looked at Wu Mingxing. Refining high-grade magical artifacts is a significant matter. Deling indeed has the opportunity, but the time is too long. The Su family cannot afford to wait. After the assembly, I will assist you. Assist me. Wu Mingxing felt puzzled, but since Chuan had spoken, he could only believe him. Refining high-grade magical artifacts is a huge milestone for a craftsman. Anyone who can reach such a level of craftsmanship will be welcomed by the major foundation establishment families in the Great Way, including the Royal Chow family. They might even help him break through foundation establishment and delve into the refinement of top-tier magical artifacts. Wu Mingxing, as a loose cultivator, has already performed remarkably by touching the bottleneck of high-grade magical artifacts. Elder, I believe that in a few years my mastery of the formation path will surely improve significantly. Of course. How is the situation at the Talisman Hall now? In response to the Grand Elder, currently the Talisman Hall has welcomed the talented Elder Ming Yuan, which has greatly increased our production of talismans, and we should be able to sell them at the market. As for myself, my cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi refinement, and my success rate in drawing mid-grade talismans has improved somewhat compared to before. I appreciate your diligent guidance for Ming Yuan. Since you have reached the peak of the 6th level, there is no need to waste time at this level. The clan will grant you 2 high-grade barrier-breaking pills, and you must break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement in one go. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with joy, and his body trembled with excitement as he immediately clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, Grand Elder." Then Chuan looked at Wu Jin, asking, "How have you been at my Su family?" "Very comfortably. Oh, I am fortunate to have chosen the Su family. I heard from Mingwei that you have been teaching the disciples of the Battle Hall about combat experience. Your efforts are truly appreciated. As the chief instructor of the Battle Hall, this is my duty." Chuan nodded slightly, also promising, "Once you reach the 9th level bottleneck, you will receive a free pill for breaking through the bottleneck." "Thank you, Grand Elder." The rest was about some ordinary clan affairs. Su Mingyuan mentioned that many guards in the clan were stuck at the bottleneck of martial arts and unable to break through. There was also the matter of the head of the family changing. Afterwards, Chuan kept Wu Mingxing behind. "Grand Elder," Wu Mingxing clasped his fists and said, "Let's sit down and talk." "Yes." Chuan glanced at him and said lightly, "Now you are also at the late stage of the 9th level of Qi refinement, not far from reaching Qi refinement completion. Thanks to the Su family always providing high-grade gathering Qi pills. I don't know much about refining tools, but I understand that in anything belief is essential. The stronger the belief, the greater the chance of success. Therefore, Elder Wu, you must enhance your own belief." "Yes." Wu Mingxing sighed inwardly. This was easier said than done. Belief is profound. It cannot simply be repeated 1,000 times to make it a reality. It must arise from the heart. Wu Mingxing listened quietly. The path of the heart is equally mysterious, but is influenced by external affairs. Just like at this moment, Elder Wu has continuously failed and feels he has let down the Su family. If you were to refine again, now I dare say you would definitely fail again, and even the success rate of refining high-grade artifacts would decrease. Wu Mingxing nodded slightly. His current state was indeed a bit poor. But you will be influenced by failure and will also gain great belief due to your own foundation. Saying this, Chuan clapped his storage bag and took out a porcelain bottle, handing it to Wu Mingxing, saying, "This is a high-grade Divine Mind pill. There are 3 inside." High-grade Divine Mind pill. Wu Mingxing's eyes widened in disbelief. He had naturally heard of it over the years in the Su family, but this pill was extremely rare, and even core members of the Su family had hardly consumed it. Whether it is refining tools, alchemy formations, or talismans, the strength of one's divine mind is greatly beneficial to the enhancement of celestial arts. Even when confronting the bottleneck of foundation establishment, it can provide assistance. These 3 high-grade Divine Mind pills are enough to elevate your divine mind to a level far beyond Qi refinement completion, and beyond that should be the transformation of divine mind into divine sense. Wu Mingxing's eyes revealed a fiery light. "Grand Elder, this is not a free gift. You are aware of the rarity of this pill. Even now, the Su family's foundation has only enough spirit herbs for a few portions. Therefore, if you accept it, you must refine 3 exquisite artifacts for free in the future." Wu Mingxing hesitated a bit, but thinking of the benefits it would bring him, he gritted his teeth and said, All right, I will surely not fail in my mission. Moreover, there is this 9 flames technique, upper chapter, as well as this controlling artifacts technique, which are not to be passed on lightly, but today I bestow them upon Elder Wu to help elevate your mastery of artifact crafting. Wu Mingxing flipped through them and was immediately overjoyed. The former enhances control over divine mind, allowing for unified thought, and combined with the high-grade divine mind pill, it is like adding wings to a tiger. The latter allows one to manipulate artifacts more easily, though not as powerful as the 9 flames technique. It is still quite beneficial for a refiner. For both of these, Elder Wu will need to take an oath of restriction, vowing not to pass them on, otherwise your soul will shatter and perish. Wu Mingxing did not hesitate and immediately swore an oath. Everyone in the Su family scripture library must take an oath when selecting techniques and secret arts. Thus he felt no obstacles in his heart. In fact, Su Chuan's ability to bestow this upon him was a great favor. Once Elder Wu memorizes it, you should burn this copy to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Yes, Grand Elder. Once you reach Qi refinement completion with your greatly enhanced divine mind and 2 powerful secret arts in hand, I believe you should have confidence in refining exquisite artifacts now. Wu Mingxing bowed and said, I will not disappoint the Grand Elder's expectations. The two then left the discussion hall and flew towards the Celestial Arts Hall. On the day of the festival of sacrifice, the Dongxi River was adorned for dozens of miles with colorful decorations at every household, and the streets filled with fragrance. Children played in the fields while old men chatted under the eaves, with the sound of drums and music filling the air and the sacrificial rites held solemnly. On the mountain at the Su family's residence, the 4 generations gathered for a banquet. The older juniors like Su Zhirong and Su Dijin teased the younger ones such as Su Diwa, Su Daqian, Su Chonghui, and Su Chongming. Su Dejuan, Su Deheng, Su Derui, and others conversed, inquiring about the progress of their martial arts. Later, Su Daijiao, Su Daji, and Su Duan also joined in for a friendly competition. Elders like Su Mingwei accompanied their wives or engaged in casual talks, commenting on the martial arts of the younger generation. Su Chuan and Bai Jing silently watched the scenes unfold, both smiling. Before long, the sound of firecrackers echoed throughout every inch of Dongxi. The white tiger looked up at the colorful night sky, feeling utterly helpless. Humans are truly boring. They do this every year. It keeps me awake all night. Looking at the female tiger, I might as well fight until dawn. In the deep of night, Su Chuan said, My lady, you have been in the Su family for 44 years, working hard and contributing greatly. Today I present you with a gift for the festival of sacrifice. He produced a small jade box the size of a palm. Why the sudden gift? You didn't forget my birthday, did you? Su Chuan laughed, saying, Consider it that way. Bai Jing smiled as she accepted the exquisite jade box, her temples already touched with frost, and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes folded like an unfolding fan. Su Chuan stood in front of her, his face smooth as a new inkstone. One resembled a chrysanthemum withering on an autumn branch, the other like a peach blossoming at the tip of a March branch. They appeared less as a couple and more like mother and son. She opened it to find a pale blue-green pill inside. The azure patterns on its surface shimmered like rays of light, and as soon as the box opened, the fragrance of the pill filled the entire hall, invigorating the spirit. A pill, eh? Bai Jing asked in confusion. I haven't been ill lately, so I don't need any pills for conditioning. This pill is extremely precious. You need not ask too much. If you wish to spend more time with me and the children, then take this pill. Bai Jing fell silent for a moment, but eventually nodded slightly. With so few ties left in this world, the Bai family was thriving and had become a prominent clan, which was enough to honor the ancestors of the Bai family. What remained were her husband, children, and the group of grandchildren, including the newly born great-grandchild. They'll take it. Bai Jing opened her mouth and swallowed it. With a flick of Su Chuan's sleeve, her entire body softened, and she lost consciousness. Su Chuan moved her to the bed. This pill contained a tremendous life force which an ordinary person could not withstand or digest. Thus, Su Chuan could only take action himself to assist her in refining the medicinal power, allowing her to sleep to prevent any discomfort. After half the night, Su Chuan used his own creation of a beauty technique derived from his research on withering and flourishing to restore Bai Jing's youth, bringing back her youthful appearance. Afterward, applying it once every 10 years could ensure her eternal youth. The next morning, Bai Jing awoke, feeling an unprecedented lightness in her body. Turning her head, she found Su Chuan was not there. She had long gotten used to it. Ollie, she gently called out, suddenly feeling that her voice seemed a bit off, but she didn't pay much attention. Until a middle-aged woman named Ollie came in holding a basin of water. With a clang, the basin fell to the ground, spilling water everywhere. Bai Jing turned to look, her brows slightly furrowed. What happened, Ollie? Why are you so careless today? It's the day when Zhao will take over as the head of the family, but we cannot delay. What is it? You look like you've seen a ghost. Are you not going to clean it up? Old madam, your appearance. What about my appearance? You look just like you did when I first met you. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm over 60 now. No matter how sweetly you speak, I must face the consequences if I make mistakes. No, old madam, what Ollie said is true. Bai Jing stepped forward, just about to scold Ollie when she saw her reflection in the spilled water, revealing a look that was entirely different from her usual appearance. It was the youth she had lost. Bai Jing found it hard to believe, but then recalled the pills Su Chuan had given her last night. So this is the gift my husband gave me. The lost youth can still be regained. Is this the power of a cultivator? Do not be surprised. My Su family is a family of cultivators, and it is not unusual to have techniques that restore youth. Prohibit the servants from speaking carelessly. Anyone who dares to leak this will be executed. Yes, old madam. Come help me dress up and let the servants handle this spill. Yes. Bai Jing's appearance caused quite a stir. However, the noise was quickly suppressed. At the hour of Chun, Su Chuan's deep voice resounded. Open the ancestral hall and worship the heavens and earth. The doors of the ancestral hall opened slowly. The Su family members lined up neatly, entering the ancestral hall to burn incense and pay their respects. After finishing, he announced, commence the head of the family succession ceremony. Dezhao, come and kneel down. Su Dezhao stepped out from the crowd and knelt on the central mat. Su Chuan recited, the Su family has a son named Dezhao who possesses a spiritual root and has comprehended the mysteries since childhood. At a young age, he embarked on the path of immortality, and after 20 years, he has gained insight into worldly affairs. Day and night, he is dutiful to his parents, and he shows brotherly kindness to his siblings. At the same time, Su Dezhao held 3 sticks of incense raised above his head and bowed 3 times towards the ancestral tablets. In front of the spirit hall, 3 sticks of incense to honor the ancestral teachings. At the Qingyun steps a seal. To inaugurate a new era, please present the family head seal. Su Mingyuan walked out with a purple sandalwood tray. Su Mingwei also approached Su Dezhao, picking up the purple-green seal from the tray and saying, today you will inherit the position of the family head. I have 3 words for you which you must remember. Please speak, father. First, everything must prioritize the family. Second, remember the family teachings and rules, but do not be bound by them. Third, unite, treat others kindly, and also educate the clan members, balancing firmness and gentleness. I will diligently follow your teachings, father. Su Dezhao received the family head seal with both hands. Su Mingwei nodded slightly, very satisfied, and then retreated to the side with Su Mingyuan. Then Su Chuan continued, may the ancestors bless us, allowing our Su family to prosper eternally. Su Dezhao bowed 3 times. Rise. Su Dezhao stood up holding the family head seal. The members of the Su family, including the vassal families, all clasped their hands and said, we greet the family head. The succession ceremony of the family head has now concluded. Su Dezhao is to meet the heads of several vassal families to establish connections and familiarity. As the crowd dispersed, Zhou's son stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, congratulations, Su Daoist. With such a grandson, the Su family legacy is well secured. May it grow strong and create more brilliance. This phrase sounds familiar. Su Chuan smiled and said, thank you, brother Zhou, for coming to witness today. The Su family truly shines brightly. Zhou Sun also found the word somewhat familiar. The two exchanged hearty laughs, and Su Chuan said, let's go. I have matters to discuss in my study. Zhou's son nodded, glancing at Bai Jing and thinking to himself, when did Su Chuan marry such a young woman? However, he didn't think much of it. After all, she was just a mortal. Moreover, Su Chuan's personal matters were not his concern, as he also had 3 or 4 wives at home, with the earliest 2 already passed away. However, Su Mingwei and the others were very excited. After returning to the Su family mansion, they asked, Mother, how have you become so young? Bai Jing smiled and said, I do not know either. Your father fed me a pill, and after a nap I woke up like this. I have already instructed the family not to disclose this matter. Su Mingwei nodded, saying, what mother says is right. For mortals it may be possible to deceive them with celestial arts, but for cultivators it is not that easy. Indeed. Bai Jing looked at him in surprise, asking, how so is returning to youth very difficult? Changing one's appearance may be possible, but I observe that mother's aura is vibrant, akin to someone in their 20s, which is not something ordinary magic can achieve. That's correct. Su Mingyuan also spoke. Su Mingzhu stepped forward cheerfully and said, now when I stand beside my mother, others will surely think we are sisters. How improper. Bai Jing playfully chided. You can ask your father about this matter later. Yes, mother. Su Mingzhu wrapped her arms around Bai Jing's and rested her head on her shoulder, saying, Mother, it's wonderful that you've become young again. My silly daughter. Bai Jing caressed Su Ming's head. She certainly knew the concern others had for her, but she also understood that aging, illness, and death are common occurrences. Before she came into contact with cultivators, she thought that immortal masters not only possessed great powers, but could also live for a long time, yet the reality was otherwise. All mysteries lose their allure when brought close. The vast majority of cultivators only have a lifespan of around 80 years, similar to martial masters, unless those cultivators can break through to the foundation establishment stage. Yet this realm is not common in the entire Wei dynasty. The entire Su family is strictly forbidden from discussing the matter of the matriarch. Indeed, after Su Dezhao became the family head, Yang Ronghua became the matriarch, while she herself became the grand matriarch. The next generation will likely become the ancestors. In the study, Elder Zhou personally brought gifts to congratulate us, full of sincerity. My Su family has already expressed our thanks, but you must have other business beyond just delivering gifts, right? Su Daoist as always sees through everything. Zhou Sun replied, I plan to stay at the Su family for a while and discuss the lesser true essence pill with you. Su Chuan thought for a moment and smiled, saying, Congratulations, Elder Zhou, on reaching the high-grade realm of the lesser true essence pill. With this capability, you should have a chance to refine high-grade pills from some ordinary second-tier pills. Thank you. Zhou Sun clasped his fists and said, Whether it can be achieved still depends on your help, Su Daoist. I can only offer guidance. Whether you can break through this bottleneck truly depends on your own comprehension, Elder Zhou. After all, if it were merely about guidance, my Su family would be flooded with master alchemists. Haha, that's true. From then on, Zhou Sun settled in the guest room of the alchemy hall. Su Mingwei and the others collectively came to inquire about Bai Jing. Especially Su Mingwei, since only his wife Yang Ronghua was immortal, and she was now over 40 with her hair already showing signs of gray. It's just a mysterious spell. Its core is the power of vitality. If one cannot comprehend the power of vitality, then they will not learn it. As he spoke, Su Chuan demonstrated in front of them. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, his erect body appeared as if crumpled by an invisible hand, his skin visibly sinking into ravines, and his originally black hair began to turn gray from the roots. The entire person exuded a sense of aging brought on by time. His face aged rapidly, taking only a few breaths. After another few breaths, Su Chuan returned to his original state, and if he wished, he could even revert to his 20-year-old self. This technique is truly profound. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Father, I want to learn it. It's difficult. Su Chuan shook his head and smiled, saying, As your father, I studied spiritual herbs and had some insights discovering the power of vitality. After a long period of pondering, I found a method to utilize this power. Ultimately, it transformed into this technique for retaining youth. It can alter one's appearance and rejuvenate one's life force. Su Mingxian remarked, No wonder I felt that my mother's life force was so youthful. Oh, it not only alters appearance, but also rejuvenates life force. Truly extraordinary. Can it extend lifespan? Su Mingwei asked. Su Chuan had to admit that Su Mingwei was more passionate than him as a father. The power of vitality can allow mortals to live slightly longer, but there are limits. As for cultivators, their lifespans are predetermined and cannot be changed. Su Chuan could use the technique of withering and flourishing to at most prolong his own life. For others, he could at most alter appearance and life force. Father, that is enough. I also want to maintain my youth like mother. Su Mingzhu immediately began to act cute. Su Mingwei and the others were more reserved and would be more modest. Su Chuan glanced at them and said with a helpless smile, When I have time, I will help you all perform the youth-retaining technique. This technique can last for 10 years. Thank you, Father. Su Chuan noticed a hint of disappointment in Su Mingwei's eyes and immediately said, Mingwei, stay. The rest of you can return. Su Mingyuan and the others all complied. Father, what do you need me for? Su Chuan did not say much and directly took out a jade box, which was specially made by Su Mingxian to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. What is this? What you desire the most? Su Mingwei's heart shook suddenly. Father, this. Find an opportunity for Ronghua to take it, preferably while she is in a deep sleep, and then help her refine the medicinal power. Do not speak of it further, just treat it as a tonic. Su Mingwei's eyes turned slightly red, and he bowed deeply, saying, Thank you, Father, for your generosity. This item only has a single effect. I understand, Father. Su Mingwei stored the jade box in his storage bag and was about to take his leave. Su Chuan thought for a moment and advised, deep feelings can lead to pain. When it's time to let go, do not cling tightly. Upon hearing the nickname Shitu, Su Mingwei felt a stir in his heart. Yes, Father. Su Mingwei silently nodded and then left the study. Su Chuan had made a vow not to disclose information about the Qinghua pill, so he could only be this indirect. That night, Su Mingwei refined the Qinghua pill for Yang Ronghua. It could extend lifespan by a decade. Though it couldn't achieve the dramatic change in appearance like Su Chuan's youth-retaining technique, it could make one look somewhat younger. The changes in the position of the family head caused quite a stir in Moon Lake County. Families were speculating why the Su family was doing this. After all, the new family head of the Su family was indeed quite young, almost the same age as their family head's grandson. However, the internal changes in the Su family were not significant. Su Dezhao merely inherited Su Mingwei's previous style. Only Su Mingwei was more relaxed, spending almost all his time in the battle hall teaching techniques, providing combat guidance or practicing spells, and honing archery skills. Su Chuan let Zhang Wanqing and Shun Qingyi stay beside him watching as he guided high-level discussions. This also broadened their horizons in alchemy. Zhou Sun sometimes observed the two of them refining pills and even offered guidance. He discovered that the two women's alchemical foundations were very solid, surpassing most of the young alchemists from the Zhou family currently studying alchemy. Su Daoist, you have trained them very well. They do not merely pursue alchemy, but instead root themselves in the fundamentals, refining their skills from the most ordinary mortal or warrior pills bit by bit. In terms of teaching, I truly feel embarrassed. Su Chuan smiled and said, it's just a teaching method. Elder Zhou can study it himself, while methods are one aspect, the key still lies in the individual. Those who cannot settle their minds, lack willpower, and do not have a passion for the path of alchemy will ultimately achieve limited success, remaining at the level of ordinary alchemists. What you say is reasonable. I will definitely make good adjustments when I return. Su Chuan smiled. He had partially lied. Reaching his level of alchemical mastery, as long as one was willing to be fully trained, even those with average talent, could be cultivated to the level Zhou Sun achieved 7 or 8 years ago. After all, with his keen sensitivity and perception of herbal properties, he could break down the refinement of a pill to every single moment. Letting Zhang Wanqing and the others know how long to extract the medicinal liquid, what temperature to use, how long to maintain it, the order of blending the liquids, and when to condense the pills for better quality and quantity. As long as they could understand, apply, and become familiar with these concepts, even an ordinary alchemist could refine high-grade pills. Of course, at most, they would only be able to produce 1 or 2 high-grade pills. It was impossible to reach Su Chuan's level. It required talent. Moreover, Zhang Wanqing and Shun Qingyi were both cultivating the 9-flame technique and Jade Liquid True technique, both of which were very beneficial for alchemists. In a decade or two, the two could become master alchemists. Su Chuan firmly believed this. Zhou Sun stayed in the Su family for over half a month, refining the lesser true essence pill multiple times, but always fell short of high-grade pills. Su Chuan also personally demonstrated alchemy. Unfortunately, Zhou Sun always made deviations during his own refining, ultimately failing. Reluctantly, Zhou Sun had to take his leave, intending to ponder further. Before leaving, he met with Su Mingxian and her husband. Husband, great elder, I will go see Elder Zhou off. Su Chuan nodded, and after they departed, he softly remarked, what a pity. What do you find regrettable, father? If Zhou Sun were 10 or 20 years younger, I estimate that his alchemical skills could enter the alchemy hall. Has he already elevated his alchemical skills to such a level? Su Chuan glanced at Su Mingxian and smiled slightly. Zhou Sun's talent in alchemy can only be considered slightly above average, but his passion and obsession with alchemy are exceptional, making such achievements normal. However, he is too burdened by family responsibilities, spending a lot of time refining pills needed for his clan's members and training Zhou family alchemists. Zhou Sun and Zhou Zongni walked down the mountain, heading towards the misty formation. You've reached the 5th layer of qi refining already. Not bad. Your father asked me to inquire how you are doing in the Su family. Zhou Sun said indifferently. Elder Zhou is very considerate. Please tell my father that I am doing well. I feel very comfortable in the Su family, spending most of my time in cultivation. The Su family often provides resources for cultivation. It's just a pity that I have a pseudo-spiritual root, otherwise with the resources the Su family has given me, I could have likely advanced to the mid-stage of the 6th layer of qi refining. Zhou Sun nodded, saying, I heard you only have one daughter with Su Mingxian. In great families, sons are prioritized. If you two can have a son with decent talent, he could likely enter the core ranks of the Su family. Just like Su Dezhao. That would only benefit the relationship between the Su and Zhou families. Zhou Zongni nodded slightly. Zongni understands. I haven't had much interaction with Su Dezhao, but he is indeed very wise and has foresight, exuding a certain leadership quality, much like his father. He is indeed qualified to be the family head, but he is ultimately too young. Did Mingxian mention why Su Dezhao was chosen as the family head? I'm not sure about the specifics. It seems that the elder brother didn't want to do it anymore, while Su Dezhao wanted to take the position. Is that so? That sounds rather childish. I'm not part of the core of the Su family, so I can't access that. Moreover, as far as I know, the elder sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law, regardless of talent, live their own lives and don't manage the family's affairs. I understand now. Zhou Sun sighed lightly. I remember seeing Su Dezhao during the Immortal Ascension celebration. He should have been on the martial path, right? How did he suddenly become a qi refining cultivator of the 4th layer? Zhou Zongni shook her head, saying, I'm not clear. He must have started on the immortal path afterward. He probably already had spiritual roots, and after stepping onto the immortal path with the Su family's pill support, progress would naturally not be slow. That makes sense. In no time, the two had exited the misty formation. Zhou Sun said, this is where we part, Zongni. Make sure to get along well with Mingxian. I will. After nodding, Zhou Sun summoned his flying sword and departed, while Zhou Zongni flew back to the Alchemy Hall Square, heading towards Su Mingxian. At this moment, Su Chuan had returned to the Alchemy Hall. Husband, did Elder Zhou ask anything? Su Mingxian inquired. He asked about Dezheo's situation and why he suddenly stepped onto the immortal path. I gave vague answers since I truly didn't know. Also, Zhou Zongni's face suddenly flushed, and after a moment she murmured, he wants us to have more children. It seems that every family cannot escape the issue of urging for offspring. We should indeed put in more effort. Su Mingxian said with a faint smile, I will return to the formation hall now, and you should also return to the residence. Understood, husband. On the 23rd day of the first lunar month, Wu Shunan married Li Ji's younger sister, who bore a resemblance to Su Delying and loved to wear red. Wu Mingxing, filled with joy, invited many to attend the wedding. As the head of the Alchemy Hall and one of the few elders of the Su family, he held significant power. Being a person of real influence, it was beneficial to befriend him, so the affiliated families like Chuan were naturally eager to attend. However, not many from the Su family were present. Yet those who did attend were important figures. Su Mingxian, having once learned from him, felt a half-master bond, so he was invited, and naturally Su Mingxian brought along Zhou Zongni. Su Chuan had a past with him and was also on the guest list. He would give face to Wu Mingxian. Additionally, Su Dezhao and Su Delying were also invited. They were the two most central figures in the third generation of the Su family. In fact, Su Delying had crossed his mind about whether to invite her, as he was aware of the matters between her and his grandson. However, as his most beloved disciple, Wu Mingxian had no reason not to invite her. Ultimately, it was Wu Shunan who made the decision, personally asking Su Delying to attend. This was a true closure. Even if Su Delying had a lingering sentiment for Wu Shunan, it became impossible as he married. At the wedding, Su Delying smiled and congratulated him on his marriage, wishing him and his wife a long life together. She severed the ties of love with a wave of her sword, freezing her heart. Su Chuan slightly nodded. Su Delying was daring and decisive, following her own heart, which he greatly admired. She pursued a romance with Wu Shunan, disregarding the gap between immortals and mortals. Their breakup was equally swift and resolute, without any hesitations. At this moment, with the final ties severed, they would meet as siblings henceforth. Su Mingwei seemed to sense something amiss and sent a voice transmission to Su Chuan saying, Father, regarding Linger and Wu Shunan. No need to ask more, just trust Linger. I indeed trust my daughter and believe she won't do anything to disgrace the Su family. After this incident, Su Delying's heart for cultivation became even purer and her speed of progress increased once again. In just 2 months, she progressed from the mid-stage of Qi refinement level 8 to nearing the late stage, and it seemed she had a chance to reach Qi refinement level 9 by the end of this year or early next year. Su Chuan was equally astonished. He could check the family tree information and was well aware of each person's cultivation level, talent, and so forth. Is this the realm of cultivating with a heart free of love? Su Chuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. In the past 2 months, many events had also occurred within the Su family. For example, Su Duan married Chong Haowen's daughter Chong Wenya. A few days later, Shen Qingyi became pregnant again, followed by Zhou Zongni, and finally by Jing. Su Mingwei and the others felt helpless about having a brother or sister who would be 30 or 40 years younger than them. But this was the norm for families of cultivators. Of course, Su Chuan was also surprised. In fact, he had only experienced this 2 or 3 times in total during this period. However, since it had happened, he naturally wanted Bai Jing to safely give birth. Now her body was comparable to that of someone in their 20s or 30s. This was Su Chuan's first child since becoming a cultivator. Previously, he was merely a mortal, and it was a coincidence that Su Mingxian, the seed of a cultivator, was born. Naturally, a family of cultivators could not rely on coincidence to expand their lineage. Optimizing the bloodline and marrying women with cultivation aptitude would increase the number of cultivators among future generations. Therefore, intermarriage between families of cultivators is the first choice, followed by families with decent martial talent. Half a month later, the Qinghua Eagle brothers also found partners. Su Mingzhu suddenly sent word to Su Mingyuan and Su Mingwei, asking them to come to the Beast Control Hall. Mingzhu, did you call us here to entrust the black tigers to me and my elder brother? Second brother, you are the best at guessing in the family. It's hard to surprise you. Should I pretend to be shocked later? Su Mingzhu fell silent, rolling her eyes. Mingyuan, stop messing around, Su Mingwei chuckled. Su Mingzhu whistled and called out, Tiger 1, Tiger 2, come out to greet guests. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan's expressions darkened. Suddenly, from behind the palace screen, the sound of running came like a gust of wind. 2 figures appeared beside Su Mingzhu. On the left was a black tiger over a meter tall, each hair shining with a jade-like luster. On the right was a striped tiger with black and white patterns. Both tigers exuded a remarkable aura as their tails swayed. In just over half a year, they have reached the late stage of Qi refinement level 2. Their aptitude is indeed much higher than their father Xiaobai. That's natural, Su Mingzhu replied. With adequate spiritual energy and fed with spirit beast pills, their strength grows quickly. In less than 5 or 6 years, reaching Xiaobai's level won't be difficult. Father said that both of them have aptitudes similar to the Qinghua eagle and will be able to reach the peak of qi refinement with the potential to become second-tier spirit beasts. Xiaobai will be more challenging unless there are opportunities. By the way, big brother and second brother, have you learned the spirit control sealing technique I taught you before? Both nodded in agreement. Big brother, you go first. I will help soothe Tiger 1 to ease its resistance towards you, allowing you to set the seal quickly. Su Mingwei formed hand seals, and when the seal landed on the black tiger, it suddenly let out a roar. Its fur stood on end like steel needles, and its golden eyes shrank suddenly, revealing sharp claws and fangs. Su Mingzhu immediately comforted Tiger 1, be good, follow your uncle from now on. The black tiger seemed to understand and began to weaken its resistance against the seal. Su Mingwei then exerted all his strength. After a moment, he finally placed the spirit control seal within its spirit essence. Instantly, a mental connection formed between the person and the tiger. Su Mingwei's commands were understood by the black tiger, and he also understood its roars. He heard the black tiger lift its head to look at Su Mingwei. Owl, the first thing it said was uncle. Su Mingwei staggered, surprised that it truly considered him an uncle. Shouldn't it refer to him as its master instead? Su Mingzhu had taught it this. He smiled bitterly, looking at the black tiger's light golden eyes, and could only nod slightly in acceptance. But what if the black tiger later says, uncle, ride me? Should he ride or not? The same applied to the striped tiger. If it calls me second uncle, ill, just shake my head and laugh. Neither Mingyuan nor I know how to nurture spirit beasts, and we're both quite busy, so let's leave them in the beast control hall for now. If needed, we can connect with them mentally. All right, Su Mingzhu nodded. This works. Spirit beasts have high intelligence, and it's not enough to just feed them spirit pills. To build rapport, we need to enhance our emotional bond. Additionally, we need to hone their combat instincts and develop their talents. Let's do this. Usually they stay with me, and every half-month big brother and second brother take them along for hunting in the mountains or similar activities. Good, both replied in unison. Although the other two had not yet evolved into monster beasts, with Su Ming's training and daily feeding of medicinal pills, it was only a matter of time before they became monsters. However, their potential was destined to be limited. Let third brother issue a task to search for demon tigers or demon birds. It's been half a month, but there has been no news. Our Su family's manpower is indeed too scarce. If one day I can command the entire Moon Lake County, such tasks will surely receive swift news. Looking at Tiger 1 and Tiger 2, he said lightly, Tiger 1, Tiger 2, let's start our training today. The black tiger and striped tiger followed Su Mingzhu, one on each side, swaying their behinds. Even though they recognized Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan as their masters, they still listened to Su Mingzhu. Behind the beast control hall lay vast mountains, the perfect place for them to gallop. Many sturdy ancient trees bore deep claw marks carved into the wood. First, practice speed and body techniques. Do you see that ancient pine tree 100 meters away? Whoever brings back a branch will receive a mid-grade qi nourishing pill, while the loser will get a low-grade one. Additionally, anyone who can avoid touching the ancient trees along the way will receive another low-grade qi nourishing pill. Do you all understand? Tiger 1 and Tiger 2 nodded their heads. They had consumed quite a few pills, so they naturally understood that qi nourishing pills were good things and not something they could eat every day. Start. With Su Ming's command, the black tiger and striped tiger dashed out like arrows released from bows. The black tiger transformed into a bolt of black lightning, leaping at full speed, each jump able to cover 3 to 4 zhang. However, the many trees ahead hindered its full potential. The striped tiger was similar, constantly dodging and advancing in a serpentine manner, its black and white fur glistening in the sunlight. For the distance of 100 meters, it took both tigers only 5 or 6 breaths. They leaped and easily bit off a segment of the ancient pine branch, quickly rushing back. The black tiger's explosive power surpassed that of the striped tiger, who was more agile in movement. Of course, in this short-distance competition, the black tiger ultimately had the upper hand. However, due to its focus on explosive power, it had scratched many ancient trees. In contrast, the striped tiger had not touched any trees at all. Therefore, the black tiger received the mid-grade qi nourishing pill, while the striped tiger got 2 low-grade ones. Just as both were eagerly awaiting their rewards, Su Mingzhu grinned and said, in the past few days, since you couldn't digest your pills, I'll keep them for you too and give them to you later. It sounded just like parents collecting their children's New Year's money. Next, we will start sparring. The first match will be against your father Xiaobai. The second will be against your uncle Qinghua Eagle, and the third you two will fight alongside me. Having gained the spirit control inheritance, Su Mingzhu increasingly resembled a beast tamer skillfully training spirit beasts. Such spirit beasts raised under her guidance would not be as useless as mere pets. They would possess both loyalty and combat skills, and fighting against different opponents would also enhance their experience in battles. Sometimes the battle hall would invite Su Mingzhu to bring the Qinghua eagles and Xiaobai to teach how to deal with various spirit beasts. Then there would be practical training. This was to prevent them from being flustered and unmethodical when encountering wild spirit beasts in the future. Currently, all the guards of the Su family had been given new standardized uniforms, which included not only the outer armor, but also pants, boots, long swords or spears, and even the upright crowns on their heads, forming a complete set. From now on, they also had new names collectively referred to as the Black Armored Army. Though made from mundane materials, the craftsmanship was extraordinary, and all were approaching the treasure weapon. As for the captain-level styles above the later stage of innate, there will be some slight differences, and the craftsmanship is even more exquisite. The swords and spears among them are all divine weapons of the mundane world. The captain-level ones are all clad in silver armor, and their ranks are quite evident. As for the master level, it is gold armor, which belongs to the level of magical artifacts. Currently, there are very few sets that can resist attacks from mid-grade magical artifacts. The perfected master armor should be dark gold armor, a mid-grade defensive armor. It has not yet been forged. In the past few months, Su Delying has followed Su Chuan's advice to polish her skills in refining ordinary tools, becoming more familiar with the various properties of materials. The forging has become more effortless, already close to the realm of unity between man and tool. This profound realm is applicable to both alchemists and weapon refiners, enhancing both the success rate and quality of the refinement. Months later, her forging skills seem to have reached an epiphany, achieving the realm of unity between man and tool. When she forges magical artifacts again, it feels as if aided by divine assistance. The success rate reached as high as 93%. Out of 10 low-grade magical artifacts, all 10 succeeded, with 9 being exceptional and only 1 having a minor flaw. Additionally, the fish basket magical artifact from Longjiang County was successfully replicated by her. Magical chains, ropes, bells, cauldrons, towers, and special difficult-to-forge magical artifacts like mirrors were all successively refined. They involve various types of binding, attacking, defending, suppressing, and divine light. There were even 2 sets of low-grade magical artifact sets. One set consists of 9 low-grade magical artifacts named Tian Yuan. The other set consists of 36 flying needles named Hongxian. The power of these 2 sets of magical artifacts is close to that of upper-grade magical artifacts. Su Delying engraved a feather mark on all these magical artifacts, proving that they were crafted by her. She has already developed the semblance of a master refiner, needing only to accumulate and learn upper-grade magical artifacts, and it will not be a problem for her to surpass Wu Mingxing. Those special low-grade magical artifacts and sets were all stored in the Su family's treasury as rewards for future disciples. Tian Yuan was awarded to Ren Xiaoyao. However, although Tian Yuan possesses tremendous power, it also has drawbacks, namely its mana consumption. It has 3 levels, 3 swords, 6 swords, and 9 swords, with the final 9 swords unleashed being close to the power of upper-grade magical artifacts. Different levels consume different amounts of mana. The 3 swords can be used in the early stage of Qi refinement. 6 swords at least require the 5th or 6th level of Qi refinement, and 9 swords likely require the mana of a 7th level Qi refinement practitioner to wield. However, Ren Xiaoyao primarily cultivates the Qing Gang sword technique, combined with training in the 9 flames technique and control artifact technique, the former reaching the 2 flames level and the latter approaching great accomplishment. This allows him to control flying swords more adeptly, saving a considerable amount of mana. Thus, even with only the 5th level of Qi refinement, he can still unleash the maximum power of Tian Yuan, using it several times without exhausting his mana. Ren Xiaoyao indeed lives up to the standards of a cultivator, with Earth Spirit Root qualifications rapidly advancing under the Su family's training. At just 13 years old, having begun cultivating for less than 2 years, he is already at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Reaching the perfected Qi refinement stage before the age of 20 seems likely. Su Chuan deduces how profound the foundations of the great clans that have cultivators with Earth Spirit Root qualifications must be. Even if such a genius arises in a third-grade family, they would undoubtedly be hidden and nurtured with all efforts, only stepping into the limelight at a critical moment to gain more benefits for the family. Alternatively, they may seek opportunities to rise to the second grade. For third-grade families, the main consideration is the family's foundation, including the number of foundation establishment cultivators and Qi refinement family members, as well as the number of recruited loose cultivators. In a family of cultivators, having just 1 foundation establishment practitioner is generally sufficient to promote to the 4th grade. For 3rd grade, at least 3 foundation establishment practitioners are required, with 1 needing to be in the mid-stage, and the number of Qi refinement cultivators must exceed 100. For 2nd grade families, at least 5 foundation establishment practitioners are required, with 1 in the mid-stage and one in the late stage, while the number of Qi refinement practitioners must exceed 150. For first-grade families, at least 7 foundation establishment practitioners are necessary, with 3 in the mid-stage and 1 at the perfected foundation establishment, while the number of Qi refinement practitioners must exceed 200. Chuan naturally will not remain idle. Aside from the bottleneck issue for martial artists raised at the last Grand Assembly, he began to research his own martial arts breakthrough pill formula, mainly for innate perfection practitioners to break through the master bottleneck, as well as for masters to break through minor realms. The cultivation systems for both are different. Breakthrough pills and boundary-breaking pills are only useful for cultivators, while for martial artists they are purely wasteful. This is because a martial artist's breakthrough is mainly related to their vitality and physical body. The vitality and physical strength of master martial artists are far beyond what innate martial artists can compare to. Of course, the development of this pill formula is not without clues. The path of martial artists is somewhat akin to that of demonic beasts, with key advantages in bloodlines and physical bodies, as each breakthrough also enhances both. The Spirit Control Classic has many kinds of pills suitable for demonic beasts recorded, as well as methods to enhance demonic beast bloodlines. Using this as a reference, Chuan is confident of success within a few months. Perhaps he can also research corresponding bone-nourishing pills and strength-enhancing pills based on the bone-strengthening pill formula, establishing an excellent martial arts foundation for the Su family children before they begin their training. In the future, Su family descendants walking the martial path will all start as masters with hopes of reaching perfected mastery without being constrained by martial talent. Martial arts are not weak. They simply cannot break through to the master level, struggling to compare with foundation establishment cultivators. However, the number of mundane martial artists in the Great Way far exceeds that of cultivators. If every member of the Su family becomes a master in the future, it would undoubtedly be extremely terrifying. If one day there are people continuing the martial path. Chuan chuckled to himself, murmuring, that would surely be a world-altering change unrelated to my Su family. Ming Wei walks the path of combat spells unmatched in offense, while Ming Yuan follows the path of talismans. Although I do not know how high he can reach in the future, it seems likely he will create upper-grade talismans without much trouble. The top-tier talismans will depend on fortune. As for Ming Xian, we will see later, but with the talent of seeking profit and avoiding harm, many things can be tried. Ming Shu follows the path of spirit control. The Spirit Control Classic is extremely profound and complete. As long as she can establish her foundation, it will be enough to support her to reach perfected foundation establishment. The ancient extraordinary insect that devours iron and the flying ant cultivated well will likely make many cultivators of the same tier turn pale in the future. Of course, she must continue to search for the extraordinary insects recorded in the Spirit Control Classic for easier cultivation. Ming Xian follows the path of formations and has obtained an ancient inheritance in formation techniques. It is not inferior to the Spirit Control Classic. Coupled with her corresponding Destiny Talent 9 Palaces Dao transformation, she may become a formation master in the future. Arranging formations above the 3rd level can be called a formation master. The same applies to alchemy. As for artifact crafting and talisman crafting, they differ somewhat. Being able to refine top-tier magical artifact sets with a certain degree of success basically qualifies one to be an artifact master. The same goes for talisman crafting. As for magical treasures above top-tier artifacts, it is challenging for artifact refiners below the golden core stage to refine them, though it is not impossible. Wu Mingxing once said he obtained the inheritance of artifact refining in his early years. I wonder if he will pass down all his teachings to Linger when her refining skills catch up to his. Chuan contemplated and felt the possibility is quite high. If the Wu family aligns with my Su family and Linger is his most prized disciple, coupled with my kindness to him, unless he cannot understand, he will surely impart all his knowledge. Upper-grade spirit awareness pills are not inferior to spirit ascension pills, but they are still quite precious. The Su family will not easily grant them. Individuals like Lu Feng and Luo Qianshan will only receive lower-grade spirit awareness pills after making substantial contributions in the future, unless they can also reach the realm of talisman masters and formation masters. Zhaoer with the Vitality Furnace talent should not waste it. Perhaps she could collect some blood-boosting or blood-exploding spells. Ordinary cultivators might harm their foundations, but for Zhaoer, as long as she does not use them continuously, she should not damage her foundation. Among the 3rd generation, Zhaoer and Linger are the most outstanding. Henger has a decent disposition, while Ming Xian's newborn son Deqian is the 2nd in the 3rd generation to possess a true spiritual root. Ming Xian's daughter De Yue is suitable for cultivating the Tai in Moonlight technique and is also a key training target. Among the 4th generation, De Zhao's eldest son stands out, named Chonghui. It must be said that the eldest branch has quite good luck in martial affairs. Chuan was looking at the family tree floating before him, which records the information of all Su family members. However, the fourth generation has yet to make a significant impact. The third generation is all cultivating innate 5 elements creation technique. Even if they do not pursue the immortal path, they possess true spiritual root qualifications. The fourth generation will surely have more geniuses than the third. The second branch has the weakest martial luck, but they have a prospective son-in-law with earth spirit root qualifications. Coupled with Jerome also being a true spiritual root in the future, they will likely give birth to more descendants with earth spirit roots. Chuan stroked his short beard, his face full of smiles. Wu Mingxing will surely reach the perfected qi refinement stage before the second half of next year. The collection of the 5 energies should also begin soon. Although his hopes are slim, he cannot go back on his promises. After him it will be my turn. Within 5 years, if no one succeeds, I will place my hopes on Ren Xiaoyao. No. To place the family's highest battle prowess hopes on an outsider, even if he might be the Su family son-in-law, is quite inappropriate. Chuan frowned in deep thought. The Su family must first establish their foundation before allowing others to do so. If we fail, we must suppress Ren Xiaoyao. Of course, it would be best if someone among us can successfully establish their foundation. Chuan considered that Su Mingwei and Su Mingxian have similar foundations. All possess true spiritual roots, and the transformation of spiritual awareness into spiritual sense power combined with a 1,000-year spirit herb should afford a 2 to 3% chance of establishing a foundation. However, I possess the destiny talent of heaven's path rewards diligence. Having stayed at the perfected qi refinement stage for quite some time, I try to break through the foundation establishment bottleneck every day. Perseverance will yield results. My bottleneck will be considerably weaker than that of other true spiritual root cultivators. In 3 to 4 years, Chuan believes he may have a chance exceeding 40% to break through to foundation establishment. This is already close to the probability of earth spirit root cultivators breaking through. 4 true spiritual root cultivators without foundation establishment pills raising their foundation establishment probability to such an extent is nearly impossible. The more Chuan thinks about it, the more he feels that he might succeed if he tries to break through now. In the next moment, he quickly dismissed distracting thoughts, focusing his mind to avoid generating an inner demon. An obsession that runs too deep can easily lead to an inner demon. One of the delusions of cultivators is to think that since other true spiritual root cultivators can succeed in foundation establishment, so can I. Chuan warns himself. Those without the foundation of a major power must constantly increase their own foundation to establish themselves. Opportunities are only given to those who are prepared. The more prepared one is, the more likely success will come effortlessly. Chuan temporarily set aside his thoughts of foundation establishment. He continued to refine his foundation, sensing that a persistent impact on the foundation establishment barrier would bring about change. To achieve foundation establishment, it is best to succeed in one go. In August, the Su family meeting will take place. All cultivators will be present. The meeting will not last long, concluding in less than half a teacup's time. In the end, Chuan said, Wu Er Wu San Wu Zhun Lu Feng and Luo Qinshan Yu 5 will temporarily halt your current tasks and execute the mission to gather the 5 qi. As soon as the words fell, everyone turned to Chuan. His expression remained calm, and his gaze was profound, showing no signs of change. This is the method for gathering the 5 qi. Chuan waved his sleeve, and a book flew into each of their hands, with each person taking one of the 5 elements. Wu Zhen nodded and asked Elder, how many portions do we need to gather? For now, let's set it at 5 portions. This task will trouble you. Upon completion, suitable resources will be provided as a reward. Wu Zhen replied, this task is not difficult. Elder need not be polite. If the elder can break through to foundation establishment, it will benefit the entire Su family and all of us. Lu Feng and Luo Qinshan clasped their fists and said, this is within our duties. Chuan nodded slightly. Let's conclude today's family meeting here. You all may return to your own matters. Yes, Elder. Su Mingwei and the others, including Su Daizhong, had yet to leave and remained seated. After others dispersed, Su Mingwei finally spoke. Father, are you preparing to attempt foundation establishment? Elder Wu is close to completing qi refinement, and even if I do not attempt foundation establishment, I must prepare for him, as it was my promise to him back then. As for me, Chuan surveyed the crowd, a slight smile playing on his lips, as he spoke lightly. Within 3 to 5 years, I will certainly attempt to break through. Mingwei and Mingxin, you both may also attempt, but currently, there are only 2 portions of the Millennium Spirit Medicine. If the Yuan family finds nothing, one of these 2 portions will be given to Elder Wu. Do you have any objections? Su Mingwei and Su Mingxian exchanged glances, both showing smiles. Su Mingwei said, foundation establishment is a major matter. I am not in a hurry for now and wish to accumulate more foundation. To avoid a blind attempt, failure would waste family resources. Su Mingxian smiled lightly and said, I am nearly 10 years younger than my elder brother, so I am even less anxious. I will wait until I fully comprehend the array path before attempting to break through. At that time, I believe Father will have successfully established his foundation, and perhaps the family will have additional supporting items for foundation establishment. Moreover, with Father's successful experience in foundation establishment, we may also increase our chances of success. Do you really believe that I can succeed in foundation establishment? This threshold has stumped many cultivators. I believe without a doubt. I believe too. My grandson believes as well. Su Dezhang said, even if the Su family has only one opportunity for foundation establishment, this is still prepared for my grandfather. Su Chuan nodded in satisfaction and laughed. I appreciate your good intentions, but if any of you have a higher chance of breaking through than I do, I will yield my opportunity. Everything is for the future of the Su family. Su Chuan's voice resonated powerfully, echoing in the spiritual sense of Su Mingwei and the others. As for me, even if I attempt foundation establishment close to my end, it is still acceptable. The later it is, the higher my chances may be. Su Chuan smiled and stood up, leaving his seat, saying, of course, if I can establish my foundation earlier, that would be even better, allowing the Su family to advance sooner. You need not worry about the rest. Do I have it under control? Su Chuan left the great hall, departing on his sword, leaving Su Mingwei and the others looking at each other in confusion. At this time, Su Mingxian exclaimed in surprise, elder brother, you have reached the perfect stage of qi refinement. When did this happen? Su Dezhang was also astonished. After all, Su Mingwei had only ever shown the late stage of qi refinement at the 8th layer, and others could not see through it. Su Mingwei smiled faintly. It happened a year ago. You kept it quite secretive. Su Mingyuan said thoughtfully. Don't be jealous. If you aunts and uncles don't put in more effort, Dezhang and De Ling will soon surpass all of you. Su Mingzhu said De Ling has exceptional talent and is now progressing rapidly, as if she has opened her mind. Just recently when I asked her, she was already at the mid-stage of qi refinement at the 8th layer. As for Dezhang, I still have confidence in being slightly ahead of him. Su Dezhang pouted and said, Aunt, how can you compare with me? But I will soon break through to the 8th layer of qi refinement and easily surpass second uncle and third uncle. After saying that, he grinned widely, looking a bit annoying. Actually, I feel like I'm about to break through too. Second brother, what about you? Su Mingxian displayed a somewhat annoying smile similar to Su Dezhang. Su Mingyuan's face darkened with anger. One after another, huh? Don't force me to use my status as second brother and second uncle to pressure you. Only Su Mingxian remained smiling softly at the side, always at the top of the Su family food chain. Everyone laughed heartily. Soon they also dispersed, each attending to their own matters. Wu Mingxing left the conference hall and returned to the artifact refining hall, muttering about foundation establishment. After deep thought, he sighed slightly and made a decision. He immediately summoned Wu Do, Wu Er, and Wu San. Master, what is your command? Wu Mingxing looked at them and said, now that you have all established families, what are your plans? Wu Da asked curiously, Master, why do you suddenly ask this? The other two were also curious. Without long-term concerns, there will be immediate worries, Wu Mingxing said. As your master, I have only about 20 more years of lifespan left. The hope for my foundation establishment is slim, but my grandson Xunan is just immortal. After my passing, the Su family will not treat you harshly, but they will not favor you either. How far the Wu family can go will depend on its own development. You three are all orphans I picked up, and now you have established families. Today I formally ask you, are you willing to join my Wu family, so your names can appear in the family tree connected by blood and lineage? Of course, if you wish to develop on your own, that is fine too. The three looked at each other and remained silent. Wu Mingxing continued, you all know that the Su family has the potential to become a foundation establishment family and will go quite far. Following the Su family will surely bring benefits. But the key is to keep up. Many large foundation establishment families once had numerous affiliated clans, yet after 200 or 300 years they gradually perished. This is because they could not keep up with the main family's development. If the three of you integrate and develop together, the Wu family could become the first family under the Su family. Being an affiliate is not shameful. Look at the current third-tier families of the Great Wei. Perhaps they have previously been affiliates of the Great Wei Chao family. Prosper together, suffer together. The status of the main family may also represent the status of its affiliated families. You should ask yourselves, if you develop on your own, could you become a family of cultivators? Even a martial arts family may not survive for 200 years, right? Wu Da pondered and then clasped his hands, saying, Master's foresight and strategy are beyond our reach. Except for the elder, few can match it. Wu Mingxing shook his head and laughed. Wu Da, don't flatter me. If I truly had foresight and strategy, would I not have risen like the Su family? The elder is truly remarkable, starting from the bottom as immortal and gradually developing the Su family to its current state over several decades. Wu Mingxing sighed and then asked, how have you considered my previous suggestion? Wu San pondered and said, Master means for us to become one family, then become an affiliate of the Su family and serve the Su family as our master. Exactly, Wu Mingxing nodded. Previously, we were merely guests in the Su family. The Su family would not care about us. We could leave at any time. After becoming an affiliate, my Wu family will be a subordinate family of the Su family, serving them as our master. You can observe the Chuan, Bai, and Li families. Initially, they couldn't even meet the threshold of a family, yet they have thrived alongside the Su family during its prosperous times. Now, even though they are just county-level families, in another 2 to 3 decades they may rival martial arts families in the prefecture. The Su family's potential is unfathomable. The elders' ambitions may not stop at simply being a foundation establishment family. The three of them had never thought so deeply before. Everything had developed naturally. Master, I am willing to join the Wu family and prioritize the development of the Wu family from now on. Wuda was the first to clasp his fists. Me too, Master. Count me in. Seeing that all three agreed, Wu Mingxing stroked his beard and smiled. Good, I will quickly discuss this matter with the elder and let the families witness my Wu family becoming an affiliate of the Su family. At this moment, Wuda suddenly looked worried. Master, I have a question. Your remaining lifespan is limited and our qualifications are not high. In this life, we are likely only to reach the late stage of Qi refinement. If my Wu family does not have any outstanding descendants, we will likely soon fade from the Su family's sight. This can only be resolved by procreation. There is no other way. Wu Mingxing sighed slightly, and then continued, however, I have a way to make the elder owe me a favor, allowing him to agree to protect my Wu family for 200 years. The three were taken aback. All right, you all go back and discuss this with your families. I will go find the elder. Yes, Master. Wu Mingxing then went to the alchemy hall. In the quiet room, Su Chuan looked over in slight surprise. Elder Wu, is there something you need from Su? The elder is gathering the 5 elements of Qi, preparing for foundation establishment. Yes, that is the plan, but not now. One of these 5 elements is prepared for you after all, I promised Elder Wu. I naturally believe that the elder is a trustworthy person. Wu Mingxing said, if I want to use this opportunity for foundation establishment in exchange for a promise from the elder, would that be possible? Su Chuan frowned slightly. Exchanging this opportunity for my promise. What promise? To protect my Wu family for 200 years. Su Chuan fell into thought. In his view, the likelihood of Wu Mingxing failing in his foundation establishment attempt was extremely high. If he were to perish, the Wu family would remain in Dongxi without issue, but they would become just another ordinary family. His 3 disciples were still young, although their growth was limited, they could still serve the Su family for several decades. Previously, I mentioned to the elder that when I was young, I had lofty ambitions to establish a family of cultivators, but I encountered many setbacks, and my heart turned to ashes. Later, after receiving the elder's invitation and being granted an opportunity for foundation establishment, I joined the Su family. I once envisioned myself as one of the lucky few to succeed in foundation establishment and establish a foundation establishment family. However, after joining the Su family, I realized how difficult it is for a family to develop. Even if I were to break through to foundation establishment, it would not ensure the long-term survival of the Wu family. Therefore, rather than waste the Su family's millennium spirit medicine on a slim chance at breaking through, it is better to completely merge into the Su family and become their affiliate. Elder Wu wants to become my Su family's affiliate. Su Chuan was somewhat surprised, but soon fell into contemplation. I also know that with my limited lifespan and my grandson, we are not worthy. After all, the Su family is no longer the same as when they took in the Chuan, Bai, and Li families. So before coming here, I persuaded my 3 disciples to officially merge into my Wu family, leaving only the Wu family in Dongxi. Wu Mingxing bowed deeply to Su Chuan, saying my Wu family is willing to become a refining family under the Su family and offer my early acquired legacy. I hope the elder will agree. I have only comprehended about 1/10 of this legacy, which records the crafting methods for several top-tier artifacts and methods suitable for artifact refinement, including a foundation establishment technique, the Xiaohao Jinyangju. This technique is most suitable for those who walk the path of artifacts. Its control of fire is exquisite, its combat methods are formidable, and it even has a fire escape technique. It's just a pity that my talent is limited. If Linger can cultivate this technique, it may help her path in artifact crafting become smoother. The opportunity for foundation establishment plus the legacy acquired in exchange for my Wu family becoming an affiliate and protecting the Wu family for 200 years. Su Chuan said lightly, Elder Wu, do you not think this is a loss? Using this legacy to exchange for protection from the Zhou family would likely be easy. I admit the Zhou family has potential, but when they previously invited me, I did not agree. Joining the Su family is enough to show that I have a higher regard for the Su family. I bet my Wu family will one day become a foundation establishment family by following the Su family. Bang, bang, bang. Su Chuan fell silent, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. After a while, he said, since Elder Wu has brought up the matter to this extent, what else can I say? I agree to this matter. Thank you, Elder. Please let the family head preside over the affiliate ceremony. Once we officially become affiliates, I will voluntarily hand over the entirety of the legacy, including my life's insights on artifact refinement. Su Chuan nodded slightly. Then I will not disturb the elder's quiet meditation. After he left, Su Chuan murmured, the Xiaohao Jinyang Ju sounds like an ancient cultivation technique. I didn't expect Wu Mingsheng to have such an opportunity. However, for him to bind the Wu family to my Su family, he is indeed quite bold. Simply giving up the chance for foundation establishment would not necessarily persuade Su Chuan. After all, his hope was already slim. But this legacy of artifact refinement could genuinely enhance the foundation of the Su family. With elixirs, artifacts, and formations, we now only lack a legacy of formations. Su Chuan shook his head and laughed, thinking he was being too optimistic. The legacy of pill crafting came from the benefits of others, plus his own study and organization. The legacy of formations was a one-time inheritance received by Su Mingxian from the Qingyu tablet, but he needed to fully master it to leave this legacy for the Su family. The legacy of artifacts was voluntarily offered by Wu Mingsheng. The legacy of talismans might only become possible after Su Mingyuan achieves great success in the future. Su Chuan would not go back on his word and immediately sent a message to Su Dezhang. Su Dezhang was very shocked upon hearing this, but when he learned that Su Chuan was giving up his opportunity for foundation establishment and offering the legacy of artifact refinement and the foundation establishment technique, he said no more. 3 days later, the Su family held a vassal ceremony, inviting various vassal families to witness. Wu Mingsheng publicly presented the inheritance of the weapon arts. Shortly thereafter, Wu De, Wu Er, and Wu Sen consecutively took wives. Although the Su family promised protection for 200 years, the Wu family must also strive to give birth to descendants with cultivation potential. The collection of the 5 elements involves finding areas rich in the 5 elemental energies, employing secret methods to gather the essence of the 5 elements. The water element is naturally collected from lakes and rivers. There happens to be a lake in Dongxi. Due to the nurturing of spiritual fish and some aquatic plants that produce a bit of spiritual energy, collecting here is sufficient. The wood element energy flourishes in the Duanya mountain range, full of lush vegetation. The fire element is more troublesome, needing to find a place where fire attributes are strong. Thus, this task was entrusted to the knowledgeable Wu Zhan. The earth element spiritual energy is simple, as it lies beneath our feet in the vast land available everywhere. As for the metal element spiritual energy, one must find a vein. In the Duanya mountain range, the Su family discovered several ordinary veins. Although collecting from them might be troublesome, it does not require leaving Dongxi like Wu Zhan. If a spiritual iron mine were discovered in Yuehu County, it would undoubtedly cause a bloody storm. However, like spirit stone mines, they are rare. Most are buried deep underground. During this period, the Su family's development showed no signs of slowing down. The Su family's business firmly established itself in all counties. The path to ascension was opened, and all families felt excitement in their hearts. In the county's businesses, martial arts techniques were priced at 100 taels, while innate techniques were 500 taels, significantly lowering the barriers to martial arts. In addition to purchasing with silver, some rare items could also be exchanged for identification at the business. After all, with so many people in a county, there might be an ordinary person who unknowingly received an opportunity. Of course, the chances of this happening are quite low. Besides techniques, there are also blood essence pills, medicinal meals, opening orifices pills, and chi-attracting pills, all clearly priced. There are also innate martial pills, though not as many as those in the county's businesses. The Su family does not have many resources available above the innate level. Their focus remains on nurturing their own people and will only release some if there are excesses. There are fewer issues below the innate level. The Su family's business is nearly ubiquitous across counties, having accumulated countless resources and medicinal materials needed by postnatal martial artists. The Su family's establishment of businesses not only accumulates greater foundations, but also lays down an intelligence network to gather information from various counties. If any significant discoveries occur, the Su family can be the first to know. In any case, every business the Su family opens is extremely profitable. They then return some resources and wealth to the people, ultimately forming a positive cycle. As the Su family rapidly developed, Yuan Lu and Huang were secretly contacting other Qi training families or martial arts families. The Qi training families might have some motivation. However, the martial arts families mostly rejected the idea. The Su family's broad openings allowed many martial arts families to see hope for clan elevation and family advancement. They even contacted the Yuehu Martial Alliance. Now, the Yuehu Martial Alliance has developed into a massive organization in Yuehu County, with nearly 40% of martial arts families in the county joining. Alliance members traveled far and wide, collecting spiritual herbs, medicinal materials, and materials to exchange for martial arts resources or even cultivation resources. Perhaps some sharp families have realized that the Yuehu Martial Alliance is not simple, and it is certainly not just the 2 prominent families overseeing it. Even if they suspect a connection with the Su family, they will not make it public. As long as it benefits their own family, why would it matter who they serve? Should they revert to the past begging for meager resources from major cultivation families? Yuan family, the heads of the Huang family and the Liu family are both present here. The Su family's actions have completely won the hearts of all martial arts families in Yuehu County. In the past, they would see us like dogs begging for scraps when we approached them. Now, although they still greet us with smiles, their attitude is entirely different. It can be said that they have stood up from their bones as if one day they too could stand shoulder to shoulder with us. The head of the Liu family muttered incessantly, filled with rage. The head of the Huang family sighed. I must admit that the Su family truly plays the big game. Each county is releasing resources. Can the Su family really sustain it? Yuan family laughed lightly. We know the nature of these families. They are all untrustworthy wolf cubs. Now they seem to lean towards the Su family, but once the Su family can no longer supply, it could turn against them. However, I believe the Su family won't see that day. The head of the Liu family's eyes brightened as he looked at Yuan Shengang. Brother Yuan, do you have good news? Yuan Shengang stroked his beard, smiling faintly. 3 families have agreed to send latest-stage Qi training experts from their clans. That's all. The head of the Huang family frowned slightly. Brother Huang, have you not considered that the Su family is currently on the rise? Every family hopes to trade for high-quality pills and artifacts from the Su family business. How could they really bet everything on us? However, having more latest-stage Qi training experts is still a good thing. What do you think? The heads of the Huang family and the Liu family exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Then Yuan Shengang continued. The Su family's rapid development is evident now, with their business appearing in every county, indicating their intentions for the entire county. I also see this, but what puzzles me is why the Zhou family remains indifferent. Do you think the Zhou family is planning everything behind the scenes? The head of the Liu family stroked his chin, pondering. This does not align with the Zhou family's usual methods. Yuan Shengang shook his head. The Zhou family is already the overlord of Yuehu County, and previously that was the best stability for them. There is no need to open up opportunities for commoners, ordinary families, and martial arts families. A monopoly with strict class structures benefits their rule over Yuehu County. As for 100 families contending, if it goes wrong, the Zhou family would also be setting fire to themselves. Then doesn't the Su family fear too many families rising in Yuehu County, leading to backlash one day? The head of the Huang family voiced the doubts in the hearts of the other two. They too couldn't comprehend this. Looking at the entire Dowei, no family has acted this way, reforming Yuehu County and enhancing its overall strength. But if not careful, this could lead to a catastrophic disaster, triggering turmoil far more profound than the previous Suzhou conflict. Previously, it only involved the martial arts families and cultivation families in the county. However, with the Su family's actions, once chaos arises, the entirety of Yuehu County, from the county town to the counties, and even the rural areas, would be swept up. Yuan Shengang frowned in contemplation, stating, regardless of what happens, if the Su family continues to develop, not to mention how Yuehu County will be in the future, at least our 3 families will be the first to bear the brunt. Saying this, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the other 2 family heads. Brother Huang, Brother Liu, in at most 2 months, we must take action. We must spare no effort to win over the strong members of other families. 2 months later, just before our cultivation families pay taxes, the Su family should not expect us to launch a surprise attack at this critical moment. The head of the Huang family appeared hesitant. He even regretted rashly swearing an alliance with the Yuan family back then. Now, being on the same boat, he could only be dragged along by the Yuan family. All right, we will follow Brother Yuan's words. The 2 said one after another. Zhou family. Zhou Qingfang's secluded area. Ancestor, the intentions of the Su family are becoming clearer, but Xiao Yuan cannot understand why the Su family is doing this. Perhaps it is beneficial for the Su family. However, once chaos arises in the future, the consequences will be far-reaching. It may even provoke the intervention of the Chao family of Dowei. Last time we contended with the Su family dragging most families in the county into it, it drew the Chao family's warning, and the Su family is doing this. He paused, and after consideration said again. Could it be that the Su family has experienced too little and has not thought through the possible consequences? Should our Zhou family take action? Zhou Qingfang pondered repeatedly, unable to discern the true intentions behind the Su family's actions. He looked at Zhou Xiao Yuan and said, there is no rush now. In just a year or 2, it is not enough to cause chaos. At least it will take several decades, or even hundreds of years, for those ordinary families and county families to truly develop before what you mentioned could happen. For now, let's wait and see. Right now, we should pay attention to the matters between the Yuan Liu Huang families and the Su family. Yes, Ancestor. The previously calm situation in Yuehu County was stirred into a murky mess due to the actions of the Su family. Every cultivation family was unable to see clearly, but for the lower-tier families, they seized every opportunity to continuously climb up. Thanks to this, the Su family is well aware of conditions in each county. They even received several rare spiritual herbs aged 2 to 300 years from the counties, as well as several precious second-tier ores. Additionally, there were some pieces of information about demon beasts. Upon learning this, the Su family issued a mission dispatching people to investigate. Once the news is confirmed, they would promptly organize a team led by Su Mingwei. The acquisition of materials from demon beasts has increased several times compared to before. Many families with some financial means exchanged a lot of martial resources to cultivate their family disciples. The number of young martial artists in each county suddenly surged significantly. Even the number of innate martial artists increased by several dozens. As they benefited, so did the Su family. With 7 or 8 latest-stage Qi training demon beasts, the materials alone are sufficient to refine a considerable number of mid to high-grade artifacts. The types of spiritual herbs in the Su family's herb garden have also increased significantly. However, whether it's martial arts texts or resources, they remain unattainable for commoners. Not everyone is like Su Chuan, possessing the mindset and capability to make money. But how could Su Chuan not recognize the potential of the common people? Thus, each Su family business in the counties has a rule: if one does not have enough silver, they can test their root bones and qualifications for free. If they meet the Su family's requirements, they may join the Su family and receive their training. Now, throughout Yuehu County, while some may not know the Zhou family, Yuan family, Huang family, or Lu family, no one is unaware of the Su family. Their name has already spread across the entire Yuehu County. This includes their past benevolence and the well-being of the residents in Dongxi, who live comfortably and abundantly, like a paradise, gradually becoming known. Previously, the Su family only recruited commoners around Xinjiang County, but now they have opened up and cast a wide net. In recent days, hundreds of unaccompanied children and youths have entered the Su family. They even discovered 30 or 40 individuals with cultivation potential. Other families look down on them, and they will not. It took effort to cultivate from scratch. However, the Su family had abundant resources and few members who what they valued was a clean reputation and loyalty to the Su family. These individuals fit the criteria perfectly, leaving the Su family with no reason to refuse them. In a decade or two, among these people, there may be those who form marital ties with the Su family, or perhaps individuals who will become renowned throughout the entire Yuehu County. Time swiftly moved to October. The Yuan family head had also allied with several aristocratic families, while the heads of the Lu and Huang families had recruited some individuals waiting for the right moment to act. The three families were preparing to take action, unaware that their frequent interactions were being watched by certain spies. These spies were all under the control of Su Mingshu. Father, in recent months, the Yuan, Lu, and Huang families have visited numerous martial arts and cultivation families, but we are unaware of who has been recruited. Controlling ordinary spies has already revealed much information. If it were demon beasts, they would likely be discovered quickly, Su Chuan replied with a faint smile. Su Mingshu nodded, and then said, they have been quiet for several days. Are they planning to hold off for a while, waiting until after the tax collection to seek another opportunity? It's hard to say. Perhaps this is merely a facade meant to confuse us, and in reality it is a sign of an approaching storm. So soon. I thought they would prepare adequately, at least for over a year. How could they gather enough strength to suppress our Su family so quickly? In a battle to the death, it is always better to have more trump cards. Su Chuan glanced at Su Mingshu and said with a faint smile, but our Su family's actions have likely frightened them. Indeed, Su Mingshu replied with a smirk, I bet the Zhou family is also on edge. I may not know their exact timing for striking, but everything has its signs. Mingshu, from now on, send the Qinghua Eagle and the other two to monitor the three families. There's no need to get too close. If a family raises a protective formation, it will signal their intent to act. Activate the formation. People are always worried about gaining and losing. Even when they are desperate, they want to protect the safety of their kin. Father's words make sense. Su Mingshu nodded and immediately acted on it. Just 4 or 5 days later, the Huang and Lu families indeed raised their defensive formations, and their clans were on high alert, fearing a sudden attack. Upon learning this, Su Chuan raised the corners of his mouth and immediately summoned Su Mingwei and Su Mingxian, and the three headed to the Huang family. Su Chuan sent a message inside, and the Huang family's guards immediately relayed this news to the head of the Huang family. The head of the Huang family turned pale, his eyes flashing with surprise. Why are they coming to my Huang family at this time? Could it be? Yet the three individuals from the Su family were of no ordinary status. One was a grand elder, another a former family head, and the last was a prodigy of the Su family. If they did not meet, it would only lead others to suspect their intentions. The head of the Huang family promptly proceeded, his expression returning to normal, showing no signs of distress. The three elders, including the grand elder of the Huang family, arrived before the protective formation and faced Su Chuan and the others. He clasped his fists and said, Su brother, what brings you and your son here so suddenly? I was just curious and decided to pay a visit to the Huang family. Why has the Huang family suddenly activated the formation? Have you encountered an external assault recently? Cunning and crafty, trying to extract information from me. The head of the Huang family immediately followed along with his train of thought and replied, indeed, not long ago a latest Qi refining rogue cultivator attacked my Huang family, injuring some of our clansmen. Unfortunately, they managed to escape. To prevent further losses to my Huang family, we activated the formation. Is that so? Chuan looked at the head of the Huang family with a faint smile. My Su family also has some connections now and may be able to help the Huang family investigate. This matter is our Huang family's own concern. There is no need for the Su family to worry about it. That's fine then, please, head of the Huang family, deactivate the formation so we can discuss further inside. Is there something you need, Su brother? Even if there's nothing, it's good to build rapport. Does the Huang family not wish to cooperate with my Su family? The head of the Huang family felt a jolt in his heart, anxious and flustered, and forced a smile as he said, how could that be? I naturally welcome you, a master alchemist, to my Huang family. If you could trade a few bottles of high-quality pills with my Huang family, that would be even better. With that, the head of the Huang family had no choice but to deactivate the protective formation and let them in, leading them to the main hall. The Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder of the Huang family were also present, their attention constantly on the three from the Su family. The head of the Huang family looked at Chuan and asked seriously, Su brother, what is the purpose of your visit to my Huang family? Please speak plainly. Chuan unhurried, picked up a teacup, took a sip, and then spoke. Since Huang brother does not harbor ill intentions towards my Su family, I can rest easy. I came to invite the Huang family to join forces with my Su family to deal with the Yuan family. The head of the Huang family and the elders all stiffened, exchanging glances. Su brother, what do you mean? My Huang family has no enmity with the Yuan family. Oh, why should we strike against them? But the Yuan family has repeatedly provoked my Su family, and I have heard they have contacted many others preparing to act. How could my Su family continue to endure? Chuan gently set down the teacup and said calmly, therefore I believe that for the stability of Yuehu County, the Yuan family should be completely eliminated. This, Huang brother, are you unwilling? Do you think my Su family has no chance of winning? The head of the Huang family had much to say, but was at a loss. Chuan continued, but this matter the Huang family may find it hard to refuse. Why? The Grand Elder, who also had latest Qi refining cultivation, scoffed and looked at Chuan and the others with an unfriendly expression. If the Huang family does not take action, then my Su family can only resolve the Huang family as well. Chuan said it nonchalantly, yet his tone carried a sense of certainty. Chuan, your Su family is being too overbearing. The second elder said, even the Zhou family would not act this way. It's clear you came to invite us. Do you think that if my Huang family disagrees, you will act against us? If word of your actions gets out, how will you establish yourself in Yuehu County? Su Mingxian scoffed, her eyes gleaming with disdain. Why do you ask? Doesn't the Huang family know the truth? My father is giving the Huang family a chance. After all, your Huang family has not had any malicious intent towards my Su family before. Otherwise, you would share the same fate as the Yuan family, and it would be well-deserved. The second elder's eyes widened in shock, wanting to say something, but found himself speechless. After all, the alliance between the Huang family and the Yuan and Lu families was a secret. The head of the Huang family's expression darkened. It seems Su brother's visit today is not out of goodwill, so my Huang family will not entertain you any further. Huang brother, are you really willing to sacrifice your entire family? If you wish, I will say no more and take my leave. The head of the Huang family's face turned ashen. What was happening? Did he just threaten to annihilate a family? He felt that if he did not clarify things today, he might not be able to sleep peacefully afterwards. What exactly do you want? When the Yuan family attacks my Su family, the Lu family turns against them, and we eliminate the Yuan family, their territory will belong to my Su family, and we will share 3/10 of their resources with you and the Lu family. The head of the Huang family and the elders were all shocked. You? The 3 Huang elders immediately released their magical artifacts, 3 flying swords hovering above their heads, emitting constant ringing sounds. The expressions of Chuan and the others remained unchanged. An earthy yellow square seal had appeared in Su Mingxian's palm, floating and emitting a golden light. The head of the Huang family said grimly, Su brother, your Su family is truly skilled, but you only came with 3 people today. Are you not afraid of being left in my Huang family? Chuan shook his head and smiled, then calmly stared at the head of the Huang family. Huang brother, you think too highly of your Huang family. As I said before, I am giving the Huang family an opportunity. If you are unwilling to accept, my Su family naturally has the ability to annihilate both your Huang family and the Yuan family. At that time, it would be no loss for my Su family to gain a piece of territory and the resources of a 5th-grade cultivation family. However, my Su family has always been clear about our grievances. Your Huang family has never harbored ill will toward my Su family before, so why such actions now? I also have my reasons. I can tell the Huang family clearly the Yuan family must be destroyed. My Su family has no desire for the territory of your Huang family. If you are bewitched by the Yuan family and insist on tying your family's fate with them, my Su family will not offer kind words to those seeking death. The Grand Elder's expression was serious and wary as he asked, "How do you know your Su family will definitely win? If my Huang Lu and Yuan families unite and recruit some other families, even the Zhou family will have to be cautious or even avoid confrontation. What do you rely on your Su family?" Su Chuan did not say much more and immediately took out a token from his storage bag, throwing it to the Grand Elder. "Dan, 13. What is this?" Su Mingwei replied indifferently, "My father is a 13 deacon of the Pill Hall, and it is precisely because of this that the Zhou family is willing to secretly ally with my Su family. With my father's connections along with the Zhou family, as long as he speaks, all the families in Yuehu County would stand on the side of my Su family." The head of the Huang family was in disbelief, snatching the token from the Grand Elder's hand to examine it, repeatedly murmuring, 13 deacon of the Pill Hall, 13 deacon of the Pill Hall. He then chuckled self-deprecatingly. "No wonder during the last tax collection the Imperial City Envoy asked about you as soon as he opened his mouth and only regarded you Su Chuan highly. What a 13 deacon of the Pill Hall, what a Su family." Su Mingxian said lightly, "My Su family has always been low profile and naturally does not go around boasting." Low profile. Inserting hands into the county seat and all the surrounding areas is low profile. Opening doors wide to win everyone's hearts is low profile. What kind of low profile is that? With that said, I will say no more, but I believe the time I am giving your Huang family to consider is running short. The few members of the Huang family felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. A thought arose within them. How did he know? As I mentioned earlier, the Huang family can still obtain 1.5 shares of the Yuan family's resources. Of course, if your Huang family insists on sticking with the Yuan family and confronting my Su family, that is your choice. The consequences of taking action have been made clear. You Huang family can decide for yourselves. We will be waiting for you at Dongxi. Su Chuan stood up intending to leave, but paused for a moment, turned around, and smiled. Retreating is not an option. Once you walk this path, if the Yuan family is not destroyed, then you will only accompany them to the grave. With that, Su Chuan and the two left. They didn't even notice that the Huang family's formation had not blocked them at all. This was also a warning to the Huang family. After leaving the Huang family, Su Chuan took the two to the Lu family, allowing them to make their own choice. Inside the Huang family hall, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense, the air heavy enough to suffocate. Returning to Dongxi, Su Mingwei suddenly asked, "Father, why don't we force them to make an oath? Personal safety versus the safety of the clan, both families will have to make a choice. Furthermore, this is also a punishment for the two families." Punishment? Su Mingxian was puzzled. When you face the same choice as the two families, how will you feel inside? The two of them immediately brightened their eyes, realizing it would be an unbearable torment, perhaps even worse than being killed outright. Choices can be significant or trivial, light or heavy. Sometimes a single choice may burden you with inner demons for the rest of your life, or it may propel you forward, allowing you to sing all the way. Just like the choices you make for your own children, whether to lead them on the path of immortality or martial arts. Both sides are flesh. When the time comes to truly choose, you will understand the pressure. The two felt a heaviness in their hearts. Choices are terrifying. What if they ultimately choose to oppose the Su family? Su Mingwei asked. The probability of that is less than 10%, but if they truly do so, do you think our Su family would have no chance of winning? Su Mingxian grinned. Elder brother, the second-tier top-grade 4-symbol celestial array is rumored to be able to slay those in Foundation establishment. I too am very eager to see its true might. Su Mingwei shook his head and smiled, realizing his little brother was quite shrewd. Oh wait, he is no longer the youngest of the second generation. In a few months, their youngest brother will be born. 7 or 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon it will be November. The autumn wind was bleak, carrying with it a sense of impending danger. The Su family activated the outermost first-tier top-grade defensive array, the 5 Earth's defensive array. They also removed the fog array as it would affect Su Chuan and the others' line of sight. Over 100 cultivators flew on their swords, turning into streaks of light, soaring through the sky and hovering over Dongxi. The fog array has disappeared. Yuan Shingang was slightly taken aback, then he quickly formed a hand seal and descended toward Dongxi. Suddenly, a layer of translucent yellow light rose up, blocking the spell, with the light flickering slightly. A first-tier top-grade Earth attribute array. Yuan Shingang chuckled. The Su family's foundation is indeed not shallow. They have established a cultivation clan for only a few years and have obtained such an array. He flew to the front, turned, and scanned the crowd. The Su family has few people, but abundant resources. Their foundation is likely equivalent to that of 3 or 4 fifth-tier Qi training families. Today we are here to eliminate the Su family for the peace of Yuehu County The resources will be shared among everyone present. The Yuan family disciples and others who came coveting the Su family's foundations responded eagerly. However, the Huang and Lu families appeared relatively indifferent. Brother Huang, brother Lu, you two seem a bit off today. Just then, Su Chuan, Su Mingwei, and Su Mingxian appeared. Su Mingwei and Su Mingxian still only displayed their cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi training. What a grand scene, Brother Yuan. Did you bring so many people to eliminate my Su family? And so what? Yuan Qinggang turned and said, your Su family has grand ambitions and will eventually target our established families, treating us as stepping stones on the path paved with bones. We are merely striking first. Su Chuan smiled and said, Brother Yuan, you are truly smart, but unfortunately you are only half right. Our Su family will only deal with your Yuan family, because since our Su family began to rise, your Yuan family has been looking for ways to target us, haven't you? Utter nonsense. Even if it were true, Yuan Qinggang would not admit it. It doesn't matter if you deny it. Your Yuan family's path has come to an end. Ridiculous. Do you really think this first-tier top-grade array can hold back so many cultivators from the 3 families working together? Yes, it is 3 families, but not your 3 families. It's us 3 families. Yuan Qinggang was about to laugh loudly when suddenly screams erupted from the crowd behind, coming from the Yuan family disciples. He turned around in shock. Over 100 cultivators from the Yuan family had descended into chaos. The Huang and Lu families suddenly launched surprise attacks from both sides, instantly causing the Yuan family cultivators to lose several. The invited latest-stage Qi training cultivators who had come to assist were dumbfounded and immediately retreated. What's going on? They exchanged glances. Wasn't it the 3 families forming an alliance to attack the Su family? How did it turn into a sneak attack by the Huang and Lu families on the Yuan family? Should we intervene? Some did not hesitate and immediately fled on their swords. However, Su Chuan's voice echoed in their ears. Those who come here today must bring valuable gifts to apologize within half a month. You may escape, but your families behind you will not escape. The voice was cold as if it came from the depths of hell, chilling their hearts. Huang Mingyu, Lu Yuntao, have you forgotten the oath we made? Yuan Qinggang could not believe that despite their oath, the Huang and Lu families would still attack them. Both of them smiled bitterly. Huang Mingyu said, I was truly bewitched at the time, convinced by you to attack the Su family. Even the Zhou family must be on good terms. How could my Huang family have the capability to oppose them? Today I can only bring you along to atone for my Huang family's mistakes. I Lu feel the same. The new head of the Lu family has already been chosen, and I can also rest easy. Yuan Qingong, as of now my Huang and Lu families should be attacking your Yuan clan. I believe they will not be on guard against us, right? You two are truly insidious and ruthless. Yuan Qinggang's eyes surged like lava, yet a trace of desolation rose in his heart. You are willing to risk your lives to destroy my Yuan family. Oh, what deep grievances do my Yuan family have with your 2 families? Boom! Yuan Qinggang's blue steel shield emitted a painful groan under Lu Yuntao's purple flying sword. Each block sent visible ripples of spiritual power radiating outward. His black top-grade flying sword, controlled by his left hand, clashed with Huang Mingyu's silver rainbow flying sword, creating sparks that momentarily formed a fire lotus in midair. The battlefield behind had transformed into a vortex of spiritual power storms. A defensive formation formed by Yuan family cultivators was cleaved apart by a blood-red blade light. Explosive talismans burst in the crowd, sending cultivators within 3 zhang scattering, though some cultivators timely summoned defensive artifacts, sustaining only shock from the qi and blood. But soon they were pierced through the heart by the flying swords of the 2 families. Head of the family. A familiar voice called out, and Yuan Qinggang saw a flying sword pass by him. It was the youngest elder of the Yuan family who had just reached the 7th layer of Qi training last year, with considerable potential destined to reach the 9th layer. Die, you little people from the Huang and Lu families. One Yuan elder, in a fit of rage, saw they were outnumbered and self-destructed on the spot. The roar echoed across the sky. The resulting shockwave sent Yuan Qingong, Huang Mingyu, and Lu Yuntao flying several zhang. 5th elder. Yuan Qinggang's eyes were filled with sorrow. But the next moment another attack from Huang Mingyu and Lu Yuntao came flying and leaving him only able to respond defensively. Why? Yuan Qinggang sought an answer, but his gaze caught Su Chuan and the others within the formation watching coldly, and he instantly understood. It was the Su family, right? What benefits did they promise you to make you 2 families act for the Su family like this, even risking the backlash of your oath? If your Yuan family is not destroyed today, my 2 families will also accompany you to the grave. Huang Mingyu finally revealed the reason. Just based on the Su family. Just based on my Su family. Su Chuan replied calmly. As soon as his voice fell, black lightning arrows shot from the formation, each arrow accurately killing a latest-stage elder of the Yuan family. Although there was an element of surprise, their speed was like thunder, leaving the latest-stage Yuan family elders no time to defend. This demonstrated the terrifying power of Su Mingwei's attacks. In a moment's time, all the elders of the Yuan family present fell. Huang Mingyu and Lu Yuntao both had their pupils constrict, filled with fear. If they had attacked them within their family that day, the two families would have suffered heavy losses. Ha ha ha, what a Su Mingwei. You Su family are so domineering, how could the Zhou family possibly tolerate you in the future? You Su family will ultimately follow the path of my Yuan family. Su Mingwei knocked another arrow. He had not used any magical power before, but now he exerted all his strength, infusing his magical power into the precious bow, the arrows emanating a powerful aura that shocked the heads of the Huang and Lu families. They believed that facing this arrow they would undoubtedly die. Who exactly is being domineering? My Su family has never provoked your Yuan family. As for the Zhou family, we do not need your Yuan family's concern in our matters. Su Chuan finished speaking. Su Mingwei's arrow also left the string, the magical power swirling into a black dragon, engulfing Yuan Chungang entirely. His entire body shattered. The remaining Yuan family cultivators were all dealt with. Huang Mingyu and Lu Yuntao looked at Su Chuan and said, Su brother, are you satisfied now? Su Chuan replied lightly, if your Huang and Lu families can return to the right path, then the matter of colluding with the Yuan family ends here. The resources of the Yuan family will be taken over by my son Su Mingwei. Understood. Of course, after we organize the Yuan family's resources, we promise to give each of the Huang and Lu families 1.5 shares, and we will also fulfill that promise. Thank you. The two clasped their fists. At this moment, Su Chuan glanced into the distance and said lightly, Zhou family head, Elder Zhou's son, since you have come, you should also join us for a discussion. The two were startled and turned to see more than a dozen cultivators approaching quickly. Leading them were Zhou Xiaoyuan and Elder Zhou's son from the Zhou family. The others were all at least at the 6th layer of Qi training, with about 7 or 8 at the late stage. I originally wanted to come and see where I could help, but it seems I came for nothing. Zhou Xiaoyuan glanced at Huang Mingyu and Lu Yuntao and smiled faintly at Su Chuan. You are very considerate. Shall we go to the clan for a discussion? Zhou Xiaoyuan thought for a moment, telling the other Zhou family cultivators, you all go back first, I will go with Elder Zhou's son. Do not spread the events of today carelessly. Yes, head. Then we will take our leave. We will give the Su family an explanation regarding the Yuan family matter. Huang Mingyu and Lu Yuntao did not linger and immediately led their family disciples toward the Yuan family. Since they had already made a choice, they could not leave any future troubles. As for the corpses and storage bags scattered across the ground, they were left to Su Mingwei and Su Mingxian to deal with, while Su Chuan led the two to his quiet room. Su brother is truly remarkable, able to incite the Huang and Lu families to turn against the Yuan family. Zhou Xiaoyuan said, as far as I know, Yuan Chungang would not make such a low-level mistake. The heads of the three families must have made a collective oath of mutual support. Su Chuan said. Then they, while the two conversed, Zhou Sin silently savored his tea, nodding, good tea. Zhou Xiaoyuan was somewhat helpless, glancing at him, silently thinking, are you here just to drink Su family's spiritual tea? Although it does taste quite good. Su Chuan smiled and said, perhaps they won't survive 1.5 years, but at least the family has been preserved, right? The two fell silent. Zhou Xiaoyuan took the opportunity to sip a bit, secretly saying, good tea. You two came here with your people, it shouldn't just be to assist, but to see how my Su family will handle the 3 families of cultivators, right? If they do not answer, Su Chuan continued, when the time comes to reveal it, it will naturally be revealed. Zhou Xiaoyuan did not press further, changing the topic. Since the Yuan family has been destroyed, how does the Su family plan to proceed? Will you relocate to the Yuan family's territory? Well, Su Chuan paused. You will naturally know in the future. Then your Su family will not take action again, right? Zhou family head, not at all. It was the Yuan family that brought people to attack my Su family. When have you seen my Su family take the initiative to attack others? Our Su family was acting in self-defense. What is self-defense? Zhou Xiaoyuan's lips twitched slightly. Although this statement was not wrong to take action immediately to destroy a clan. How many times will the Su family be able to act in Yuhu County? Zhou Xiaoyuan thought about it and felt a chill down his spine. We cannot continue, otherwise we will truly attract responsibility from the Chao family. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoyuan hesitated for a moment before continuing, destroying the Yuan family before tax collection. Your Su family must be careful. Some royal city spiritual tax officials do not care about this, but some will inquire. I cannot help you with this matter. Su Chuan nodded. Thank you for the reminder, I will handle it carefully. Then we should not linger. Elder Zhou's son, let's go. The two stood up. Su Chuan asked, want the Zhou family head go see your daughter? No, perhaps next time. Su Chuan did not pursue the topic further. At the Shini Hall Square, the two released their flying swords. Zhou Xiaoyuan said again, The Su family has recently made frequent moves, though I still urge Su brother to deeply consider the future impact. Do not wait until chaos arises before regretting it. After saying that, the two left. Future impact? Su Chuan murmured, realizing why Zhou Xiaoyuan had reminded him, but he did not pay it any mind. Is this what a big move looks like? He shook his head and smiled, returning to the alchemy hall to continue studying breakthrough pills for martial arts, bone-conserving pills, and strength-enhancing pills. Su Mingwei and Su Mingxian collected all the storage bags of the fallen Yuan family disciples and the nearby dropped magical artifacts. Afterwards, Su Mingxian formed a hand seal to deactivate the 5 Earth's defensive array and reactivate the fog array. The faint mist always kept the Su family shrouded in a sense of mystery. It also made Dongxi a land of bliss. Mingxian, I am going to the Yuan family. I'll come with me. Elder brother is afraid of encountering array restrictions that may delay us. Exactly. Then fine. The two leisurely flew toward the Yuan family's territory. Having lost many elders and elite cultivators, the remaining Yuan family consisted of only a handful of latest-stage Qi training individuals, along with some early Qi training cultivators. How could they withstand the siege of the Huang and Lu families? Let alone both families had left behind latest-stage Qi training elders and a large number of martial arts experts. The Yuan family was completely wiped out. As his divine sense probed inch by inch, it was clear that hardly anyone escaped. The entire clan territory was a river of blood. Su Mingwei and Su Mingxian watched coldly until the two families departed. Looking at the Yuan family territory shrouded in blood mist, Su Mingwei said calmly, "My Su family only wishes to develop properly, but why do some always covet my Su family's interests? Eldest brother, as the saying goes, those who do not attract jealousy are mediocre, and the same applies to families. Everyone wishes not to have a mountain over their heads, and our Su family is no exception unless the gap in strength is too great, leaving others with no choice." Su Mingxian said calmly as he walked. It is also our Su family's excessive low profile that led the Yuan family to believe that we gained this threatened foundation of the Su family by luck. They thought our Su family was unworthy of these resources, which made them target us time and again. Of course, perhaps my father's indulgence and retreat played a part, but my father is not wrong. Why should our Su family explain our way of doing things to anyone? Take the Zhou family, for example. They only need to notify the other families when they act. Would those families ask for the details? Even the other small cultivation families in Yuehu County can reach the level of the Yuan family as long as they develop quietly and act steadily. If the Yuan family did not care about the resources of the Su family, or even saw the potential of our Su family and befriended us, perhaps the two families would become relatives, wouldn't they? Su Mingwei nodded slightly. What you said is not wrong, Mingxian. What do you think is our father's next plan after consolidating the Yuan family's land and strengthening the Su family following the foundation establishment? Su Mingxian smiled gently. Eldest brother, are you testing me? You know I am not good at these things. Just chatting casually. Given my father's temperament, his vision is extremely far-reaching. He is probably already envisioning Yuehu County 20 years from now. Is he aiming to control the entirety of Yuehu County? No, that's not right. My father has always been low-key. If my father successfully establishes his foundation, the Su family will undoubtedly attract much attention. At that time, a more noticeable target would be needed to draw the attention of the entire county towards our Su family. What could it be that my father wants? It seems you guessed it. This path is indeed suitable for our Su family. Su Mingxian's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. The two spent considerable time integrating the resources of the Yuan family, and several important places such as the collection of ancient texts and the storage of family treasures were all set with restrictions. Moreover, they were not weak. However, it only took Su Mingxian 2 or 3 moments to break through all of them. As for the corpses of the Yuan family members, they were all burned to ashes. The blood mist gradually dispersed. The two glanced at the Yuan family's land before returning to the Su family. Su Mingxian went to the formation hall. Su Mingwei went to find Su Dejiao, handing over the items obtained from the Yuan family to him for sorting, leaving threatens for the Huang and Lu families, while the rest was categorized and stored in the Su family's treasury. After that, the Huang and Lu families also pursued the collateral branches of the Yuan family, along with some members who were not present on the day the Yuan family was annihilated. Of course, the Su family was involved as well. However, the Huang and Lu families acted openly, while the Su family worked in the shadows. If even this could not eliminate them, then it would mean that the heavens intended to leave a trace of bloodline for the Yuan family. The destruction of the Yuan family caused quite a stir in Yuehu County. Those who had followed the Yuan, Lu, and Huang families to the Su family were well aware of the Yuan family's extermination and immediately selected high-level materials from their family's collection to visit Dongxi. The Su family did not want any magical artifacts or pills, but only required spiritual herbs, materials, rare secret techniques, and inheritance of immortal arts. These families were bleeding heavily. One family even presented a 1,000-year spirit herb from their collection. Others offered second-grade spiritual materials along with plenty of spiritual herbs and materials from latest-stage qi refining demon beasts. Only after Su Dezhao personally promised them that they would be clear of debts did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Before coming, they feared they would follow in the footsteps of the Yuan family. After this, the status of the Su family was elevated to be on par with the Zhou family and others. Transforming the Yuan family's land was a massive project. The Su family sent many people to completely clear the buildings on the ancestral land, which would take at least several months. In Su Chuan's plan, they aimed to create a spiritual herb garden and spiritual fields around the spiritual energy nodes. For the entire ancestral land, Su Mingxian would first set up a large gathering formation to continuously enhance the concentration of spiritual energy in this place. Then a first-tier superior defensive formation would be arranged. With the help of the earth veins and the spiritual energy of this place, the formation could remain active without needing to consume spirit stones like a formation plate. As for other formations, they would be arranged after the spiritual herb garden was established. Before long, it was time for the annual spirit tax submission. This time, Qinghua platform was extremely gloomy, as if engulfed in a layer of dark clouds. Only the Zhou and Su families still appeared somewhat relaxed and aloof. The flying boat arrived. Another new face appeared. This person spoke humorously and was willing to converse with the families of Yuehu County. Of course, the arrogance in his eyes could not be concealed. If I remember correctly, it seems that one family is missing among the families of Yuehu County. Which family did not come today? Zhou Xiaoyuan said, Your Excellency, the missing family is the Yuan family, but they have already been expelled from Yuehu County. Expelled? When did that happen? Just half a month ago. The incident happened suddenly, so we have not had a chance to report it to the imperial city. Why is that? Because the Yuan family overestimated themselves. Su Chuan clasped his fists and said, half a month ago the Yuan family attacked our Su family, but it failed, and they were annihilated. Of course, the Yuan family's spirit tax for this year was already prepared, and our Su family is willing to transfer it on their behalf. Is there really such a foolish family? Can't they see the gap between the two sides? The imperial city envoy smiled faintly, but then his tone turned cold. However, your Su family is quite bold. Knowing that the day for submitting the spirit tax is approaching, you still insist on exterminating the Yuan family. Your Excellency, you are mistaken. It was the Yuan family that intended to destroy our Su family. They teamed up with the other two families, but those two families understood the greater righteousness, were persuaded by our Su family, and ultimately turned against the Yuan family, helping us to annihilate them. Otherwise, it would have been our Su family that faced annihilation that day. Turned against the Yuan family. Which two families? The new heads of the Huang and Lu families immediately clasped their fists to introduce themselves. Interesting, you two, tell me, how were you persuaded? The two exchanged glances, and the head of the Huang family said, previously we were misled by the Yuan family, mistakenly believing that the Su family intended to deal with us, which is why we allied with them. Then we were informed of the truth and realized that it was the Yuan family that had long plotted against the Su family, but they feared that even if they destroyed the Su family, their own strength would suffer greatly, so they deceived our two families to act together. Our two families are ashamed to be associated with them. This is indeed a good show, but seems I have arrived late. Otherwise, I could have witnessed the whole thing. The imperial city envoy smiled again and said, since it was not the Su family's fault, I will not pursue the matter this time. However, punishment cannot be avoided. After pondering, the imperial city envoy said, in that case, besides the Yuan families, share your Su family's spirit tax this year will be doubled, and you will comply. Su Chuan stood up and saluted, saying, our Su family is willing to accept this punishment and thank your Excellency for your leniency. The envoy from the Chao family who served as the spirit tax envoy was not to be underestimated. The imperial city envoy nodded slightly and then formally began to collect the tax. The process was uneventful, and he did not linger after collecting it, leaving soon after. On the flying boat. The situation in Yuehu County is somewhat peculiar. I remember that the Su family should be a newly rising family, yet the other families here seem to have a deep respect for them, including families of the same level. It seems their status is on par with the Zhou family, a foundation establishment family. Moreover, the Zhou family seems to have taken no notice. Should I have someone investigate the Su family? The black-armored guard clasped his fists and bowed. The imperial city envoy shook his head and chuckled, no need. For us of the Chao family, qi refining families are merely weeds one after another. Only those who stand out and become foundation establishment families can catch our Chao family's eye. Let's wait and see when the Su family struggles out of the mud. It's possible they might be exterminated by the Zhou family before they truly rise. The resources of Yuehu County are nearly at the bottom among the counties, and it is difficult to support two foundation establishment families. What you said is very true. Brother Su, today was a narrow escape. Indeed, let's drink a cup to celebrate. Haha, good. At this moment, the heads of the Huang and Lu families approached and clasped their fists, saying, "Zhou family master elder, Su, we still have matters to attend to at home, so we will take our leave. You two are free to go, there's no need for formalities." The two glanced at Su Chuan, and Su Chuan said lightly, "Did you receive the resources I promised to the two families earlier?" "We have received them. The Su family is clear about grievances and kindness, and we comply." "That's good." Only then did the heads of the Huang and Lu families leave. The other family heads also bid farewell to Zhou Xiaoyuan and Su Chuan one after another. This change was noted by Zhou Xiaoyuan, who couldn't help but smile faintly. "Now your Su family cannot even attempt to keep a low profile. Everyone has already placed your Su family on par with my Zhou family. Brother Zhou, do not jest. By any measure regarding the number of cultivators, the number of clan members, or the foundation of the family, my Su family is still far behind your Zhou family." Zhou Xiaoyuan smiled faintly and did not argue further, instead saying, "Looking at the current situation, Yuehu County should be able to enjoy some peace again. Our Su family has never actively caused trouble. Zhou understands. If you do not seek trouble, it will seek you. Many times it is unavoidable. Many families experienced the same when they first became cultivation families." After a pause, he looked at Su Chuan and said, "But it is the first time I have seen a family like the Su family, which remains still until provoked, but then strikes like thunder, decisive and ruthless. No wonder the ancestor has such high hopes for your Su family. The vision of Elder Zhou is something Su greatly admires." After chatting for a while, Su Chuan then took his leave and returned to Dongxi. As Zhou Xiaoyuan said, Yuehu County indeed calmed down. However, this calm was merely the absence of conflict among the families. The Su family business continued to release mid-grade resources without interruption, but due to their scarcity, the various families still sought to strengthen their own and continued to compete with each other. As winter passed and spring arrived, all things began to flourish. Shen Qingyi, Zhou Zongni, and Bai Jing each gave birth in succession. Shen Qingyi gave birth to Su Dezhao's eldest daughter, named Su Chongwan, who had no cultivation talent. Zhou Zongni gave birth to Su Mingxian's eldest son, named Su Dezhai, whose talent was slightly inferior to Su Diyue, but he also had mixed spiritual roots. Bai Jing also gave birth to a boy who was Su Chuan's fifth son, named Su Mingqing. His innate talent was extraordinarily remarkable. Not only was he born with true spiritual roots, but he also possessed the innate talent of Tai Qingling with an 8th grade Imu bloodline. Tai Qingling grants him an exceptional understanding of wood-related techniques, making him a natural genius for learning with spells and secret techniques. Moreover, if he is in a forest, he can blend his aura completely with the surrounding trees. Furthermore, the family happens to have included the foundation establishment technique, Imu Qingling Ju, which should suit him very well. Su Chuan was quite pleased. He decided that once he began his cultivation, he would keep him close and teach him regularly. After all, he was currently practicing the Imu Qingling Ju. Su Mingxian and Su Mingwei had previously cultivated a metal-based qi refining technique, but now with the foundation establishment technique, they switched to its qi refining chapter. Su Deling and Su Daizhao, the former, switched to the Xiaohao Jinyang Ju, while the latter practiced the Fun Tian Ju. 3 months later, the buildings of the Yuan family land had been cleared. Then another 2 months were spent clearing out an acre of spiritual fields, planting countless medicinal herbs and spiritual grasses. They still separated the medicinal herbs required for martial arts from the spiritual grasses needed for immortality. There was also a small lake in the area where Su Chuan had people raise spiritual fish. The Imu Qingling Ju contained a secret technique called Imu Qing Guangshu, which was far superior in promoting plant growth compared to the wood-based spells Su Chuan had learned previously. Of course, this secret technique was quite difficult to practice and required a strong comprehension of wood-based spells. Currently, only he himself had mastered it. Combined with the life force, the medicinal herbs and spiritual grasses in Su Chuan's herb garden grew much faster than those in his family's garden. The medicinal herbs required for martial arts could be harvested in 3 to 4 months, while some that took a little longer only needed 7 to 8 months. As for the spiritual grasses for immortality, they required at least 5 to 6 years. At the current cultivation speed, they could be harvested for alchemy in just a few months. Of course, some would require several decades. Su Mingxian's mastery of formations was deepening day by day, and he set up numerous formations in the new Su family herb garden. There were confinement formations, killing formations, illusion formations, and defensive formations. Some precious spiritual grasses had even second-tier inferior formations set around them. It was nearly impossible for someone at foundation establishment to sneak in and steal them, unless there was an array master among those who entered. Ever since the formations were set up, Su family's guards patrolled the area day and night. Su Mingxian also collaborated with Su Deling to update the family's restriction tokens, binding each token to the soul aura of its owner. Simply put, it meant 1 token per person. If a user's aura did not match that recorded on the token, they would be unable to use it. Su Mingxian also crafted restraint jade tokens that hid the aura, making it impossible for Su Chuan, Su Mingwei, and others to detect their cultivation levels with their divine senses. Even the fluctuations of their vital energy were concealed, making it indistinguishable whether they were martial artists or immortal cultivators. However, the current number of such tokens was limited and would only be temporarily granted to Su family members going out. The Su family currently lacked for nothing in terms of resources, and Su Delying was rapidly advancing in weaponry, now researching the crafting of magical vessels from the teachings handed down by Wu Ming. Among them was a personal magical vessel that could accommodate 3 to 4 people at most. Another type was a transport-type magical vessel, which came in small, medium, and large sizes. However, even crafting a small magical vessel was quite challenging for the Su family, as it consumed a great deal of spiritual wood materials, and the project was complex and difficult. As for the personal magical vessel, Su Delying had already crafted a low-grade vessel with a speed comparable to that of a medium-grade flying sword. If it were a high-grade vessel, it would likely be much faster than a perfected fire-fighting flying sword. Moreover, it consumed far less spiritual power than operating a flying sword. However, in terms of control, users might need to put in considerable effort to achieve the same level of ease as flying swords. After all, the size was a factor. Su Mingjiwan's efficiency and success rate in drawing talismans had now surpassed Lu Feng, though he knew fewer kinds of talismans. The 5 elements qi had also been collected nearly in full. Only Wu Zhen had yet to return. If a loose cultivator were to do it alone, it would take several years. Another 2 months passed. Wu Zhen returned with 5 portions of fire elemental 5 elements qi and brought back a piece of news. A swarm of spider-type demon beasts was discovered in Qingya County, with the strongest among them reaching the mid-foundation establishment level. The foundation establishment families in Qingya County were widely inviting cultivators to hunt demons. Su Mingzhu was curious about the spider-type demon beasts and wanted to cultivate them, while Su Delying thought their silk could serve as the main material for magical robes. Su Chuan thought for a moment and decided to have Su Mingwei accompany the 2 of them on a trip. Qingya County was 2 counties away from Yuehu County. The strength of both the fire-fighting families and foundation establishment families in this county was comparable to that of Yuehu County. Overall, they were slightly superior. The foundation establishment family, there was the Donghua family. The incident with the spider demon beasts had caused quite a stir in Qingya County and had already grown to a scale. Not only was there a mid-foundation establishment spider ancestor, but also dozens of fire-fighting period spiders. In the market, there were people discussing this matter everywhere. I heard that the Donghua family sent dozens of fire-fighting cultivators to encircle them a few days ago, but they fled in defeat. It seems that next time the Donghua ancestor will have to take action himself. Some loose cultivators have said that the foundation establishment spider seems to have just laid eggs, so the Donghua family should be determined to get them. That's right. If cultivated well, they could be invaluable helpers as foundation establishment demon beasts. However, such beasts are hard to tame. I have heard that those spiders are extremely ferocious with 3 pairs of blood-red eyes. Ordinary spider demon beasts fear flames, but these spiders do not, and their silk is exceptionally tough. It is difficult to burn even with flames, though I wonder what species they belong to. So terrifying, no wonder the Donghua family failed. Someone sighed, but next time with preparation it shouldn't go as poorly as last time. Who knows? Su Mingwei and the others collected a lot of information about the spider demon beasts in the market. After summarizing, Su Ming's face lit up as she said, "Elder brother, I know what kind of demon beast that is. Blood-eyed spider for elemental with extremely high resistance to fire-based spells. They can also spit venom that has a strong corrosive effect. Their shells and legs are incredibly tough, making them excellent materials for crafting. Their silk is also hard to damage by water and fire, making it an exceptional material for crafting magical robes. The silk from a late fire-fighting blood-eyed spider can serve as material for medium-grade magical robes. Its toughness is such that even medium-grade flying swords would take several strikes to cut through. In the mid-foundation establishment stage, that silk could be used to craft high-quality magical robes, and the other materials could also serve as top-tier magical artifact materials." Su Mingwei shook his head and laughed. "Don't think about foundation establishment. Let's see if we can snag a few early fire-fighting ones, or perhaps some spider eggs." Su Delying said the Donghua family will be keeping a close watch on those spider eggs. Naturally, cultivating this demon beast is best done from the eggs. It's very difficult with adults. Even if my strength exceeds theirs, it may provoke fierce resistance from them. Demon beasts possess considerable intelligence, especially wild ones. Many would rather die than submit to servitude. Su Mingwei pondered, so should we just snatch the spider eggs? Su Mingwei contemplated, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The Yuling Jinjing has the cultivation method for blood-eyed spiders. If we can snatch some and bring them back, it would be immensely beneficial for the family. I understand that point as well. Su Mingwei's dark eyes suddenly gleamed. The key is the Donghua family. After considering, he said, anyway, the Donghua family will need some time to launch another attack. You should send a message back and ask for father's decision even if we decide to contest with the Donghua family. We must also prepare the family on that side. That's exactly my intention. Su Mingzhu immediately sent back the Qinghua Eagle Ada with a message. Given its flying speed, it could return to Dongxi in just 2 or 3 hours. Su Chuan received the letter and after learning the details pondered for a moment before giving a reply. Meanwhile, in the inn, Su Mingzhu opened her eyes and communicated with Su Mingwei. Elder brother, I sense the Da is not far from Qingya County's market. I will go meet him. Be careful. Su Mingwei replied. Su Mingzhu reached 12 miles outside the market and soon saw the Qinghua Eagle flying over. After retrieving the letter, she gently stroked its head and praised Ada. Well done. The Qinghua Eagle Ada happily screeched before she stored it in her spirit beast pouch and returned to the market. Su Mingzhu handed the letter to Su Mingwei and asked, what did father say in reply? We can snatch it, but we must be discreet and leave some leeway. The Su family currently does not need to fear ordinary foundation establishment families, but we also cannot afford to offend them. Competing for resources is quite common in the cultivation world. Even if the Donghua family is furious about their spider eggs being stolen and comes after us, the Su family has ways to maneuver. In that case, our target will be the foundation establishment spider's eggs. Once we obtain them, we will ride the Qinghua Eagle to leave immediately. It is at the late Kyer-finding stage and faster than a perfected Kyer-finding flying sword. Su Mingzhu and Su Delying both nodded. 2 days later, the Donghua family's Demon Beast Expedition team was reorganized. It was led by the Donghua ancestor consisting of Donghua family disciples and several late Kyer-finding cultivators. This time, loose cultivators were excluded. The last time they had gathered loose cultivators, it was to risk their lives to gather information about the spider lair. Now that they knew a great deal of information and had made preparations, these families would naturally not allow loose cultivators to benefit. Ancestor, there are still some loose cultivators following. Should we drive them away? The Donghua ancestor, dressed in a blue robe styled with a simple hair bun and a peachwood hairpin, looked youthful with an immortal aura. A mere handful of loose cultivators are not worth our concern. If they dare to act, just kill them. Understood, ancestor. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the location of the blood-eyed spiders. There was a mountain with a massive cave at its foot, which was the spider's lair. The surroundings were forested with a faint mist swirling, obscuring visibility. Everyone attack and lure the blood-eyed spiders out. The foundation establishment beasts are mine. As you command, ancestor. 70 to 80 late Kyer-finding disciples, all elite disciples of the Donghua family, and various Kyer-finding families prepared to act. In the next moment, fireball spells rained down from the cave entrance like shooting stars. Bang, bang, bang. The loud noise instantly startled all the blood-eyed spiders within the lair. Hiss, hiss, countless sharp hisses erupted into sound waves, carrying waves of foul odor from the cave. A rustling sound followed, and in an instant a large number of blood-eyed spiders crawled out along the ground and the mountain walls, moving at a brisk pace. In addition to the spider demon beasts, numerous poisonous spiders also arrived from all directions upon hearing the shrill sounds. If bitten, one would also be poisoned. Among them were many types of highly toxic spiders. Kill. The cultivators rushed towards the blood-eyed spiders. Magical artifacts clashed against the tough shells and legs, sparking numerous flames. The battlefield was quickly divided. Almost always 2 cultivators faced 1 blood-eyed spider. If it was particularly strong, 3 or 4 people would team up to fight. Demonic beast, today is your day of death. The East Gua ancestor shouted, flicking his Dao robe, and a golden sword light shot forth, directly piercing the blood-red eyes of the foundation establishment spider. However, the spider raised one of its legs. With a clang, the foundation establishment blood-eyed spider retreated 3 to 4 steps, and the golden sword light rolled back. After swirling in the air, it hovered beside the East Gua ancestor. Aware that powerful figures had arrived, the foundation establishment blood-eyed spider let out a fierce roar. In the next moment, it spat out a silk thread, shooting towards the East Gua ancestor. The East Gua ancestor's divine sense spread out. Even with the faint mist, how could he be ambushed? Easily dodging, he launched a fierce attack against the foundation establishment blood-eyed spider. The primary goal was to steal the spider eggs, and if possible to kill this mid-foundation establishment blood-eyed spider. However, it was evident that such a level of monster could not be easily exterminated by him alone. Not to mention, he still had many disciples. After a brief period of furious attacks, the East Gua ancestor thoroughly enraged the beast, drawing it away from its lair. Yet the foundation establishment blood-eyed spider seemed to have its concerns and was unwilling to stray too far. The East Gua ancestor had no choice but to entangle with it. A young man from the East Gua family at the 7th level of Qi refinement saw this, and wearing the family's only concealment artifact, stealthily entered the cave. Su Mingwei saw the Foundation establishment beast leave and immediately communicated, "The mist is ineffective against me, and with the concealment array sneaking in should not be a problem. You all wait for me on the outskirts. Oh, I will retrieve the spider eggs and meet you as soon as I have them." Su Mingzhu and Su Delying nodded slightly and then distanced themselves. Inside the cave it was quite spacious. The mist also lingered. Whether it was the East Gua family's young cultivator or Su Mingwei, neither dared to recklessly use their divine sense to probe. If there were still blood-eyed spiders inside, it would surely alarm them. If the Foundation establishment beast returned, they would undoubtedly be in grave danger. "Damn it, how can I find anything with such poor visibility?" the East Gua youth cursed inwardly. Su Mingwei with keen eyes scanned the surroundings. Although he spotted the location of the blood-eyed spider eggs, 2 blood-eyed spiders were guarding them. They were each over a person's height and were beasts at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Perhaps they could be led away. Su Mingwei immediately threw a stone near the East Gua youth's feet. The sound echoed clearly in the cave. Hiss! The 2 blood-eyed spiders immediately let out a series of hissing cries. Not good. The East Gua youth slapped his storage bag and took out a high-grade ice blue talisman, quickly activating it. "Seal for me." Although the 2 blood-eyed spiders were not afraid of fire-type spells, ice-type spells could still freeze them for a while. This talisman was specially granted to him by the East Gua ancestor for protection. He initially intended to sneak in, but upon being discovered, he no longer hesitated, instantly releasing his divine sense to probe the entire cave. He then noticed a figure stealing the blood-eyed spider eggs. Su Mingwei naturally sensed it. After taking 7 eggs, he glanced at the remaining 1 and remembered Su Chuan's words, to leave some room. He immediately stopped and transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting out of the cave in an instant. The East Gua youth wanted to chase after him, but seeing that there was still 1 blood-eyed spider egg left, and noticing that the frozen blood-eyed spider was showing signs of breaking free, he leaped to the side of the spider egg, took it, and also dashed out of the cave. Just as he approached the cave's entrance, the 2 blood-eyed spiders had already broken free from the ice and emitted sharp hissing sounds. The Foundation establishment blood-eyed spider nearby heard this sound and immediately headed towards the cave. The East Gua ancestor was constantly monitoring the surroundings with his divine sense. Seeing a figure dart out from the cave, he initially thought it was one of his clan, but soon realized it was not. As he was about to pursue, the Foundation establishment blood-eyed spider mistook him for an attacker and shot out a silk thread to block him. Following that, more hissing sounds echoed from within the cave, and only then did the Foundation establishment blood-eyed spider disregard him and swiftly return. The East Gua ancestor planned to chase after the black figure again when a loud shout came from ahead. "Ancestor, save me." The one dispatched was a cultivator from the East Gua family with true spiritual root qualifications who also wore a rare concealment artifact. The East Gua ancestor had no choice but to go save him. With great difficulty, he rescued him from the mouth of the Foundation establishment blood-eyed spider and quickly ascended into the air. "Did you get it, eh?" Returning to the ancestor, "I got 1, but only 1. Someone else also entered the cave to steal, but unfortunately the disciple didn't see how many he took. That person I also noticed, but unfortunately due to a misunderstanding I couldn't stop him," said the East Gua ancestor. "I will first send you back to the clan. What my East Gua family covets isn't so easily taken away." After saying this, he pursued the direction Su Mingwei had gone. The second encirclement ended hastily, and both the blood-eyed spider and the encirclement team sustained injuries. Those loose cultivators merely came to watch the excitement, and naturally did not have the courage to take action. What is that person's background? Their speed is like lightning. I wonder if they successfully stole the spider eggs from the East Gua family. There's no need to look, the East Gua ancestor personally pursued, so how could they not have succeeded? This person seems somewhat unfamiliar. I saw just now that he was accompanied by 2 fairies. It seems they came to Qinghua County recently. Could they be from other counties' clans? Perhaps, but regardless of whether they are loose cultivators or from a clan, the East Gua family will likely not let it go easily. A loose cultivator suddenly clasped his fist to the others and said, "Fellow cultivators, it seems that Qinghua County may not be very stable in the future. I will take my leave first." The other loose cultivators also returned the gesture and then watched as the cultivator named Han left. What he said has some truth. If the East Gua family takes their anger out on us loose cultivators, it's likely that someone will become their outlet for venting. In a place of strife, leaving is the best strategy. Indeed, indeed. After Su Mingwei reunited with Su Mingzhu and the others, he continued to fly with his sword. The other 2 rode on a Da and A air. After all, Su Mingwei's speed was already far beyond that of other cultivators at the same level, and under full power, he was faster than the current Qinghua Eagle. Such speed exceeds that of the Qi refinement stage. The East Gua ancestor pursued with all his might, occasionally casting high-grade wind-type spells, and only after 2 to 3 moments did he spot Su Mingwei and the others. However, the distance was still about 40 to 50 miles. There are actually accomplices, are those flying spirit beasts at the late stage of chi refinement. What is the origin of these people? Fellow cultivators, having taken something from my Eastgua family, do you think you can just walk away? Eastgua ancestor, this item is a beast's egg. What does it have to do with the Eastgua family? Su Mingwei replied, moreover, I only took one. Oh, why must the ancestor pursue me relentlessly? If that's the case, then stop and let me inspect it. If it is as you say, I will naturally let you leave. Su Mingwei laughed and said, are you joking, ancestor? If we stop, whether we live or die will be at your discretion, right? I can swear it. Then let me hear your oath before we discuss further. After that, Su Mingwei ignored him. The Eastgua ancestor ceased casting wind spells and instead took out a pill from his storage bag and swallowed it silently, recovering his mana. Once his mana had somewhat recovered, he would pursue with full force. Perhaps he could catch up. Three little thieves, do not let me catch you. The flying speed of a Foundation establishment cultivator was not slow. The Qinghua Eagles were still at a lower realm. If there were a perfect Qi refinement cultivator, they could likely surpass the Eastgua ancestor. An hour later, the Eastgua ancestor suddenly accelerated, closing the distance by 5 to 6 miles in a moment. If this continued, catching up to Su Mingwei and the others was only a matter of time. Su Mingwei leaped onto the back of a Dai, turned to face the Eastgua ancestor, and brandished the Mo Jiao Bao. In the next moment, his mana surged. A black dragon rushed towards the Eastgua ancestor, reaching him in an instant. The Eastgua ancestor's expression changed, and he immediately summoned a high-grade defensive artifact. Playing at the moment of collision, a sound akin to a great bell echoed in the air. The Eastgua ancestor was struck and immediately staggered in his flight, being knocked back several dozen meters. Though he suffered no physical damage, the arrows or a sword and its might left him shaken. This power surpasses even that of a perfect Qi refinement cultivator using a high-grade artifact. Such an attack was enough to threaten the Eastgua ancestor himself. In that brief moment of hesitation, Su Mingwei and the others disappeared from the Eastgua ancestor's sight again. The Eastgua ancestor gazed at the vast sea of clouds, feeling a moment of hesitation. Even if he expended mana to chase after them, he could be thwarted by a single arrow, and this mission against the spider's lair had not gone without gain. However, these people are definitely not loose cultivators, most likely disciples from a certain county's Foundation establishment clan. After a moment's contemplation, the Eastgua ancestor waved his sleeve and sighed, forget it. He turned and returned to Qingya County. Half an hour later, it seems they didn't follow. Su Mingwei let out a long breath. I was genuinely worried that the other party would pursue him to the Su family. That Eastgua ancestor must have been frightened by the power of that arrow from father, Su Delying said with a smile. Indeed, that full-force strike from Big Brother has already surpassed the scope of a Qi refinement cultivator, nearing the might of a Foundation establishment attack. We should also thank father for the reminder, Su Mingwei said. Ordinary people who acquire these spider eggs would certainly not leave any for others. Because there were gains this time, the Eastgua ancestor hesitated. So, Big Brother, did you really only take one? Su Ming's eyes widened. Of course not, I was just deceiving him. There are a total of 8 blood-eyed spider eggs, and I took 7. Su Mingzhu immediately laughed. If that Eastgua ancestor knew, he would probably be so angry that he would spit blood. With 7 eggs, I am confident I can cultivate a whole bunch of blood-eyed spiders for our Su family in the future. Then we won't have to worry about materials for our robes and boots anymore. Su Delying also smiled happily. Once back at the Su family, Su Mingzhu began to hatch these blood-eyed spiders according to the method recorded in the spirit-controlled true scripture. Su Dezhao and Su Mingwei also resumed their daily lives. Bai Jing was revitalized, seemingly wanting a change of pace, and began practicing martial arts with her daughter-in-law Yang Ronghua. After all, the entire Su family from top to bottom, only they were truly ordinary people. Their descendants, regardless of gender, would walk the path of martial arts or immortality. Initially, they thought it was fine to continue this way, but Su Chuan gave them a new lease on life, allowing them the physical condition to practice martial arts. Mother, elder sister, in practicing martial arts, perseverance is key. If you want to achieve something, you still have to rely on persistence. As for talent, Wu Russian paused, and then said, that is merely something a few people possess. Russian, then in the future I'll trouble you to teach me, and Ronghua. It shouldn't affect your cultivation, right? Wu Russian smiled and shook her head. Of course not, mother. I can achieve innate perfection now, also due to the abundant resources provided by the Su family. However, becoming a grandmaster is a huge threshold and highly values qualifications. Even in the martial arts families of the county city, few can enter. Yang Ronghua also nodded, saying, that is indeed the case. Rest assured, Russian, I heard your father say that he is already researching pills that can help martial artists break through bottlenecks. If successful, you will also have a chance to advance to grandmaster. I heard this was proposed by Ming Yuan. Wu Russian was taken aback. Yang Ronghua smiled and said, it seems that second brother still cares for you, Russian. Upon hearing this, Wu Russian smiled lightly like the radiant peach blossoms of March. Under Su Chuan's rejuvenation technique, the women of the Su family maintained appearances in their 20s as if they had been rejuvenated. Even Ali, who had always served by Jing, also received such grace. Although this technique could not free them from the limits of lifespan, the vitality allowed them to maintain their youthful looks and also made their bodies stronger with fewer ailments. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in a blink. The second generation of the Su family, Su Mingxian and Su Mingzhu, both advanced to the early stage of Qi refinement level 9. Su Mingyuan lagged a bit, currently at the late stage of Qi refinement level 8. Among the third generation, Su Dezhao was also at the early stage of Qi refinement level 9, while Su Deliang had recently stepped into the late stage of Qi refinement level 9. The next highest realm was Ren Xiaoyao, who had now also entered the early stage of Qi refinement level 8. The Su family was filled with talented individuals, and many third-generation youths were growing strong, with several having been born with spiritual roots and currently undergoing spiritual root purification. Some could also enter innate levels within a year. The Su family's gathered candidates with spiritual root qualifications were currently at around the first level of Qi refinement. Those with true spiritual roots had reached the third level of Qi refinement. Hundreds of individuals with good bone structures had now also reached the level of third-rate martial artists. From low to high-end levels, the Su family was becoming increasingly robust, growing more like a true clan. Wu Mingxing reached Qi refinement perfection last year. After 2 months of refining high-grade artifacts, after 3 or 4 failures, he finally succeeded, naming it Qing Shao. This was the first true high-grade artifact of the Su family used as the current head's sword given to Su Dezhao. After consuming 5 or 6 materials, he refined another one named Fei Xing. Wu Mingxing had promised Su Chuan to refine 3 high-grade artifacts in exchange for 3 high-grade divine sense pills. Now only one was left. Wu Mingxing recently also planned to refine again. While Su Deliang made great progress in her cultivation, she had also refined middle-grade artifacts such as pills, tripods, bells, attack artifacts, defensive armor robes, and boots, including middle-grade spirit boats. Her rapid progress made Wu Mingxing exclaim her talent. She had now begun learning to refine high-grade artifacts. As for Wu Da and the others, although they had made some progress in artifact crafting, they were still in the stage of refining middle-grade artifacts with success rates and quality only considered average. At most, they could craft ordinary attack and defense artifacts like flying swords, daggers, and spikes. They had yet to succeed, even once, on more complex artifacts like bells, alchemical tripods, or tool tripods. This is talent. Of course, even if Wu Mingxing refined such high-grade artifacts, the success rate was still not high. Su Mingyuan had also begun refining middle-grade talismans. The difficulty was considerable. Aside from the initial attempts, it took 10 tries to produce one. But recently, he had stabilized at successfully drawing 1 talisman every 6 or 7 attempts. However, Lu Feng struggled, needing 8 or 9 attempts to draw a middle-grade talisman. Su Mingxian's formation skills were becoming increasingly unfathomable. It seemed he was not far from fully comprehending the formations within the inheritance. In the past 2 years, Su Chuan devoted himself to the study of alchemy, successfully developing a pill capable of breaking through the bottleneck of a master named the Pazong Dan. This pill, like the Pajing Dan, can be consumed a maximum of 5 times in a lifetime by a warrior. It also has effects on the minor breakthroughs within the master realm. If it is a high-grade Pazong Dan, a single pill can typically ensure a breakthrough, while a low-grade one is less certain. The difficulty of refining it is similar to that of master martial pills, but the materials are 10 times more precious. Fortunately, the Su family has collected and cultivated a considerable amount of medicinal herbs. With 2 more medicinal gardens cultivating these herbs, there is currently no shortage. Moreover, with Su Chuan's expertise in alchemy, he can utilize these medicinal herbs almost perfectly. Since breaking through the 8th level of the 9 Flames technique, he has been able to consistently refine 9 pills in a single batch of first-grade pills, with 7 or 8 being high-grade, and the rest being medium-grade. Even Yun Zhongzi, upon witnessing Su Chuan's alchemical skills, must have felt admiration. However, the yield of high-grade second-grade pills is not as high. At most, he can manage only 6 pills in one go. After all, refining second-grade pills is significantly more challenging than first-grade ones, requiring higher control over magical energy and flames. The cultivation of demon beasts has also been put on the right track, with several types of pills suitable for nurturing spiritual beasts being developed, gradually forming a systematic approach. These are common pills suitable for most spiritual beasts. However, for special spiritual beasts or spiritual insects, the materials can also be gathered to refine them separately. Given his alchemical skills, there are essentially no pills he cannot create. Additionally, there are the strengthening pill, bone nourishing pill, and bloodline pill. The strengthening and bone nourishing pills are only suitable for children aged 3 and above, but not exceeding 8 years old. Although their effects are not as potent as the strengthening bone pill, they can be consumed once a month. When used in combination over several years, their effects far surpass those of the strengthening bone pill. The bloodline pill, as the name suggests, is specifically developed for individuals with special bloodlines. Chuan developed this pill with consideration for the future descendants of the Su family, who will certainly have various bloodlines, some rich and some thin. For those with thinner bloodlines, continuous consumption can gradually enhance their bloodline power. This is similar to the spiritual pills used for nurturing demon beasts, but the spiritual pills not only enhance bloodline power, but also increase spiritual power, while this bloodline pill is solely focused on bloodlines. Both martial artists and cultivators can consume it. Although the materials for refining this pill are not as precious as those for the Pezong Dan, they are still rarer than those for master martial pills and chi gathering pills, making large-scale production impossible at present. Chuan has exhausted his efforts and invested significant thought into these alchemical formulas, which constitute a tremendous foundation for the Su family. From nurturing children from a young age to providing formulas for breakthroughs across various realms, he has also considered the possibility of his descendants having thinner bloodlines. He referenced the pills for spiritual beasts to develop the bloodline pill and also created the ascension pill, which allows for a breakthrough to divine sense ahead of schedule. The Su family's nurturing abilities below foundation establishment are undoubtedly comparable to those of first and second-rate clans and may even surpass them slightly. It is sufficient to produce talented individuals generation after generation. The time is during the mysterious moon phase. Fields of frost rice bow down, golden waves reaching the sky. Morning dew crystallizes on the ears of grain, each pearl-like drop reflecting the sun. Farmers bundle weeds into torches, blue smoke wafts between the paths, burning the remnants of weeds and dyeing the autumn colors along with the clouds. A figure approaches from the distance, arriving at the Qingjiang cave stream. Surrounded by mist, it seems this is undoubtedly the place. Without a word, the person stood with hands behind their back and flew into the mist formation. Divine sense interference. But it's too weak. It probably only affects cultivators in the chi gathering stage, the middle-aged cultivator murmured. The Su family has only been a family of cultivators for a few years. To set up this formation is indeed a remarkable feat. In just a breath, he broke through the mist formation. Before him lay an expansive view with distant mountains resembling indigo, layer upon layer, gradually tinged with ochre, and the highest peak already showing signs of light snow. Not far away, the mountains were enveloped in a light mist, revealing a winding stone staircase. The middle-aged cultivator looked down. Farmers in the fields bent over like a flock of geese, their sickles cutting through the rice stalks with a sound like spring silkworms eating leaves. An old man bound the harvested rice with hemp ropes, his blue veins bulging on his wrists as he rolled them, causing a bundle of freshly cut rice to stand behind him like soldiers in formation. A woman carried a bamboo basket to gather grains with small rice leaves stuck in her hair, while a child followed behind, poking at a field mouse hole with a stick, startling a few birds. By a clear lake, an old fisherman sat alone on a stone, his raincoat half concealing his frosted hair. Using a withered bamboo rod, he tied a hook with hemp thread, calmly pulling the fishing line gently, as if teasing the fish. The middle-aged cultivator, witnessing this peaceful scene, brightened his eyes. Interesting, it seems the Su family has put considerable thought into this place. As he reached above the mountains, he noticed the formation prohibitions. The middle-aged cultivator did not recklessly intrude and immediately called out, "Su Daoyo, are you present?" His voice boomed like thunder in the air above the cave stream. Su Mingwei, who was watching the disciples of the battle hall engaging in a duel, immediately looked up at the sky. The disciples of various halls and many villagers below also turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. "This person is so rude," an old man said disdainfully. "He comes to visit and makes such a loud noise, showing no sense of decorum." "Is it him?" Su Mingwei's pupils constricted in surprise. Then he turned to those disciples of the battle hall and said, "Today those who should cultivate, go ahead and do so." "Yes, Elder Mingwei." Su Mingwei lightly leaped, and a flying sword emerged from his storage bag, landing perfectly beneath him. Soaring on his sword, he quickly arrived before the middle-aged cultivator. He clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "I have the honor of meeting Senior Lei." This person was none other than Lei Hikong from the Lei family. "Su Mingwei," Lei Hikong replied calmly, raising an eyebrow after a moment. "It has been many years. You have reached the peak of the chi gathering stage, haven't you?" Su Mingwei nodded and asked, "Why has Senior Lei suddenly come to my Su family?" "Naturally, there is a matter. You haven't forgotten the promise to refine pills for my Lei family free of charge, have you?" A hint of a smile crept onto Su Mingwei's lips as he cupped his hands and said, "Senior Lei seems to have remembered incorrectly. It was only 3 free attempts." "Haha, perhaps I misremembered." Lei Hikong laughed heartily. "Take me to see your father. This matter should be discussed face to face." "This way, please." Su Mingwei flicked his sleeve and a burst of green light erupted from his token, creating an opening in the formation's barrier. The two of them passed through and headed towards the alchemy hall. They arrived at the alchemy pavilion just as Su Chuan finished his small class. Elder, we take our leave first. He clasped his hands in front of his abdomen and slightly bowed. Su Chuan nodded. Shen Xingyi and Zhang Wanqing upon seeing Su Mingwei bring an unfamiliar cultivator also cupped their hands in greeting saying, "Greetings, Elder Mingwei, greetings, Senior." Elder Mingwei also nodded slightly. Currently the number of people in each hall is still limited. Once the recruited external cultivators reach the 4th layer of Qi gathering, they will need to choose from the various halls either to study immortal arts, join the battle hall, or become a member of the disciplinary team. Father Senior Lei Hikong has come to visit. Su Chuan stood up and clasped his fists saying, "I have the honor of meeting Senior Lei. You must be Su Chuan. I can indeed smell the rich fragrance of alchemy on you." Su Chuan smiled faintly. "Senior, please take a seat. You have come to ensure I uphold my promise, right?" Lei Hikong casually sat down and nodded saying, "This pill is difficult to refine. Our clan's alchemy masters all claim there is no guarantee of success. However, my Lei family does not wish to invite Yin Zhongzi. After all, his relationship with the Chao family is quite close, and my Lei family cannot force him to vow not to disclose any information. Please speak frankly, Senior. What pill would you like me to refine?" Lei Hikong waved his hand, and a pill formula flew out from his storage bag, landing before Su Chuan. "Take a look and see if you can refine it." Su Chuan glanced at the formula, which contained over 20 types of materials, the complexity of which exceeded that of the Divine Sense pill. It is indeed somewhat challenging, but as long as the materials are sufficient, any alchemist should be able to refine it. Of course, high-grade pills are another matter altogether. As with the last time, the materials are also limited and differ. My Lei family requires at least 10 pills. Su Chuan's pupils constricted slightly as he heard Lei Hikong continue. "As for the materials, it will be 10 portions. This?" Su Chuan pondered inwardly, thinking the difficulty is not great. I should be able to consume a few. I know the difficulty is immense. Our Lei family's alchemy masters all say that 10 portions of materials will only guarantee the creation of the pill, but they cannot control the quantity. In the entire way, there are certainly a handful capable of doing this, and Yun Zhongzi is one of them. You, Su Chuan, can also be counted among them. My Lei family does not want this matter to become widely known, hence I came to the cave stream to find you. This pill is difficult. I do not have much confidence unless Senior Lei agrees to one condition." "What condition?" Lei Hikong frowned. "The pills my Lei family asks me to refine are becoming increasingly difficult. If I am unable to refine them, would this promise remain unfulfilled? You can surely see that I am approaching foundation establishment, and if I have concerns, it may lower my chances of establishing my foundation." Upon hearing this, Lei Hikong chuckled to himself. He could tell this was merely an excuse. However, these 3 opportunities were unexpected gifts. Even if he had to combine them into one, it would not matter. "What you say is reasonable, Su Daoyu. Then let us combine the 3 attempts into one. If this attempt fails, you will still owe my Lei family one. How about that?" "I agree to Senior Lei's proposal," Su Chuan said as he cupped his hands. Lei Hikong immediately handed over all the materials to Su Chuan and said, "You should be aware of the rules of my Lei family." Su Chuan nodded and immediately swore an oath. He then had Su Mingwei swear an oath to keep the contents of this conversation confidential. Only then did Lei Hikong feel at ease, laughing heartily. "I will go for a stroll near the Qingjiang. I will return in 5 days. Su Daoyu, do not let Lei certain be disappointed. I will do my utmost. 10 pills should have a 50 to 60% chance of success." Lei Hikong nodded, then turned to Su Mingwei and said, "Young friend, please escort me out of your Su family." "Yes, Senior." Su Chuan looked at the pill formula, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Another pill related to breakthroughs, specifically targeting cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. The Lei family's foundation is indeed profound. If it were my Su family, merely gathering this formula would be a challenge. The lowest grade spiritual herbs are at least 50 years old, with 15 types over 100 years and 3 main herbs over 500 years. Su Chuan sighed deeply. It is indeed the case that once one reaches above foundation establishment, the formulas will contain more spiritual herbs over 100 years old along with some rare herbs. It can truly be said to be a pill that is hard to come by. This is inevitable. If foundation establishment pills were very common, then Dewey would surely have countless foundation establishment experts, and most would not be stuck in the early stages of foundation establishment. If we do not step out of Dewey, my Su family may very well reach its limits as a foundation establishment family. Let's take it step by step. Many matters can only be encountered by becoming a foundation establishment family, such as the rare Wuhua Dharma assembly that contains opportunities for foundation establishment. After a quarter of an hour of calming his mind, Su Chuan announced that he would enter seclusion to refine pills. Had it been when he was refining Qinghua pills for the Lei family, he would have hardly been able to guarantee the successful creation of 10 Chengshu pills. But now he first utilized the tasting of herbs to sort out the properties and explore the changes in medicinal properties. He was confident that he could condense the pills in a single furnace and then continue to adjust aspects such as controlling the heat and merging the medicinal liquids. In just the 4th furnace, Chuan produced a medium-grade pill. The 9th furnace yielded a superior-grade pill, and the 10th furnace produced 3 superior-grade pills. After 10 furnaces, a total of 36 pills were produced, including 4 superior-grade pills, 12 medium-grade pills, and 20 low-grade pills. Taking 8 low-grade, 2 medium-grade, and 1 superior-grade should suffice for the Lei family. As for the rest, consider it my remuneration for the service rendered. 5 days later, Lei Hekong arrived on time. Su Mingwei separated the pills and handed them to Lei Hekong, saying, "Senior Lei, my father has worked hard and has fulfilled expectations. He is now in seclusion to recuperate." Lei Hekong scanned with his divine sense astonished. There are also medium-grade and superior-grade pills. My father said that if there were a few more materials, the number of medium-grade pills would increase, and the superior-grade pills were a stroke of luck. Even refining a few more times may not guarantee success. Lei Hekong smiled broadly. "Friend Su, you've worked hard refining pills. I won't impose further farewell." He said no more and promptly left the cave stream to return to the imperial city. These superior-grade pills were indeed a pleasant surprise for the Lei family. Even if the Lei family's ancestor reached his lifespan limit again during this period, these pills could allow the Lei family to produce another fully realized foundation establishment cultivator. I did not expect Su Chuan's alchemical skills to reach such a level, surely not inferior to Yun Zhongzi. If my Lei family were to gift foundation establishment pills, would it be possible to have him fully join the Lei family? As a first-ranked family like the Lei family, they would certainly reserve 1 or 2 pills for future use. However, if they could not gain the approval of the majority of the elders, it would be difficult to utilize them. Lei Hekong felt it could be mentioned, but whether it could pass the family discussion, he could not guarantee, as every discussion regarding the ownership of foundation establishment pills was contentious. The various branches of the Lei family were in an uproar. Even these foundation establishment cultivators were helpless. Among them, several foundation establishment pills were also contested by the elders of their own branch. Su Mingwei felt relieved after Lei Hekong disappeared without a trace and returned to the pill refining hall. Previously, his words were naturally a deception. Su Chuan had not entered seclusion at all. The pill refining took just over 3 days. After that, he resumed his usual practice of secret arts, spells, studying pill formulas, or visiting the medicinal garden. "Father, how was the harvest? What pills did the Lei family ask you to refine?" "Chengshu pills used for breaking through bottlenecks during the foundation establishment stage, applicable for both mid and late bottlenecks, very precious." Su Chuan replied lightly, "What do you mean by our family getting it for free?" "This is remuneration for my efforts." Yes, what you say makes sense, father." Both father and son laughed heartily. For even one of these pills, those stuck at the foundation establishment bottleneck would willingly exchange 2 or 3 times their fortune. What Su Chuan referred to as a bottleneck was the bottleneck of the mid to late stages. Foundation establishment can be strictly divided into 9 levels, similar to the Qi refining stage, with every 3 levels representing a major bottleneck. Most true spiritual root cultivators who enter foundation establishment find themselves stuck at major bottlenecks, unable to break through for decades until their lifespan reaches its limit. However, some individuals do not remain stuck at their bottlenecks for too long. The reasons for this remain mysterious and may relate to temperament, Dao heart luck, and clarity of thought. Lei Hekong returned to the Lei family and handed the pills to the family head. "Thank you, Hekong. How was the harvest on this trip?" Lei Hekong grinned. "There were unexpected gains." "What do you mean, eh?" "The family head will understand upon seeing." The Lei family head then scanned with his divine sense and exclaimed in surprise, "Superior Chengshu pills." "That's right, refining Chengshu pills, a top-tier second-grade pill with 10 sets of materials to yield 1 superior grade, is indeed a stroke of luck. The rest are considered average." Hearing this, the Lei family head nodded, waved his sleeve, and stored them away, saying how to allocate these Chengshu pills still requires thorough discussion. Family head Hekong has an idea. Su Chuan is preparing to break through to foundation establishment. My Lei family might be able to recruit him. Like Yun Zhongzi. The Lei family head raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. However, he soon fell into contemplation, saying this matter is not easy. My Lei family ultimately cannot compare to the Chao family. Each foundation establishment pill must be used wisely. There are many disciples in the clan who have reached the peak of Qi refinement, all of whom are eager for such opportunities, including those at the foundation establishment stage behind them. Moreover, even if Su Chuan is indeed a true spiritual root, 1 foundation establishment pill is not guaranteed to, of course, if he can break through to foundation establishment, his alchemical skills will likely improve further. I'm just making a suggestion. It's a pity to keep Su Chuan's alchemical talent in a small family. Lei Hekong laughed heartily. It is indeed a bit of a pity, the Lei family head said. But seeing that he does not wish to stay in the pill hall, it is clear he cares more about his own family. There is a high chance he would not want to join my Lei family. However, my Lei family can still build good relations. At the Wuhua Dharma Assembly, our first and second-rank families have slots to recommend Qi refinement families. I believe the Su family will not refuse. If they can become a foundation establishment family, that would be best, and the value of such an alliance would be greater. If not, the Su family would still be grateful, and my Lei family would not need to expend any actual resources. The family head truly has great strategies, Lei Hekong flattered. I see that the Su family still has considerable potential. Oh, what discoveries did you make on this trip, eh? Lei Hekong said. The Su family's ancestral land is on the outskirts of the county, shrouded in a mist formation, which also interferes with divine senses to some extent. The ancestral land is well managed, with the people living peacefully. It presents a harmonious and prosperous scene. This is a sign of great development. Moreover, the Su family has Su Mingwei, whose combat strength is remarkable, and he is now also at the peak of Qi refinement. It is likely that ordinary peak Qi refinement cultivators could not handle him. Only the core disciples of my Lei family might be able to compete with him. Unfortunately, by the next Wuhua Dharma Assembly, he will likely be over 60 years old and unable to participate. Otherwise, he might really break into the top 10 and obtain foundation establishment pills. The Lei family head revealed an unexpected expression. I did not expect you to think so highly of Su Mingwei. What about the rest of the Su family? I'm not sure. The important buildings on the Su family's ancestral land all have formation restrictions, making it difficult to investigate easily. Hearing you say this, it seems my Lei family needs to place even more emphasis on the Su family. After thinking for a moment, the Lei family head said, after the distribution of the Chongshu pills is completed, you should visit the Su family again. Express my Lei family's goodwill and reveal our willingness to gift a slot for the Wuhua Dharma Assembly to assist the Su family. In the past, families with recommended slots would auction them to Qi refinement families with the highest bidder winning. This is the Dragon Gate threshold. Although the hope is slim, all Qi refinement families still wish to take a chance. What if they could be the next Wang family? Half a month later, Lei Hekong went to Qingjiang cave stream again. This time he entered the cave stream obediently according to the procedures and then visited. Su Mingwei was still the one to receive him. Senior Lei, you have come to my cave stream so soon again. You do not wish to ask my father to refine pills again, do you? He is currently in seclusion. Not at all, it's good news. Lei Hekong laughed heartily. Friend Su's alchemical skills are indeed outstanding, but my Lei family also has 2 alchemical masters and several competent alchemists. They won't trouble him for ordinary pills. That is for sure. Has Mingwei heard of the Wuhua Dharma Assembly? Su Mingwei's eyes suddenly shone with a golden light, and his eyelashes trembled slightly. It seems young friend Mingwei has heard of it. This assembly generally allows only foundation establishment families to send representatives, and participants are all under the age of 60. However, the Great Way will not cut off the upward path for Qi refinement families. First and second-rank families all have the qualification to recommend Qi refinement families. First-ranked families each have 3 slots, and second-ranked families have 1. My Lei family sees great potential in the Su family's future and is willing to gift one of those slots for free. Would the Su family be willing to accept? This matter had been discussed among Su Chuan, Su Mingwei, and the others. It would be best if they could go, but this matter is not urgent for the Su family and can be slowly considered later. However, it was unexpected that today the Lei family would take the initiative to gift this slot. My father once said that everything has a price and things given for free are often the most expensive. This is because they value my father's alchemy. This is significant and requires careful discussion. Moreover, if my father successfully breaks through to foundation establishment, then there will be no need for the Lei family slot. After contemplating, Su Mingwei looked into Lei Hekong's eyes and clasped his fist, saying, Senior Lei, please do not take offense. My Su family naturally desires this slot, but we also understand the cruelty of the Wuhua Dharma Assembly. My Su family has just become a Qi refinement family, and there are very few cultivators in the clan who it is difficult to make a decision. Also, as far as I know, there are still more than 10 years before the Wuhua Dharma Assembly, so it is not urgent. Lei Hekong was slightly surprised the Su family could actually hold back from claiming the free opportunity for foundation establishment pills. Any other Qi refinement family would likely have agreed on the spot. To prevent the Lei family from having regrets later, I understand my Lei family can temporarily reserve this slot for the Su family. However, it will only be reserved until 3 years before the Wuhua Dharma Assembly, and after that my Lei family will auction the slot like other first and second-ranked families. Su Mingwei bowed and said solemnly, Thank you, Senior Lei, for your understanding. No problem. Lei Hekong waved his hand, had a cup of tea, and then left. Su Mingwei informed Su Chuan about this matter. Chuan merely said to wait until he attempts to break through to Foundation establishment in a few years and not to place too much importance on it at the moment. The urgent task is to solidify the foundation of the Su family and strengthen the mid to low-stage cultivators. The northern land boasts great might, and the Xianming division governs the stars. In the blink of an eye, the harsh winds arise once again from Yoyin as fierce as the blade of a wu hook. The earth is stained with silver frost resembling a world of frost white. In the artifact refining hall, a hearty laugh from Wu Mingxing echoed. Dallying with your assistance this time, I only consumed 3 sets of materials to refine a fine magical artifact. You truly are a blessing for me, your master. In the artifact forging room, Wu Mingsheng's hair fluttered as he patted Su Dallying on the shoulder, his eyes filled with approval. Su Dallying clasped his fists and said, Disciple has also gained a lot. I believe this artifact forging will help me in crafting high-quality magical artifacts. Wu Mingsheng nodded, saying, I look forward to the day you surpass me. Come, let's go report our success to the Grand Elder. The two immediately headed to the alchemy hall. Did you forge another exquisite magical artifact? Chuan seemed to have guessed something and smiled faintly. Wu Mingsheng said no more. A glint of light flashed in his eyes as his storage bag opened with a sound. A dark-colored array flag soared into the air, its surface resembling an ink-splashed night sky, with dark golden patterns resembling a lurking dragon. The dark golden flagpole, 3 fingers wide, emanated a ghostly glow. Upon grasping it, a chill penetrated to the bone, as if holding onto the 9 underworld dark iron. The most astonishing were the golden patterns. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to move like living creatures, sometimes transforming into ancient runes, and at other times morphing into mysterious trajectories. They flowed endlessly on the dark flag's surface, faintly resonating with a dragon's roar-like hum. This is the Black Sha flag, a type of magical artifact recorded in the inheritance I received. It can summon black malevolent energy to attack like a dragon, and can also serve as a protective shield. It is quite remarkable among high-quality magical artifacts. Furthermore, this artifact is easy to advance if one can capture a Foundation establishment stage beast containing dragon blood and refine it with its essence blood, integrating it with the essence soul. It can become a top-tier magical artifact. The stronger the essence soul, the greater the artifact's power and potential. Wu Mingxing stroked the Black Sha flag as if caressing his own child, then looked at Chuan, saying, This flag is offered to the Grand Elder as a way to repay the favor of the Grand Elder's initial gift of pills. Chuan nodded, slightly smiling in praise. It seems Elder Wu's artifact forging skills have greatly improved to be able to forge such an artifact. Elder Wu humbly replied, You flatter me. He then turned to Su Dallying and said, Thanks to Delling's help and suggestions, otherwise, even using 5 or 6 materials, it would have been difficult to forge this artifact. Delling's talent for artifact forging is indeed rare. It won't be long before he surpasses me. He then bowed to Chuan, saying, The Su family is currently flourishing. When the Grand Elder reaches Foundation establishment, he will surely break through the shackles in one go. Thank you for your kind words, Elder Wu. Chuan took the Black Sha flag offered by Wu Mingxing, feeling the chilling essence that seemed to penetrate to the bone. After a moment of observation, he nodded in satisfaction, saying, Elder Wu has worked hard this time. You should rest for a while. There's no need to forge high-quality artifacts for now. Yes, Grand Elder, I shall take my leave first. Elder Wu, take care. Dallying, stay for a moment. After Wu Mingxing left, Su Dallying curiously asked, Why did Grandfather call for me? It's regarding the ownership of this artifact. Su Dallying was taken aback, asking, Isn't Grandfather keeping it for himself? This artifact, as Master said, is indeed a rare treasure among high-quality artifacts. It's easy to advance to a top-tier artifact, and its potential is high. It could very well become the first top-tier artifact crafted by our Su family. From what you say, Grandfather might be underestimating it. Chuan stroked his chin, contemplating, However, I also intend to give it to someone else. The reason I called you here is to ask if you want it Dallying. Su Dallying pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, There's no need to consider me. Right now, I am focused on cultivating and studying the path of artifact forging, and I rarely leave the family, so it's not needed at the moment. Moreover, in 7 or 8 years, I believe I will be able to forge better high-quality artifacts by my own strength. Since Grandfather doesn't want it either, it would be better to give it to someone else. I trust Grandfather has his own considerations, and everything is for the benefit of our Su family. Chuan smiled in delight. Our Dallying is becoming increasingly sensible. If there's nothing else, Dallying will take my leave now. Chuan nodded. He glanced at the Black Sha flag once more before storing it away. This exquisite magical artifact Chuan intended to hand over to the person who would participate in the Wuhua conference in the future. Of course, if it advanced to a top-tier artifact in the future, and he successfully reached Foundation establishment without a suitable top-tier artifact in hand, it might still be reclaimed. It would indeed be a waste to give a top-tier artifact to a Qi refining stage cultivator. They are unlikely to unleash its full power. In the Beastmaster Hall, Su Mingxian rushed in from the task hall. Mingshu, my dear sister, are you there? Su Mingxuan's voice echoed in the spacious Beastmaster Hall. A moment later, Su Mingshu, dressed in bright red, walked out from the left corridor of the hall, where both corridors led to the back mountain. Third brother, what brings you here? I heard that the Qinghua eagle has offspring now. Are there any naturally born magical beasts? Su Mingshu rolled her eyes at him, saying, I thought something serious had happened. It has only been half a month since the egg was laid, and it will still take nearly 2 months for it to truly hatch. If it's a magical beast, it might take even longer. So that's how it is. Su Mingxian smiled indifferently. Remember to help your third brother choose the one with the best innate talent. Eldest brother and second brother both have spirit beasts. It should be my turn as the third brother. Understood. I need to feed the little blood-eye spiders as well. The blood-eye spiders had been born for over a year. Su Mingshu had designated them a territory for their activity. Now that area had many more spiders seemingly attracted there. The web was dense, and there were quite a few poisonous spiders, making it a major forbidden area for the Su family. Little Bai and his family, along with the Qinghua eagle and even the red-striped worm, all had their own territories. Initially, they often crossed boundaries and provoked each other, but after a scolding from Su Mingshu, they all settled down. The largest number was naturally the red-striped worm, which Su Mingshu had intentionally tried to control, yet it had still reached thousands. The queen worm had stopped laying eggs for now. Otherwise, if the population reached hundreds of thousands, the Su family would be overwhelmed. They usually fed on fresh spirit rice leaves. As long as the stalks were not damaged, picking some to feed them was acceptable. Moreover, they did not need to eat often. Once every 10 days or half a month was sufficient. When the time came, they would use the wood spirit technique on the spirit rice to promote growth, and it would recover in a day or two. The other 2 cubs of the white tiger had gone out with it several times to learn hunting skills, and they had already graduated. Additionally, it should be noted that Little Bai has taken a new mate. His family was gradually growing stronger. In the South Mountain courtyard, Yang Ronghua looked at Su Duan, who stood respectfully before her, and said in surprise, You want to marry a girl from the Leaf family? Yes, mother. I have met Ruashi a few times. We share a compatible temperament and have great chemistry. I hope you can support this, mother. Su Duan bowed again. Yang Ronghua looked at him, contemplating for a moment before saying, While the clan has not set rules against Su family members marrying multiple wives, no one has made an exception until now. Then let me be the first person to do so, mother. Su Duan smiled broadly. Our Su family needs to grow, and having more core family members is naturally better. Not to mention the county town, even the families in the county have more members than our Su family. Moreover, I am sincere with Ruashi. What about Yajia? I have liked her for many years as well. Aren't you afraid that marrying the girl from the Li family will make her jealous? No, Yajia is very magnanimous. She comes from a prominent family and knows that members of noble families can't have only one wife. When she was pregnant, she even suggested I take a concubine. But at that time I had not yet met someone I liked, so I refused. Yang Ronghua contemplated for a moment before suddenly laughing, saying, So you came to me to ask me to persuade your father? Su Duan felt a bit embarrassed, saying, You caught me, mother. I was afraid that father would outright refuse, so I wanted to ask for your opinion first. If you are willing to speak up, father will find it easier to accept. Understood. I will discuss this matter with your father. Thank you, mother. After bowing, Su Duan left the room. He had already promised Li Ruashi that he would marry her. After all, he had held her little hand and kissed her little lips. It was just a matter of taking the final step. Yang Ronghua went out to find Bai Jing and went to Haitian courtyard to find Wu Rushan. They often gathered together to practice martial arts or chat about family matters. After today's practice during their break, Yang Ronghua suddenly brought up the topic. Bai Jing and Wu Rushan were both taken aback. Then Wu Rushan covered her mouth and laughed, saying, Sister-in-law Duan is paving the way for the family. That's a good thing. Actually, I was also thinking that Mingshu and the others should marry more, but they are too influenced by their father and are considered the pioneers of our Su family. Each of them has worked hard for the Su family, focusing their thoughts primarily on the family. If Duan's generation can break free from this influence, that would be the best outcome. Wu Rushan added, Now that the Su family is stable enough, it is time to think about expanding the Su descendants. Most noble families indulge in pleasure after achieving stability, yet as long as they do not bully the common people or take women by force, indulging a bit is actually fine. Otherwise, why did the ancestors of the family work so hard to develop the clan? Bai Jing nodded slightly, saying, The Su family has strict family rules, treating Su descendants more strictly than those of vassal families or the Dongxi family. If they commit an offense, the family rules will punish them. As for other matters, there is no need to be harsh about them. That night, Yang Ronghua told Su Mingwei about this matter. After pondering for a moment, he said, Madam, you handle it as you see fit. As long as the children like a girl and are sincere, marrying more is not a problem. This benefits the family. I understand. The next day Yang Ronghua called Su Duan and told him to bring the young lady home to meet them in a few days. Su Duan was so delighted that he couldn't stop smiling. Soon this matter spread around. Su Duan's siblings congratulated him, saying, "Brother, when I heard you're going to marry a new sister-in-law. Congratulations." Su Daizhao patted his shoulder, saying, "This counts as a groundbreaking event for our Su family. Good job. Could it be that eldest brother is also interested?" "Get lost, what are you thinking? Your sister-in-law and I are busy with family affairs and have no time to think about these things. You all, including Rue and Heng, if you find someone you like in the future, just marry more. The family will definitely support it. Of course, remember not to break the family rules. I understand in the Deputy Hall Master of the Discipline Hall, so I naturally know the family rules and laws." A few days later, Su Duan brought Li Ruoxi up the mountain. Arriving at the South Mountain courtyard, Su Mingwei's family simply had a meal. During the meal, they also asked about the Li family situation, inquiring about how Li Air was doing. Li Air's generation is basically all around 50 or 60 now. Moreover, most have not crossed the innate threshold and are now gradually weakening in health. Perhaps it will not be long before they begin to pass away one after another. Make sure your father takes good care of his health. If Ruoxi knows that her father is still concerned about him, he will surely be very pleased. Not long after, the Su and Li families discussed the marriage arrangements, finalizing the betrothal gifts and other matters. A month later, Su Duan officially married Li Ruoxi. In the coming year, Su Derui, Su Dihang, and Su Dajuan also married one after another. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 3 years had passed. In the alchemy hall in the quiet room. This time Su Chuan had been in seclusion for nearly half a month. Suddenly he opened his eyes in the quiet room, 2 beams of nearly tangible azure light bursting forth. With a long breath, a smile gradually appeared in his eyes. Heaven rewards diligence. Oh, everything that is persevered will yield results. The foundation establishment bottleneck was sturdier than he had anticipated, but after 5 or 6 years of constant honing, he now clearly sensed the loosening of the bottleneck. When he had just reached the consummation of qi, refining the foundation establishment bottleneck was like a 3-foot thick steel plate. Even if he exerted all his strength, he feared he could not push this door open even a sliver. Now there was only a 3-inch gap left. Without additional assistance, he could push open the foundation establishment gate, slightly aided by Millennium Spirit Herbs and his divine sense. The chance of successfully establishing a foundation was about 50-50. I have finally reached this step. If I want to rely on talent to weaken the foundation establishment barrier again, it might take another 40 to 50 years. By then, Su Chuan estimated the success rate of breaking through could reach 80 to 90%. But that was far too long. Currently, the success rate of foundation establishment was already unattainable for countless qi refining perfect cultivators. Even if there were just an additional 10 or 5%, they would charge forward without hesitation. Su Chuan's gaze gradually became resolute. On the path of cultivation, when it is time to be bold and move forward, one must be bold and move forward. Looking back and hesitating will lead to failure in all endeavors. Su Chuan exited the quiet room of seclusion and came to the main hall. A boy of 6 or 7 years old was sitting cross-legged on a mat. He seemed not to be in deep meditation, instantly opening his eyes upon hearing the noise. When he saw Su Chuan, he jumped up and ran towards him, calling out joyfully, "Father, you've come out." This boy was Su Mingqing. After he began his cultivation, Su Chuan had brought him to his side and personally taught him. Now, after more than a year of cultivation, he had become a qi refining stage 2 cultivator. However, his nature was still that of a playful child, often unable to sit still during cultivation. But due to his high talent, his progress was not slow. "Why aren't you sitting and cultivating properly?" Su Chuan looked down at his son, who was tightly hugging his leg, his tone devoid of any reproach. Seeing him grin, he shook his head helplessly. After patting his head, he said, "All right, hugging so tightly is not appropriate." "Father, I want a hug," Su Mingqing said in a spoiled tone. "Just this once." Su Chuan chuckled helplessly and embraced him. "By the way, Father de Zhao's nephew said that Zhou's son came by looking for you, asking you to inform him when you come out of seclusion. Don't address him so casually." Su Chuan playfully flicked his finger on Su Mingqing's forehead, scolding with a smile, "You should call him family head." "But he is also my elder brother's son, so he is naturally my nephew," Su Mingqing argued back without fear. "This is not wrong, but de Zhao, as the head of the Su family, represents the dignity of the Su family. You must address him as master when you see him, or it would be a loss of face for the entire Su family." The child understands now. Su Mingqing suddenly realized the head of the family holds a higher status than the uncle-nephew relationship. Exactly, next time when someone is present, even if he calls you little uncle, you must address him as master. The child will abide by his father's teachings. In terms of authority, the head of the family is only subordinate to me, the grand elder. Of course, in some families, the head of the family holds a higher status than the grand elder. Your elder brother, elder sister, and other elders do not hold a status equal to that of the head of the family. Father, then, I want to become the grand elder in the future, like you, able to make decisions without question. Little Sprite, being the grand elder is not something one can just aspire to. First, one must have the cultivation to command respect, possess foresight, and exhibit personal charisma. Is it really that troublesome? Su Mingqing dragged out his words, suddenly losing interest in the position of grand elder. Then perhaps you should take on that role, father. Su Chuan laughed as he spoke, leading Su Mingqing on a sword ride toward the master palace. As the face of the family, it naturally required a palace built exclusively for it, which was only completed a couple of years ago. The master palace was grand and magnificent. Supported by a 7-jong black obsidian base, 99 steps led directly to the palace square, with towering bronze coiling dragons on either side, each over 10 jong high. The dragon scales were inlaid using a gold thread technique, with dragon eyes embedded with the South Sea luminous pearl, displaying majesty by day and emitting a subtle glow by night. Above the main entrance hung a golden plaque inscribed with universal jade and gem, written by Su Mingwei himself with a powerful stroke. The main structure of the palace was supported by 36 golden silk Nanmu pillars, and the dome was adorned with a 7-treasure case on. Su Chuan landed at the entrance of the palace and set Su Mingqing down, but Su Mingqing held on to Su Chuan's hand and stepped into the palace together. Uncle. Su Dezhao looked up and stood to clasp his hands in greeting to Su Chuan, then turned to Su Mingqing and said, "Little uncle." "Master," Su Mingqing said. Su Chuan asked, "Mingqing mentioned that during my seclusion Zhou's son came to find me. Did he say what it was about?" "He did not specify, but his expression was quite solemn, suggesting that you should visit the Zhou family after your seclusion." Visiting the Zhou family. Su Chuan's eyelids flickered as he nodded. It is indeed time to pay the Zhou family a visit, and also to pay a courtesy visit to Elder Zhou. Su Chuan glanced around, and could tell Su Dezhao's cultivation had reached the peak of qi refinement. Besides him, Su Delying, Su Mingxuan, Su Mingshu, and Ren Xiaoyao had also reached the peak of qi refinement, their spiritual consciousness having transformed into divine sense. As for Su Mingyuan, he was still a bit behind, currently at the late stage of the 9th level of qi refinement. Su Dehang, Su Duan, and Su Dajuan had all entered the master realm, while Su Mingyuan's eldest son, after consideration, decided to pursue the path of immortality like Su Dehang. Su Derui had just entered the early stage of the 6th level of qi refinement, while Su Dehang was close to the late stage of the 6th level. The latter possessed spiritual roots, and upon reaching innate perfection, he directly obtained true spiritual roots without needing the 1 to 2 years to refine his spiritual roots like Su Derui. Su Diyun, Su Diyuan, and Su Dijin were all around 19 or 20 years old, at least at the mid-innate stage, and were already at the age suitable for marriage. Except for Su Diyuan, Su Chuan naturally would not intervene in the marriage affairs of the others. These matters would be decided by their parents. As for Su Diyuan, she had a good relationship with Ren Xiaoyao, and now that Ren Xiaoyao had reached the peak of qi refinement, Su Mingyuan intended to arrange a marriage between the two. When Ren Xiaoyao first heard about being taken in as a son-in-law, he hesitated slightly, but ultimately nodded in agreement. In recent years, Su Derui and the others had married one after another, and now they had all given birth to offspring, and the Su family was gradually growing in numbers. I will visit the Zhou family shortly. Su Chuan left the master palace and took Su Mingqing back to the mansion, handing him over to Bai Jing. As the women chatted, they heard Yang Ronghua sigh helplessly. "I don't know if Winner inherited her uncle's personality. It's only been 3 years, and she's already found true love again. She is not very old, around 17 or 18, and appears quite innocent and cheerful. Doan should marry more and have more children, it's good. His elder brother has only 2 children now, while he already has 3. In a few months the 4th one should be on the way. The others, including De Ling, have shown no intention of seeking marriage, seemingly determined to pursue the path of immortality without wanting to get entangled in the mortal world. De Jin is likely to marry into the Zhou family soon. De Jun has been married for 3 years and has just had 1 child. Speaking of De Ling, does she really want to be like Ming Shu? I have also asked and offered to help her find a son-in-law, but Linger has politely declined." Yang Ronghua sighed softly. She became a family elder 2 months ago, and her status in the family is very important. If she is unwilling, her father cannot force her. "Mother!" Su Mingqing ran towards Bai Jing and directly jumped into her arms. Yang Ronghua and Wu Rushan saw Su Chuan approaching with a faint smile and immediately stood up respectfully, saying, "Father." "No need for such formalities." Su Chuan waved his hand lightly. "Husband, you have been in seclusion for at least half a month now." Su Chuan nodded. "I will be going to the Zhou family. Mingqing, keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't cause trouble." "I understand. You may go, husband." Su Chuan turned to leave. Wu Rushan had also entered the master realm. Watching Su Chuan's departing figure, she softly remarked, father is increasingly embodying a sense of returning to simplicity. Second sister-in-law, what does it mean to return to simplicity? Su Mingqing's voice was clear and full of innocence. Bai Jing and the others exchanged smiles. Zhou family. Elder Zhou son, what is it that you seek me for? I heard from Dezhao that you seem quite serious. Su Chuan said lightly, in fact, I have already refrained from interfering in many family matters you can discuss with Dezhao directly. This is no trivial matter. I fear that discussing it with him would be of no use. Su Chuan's eyelids quivered in surprise as he said, I am quite curious now, what is it exactly? Our Zhou family wishes to request the assistance of the Su family in battle. Assist in battle? Su Chuan replied, the Zhou family is a foundation establishment family with cultivators of all levels far superior to my Su family. Why would you need our assistance in battle? That may be true, but there is one point where our Zhou family is not as good as your Su family. Zhou's son fixed his gaze on Su Chuan, and that is having top-tier qi refinement cultivators like Mingwei. This matter I cannot make an immediate decision. Elder Zhou-san, please elaborate on what has transpired. I am sorry, but I cannot disclose specific details. The only thing I can say is that our Zhou family and the Feng family of Yunshan County both have their eyes on a particular treasure, and neither party is willing to back down. They do not wish to engage in a full-blown war, so they have agreed to hold 3 contests between disciples of the qi refinement stage. A pledge has been made. Zhou-san nodded. If we lose, the loser must compensate the other with 1 exquisite magic tool and 3 high-quality magic tools, and their family must not disclose this matter in the slightest. 1 exquisite, 3 high-quality. Su Chuan frowned in deep thought, wondering what kind of treasure could be worth such a price. The 3 contests should be for the early, mid, and late stages of qi refinement, right? Indeed. So does your Zhou family have confidence in winning one of the early or mid-stage contests? It's about 50-50. After all, the opponent is an established foundation establishment family, and their background is not inferior to my Zhou family. The Zhou family had swallowed the Su family, and with Zhou's son being a master alchemist and possessing breakthrough pills, their foundation had increased rapidly, certainly not inferior to the old foundation establishment families in his county. As for the late stage of qi refinement contest, our Zhou family has considered and believes that it would be best to invite Mingwei to participate for the greatest chance of victory. Thus, if we can win 1 contest in the early and mid stages, my Zhou family only needs to secure 1 more. Elder Zhou-san, you have great confidence in Mingwei, Su Chuan remarked. That is only natural. Back in the day, the head of my Zhou family personally witnessed Mingwei shoot down a qi refinement cultivator at the peak stage who possessed an exquisite magic tool with 3 arrows. But the head of the Su family at that time had already lost more than half of his powers and had gone through several intense battles. Yet Mingwei was only at the 8th level of qi refinement then. Seeing that the other party was insistent on sending Su Mingwei to battle, Su Chuan sighed inwardly. The Zhou family had been quite helpful to the Su family, and this was their first request. It was indeed difficult to refuse. After a moment's thought, Su Chuan said, I understand. When will this take place? Where? In 5 days. Let Mingwei come to my Zhou family, and I will take him there. All right, Su Chuan said, but I also have some matters I wish to consult with Elder Zhou. May I ask if he is available? Looking for the ancestor. He is currently not in the clan. Could it be that he is confronting the ancestor of the Feng family? Zhou-san nodded slightly. How about this? In 5 days, you and Mingwei come over together, and after seeing the ancestor, you can ask him face to face. Good. Su Chuan returned to Dongxi and informed Su Mingwei of the matter. Su Mingwei had no objections and was even somewhat excited, as he still had a fighting spirit deep down. However, the Su family sought to be prudent in their actions. Accumulating resources relied entirely on commercial transactions. They would avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. The Zhou and Feng families treat this gambling battle so seriously, it seems that the top cultivators in the family will definitely participate in the latest stage qi refinement contest. The child happens to want to witness this. You? Su Mingwei smiled and said, during the Wuhua conference, I certainly cannot compete with the most outstanding youths of the Great Wei, Great Liang, and Great Jin. During other times, I cannot easily make a move either. This time could also fulfill the child's wishes. I hope the Feng family does not disappoint. If you want to fight, then fight to your heart's content. For cultivators, clarity of thought is of utmost importance. Su Mingwei was slightly taken aback. Father, you seem not quite yourself. This is not your style. Shouldn't it be steady, steady, steady? Even if we engage, it would be best to win by a narrow margin and end with a Pyrrhic victory. I am preparing to break through to foundation establishment, Su Chuan said with a smile at the words. Really? Su Mingwei's eyes sparkled like shattered gold, his face filled with joy. Su Chuan nodded. This time I will also go with you just to inquire about some experiences in foundation establishment from the ancestor of the Zhou family. Upon returning at the latest in 3 months, I should be in seclusion to break through to foundation establishment. At that time I will protect you, father. 5 days later. Zhou family. The Zhou family had already activated the second-tier protective array for the clan. Zhou's son and the other two elders waited outside for Su Chuan. As soon as they arrived, they headed to Yunshan County together. Early stage of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Elder Zhou's son, does Su Mingwei truly have confidence? Perhaps it would be better to suggest to the ancestor to let a fully realized elder from the clan take action instead. Do not underestimate Su Mingwei, Zhou's son replied. If there is any cultivator in the clan at the Qi refinement stage. The elder Yuan man held a fine magical artifact in his hand capable of a battle. However, at this moment, even if refined, it could not compare to the elder of the Feng family. During the last confrontation, the ancestor had seen him strike with power exceeding that of an ordinary perfected Qi practitioner by 2 or 3 folds, suggesting he practiced a special technique or possessed unique opportunities. Although he did not use a fine magical artifact last time the ancestor suspected, he certainly had one. The Feng family's foundation far surpassed the Su family, which had 5 or 6 such artifacts, so theirs must also be plentiful. It's a pity my Zhou family lacks outstanding cultivators, otherwise I would have granted it long ago. What about Su Mingwei? The elder asked again, does he possess a fine magical artifact? The ancestor's selection, Elder 5. Surely you do not think your vision surpasses that of the ancestor, do you? The Zhou elder immediately fell silent. Several hours later they arrived at a remote area of Yunshan County, likely near a certain county town. Nearby was a cliff, its summit adorned with ancient pines whose roots twisted like a dragon's claws gripping the stone marrow. The grayish-blue rock wall appeared as if cleaved by an immortal's sword towering over dozens of feet. Silver streams cascaded from the cliff's peak, crashing against the basalt platform with the force of 10,000 pounds, initially sounding like the shattering of Kunshan jade before resonating in the air like a chime of thunder. Sunlight penetrated with water vapor, transforming into rainbows and mirages. Several miles downstream from the waterfall, 2 to 3 dozen people stood on either side, confronting each other. From their attire, it was easy to discern they belonged to 2 different groups. On the left were the Zhou family's people, while the right undoubtedly belonged to the Feng family of Yunshan County. Zhou Xiaoyuan was also present. Upon seeing Zhou Sun approach, he immediately stepped forward. Elder Zhou Sun, Elder 5, you have arrived. He then addressed Su Chuan, brother. Su, has your nephew Mingwei come as well? Yes, Su Chuan clasped his fists and said, I will leave my son in your arrangements. I have come to see Elder Zhou, who I have matters to discuss in person. Zhou Sun nodded to Zhou Xiaoyuan, who then said, Brother Su, please follow me. Zhou Xiaoyuan led Su Chuan to visit Zhou Qingfang. Not far upstream, he sat on a blue stone holding a bamboo rod to fish, accompanied by a fair-skinned girl around 12 or 13 years old. Opposite Zhou Qingfang was an old man with gray-white hair, also fishing by the stream. Ancestor Su Chuan has arrived. I know you may leave now. Yes, Ancestor. The old man raised his gaze, glancing at Su Chuan, suddenly speaking, Brother Zhou, it seems the person you were waiting for has arrived. Shall we begin? As Brother Feng wishes, the duel will commence in 15 minutes. Su Chuan surveyed the girl beside Zhou Qingfang, who she tightly clutched the hem of her clothes, her head bowed, appearing somewhat awkward and anxious. This scene was truly out of harmony. Brother Zhou, I did not expect you to wait for a member of another family. I thought it must be some genius of your Zhou family currently in seclusion. The elder of the Feng family said nonchalantly, the Su family is a Qi cultivation family in Yuehu County and is also related to my Zhou family, so it does not count as a breach of contract. Since Brother Zhou believes that Qi cultivation family practitioners can match the geniuses raised by your own family, then it is, as you wish, let him fight. But if he loses, this young friend Su, you should be wary of the Zhou family's revenge. After all this time, our 2 families are betting, and the stakes are not small. Su Chuan bowed slightly and smiled, saying, Thank you for the reminder, Elder Feng. However, before I came, the Zhou family elder had already informed me of the significance of this battle. Even the winner must provide an astonishing resource compensation. The elder of the Feng family showed a look of surprise. Your Su family's relationship with the Zhou family is quite profound. It must not be merely familial ties, right? Ordinary Qi cultivation families should not elaborate this much. The Su family. Could it be the Su family that is currently flourishing in Yuehu County? I have heard that the business you opened occasionally sells mid-grade pills and even top-grade magical artifacts. That is quite a substantial undertaking. Brother Zhou, can your Zhou family really resist the temptation to devour this piece of fat meat? Trying to sow discord again. Su Chuan thought bitterly. The Su family is indeed a piece of fat meat. A few years ago, several Qi cultivation families teamed up to try and swallow it. What do you think the outcome was, Brother Feng? Since the Su family has appeared here, isn't that obvious? Zhou Qingfang said lightly. When one family perished, the remaining 2 families ceased to speak of the Su family. Interesting. If Brother Feng is interested, you may come to Yuehu County and take a bite yourself. Su Chuan smiled wryly. Elder Zhou, do not joke. My Su family could not withstand the devastation from a powerful family like the Feng family. The elder of the Feng family upon hearing this gazed deeply at Su Chuan, then glanced at Zhou Qingfeng, and remained silent thereafter. After a moment, Zhou Qingfeng said, "What brings you here to find me?" "I have come to seek the ancestors' experience in breaking through to Foundation establishment." Su Chuan took a glance at the elder of the Feng family and transmitted his voice. Zhou Qingfeng immediately waved his hand, and a light green barrier rose enveloping the area for several meters and blocking divine sense probing. After doing this, he fixed his gaze on Su Chuan and smiled faintly. "Are you planning to push for Foundation establishment?" "Not going to wait any longer. You should only be just over 70, right? I intend to attempt it once. If I fail, I will make up for my shortcomings and try again after accumulating a bit." Additionally, the experience of failure can also serve as a foundation for others' successful Foundation establishment. You do have a broad perspective. Zhou Qingfeng pondered for a moment before saying, "Since your Su family is willing to make a move this time, feel free to ask anything." "Thank you, Elder." Su Chuan immediately bowed. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The ancestor must have a true spirit root. May I ask how you succeeded in breaking through to Foundation establishment? Was it merely by using a Millennium Spirit herb?" Zhou Qingfeng's eyes suddenly radiated a piercing brilliance as he gazed at Su Chuan for several moments before sighing, "Very well, it does no harm to tell you. Firstly, my aptitude is among the top tier within true spirit roots. Secondly, the spirit herb I used to push for Foundation establishment was the rare Shuilong ginseng, which itself has the effect of breaking through, and this herb is over 3,000 years old. It is enough to increase the Foundation establishment probability by nearly 10%. Such a spirit herb." Su Chuan expressed with admiration, "Elder Zhou's opportunities are truly enviable. Such aged Shuilong ginseng should also be effective for pushing from mid-Foundation establishment to late Foundation establishment, right?" "It was an accidental acquisition." Zhou Qingfeng did not elaborate further. "But what is this aptitude? Is there a distinction of strength among true spirit root qualities? Why have I never heard of this? Most families do not know. I estimate that only the 3 top-tier families and the Chao family, which has been around for a millennium, might know a thing or two. I also read about this in ancient texts recorded in a certain cave dwelling. This Shuilong ginseng also originated from that cave. The ancient texts record that in ancient times, spirit root qualities were said to have a 10-level classification. A purity below 10% is considered a false spirit root. 1 to 2% is a mixed spirit root. 2 to 4% is a true spirit root. 4 to 7% is a earth spirit root. 7 to 95% is a heaven spirit root, and above 95% is an immortal spirit root. Although Su Chuan knew that spirit root qualities were classified based on purity, he did not expect such specificity. An immortal spirit root. I have never heard of that. Did such individuals with immortal spirit roots truly exist in ancient times? Perhaps, who knows? It could just be a legend. Currently, the crystal stones used to test spirit root qualities essentially cannot measure such fine details. I also obtained the ancient testing crystals from that cave dwelling. According to what is stated, my spirit root purity should be 38%, considered top-tier true spirit root quality. Therefore, my probability of breaking through to Foundation establishment is higher than that of ordinary true spirit roots, and with the Shuilong ginseng, I fortuitously succeeded in Foundation establishment. Most true spirit roots only have over 20% purity. Even with my Shuilong ginseng's assistance, the likelihood of successfully breaking through to Foundation establishment would be low. I see. Thank you for clarifying, Elder Zhou. Su Chuan expressed his gratitude. Those top-tier Foundation establishment families that have succeeded should mostly have spirit root purity exceeding 30%. Below 30%, it may require 2 to 3 Foundation establishment pills to succeed. Exceeding 30%, 1 Foundation establishment pill combined with a Millennium Spirit herb can yield a success rate of nearly 40%. Elder Zhou, could you share some experiences about breaking through to Foundation establishment? Zhou Qingfeng waved his hand over his storage bag, producing a jade tablet. Place it on your forehead and observe with your divine sense. Su Chuan complied. After several breaths, Su Chuan returned the jade tablet, bowing once more. "Thank you, Elder. Your great kindness is something I will never forget. Remember, our 2 families are allies. They do not let the Zhou family fall into trouble in the future." "Elder, you jest. There is a pact and oath in place." Zhou Qingfeng glanced at him, but said no more. After a while, he added, "When it comes to breaking through to Foundation establishment, my Zhou family cannot assist. If we could, we wouldn't have placed our hopes on the Wuhua conference. I will remember the Elder's great kindness. Then I shall assist you in forging your immortal foundation early and lay the groundwork for longevity. In the path of cultivation, only by successfully establishing a foundation can one be considered to have truly stepped onto the immortal path. During the Qi cultivation period, one can only be said to be lingering outside the gates of the immortal path." "Thank you for your auspicious words, Elder." Su Chuan clasped his fists, and with Zhou Qingfeng's experience in breaking through to Foundation establishment, his chances of success increased. At least I won't be flustered when faced with trouble. If you have any other questions, ask them all today. Chuan thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, "No more, thank you, elder." Zhou Qingfang slightly nodded, casually dispelling the barrier, and then heard the elder of the Feng family say, "What were you two discussing earlier? You even set restrictions to prevent eavesdropping." Naturally discussing how to make the Feng family suffer once they arrive in Yuehu County. Chuan clasped his fists and smiled. "The younger generation speaks quite eloquently, but I do not believe a word. Elder, whether you believe it or not, do you truly not feel any temptation towards my Su family? My Su family possesses quite a few top-grade pills, fine magical artifacts, and exquisite magical artifacts, as well as top-tier magical artifacts. You are getting more and more absurd. If your Su family truly had top-tier magical artifacts, the Zhou family would likely be the first to seize them." Zhou Qingfang's mouth twitched slightly. "That top-tier magical artifact was one I personally bestowed upon you back then. Speaking too much brings tears." He had a feeling that Chuan's chances of success in Foundation establishment might not be small. If he truly succeeded, Yuehu County might undergo even greater upheaval. But at least according to the Su family's previous actions, even if they became a Foundation establishment family, they would not contend with the Zhou family over immediate gains. The Su family has gained power faster than I anticipated. I thought it would take at least 4 or 5 decades. Zhou Qingfang thought to himself, but he was measuring it by the usual development of ordinary aristocratic families. However, the Su family did not follow the usual path. They established a business and spread throughout the entire Moon Lake County. It appeared selfless, opening up avenues for various families, but the profits they gained from these families were certainly greater. Yet other families could see this method but could not emulate it. After all, the Su family truly invested real money. The pills and artifacts were not fakes. The Zhou family did not possess top-tier alchemists nor craftsmen capable of consistently refining high-quality artifacts. Even if they invested a dozen materials, producing one high-quality artifact would be considered good. Whether it was high-quality pills or high-quality artifacts, the Zhou family did not have enough to share with their own disciples, so naturally, they could not trade them. Zhou Qingfang was certain that the Su family would not stop at just this. The reason for their inaction must be the lack of an opportunity. Now it seemed that this opportunity was the emergence of Foundation establishment cultivators from the Su family. Zhou Qingfang's gaze flicked over to Chuan's face. At this point, even if the Zhou family wanted to obstruct them, it would be impossible. Perhaps it had been this way ever since the Su family began their rise as a cultivation family. The Su family aims for Moon Lake County. Oh, I must see how you will convince the Zhou family. After all, the Zhou family's stature is not comparable to other families in Moon Lake County. What's wrong, Senior Zhou? Does your junior have something on his face? It's nothing. The gambling battle is about to start. What do you think are Ming Wei's chances? Zhou Qingfang changed the subject. Ming Wei will not disappoint you, Senior. Zhou brother Su, young friend, do you both think this battle is guaranteed to be a win? Senior Feng misunderstood. I was merely saying that the competition in the late Qi refinement stage will surely be quite exciting and won't disappoint. The gambling battle was quite standard. The first match was a competition in the early Qi refinement stage, and both families sent out peak third-layer Qi refinement cultivators. However, they appeared to be somewhat older, having passed their 30s and even nearing their 40s. They are all death warriors. Chuan sighed inwardly. For the sake of so-called treasures, both families were determined to win, just as he expected. Shortly after the two families' cultivators engaged, they consumed blood-burning pills, and feeling they weren't dying fast enough, also used corresponding life-burning secret techniques. In an instant, the strength of the two cultivators soared to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, allowing them to match against those at the 7th layer. However, despite their explosive power, they were still fundamentally at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, lacking the birth of divine sense, leading to mostly close combat. Thus, early Qi refinement cultivators facing corresponding innate martial artists had a low chance of victory. Even with low-grade artifacts in hand, they could still be killed. Only when they reached the mid-stage could cultivators crush martial artists. This explosive increase in power wouldn't last long, at most about 15 minutes. However, Chuan noticed that the middle-aged cultivator from the Zhou family seemed to possess remarkable martial skills. Just as both sides' momentum began to wane, he abruptly revealed this trump card. With a single move, he broke the deadlock in the battle. Seizing the momentum within just a few moves, he killed his opponent. The first match goes to the Zhou family. The Zhou family's middle-aged cultivator wiped the blood from his face, walked up to Zhou Xiaoyuan, and cupped his hands, saying, "Head of the family, I ask the family to take care of my family." Zhou Xiaoyuan's expression was serious as he slightly nodded, saying, "The contributions you have made to the family will not be forgotten. The family will fully nurture your children." "Thank you." After saying this, the vitality within him rapidly dissipated. His once full and jade-like face visibly collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, with cheekbones jutting out sharply against his pale skin. In just a few breaths, his head of black hair turned frost white. His long fingers curled into gnarled twigs, and the nails turned a yellowish hue, like aged rice paper with cracks rapidly spreading on his neck. After a moment, he wore a serene smile, and his body slowly fell backward. However, he was caught by Zhou Shaoan's magical power and handed over to others to take him back for a proper burial. Yes, family head. The Zhou family members did not express joy at their victory, but instead wore solemn expressions. With such cohesion, the rise of the Zhou family is inevitable. Chuan sighed slightly in his heart. The head of the Feng family also had the fallen middle-aged cultivator from the Feng family taken away, looking solemnly at Zhou Shaoyan, saying, "Brother Zhou, let's begin the second match." However, Zhou Shaoyuan waved his hand and said no need. The Zhou family concedes the second match and directly proceeds to the late Qi refinement stage competition. The head of the Feng family narrowed his pupils, staring at Zhou Shaoyuan for a moment, but his gaze was calm, revealing nothing more. He then glanced over at Su Mingwei. Does Brother Zhou really trust this friend who is only at the early 9th layer of Qi refinement? How can we know if he can win without a match? Does the Feng family need time to prepare? No need. The head of the Feng family said to someone beside him, "Go invite the Grand Elder over." Moments later, a burly man in a purple robe strode over. "Grand Elder, this final battle is up to you." The purple-robed middle-aged man's eyes were filled with confidence. This confidence was born from defeating over a dozen peak Qi refinement cultivators, gradually taking shape into an indomitable aura. Qingyang, do not underestimate this person. He appears to be at the early 9th layer of Qi refinement, yet I feel something unusual about him. Be cautious and understand his details before taking him down. Yes, Ancestor. The purple-robed middle-aged man's divine sense echoed back. Su Mingwei wore a concealed array device that could hide up to 9 small realms. Even the divine sense of a foundation establishment cultivator could not penetrate. After all, the Su family does not lack cultivators with divine sense. Brother Feng, are you secretly giving pointers to your juniors before the battle? Are you so lacking in confidence? Zhou Qingfang smiled lightly. The head of the Feng family chuckled lightly, not minding at all. It is only natural for my Feng family to pay attention to Qi refinement cultivators who can make Brother Zhou wait. Moreover, your Zhou family directly concedes the second match, allowing the Su family members to take the stage. Su, young friend, it is obvious you want to weaken your Su family. Zhou Qingfang and Su Chuan only smiled faintly, showing no concern. The head of the Feng family's gaze shifted suddenly, saying, "Why don't we make a small bet on this match, with the wager being a high-quality artifact?" A high-quality artifact is considered a small bet in Brother Feng's eyes, really extravagant and comparable to my Zhou family. Rumor has it that the Feng family has a master craftsman capable of refining high-quality artifacts, which appears to be true. The head of the Feng family smiled, without speaking, countering, "Does Brother Zhou lack confidence in it?" Zhou Qingfang chuckled, saying, "Since Brother Feng has such elegant interest, I will certainly accompany you. How shall we bet? Let's bet on when they will lose. The one closest to the right answer wins." Zhou Qingfang pondered for a moment, nodded, and said then, "I bet they will finish within 15 minutes. The head of the Feng family smiled. Brother Zhou is really confident. Then I will bet on 1/4 of an hour. If the time exceeds 15 minutes, then it will be my victory. 2 seniors, may I join?" Su Chuan suddenly spoke up. Both the head of the Feng family and Zhou Qingfang turned their gazes towards him, revealing expressions of surprise. "Junior, do you really want to participate? First, show us a high-quality artifact." Su Chuan smiled slightly. The next moment, a high-quality flying sword shot out, hovering beside him. "This is merely a transportation artifact for Su Chuan." "Interesting." The head of the Feng family glanced at it and said nonchalantly, "Then you may also state a time." "I bet on 9 arrows. If that Feng family's cultivator can withstand 9 arrows, then I lose, and so does the Zhou family," Su Chuan said. Zhou Qingfang glanced at Su Chuan thoughtfully, but said nothing more. "What a 9 arrows. I want to see how your Su family's genius can win against my Feng family's Grand Elder with 9 arrows." The head of the Feng family said, exasperated yet amused. Feng Qingyang is a genius of the Feng family. He spent over a decade practicing a special technique. After reaching peak Qi refinement, his magical power is 30% stronger than other peak Qi refinement cultivators. Moreover, the Great River Sword technique he practices is renowned for its overwhelming attacks, as thick and powerful as a great river combined with a fine water-based artifact specially prepared for him by the family. Ordinary peak Qi refinement cultivators cannot last even half a quarter of an hour in his hands. The head of the Feng family thought that Su Mingwei must be impressive to gain Zhou Qingfang's attention, hence he speculated that he could hold out for over 15 minutes. Su Chuan smiled lightly and transmitted to Su Mingwei 9 arrows. "I have bet a high-quality artifact on you. Father, rest assured, although this person feels strong to me, I have never let you down." Then Su Mingwei looked at Feng Qingyang and said, "Let's battle in the air. We cannot unleash our full power here, or it may harm others." "Agreed." Feng Qingyang nodded, which was in line with his intentions. The two stepped onto their swords and soared into the sky, standing several dozen feet apart. I specialize in the way of arrows. With that, Su Mingwei produced an ink dragon bow with 9 dark gold arrows behind him, all high-quality artifacts. Their combined aura was akin to that of a fine artifact. A set of high-quality artifact bow and arrows. Feng Qingyang's pupils contracted. It was his first time seeing this kind of artifact. Even the head of the Feng family felt somewhat surprised. 10 high-quality artifacts. The Su family is quite extravagant. Could it be that you've recruited a master craftsman in your clan? The head of the Feng family smiled faintly, then shifted his gaze to the two in the air. Zhou Qingfang transmitted Su Dao friend Su Mingwei should not be just at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, right? With his talent and the Su family's resources after more than a decade, he should have reached peak Qi refinement. Just a few small tricks, they are not worthy of your attention, senior. Feng Qingyang also stepped onto a high-quality flying sword and summoned a blue sword that resembled glass, its ringing sound resembling the roar of a river. The sword path I practice has defeated all peak Qi refinement cultivators in Yinshan County, and this is the first time I have seen a cultivator who specializes in archery. I hope you do not let me down. You too. After saying that, Feng Qingyang held the glass sword and gently swung it, drawing a perfect arc. In the next moment, countless water vapor condensed, forming a stream of water, each drop infused with a hint of sword energy. The entire stream resembled a giant water sword carrying an incredibly sharp force directly aimed at Su Mingwei. Su Mingwei fully drew the bow, his 5 fingers gripping the string like a golden eagle seizing a rabbit, as magical power surged into the bow and arrow. A sharp screech pierced the air as if it were tearing the heavens apart. The dark gold arrow transformed into a terrifying black dragon, penetrating through Feng Qingyang's water sword in an instant. Had it not been for Feng Qingyang's timely evasion, his chest would have surely been pierced. Everyone present showed expressions of shock. The head of the Feng family also changed his expression slightly. He was certain Feng Qingyang did not underestimate his opponent. This move was not weak, even capable of overpowering other peak Qi refinement cultivators. Without a fine artifact, a peak Qi refinement cultivator would be seriously injured by this move. What a terrifying archery skill! Feng Qingyang felt a chill run down his spine. He had nearly met his end. At the early 9th layer of Qi refinement. No, absolutely not. Feng Qingyang said, friend, your strength is so formidable. Why conceal your realm to lower your opponent's guard? Why not show your true self? It's just a habit. When outside, one must always be cautious. Su Mingwei smiled faintly, retracting the concealment effect, allowing the aura of peak Qi refinement to ripple out. Indeed, he is at peak Qi refinement. Feng Dao friend, your sword path seems to focus on overwhelming strength, but unfortunately, it does not have much effect against my arrow path. The first arrow is a greeting. If you do not exert your full strength, you may not have another chance. As expected, it is as sharp as your arrow path. Feng Qingyang said, then receive my second sword, gather the stream into a river. Facing an even more overwhelming sword force, Su Mingwei shot another arrow. Of course, he did not hold back on his first arrow either. However, the speed and might were affected when penetrating through the water stream, allowing him to evade the first arrow. Break. The same attack, but the black dragon's momentum was even more ferocious. Feng Qingyang's move, gather the stream into a river, was once again shattered. Great rivers and lakes. As Feng Qingyang's expression turned serious, his magical power surged, and as his technique shifted, 3 sword rivers appeared in the air. The 3 rivers converged at one point, forming a long river. It spanned the sky, the sword force overwhelming, casting a shadow that caused those below to tremble. Su Mingwei's complexion also slightly changed. The black cloak billowed without wind, the fluttering hem trembled his body slightly. Indeed, one cannot underestimate him. 2 dragons playing with pearls. Su Mingwei placed 2 arrows on the bow, and as his fingers released, 2 black dragons sped away, leaping into the river, riding the waves toward Feng Qingyang. The overwhelming sword force contained in the river could not be obstructed at all. The entire great river suddenly collapsed, turning into countless strands of spiritual light that scattered. Yet this strike was also evaded by Feng Qingyang. Even if Su Mingwei attempted to control it to circle back for a sneak attack, it was still cleaved apart by his sword. As expected of the head of the Feng family, this battle is exhilarating. Su Mingwei laughed heartily. I still have one last move. Please enlighten me, brother Feng. If you can withstand it, Su will concede. Su Mingwei swiftly retreated, placing 3 arrows on the ink dragon bow and pouring the majority of his remaining magical power into them. I have never seen anyone break the Grand Elder's great rivers and lakes before, exclaimed a Feng family disciple wide-eyed. If 2 arrows could break the Grand Elder's great rivers and lakes, what kind of power would 3 possess? Who is this person? Is he really from a Qi refinement family in Moon Lake County? 3 stars reflecting the moon. Great rivers and lakes. At the moment both unleashed their attacks, the head of the Feng family transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from his original spot, then appearing next to Feng Qingyang. He raised his hand, and a dark green shield flew out from his sleeve, expanding in the wind, blocking in front.